Glad you're here. If you enjoy our content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of the ruthless one in the apocalypse, starting to stockpile billions of tons of supplies right here on GMT Recap. Recently, all over the world, unusual natural disasters have been occurring one after another: volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, lightning storms, floods. In a city of Nation H, a volcano suddenly erupted violently, causing the temperature across the entire city to soar to a suffocating level. Tens of thousands of residents, realizing the looming danger, immediately packed their belongings and moved to other cities in search of safety. Inside a moving bus, the atmosphere was in complete turmoil. Everyone was heatedly discussing the strange events that had been happening in recent days. A young man, unable to contain his emotions, cursed, "Damn it, a few days ago there was an undersea earthquake, then even Mount Fuji erupted, killing hundreds of thousands of people. I never thought that today even we would have to evacuate." A voluptuous young woman sitting beside him, after checking her luggage, spoke with unease, "This is bad, I left in such a rush that I couldn't bring anything with me. I guess I'll just have to head to Jiangnan City to buy some supplies." The young man sitting by the window, who had been absorbed in the desolate scenery outside, suddenly turned back and asked her, "Beauty, haven't you seen the news? The entire stock of goods in Jiangnan City has already been cleared out." Hearing this, the girl jolted in surprise, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, "What? Impossible, all those supplies combined must be worth at least several hundred billion." The young man sitting across from her quickly chimed in, his tone full of warning, "That's old news already. Today, even Hudongming and Xinjiang has run dry, and the warehouses of Derundong have all been cleared out." Suddenly, a cold voice rose from the row of seats behind them, firmly refuting everything that had just been said. Not just several hundred billion, but tens of trillions worth of supplies have vanished. These natural disasters are clear signs. Open your eyes and see, the end of the world is almost here. The one who had spoken was none other than our main character, Su Shen. Hearing such terrifying words from him, the girl and the two young men in front couldn't hold back their laughter, assuming he was only joking around. "Come on, really? The end of the world? You've got to be kidding. If it truly is the end of the world, I might even look forward to it. That's when all beings will finally be equal." At those words, a quiet discomfort stirred within Su Shen. He thought to himself, equality among all beings? Even in the apocalypse, there is no such thing as equality. Because he was someone who had personally lived through the end of the world. Memories of his past life slowly flooded back into his mind, reviving horrifying scenes that few could ever believe might happen in the present time. "In my previous life, I was nothing more than an ordinary food delivery worker until the apocalypse descended. Due to the abnormal radiation of solar energy, the Earth's core was affected and quickly destabilized. Global temperatures soared, the crust began to shift violently, and terrifying creatures hidden deep beneath the ground emerged one after another. The entire world was transformed, and a new order was established. In that new world, resources became unimaginably scarce. Even a packet of instant noodles or a single sausage was so precious that one had to risk their life to obtain it." Su Shen continued recounting in a calm, steady voice, "Brothers, have you ever felt a sausage catch in your throat when you eat it? Then," he declared, "I am the one who was reborn from the apocalypse. I have returned to 1 month before the end of the world." The busty girl sitting beside him, upon hearing those terrifying words, could not conceal her panic. She immediately grabbed Su Shen's hand. "Big brother, when I heard you just now, I felt a little scared." "Could you?" But the Su Shen of the present, the man who had returned from the hell of the future, was no longer the soft-hearted person he once had been. He instantly flung her hand away, leaving the girl stunned. "Sorry. I have more important things to do." After getting off the bus at the next forest stop, Su Shen quickly went to his old workplace, Mr. Hippo's warehouse. Standing before the vast storage building, Su Shen lifted his head, his gaze resolute, his voice deep as he repeated, "The apocalypse is coming, so what is the most important thing?" He answered himself, "Of course, it's supplies. In my previous life, I wasted far too much time just searching for supplies, only to die miserably in the end.
But this time, I won't let that happen again.
Sushin stepped inside the warehouse, where he had once worked every day loading and unloading goods. Just as he reached the entrance, the surly manager was already waiting, his voice sharp, late by 21 seconds, half a day's pay docked. Feigning a scratch to his head, Sushin forced a sheepish smile, murmured an apology, and quickly slipped inside. As he walked, his eyes swept across the vast space filled with supplies, his heart surging with memories of his past life. When the apocalypse struck, the boss had been the first to flee, and his entire year's wages vanished with him.
These supplies, then, could be considered compensation.
Moving swiftly into the depths of the warehouse, Sushin checked the inventory while preparing to activate the special ability he had gained after rebirth. Straightening his back, he raised his hand before him and commanded slowly. At once, the air split open, a strange spatial gate unfolded before his eyes. A notification from the system appeared, indicating that rice, cooking oil, and meat were being automatically collected. Sushin's spatial system was indeed incredibly powerful. As soon as it was activated, it immediately began pulling all nearby supplies into it, leaving nothing behind. Sushin stepped into his own space, a vast three-dimensional area spanning 10,000 square meters. He glanced around, his eyes shining with excitement, his expression one of exhilaration, as if he had just regained his life.
This is the power of my spatial ability.
As long as I open it, everything around me will be sucked into this space, he whispered, introducing it to himself. With this ability, I can collect all the resources in a city on the brink of destruction.
Using this space, I've once drained 2 lakes dry, cleared out entire supermarkets, wholesale markets, and warehouses.
In the apocalypse, even a packet of noodles is a luxury, let alone fresh food. What was particularly special about this space was that time inside it was completely frozen, meaning any food placed inside would remain fresh forever. Sushin couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion, bursting into tears of joy, silently thinking that he would never have to eat dirt like in his previous life again. He brushed the dust off his hands, opened the system menu to check the collected supplies. A list appeared before his eyes. 258 bags of rice, 152 bottles of cooking oil, 155 kg of vegetables, 220 bottles of mineral water, 375 cartons of instant food, 95 cartons of spices, and 186 bottles of alcohol. Looking at the list, Sushin couldn't help but silently sigh, "Great, finally I can feel a bit more at ease." At that moment, the sound of a metal door being forcefully pushed open came from outside. The manager and 2 workers carrying items stepped in, shouting as they walked, "Hey guys, come help me move the goods." But after just one step, all 3 of them froze, their eyes wide as they scanned the completely empty space before them. The warehouse, which had been piled high with goods just a moment ago, was now completely bare. The manager gaped in disbelief, stammering, I must be seeing things. Where did the goods go?" Then, his expression shifted to one of anger, as he pointed directly at Sushin, shouting furiously, "Where is everything? I'm asking you." Sushin remained calm, slowly raising his hand. A small spatial portal appeared behind him. He smiled and said, "The goods? I took everything with me." His nonchalant answer left the 3 people in front of him frozen, their expressions as if they had turned to stone. "What did you say?" Realizing something was wrong, the manager immediately shouted, "He's trying to escape, catch him for me." 2 burly staff members rushed forward to restrain Sushin, but at that very moment, he opened another spatial gate, quickly leapt backward, and vanished inside. Before leaving, he even turned his head, smiled, and waved, "Oh right, from now on I won't be late for work anymore." One of the staff lunged forward but only struck the air. Before he could even touch Sushin, the spatial gate slammed shut. All 3 of them, the manager and the 2 staff, stood staring blankly into the void, their eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. "Where did you go? Have you really disappeared?" Outside the warehouse, another teleportation gate suddenly appeared. Sushin flipped out from within, landing gracefully and elegantly on the ground like a scene from an action movie. He immediately closed the spatial gate. With firm resolve, he declared, "This is my second ability, Spatial Leap. I can teleport within a range of 3 meters at any time. Sushin turned back to glance at the warehouse one last time. In the apocalypse, this power would become his trump card. With it, he could infiltrate ruined areas to scavenge supplies, then retreat safely even when facing the most dangerous mutated creatures. Sushin took off his uniform, tossed the shirt into the air, and whispered, "That's it, the no-money shopping campaign is over." As he was about to leave, his phone suddenly rang. It was a message from the government. Currently, global motion is occurring intensely, and localized natural disasters are expected. However, the overall situation is under control and will not affect the daily lives of the people. Please do not panic. Sushin read the message, clicked his tongue. The government, fearing panic, was still trying to reassure the public, even though the apocalypse was imminent. Just as he was about to turn off the phone and leave, an unexpected call appeared on the screen. The name of the caller made Sushin's expression immediately shift from calm to full of rage. Sushin looked at the name on the screen, Jiang Xiaotian, the girl he had once loved wholeheartedly, taken care of, and protected through every meal and sleep during the apocalypse. Now, she only made him feel cold to the bone. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. "Hello." On the other end of the line, Jiang Xiaotian's voice immediately came through, full of irritation and no politeness. "Sushin, are you really playing the vanishing act on me? Why did you even leave the house with the realtor? You're totally unreliable. Did you think that selling the house would make some girl want to stay with you?" While speaking, she was applying lipstick, complaining as if reproaching a familiar man. She continued with a tone full of resentment, "Although I don't care whether your house is big or small, I'm still a woman. If you don't give me a house, how can I feel safe being with you?" Sushin, hearing this, spoke coldly, his voice like ice. "Is that why you're calling?" Jiang Xiaotian immediately showed her displeasure, sensing the coldness on the other end of the line. "What's with that attitude? I'm giving you one more chance. Come back and move the house for me right now, or you can forget about marrying me." Without letting her say another word, Sushin coldly ended the call. He muttered, "I'm on my way back to Shangdu, I'll talk then." After hanging up, Sushin's expression gradually became stern and then shifted to anger. He remembered everything that had happened in the past from his previous life, full of blood and betrayal. "Jiang Xiaotian, in our past life, we survived the apocalypse together. It was me who went everywhere to find supplies to keep you alive. It was me who brought you into the safe zone. Without me, you would have died out there long ago." Sushin gripped his phone tightly, his eyes filled with hatred. In his mind, the cruel memories resurfaced once more. He, Wang Haoyu, accomplice of Jiang Xiaotian, had mercilessly strangled Sushin. In that suffocating moment, he could still see clearly the terrified, panic-stricken look on his own face as betrayal struck him. A question choked in his throat: why? The very instant he stopped breathing, Jiang Xiaotian approached Wang Haoyu, her eyes brimming with temptation. "The god is dead now, which means he's useless. It's our turn." She feigned the guise of a weak, innocent girl, only to seduce Wang Haoyu, who was already overflowing with desire. "Don't think I don't know what's on your mind. He's dead, so tonight you'd better prove yourself. No fear, no sorrow, only coldness, deceit, and cruelty." Right after that, the girl who had once meant everything to him spread her legs of her own accord, beckoning Wang Haoyu to come to her as if nothing had ever happened. "In my past life, I truly was a fool to have placed all my trust in those two vile creatures." Sushin clenched his fists so tightly they trembled, then slowly released them with a faint sigh. "This time, Jiang Xiaotian, Wang Haoyu, you will pay the price not just with death, but with a death steeped in agony. The pain I once endured, I will make you suffer 100-fold. No sooner had he finished speaking than he opened his contacts and immediately called Director Liu, the real estate broker in charge of his house. As soon as the line connected, Sushin hurriedly said, "Hello, Director Liu, I'm willing to sell that house at half price. I just need cash, and I need it right now." The moment the call ended, Sushin immediately hailed a cab to Director Liu's real estate office. As soon as the car pulled up in front, the first thing he saw was Jiang Xiaotian and Wang Haoyu already waiting there. The instant she spotted him, Jiang Shaotian curled her lips, her voice dripping with mockery. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you? Sushin stepped out of the car, strode coldly past her, brushed aside every lingering feeling from the past, and uttered curtly, "Move." Both Jiang Shaotian and Wang Haoyu were stunned by Sushin's uncharacteristic demeanor. Wang Haoyu instantly blocked his path, his face twisted with fury. Who gave you the right to sell the house? How dare you sell my uncle's property? Let me tell you something. Do you believe I can make sure you won't live to see tomorrow's sun? Faced with his menacing glare and threats, Sushin said nothing. Instead, he silently reached out, grabbed Wang Haoyu by the neck, and lifted him off the ground as easily as if he were hefting a sack of sand. The sudden move threw Wang Haoyu into panic. Before he could even react, Sushin slammed him violently to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. White eyes howled in agony. Sushin coldly bent down, grinding out each word. My head, how I deal with it is for me alone to decide. Jiang Shaotian was horrified by Sushin's violent act. She instantly lunged forward, clutching his shirt, wailing and making a scene. Let go, what are you doing? Somebody, help! Murder! But unlike the fragile image she usually wore to win sympathy, this time Sushin showed no mercy. He delivered a thunderous slap that sent her sprawling to the ground, dazed and unable to comprehend what had just happened. She reached up to touch her cheek, her bewildered eyes locked on Sushin, filled with disbelief. You're still? Meanwhile, Wang Haoyu, strangled by Sushin for too long, was drifting on the edge between life and death. He forced out words through the pain. Let go. Sushin looked down at him with contempt. Don't worry, you won't die that quickly. The moment Sushin released him, Wang Haoyu felt as if he had narrowly escaped the scythe of death. He coughed violently, scrambling backward in terror, his eyes fixed on Sushin as though facing a real demon. Ignoring the two deceitful figures writhing on the floor, Sushin strode straight into the real estate office to carry on with his plan. Behind him, Jiang Shaotian hurried over to support Wang Haoyu. Worried voice. Xiaoyu, how are you? You've already been rolling around together like chickens, and now you pretend to care truly nothing but a cheap product. She still seemed not to understand what was happening, immediately turned back to look at Sushin, and shouted, Stay right there. I'll give you one last chance, kneel down and apologize, or else for the rest of your life, don't even dream of marrying me. Sushin said nothing more, only turned coldly, his sharp yet benevolent gaze sweeping over the two deceitful ones. Wang Haoyu and Jiang Shaotian sensed the murderous aura around Sushin had not faded, and involuntarily shuddered. At once, the two cowards panicked and bolted in fear. While running, Wang Haoyu shouted furiously, You just wait for me. Sushin watched their despicable figures retreating into the distance, clicked his tongue lightly, and muttered, Trash. A while later, at the real estate office, Director Lu warmly poured water to serve Sushin, though inside his heart was filled with cunning schemes. With a false smile, he spoke, Mr. Su, I'll pay to buy back your house. What do you think? This Director Lu outwardly appeared respectful and courteous, but inside hid sinister intentions. Secretly, he was calculating. The house is worth more than 1 million, but if I buy it back for 700,000 from this fool, just a flip of the hand will bring in hundreds of thousands in profit. Sushin took a sip of water and smiled as he replied, Possible, but it must be paid in full. Can you make the payment today? Sushin's words made Director Lu feel as though he had struck gold. He hurriedly and eagerly confirmed, Yes, we can sign the contract, and I'll settle the payment next week when the title is transferred. Holding the contract in his hand, Sushin quickly nodded in agreement. In his heart, he thought, when the time comes, you may choose whichever house you like, as long as you dare to live in it. Immediately afterward, Director Lu, with his seemingly dignified demeanor, transferred the money to Sushin. Sushin opened his phone and checked the bank message, Shangdu Bank, 700,000 yuan has been deposited into your current bank account. After the agreement was finalized, Sushin politely bid farewell to Director Lu. As he stepped out of the office, he walked while pondering. Although these days natural disasters were frequent, Shangdu lay in the Central Plains, far from earthquakes, tsunamis, or volcanic eruptions. Moreover, the government had dismissed all rumors, so life here remained orderly and peaceful. Suddenly, Sushin walked past an electric pole plastered with flyers advertising quick loans.
He curled his lips slightly, thinking to himself, what I need most right now is money. Whoever dares to lend, I'll dare to borrow it all.
As for how you'll collect later, that depends on which package you choose to help me with.
Ha ha. Catching sight of a flyer for a lending service, Sushin halted, silently pondering, could this be usury?
In a flash, he realized an opportunity to get money had arrived. Without hesitation, Sushin pulled out his phone and dialed.
Hello, may I ask, is this the lending company? I have a real estate certificate, can I use it as collateral? After making contact, Sushin quickly headed to the appointed location at the Han Hai International Building.
At the office of Great Sea Lending Company Limited, the fat man Wang Dahai smoothly explained to Sushin, "Heartthrob, this house of yours isn't worth much."
Hearing that, Sushin raised an eyebrow and asked, then how much can we borrow? He glanced at the fat man before him, secretly feeling weary. So this was Wang Haoyu's boss. This fat Wang Dahai had died miserably in the jaws of a beast in his previous life. Puffing on a cigarette, Wang Dahai held Sushin's property certificate and replied, "At most, you can only borrow 500,000, but the deed must stay with me." Not wanting to entangle himself further with the man, Sushin immediately stood up, his hand resting on the deed, decisively locking in another 100,000. "I'll seal the deal right now." Sushin reassured the man across from him, confidently promising that as long as he was given 1 week, the lost money would be fully returned to Wang Haoyu. Hearing this firm declaration, Wang Haoyu felt secretly delighted, realizing that the other party was nothing more than a gambling addict. Once tangled in this vice, he would even dare sell his own parents just to win back what he had lost. "Idiot, watch me gamble you to death today." Wang Dahai, puffing on his cigarette, reminded him that as long as he brought the property deed to mortgage at his company, everything else could be easily settled. After finalizing the deal with Wang Dahai, Sushin immediately received 600,000 coins transferred straight into his account. Meanwhile, at the place where Jiang Xiaotian and Wang Haoyu were standing, Jiang Xiaotian raised a hand to his cheek, where a bruise still lingered, and muttered angrily, "I was only taking back what was mine, how is that wrong? And this guy actually dared to lay hands on me, he must pay the price." Wang Haoyu, just stepping down from a taxi, clutched his aching neck, gritting his teeth as he swore, "I'll make that bastard pay. Damn it, I have to let the boss kill him." Unexpectedly, Sushin appeared, passing through the place, leaving Jiang Xiaotian stunned. Startled and puzzled, he turned to ask Wang Haoyu, "Humph, Xiaoyu, look, doesn't that person seem like Sushin?" Wang Haoyu, clutching his neck with a face twisted in pain and anger, nodded in confirmation, "Damn it, it really is that brat. What the hell is he doing here?" Jiang Xiaotian's fury ignited, his fists clenched tight, determined to uncover the truth. "Let's follow him and see what he's been up to these past few days." The place Sushin was heading to was the Lucheng Hotel. In his memory, many commercial buildings had collapsed under the devastation of seawater flooding in, and the merciless freezing cold had caused them to crumble in no time. Yet, the Lucheng Hotel had stood firm, weathering every kind of natural disaster. Sushin strolled inside at an unhurried pace, deep in thought as he walked. He had heard that the presidential suite here was fully equipped, even boasting a swimming pool. Choosing this place as a long-term base would not be a bad idea at all. Though many warehouses had been abandoned before, they lacked hot meals and fresh vegetables, essentials for an ideal refuge. Noticing a guest entering, the receptionist Lu Han Er, with her pretty appearance and professional demeanor, immediately greeted him, "Hello, I am the food and beverage manager of the Lucheng Hotel. How may I assist you, sir?" Sushin was immediately stunned by the request he had just heard. "Hello, I'd like to book 1,000 banquet tables, is that possible?" Lu Han Er could hardly believe her ears and asked in astonishment, 1,000 tables? After a brief moment of bewilderment, she quickly regained her composure, smiled, and replied, Of course. We have packages priced at 5,000 coins per table, 10,000 per table, and higher-end ones at 30,000 or even 50,000 per table." While introducing, Lu Han Er secretly observed Sushin, inwardly marveling, "My goodness, this man with such an imposing presence turns out to be a hidden second-generation rich heir." Sushin smiled calmly and made his choice. "Then I'll take the 10,000 per table package, a total of 10 million. I'll place a deposit of 500,000, and the remaining balance will be settled in a week. After confirming with the hotel, Sushin quietly assessed that the standards of Lucheng Hotel truly lived up to its lofty reputation. Beaming with delight, Lu Han Air warmly invited a deposit of 500,000. That's fine, sir. Please follow me this way to make the payment. Sushin nodded with a gentle smile. The estimated cost of ingredients alone was already around 500,000, but to build connections with wealthy individuals, the expense was well worth it. In business, the most important thing is to master the art of tactful conduct. While leading the way, Lu Han Air curiously asked, by the way, how should I address you, sir? Sushin replied coldly, Sushin. Lu Han Air, unable to suppress her curiosity, continued, Mr. Su, did you book the banquet for your wedding? Sushin seemed to seize the idea at once and nodded immediately, yes, a wedding. And while you're at it, reserve a presidential suite for me. After completing the payment and deposit, Sushin left the Lucheng Hotel in high spirits, thinking to himself how blissful it felt. A banquet worth 10 million, with a 500,000 deposit already paid settled. Only the final payment remained. In this scorching apocalypse, even a block of ice was worth hundreds of millions. For the first time, Lu Han Air had the chance to admire the presidential suite. She could not hide her excitement and sighed inwardly, oh my god, this is the presidential suite for a honeymoon. Whoever marries him will surely drown in happiness. This girl may have her charms, but she swears way too much. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaotian and Wang Haoyu were secretly observing from outside. After witnessing Sushin's dealings and his conversation with the hotel staff, Jiang Xiaotian stepped forward and asked Lu Han Air, hello, may I ask what that man came here for just now? Lu Han Air looked at her inquiringly, and who might you be in relation to him? Jiang Xiaotian answered at once, he is Sushin, my boyfriend. Lu Han Air looked slightly saddened but still replied, your boyfriend just booked a banquet of 1,000 tables at our hotel, with a deposit of 500,000 yuan. You're really lucky to have such a boyfriend. Lu Han Air glanced at Jiang Xiaotian, clicked her tongue and thought to herself, this girl is only worth a 7 out of 10, her presence is even inferior to mine. Is this really your type? Hearing the receptionist confirm the matter, both Jiang Xiaotian and Wang Haoyu were stunned, shouting in unison, no, that's impossible, how could he possibly have the money to book a banquet of 1,000 tables? While pulling up Sushin's transaction details on the computer, Lu Han Air explained, those with money often like to play at hiding their identity, afraid their girlfriend might covet their wealth. Only on the wedding day do they reveal everything. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaotian began to imagine grand scenarios in her head. But what if before the wedding they suddenly disappear, leaving behind only pressure and trauma or something like that? Wang Haoyu asked blankly, that damn Sushin, is he really rich? Lu Han Air held out the phone screen for the two of them to see, confirming, of course, here's the transfer of 500,000 that just came through. After gathering information about Sushin, Jiang Xiaotian and Wang Haoyu left the hotel. Puffing on a cigarette, Wang Haoyu asked, sis, so that's 1,000 tables at a 5-star hotel? Who is he planning to invite? Jiang Xiaotian's face lit up with pride, his chest swelling as he replied, you don't get it. Of course it's to introduce me to the upper class and publicly reveal my identity. Wang Haoyu immediately jumped to his feet, his face showing a sly expression as he asked, so what should we do? Jiang Xiaotian waved his hand firmly, I'll take the initiative, give this bootlicker a chance to expose himself. In her mind, scenes of dazzling luxury began to unfold, filling her with self-indulgent delight. Never in her life had she dared to dream of such grandeur. Who would have thought it could be realized through that sycophant Sushin? Meanwhile, Sushin sat seriously at his desk, carefully recalculating expenses. Selling the house brought in 700,000 coins, borrowing from loan sharks added another 600,000 coins, and dining out cost 550,000 coins. Yet the previous zero-cost shopping spree still left many necessities unpurchased. Even with only the deposit paid, the remaining 800,000 was far from abundant. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. Sushin suddenly had an idea, his eyes gleaming as if he had glimpsed the light of the future. He bared his teeth in a sinister grin. It'd be a real shame not to borrow online right now. Sushin quickly downloaded more than 80 apps, borrowing money online all at once.
Each application allows loans ranging from 30,000 to 30 yuan. He began posing for selfies, carefully following the instructions required by the apps to complete the loan procedures. After a period of persistently baiting on lending platforms, Sushin threw down his phone and breathed a sigh of relief. A notification from the bank chimed. Your non-term account has accumulated 9.77 million coins today. Sushin leaned back, relaxing his muscles and savoring the ease. At last, he had received an online loan worth 9.7 million. But immediately, he sprang up, eyes filled with determination. There was no more time to waste, there were still many things to buy. With the money just received, Sushin started browsing e-commerce sites, from Shopee to Lazada and even Tiki, to order the essentials. As he clicked and scrolled, he calculated carefully, in wall heaters, ice makers, ice cubes, lean coal. These items weren't easy to find in the city, but fortunately, they could be bought online and delivered quickly. Sushin recalled the two extreme opposites of Earth after the apocalypse: scorching heat followed by freezing cold. Survival during that time depended on having enough of these supplies. Finding the phone number of a coal supplier, Sushin immediately dialed.
Hello, may I ask how much lean coal costs right now? 2,500 per ton, let me take 2,000 tons.
The price is not an issue, I'll transfer 500,000 in advance.
The rest I'll settle upon receiving the goods.
After that, Sushin contacted the ice factory.
Hello, this is the ice-making factory, right? I'd like to order ice cubes, I'll come meet directly to discuss. Just as he stepped out the door, Sushin unexpectedly ran into Jiang Xiaotian and Li Na walking together.
After listening to Xiaotian recount the story, Li Na secretly changed her thoughts about Sushin.
Seeing him walk past, Li Na spoke up sweetly, "Oh my, isn't this Sushin? It's been such a long time. These days, Tian has always been thinking of you."
Sushin glanced at Li Na, silently thinking, Li Na, the so-called close friend who always badmouths me behind my back. Jiang Xiaotian is exactly her, the one who seized my house.
Hearing Li Na's words, Sushin replied coldly, "Remember." "Remember what? Remember my house?"
Seeing Sushin's unusually cold attitude, Li Na faltered, stammering to explain, "Come on now, Shinshin, Xiaotian back then was only testing you, why do you have to take it so seriously?"
"Don't you know how heartbroken Xiaotian was?"
Jiang Xiaotian pretended to be gentle, blushing, stepping closer, trying to hold on to Sushin.
"Sushin, can you come with me? I'm not in a good mood.
Yesterday I made you angry, please don't be mad at me."
Sushin, with what he already knew about Xiaotian's nature in the apocalypse, walked away coldly.
"Today I have something to do, go for a walk by yourself." Jiang Xiaotian and Li Na were dumbfounded, unable to understand Sushin's attitude.
In unison, they remarked, "What's going on here? This guy acts way too convincingly."
Li Na watched Sushin's figure fade and announced, "Sushin has driven off already." She thought to herself and reminded Xiaotian, "Hurry and chase after him.
This is definitely his test for you." A moment later, at the Ronghua Ice Factory, Boss Wu was already waiting at the gate. As soon as he saw Sushin step out of the car, Boss Wu eagerly ran over, shaking hands in greeting, "Are you Boss Su?"
"Truly, young and accomplished."
Sushin smiled in reply, "Boss Wu, as I mentioned on the phone just now, 2,000 tons of edible ice, how long will it take to finish?"
Hearing Sushin's question, Boss Wu thumped his chest proudly, "Our ice factory, other things I won't say, but when it comes to efficiency, we're absolutely number one. 3 days, 2,000 tons of edible ice will only take 3 days. 400 yuan a ton, a total of 800,000. Deal closed."
Sushin didn't haggle, he immediately pulled out his phone to make the transfer.
"Alright, I'll put down a deposit of 100,000 first.
3 days from now, deliver it to the address I give you." Boss Wu, overjoyed, raised the QR code with a big laugh. Good, no problem at all."
After Sushin completed the transfer, Boss Wu's face lit up, his eyes sparkling with the word money.
He chuckled, "Hee hee, Boss Su, what do you need so much stone for?" Some kind of large-scale event? We can definitely keep working together in the future. I'll give you better prices. Sushin stepped toward his car, smiling as he replied, I'm preparing to go to the Yansa Federation to do charity. That answer froze Boss Wu in place, cutting short his soaring joy. After Sushin left, Boss Wu watched the car drive away, thinking to himself, just closed a deal worth 800,000. Young people really do get things done fast. Not long after, Lina and Jiang Xiaotian's car also stopped in front of the stone workshop. Boss Wu turned around in a daze, his face full of surprise. Another business partner coming in without an appointment? Jiang Xiaotian stepped out of the car, her face a little shy, and asked Boss Wu, Boss, Sushin is my fiancé. What were you just talking about with him? Boss Wu looked at Xiaotian, momentarily confused. Fiancé? What's this fiancé talk? Playing spy, huh? Even so, he still answered. Boss Su just ordered 800,000 worth of stone from us. Hearing Boss Wu confirm, Lina and Jiang Xiaotian were startled, alarmed. 800,000 coins to buy stone. No doubt about it, Sushin is a tycoon, a super tycoon. Lina, her face stricken with shock, pressed on, Boss, what exactly is Sushin trying to do? Boss Wu raised his hand to his chin, recalling, he said he was going to the Yansa Federation to do charity. Boss Wu's answer left the two girls reeling from one surprise to another. Sushin drove to a luxurious restaurant in the city, sat down, and reviewed everything he had ordered. All done, now he could peacefully enjoy the sunlight before the apocalypse arrived. In his previous life, he had been so busy with business that he didn't even have time to stop by a CAF, let alone a high-end restaurant. While Sushin was lost in thought, a waiter approached with a warm greeting and handed him the menu. Sushin flipped through it, musing to himself, fragrant seared foie gras, salt-aged frog, duck tongue and golden sauce truly worthy of a fine restaurant, with average costs running into 4 digits. Suddenly, Sushin turned to item number 100, marked with a question mark, priced at 17,000 coins. He curiously asked, what is this? A question mark being sold for 17,000 coins. The waiter smiled and explained, this is a dish personally prepared by our head chef, Nia Lin. What exactly it is depends on the chef's creativity. Sushin found the restaurant quite interesting and nodded, this dish is unique, I'll order it. The waiter immediately replied, yes, sir. After the waiter left, Sushin cast his eyes around the restaurant. He noticed the delicately arranged bookshelves and walked over to take out a copy of the Shanhai Jing to read. As he flipped through the pages, Sushin sank into deep thought. In his previous life, when the apocalypse struck, a strange power had caused many creatures to become abnormal. The mythical beasts described in the Shanhai Jing were exactly like the monsters he had once witnessed. These unusual transformations, if explained in terms of ancestral traits resurfacing, were nothing less than the reappearance of characteristics from ancient lineages over generations such as tails, bodies covered in fur, and other strange features. While Sushin was lost in contemplation, a beautiful girl with soft pink hair, dressed in a dazzling gown, stepped out carrying the dish. She introduced herself, hello, sir, I am Nia Lin, the head chef of this restaurant. This is the dish I created, inspired by your demeanor. Sushin lifted his gaze to Nia Lin, and suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind. He was stunned to realize wasn't she the Hell's Kitchen demon from his past life? During the apocalypse, Nia Lin was infamous as the Hell's Kitchen demon, with the terrifying ability to turn the rotting flesh of mutated beasts into irresistibly delicious dishes, yet anyone who ate them could not escape death. Nia Lin noticed Sushin's bewildered expression and thought to herself, what kind of look is that? Is he afraid a great beauty like me would slip poison into the food? She smiled and tried to explain, this dish carries 5 layers of flavor, like the 2 faces of life itself. One side is seared with oil, the other fried to crisp perfection with mil-fig batter, with a piece of steak at its heart, 2 kinds of taste entwined, impossible for anyone to resist. Sushin immediately picked up his fork, tasted the dish, and nodded with a satisfied smile, I have to admit, this is delicious. 17,000 coins was indeed worth it. Yet as he savored each bite, a thought flickered in his mind, if she were the one cooking for me during the apocalypse, forget it, who knows if she'd lace it with poison. Meanwhile, outside, Lina and Zhang Xiaotian were secretly spying.
Lina kept slapping her thighs, trying to shoo away the buzzing mosquitoes, her face twisted in annoyance as she muttered, "Just one dish in this restaurant costs over 10,000 coins.
Your husband must definitely be a second-generation rich kid. If you ever become a rich lady, don't forget your sisters, okay? I'm about to get eaten alive by mosquitoes here."
Zhang Xiaotian's eyes never left the scene inside as he nodded and replied with a grin, I'll definitely become a rich lady." After finishing the meal at Nia Lin's restaurant, Sushin continued his journey to the Century Bar. Standing at the entrance, he thought to himself, the Century Bar is the most extravagant money-burning place in Shangdu.
Some second-generation tycoons once threw away millions of coins here. I don't even know what an abalone looks like.
But when the apocalypse comes, such decadent, luxurious places will vanish.
In my previous life, my greatest regret was never setting foot in here.
While Sushin held his glass, lost in the stream of memories, a group of lively girls gathered around him, their voices brimming with excitement.
"Hey handsome, why aren't you drinking? Come on, let me down this one with you." Sushin answered a little shyly, all right.
While the other girls were buzzing with wild energy, one girl sitting beside Sushin appeared rather quiet, with a trace of shyness. Seeing Sushin glance her way, she leaned in, filled his glass, and introduced.
"This is Yan Yan's first time here. Her boyfriend cheated on her, so we brought her along to ease her mind." With a tense, sorrowful expression, Yan Yan said, "That bastard, he's not getting to sleep with me again." He immediately went to find an old woman. Truly lacking in character. Do all you men care so much about sleeping with women?
Sushin raised his glass of wine and calmly explained, "Men's lust runs deep, it's etched into their very bones." Sushin's words made Yan Yan feel even more dispirited. She immediately grabbed her glass and drained it in one go. Watching the scene, Sushin was momentarily stunned and reminded her, that's not water in the glass." After finishing the strong liquor in one gulp, Yan Yan slammed the glass down on the table and shouted, "Hey handsome, are you single?" Sushin was slightly taken aback by her bold move, then confirmed, yeah, I'm single." The moment Sushin admitted he was single, Yan Yan immediately leaned closer, her face flushed red, and said, "Then,
do you want to see your friend's bold move?"
Her two girlfriends beside her instantly cheered her on, saying, "That's right, go for it, that guy was trash anyway, he doesn't deserve you." Yan Yan gathered her courage.
At the same time, Lina and Zhang Xiaotian walked into the bar, glancing around in search of Sushin.
When Zhang Xiaotian heard the loud shout from Yan Yan's group, she quickly turned and spotted Sushin.
She looked at him and shouted, "Sushin, what on earth are you doing?" Lina echoed in agreement, "Is this cheating?"
Sushin immediately recognized the two girls and wrapped his arm around Yan Yan beside him, reminding her, "Come with me outside." Yan Yan was swept away by Sushin's powerful aura, secretly thinking that this man was truly the definition of a real man. Sushin pulled Yan Yan up and quickly ran upstairs.
"Let's go up."
Down below, Lina and Zhang Xiaotian chased after them, shouting loudly, "Sushin, stop right there."
Sushin dragged Yan Yan into a room upstairs and gently locked the door.
He turned and said, "Sorry, I didn't have time to finish explaining earlier." Yan Yan's face turned red as she shyly muttered, this is my first time." Seeing her bashful look, Sushin thought to himself, "This girl." He flicked Yan Yan lightly on the forehead, making her cry out.
Sushin reminded her, "Stay sharp. For the next few days, don't go out. Stock up on plenty of food at home." Yan Yan winced in pain, stammering, "Oh okay, fine."
Sushin opened the door to leave, but not before reminding her, "And another thing, if you want to fall in love, don't look for someone here. As for the future, well, there won't even be a future anymore." He closed the door, thinking to himself, with such a rare chance, leaving just like this feels like such a waste. But the moment he stepped outside, Sushin was immediately confronted with a horrifying sight.
Lina banged on the door, shouting loudly, "Sushin, don't do that to Xiaotian."
Next to her, Zhang Xiaotian kicked at the door, threatening, "I know you're inside." Looking at the scene before him, Sushin sighed, "With these two here, there's no way tonight will be enjoyable." At the warehouse in the suburbs that Sushin had chosen, the orders placed earlier that morning began to arrive.
As the truck came to a stop, the voices of the driver and delivery workers rang out in unison. "Boss Sue? Where should we put these 2 containers? Boss Sue, this warehouse doesn't have cold storage, aren't you worried the ice will melt?"
"I'll arrange it directly." Sushin circled the warehouse, signaling everyone to move heaters and ice machines inside, while also directing them to block the entrance with large stone slabs.
He instructed clearly that it would be enough just to place the ice blocks here.
At that moment, Wang Haoyu, Li Na, and Zhang Xiaotian also arrived at the suburban area. Wang Haoyu struggled through the crowd and reported back to Xiaotian, "Mrs. Tian, Sushin rented a big warehouse out here. He bought a lot of bulky machines, I don't even know what they are, and he's moving everything inside."
A look of curiosity crossed Zhang Xiaotian's face as he muttered to himself, "Just what exactly is Sushin planning to do?"
Li noticed that the group from Lucheng Hotel was also carrying items inside. Hurriedly tugging Xiaotian's hand, Li Na excitedly announced, "Xiaotian, look, isn't that the banquet of the Lucheng Hotel? The red carpet has already been rolled out.
Do you think he'll suddenly propose to you, and then guests from everywhere will pour in?"
Li Na's words made Zhang Xiaotian feel as if she had grown wings and flown to the clouds. Her face lit up with confidence as she replied, "Humph, even if he proposes to me, who's to say I'd agree?
Li Na, come with me and let's see how sincere he really is." Zhang Xiaotian walked up to Sushin and asked, "Sushin, why did you buy so many things like this?"
Sushin smiled faintly, his coat draped loosely, his cold face glancing at Xiaotian as he replied, "Did you come here to help me carry these? Once the things are moved, I'll tell you." Hearing Sushin say she had to help, Xiaotian frowned and thought to herself, "What kind of joke is this? I'm about to become a rich woman, why should I be doing this kind of work?" Seeing her friend hesitate, Li Na immediately rushed over, nudging her shoulder and reminding her, "He's probably testing you, wanting to see if you're worthy of being a rich woman."
Hearing Li Na's reasoning, Xiaotian nodded, finding it convincing.
Though her face was still scrunched up in displeasure, she rolled up her sleeves and quickly moved to lift a few of the boxes.
"Fine then, I'm not exactly some delicate lady anyway."
With her affectedly coquettish manner and gaudy attire, Zhang Xiaotian strained with all her might to heave the cargo box onto her shoulder. Her face twisted in pain, gasping for breath, yet she kept murmuring to herself for spiritual self-gratification. "If I want to become a great wealthy lady, I must possess noble character and profound knowledge. As long as I overcome today's ordeal, Sushin will surely marry me." Beside her, Li Na was unwilling to be outdone, striking a seductive pose, deliberately trying to capture Sushin's attention.
"Sushin brother, let me help too." While flaunting her allure, Li Na thought to herself, "Is there any rich second-generation man who isn't lustful?
As long as I show a little sincerity, even if I can't become a wealthy lady, at least I can gain some benefit."
Sushin looked at the 2 young women, willingly offering themselves up at his doorstep, and smirked inwardly.
Free labor, what a waste not to use it. 1,000 banquet tables, 2,000 tons of stone, even if the hotel and the factory send more people, it would still take ages to finish. By the time all the goods from various places had been transported and delivered to the warehouse, dusk had already settled in. Seeing the work completed, Sushin stretched and shouted loudly, "Finally, it's done." At the warehouse door, after a long day of forced labor, Zhang Xiaotian was drenched in sweat, soaked through from head to toe. Shivering, her face twisted in resentment, she glared at Sushin. Sushin was truly too much. Moving things from morning till afternoon, and not even one meal was offered.
"When I become a wealthy lady, I will definitely take all his money."
Beside her, Li Na was also in a pitiful state, her whole body trembling, panting heavily, forcing out her complaint, "That bastard, making us carry such heavy stuff, that block of ice must weigh over 50 gin." Though furious, Zhang Xiaotian still muttered dreamily, "After the inspection is done, Sushin should be announcing me as the bride, right?
Those wealthy guests must also be arriving soon." Li Na's face turned pale from exhaustion, yet she agreed, "That's right, the food has all gone cold already, don't the guests mind? Rich people truly are strange."
On the other side, Sushin generously handed each driver and delivery worker a thick red envelope, announcing, "Everyone has worked hard today, the remaining payment will be settled according to the contract within a week." The delivery drivers, after receiving the red envelopes, all lit up with radiant faces and astonished eyes. One man held up the thick envelope and shouted loudly, "This envelope is stuffed, must be 10,000 coins." The whole group cheered in unison, faces brimming with joy, "Boss is the best." Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaotian, her entire body shaking from fatigue, dragged herself closer to Su Shin and asked softly, "Su Shin, do you have something important you still want to say to me?" Su Shin, with a cold expression, stepped into the warehouse and replied indifferently, "Ah yes, thank you very much for your help, but there's no reward, so you may leave." Zhang Xiaotian was stunned, then turned back and voiced the thoughts running through his mind, "Why, you must be joking, surely you've got some surprise for me. Call the guests out, let's get married right away." Su Shin turned back, half jesting, half serious, "Married, huh? Truth be told, I'd like that too, but right now I've not only sold my house, I'm drowning in debt. Would you still follow me?" Li Na couldn't believe her ears. She screamed in protest, "Impossible. The banquet alone costs over 10 million, the restaurant fees are tens of thousands, how could you possibly have no money?" Su Shin placed his hand on the crates and calmly replied, "Oh, these things? A powerful benefactor wanted to do charity, to erase poverty, so I simply lent a hand." Zhang Xiaotian clenched his teeth, his face burning with fury as he lunged at Su Shin, ready to settle things once and for all. "In other words, that bastard dared to trick me." Seeing Xiaotian charge at him in a rage, Su Shin swiftly dodged to the side and asked in return, "What exactly did I deceive you about?" Unable to grab hold of Su Shin, Zhang Xiaotian fell flat on the ground, swallowing his anger as he cursed him over and over. "Bastard, you're not some rich second-generation heir at all. I don't want to marry you." Su Shin cast her a contemptuous glance, who would ever want a money-grubbing woman like her? His words struck at Xiao Tian's pride, making her seethe with rage, her eyes burning with hatred as she glared at him. Then, Xiao Tian and Li Na stormed off in fury, leaving the warehouse. Xiao Tian shouted, "Bastard, just you wait, I'll make you regret this." Li Na pointed a warning finger, "You're finished, you're absolutely finished." Su Shin ignored the two women, thinking to himself how foolish they were. Let's see how they manage when the apocalypse arrives. He turned back into the warehouse to finish his final preparations. To avoid discovery, Su Shin carefully bolted the warehouse door and moved toward the neatly arranged supplies and goods. At last, the provisions were complete. All that remained now was to wait for the end of days. He raised his hand, activating his superpower, opening a pocket dimension. Waves of supplies were drawn into his secret space. That evening, in a luxurious building in Chengdu, inside a lavishly decorated room, Wang Dahai was speaking warmly to Jiang Xiaotian, "Tian, from now on, follow Xiaoyu and you'll have fine food and beautiful clothes. Here in Chengdu, as long as my name is mentioned, Wang Dahai. At least I've saved some face." Wang Haoyu wrapped his arm tightly around Xiaotian, whispering, "Mrs. Tian, with the way Su Shin treats you, you should have left him long ago. You ought to be with me instead." Xiao Tian, her expression shy and reserved, replied, "Then I'm very much looking forward to your performance." Wang Haoyu, full of confidence, said, "Rest assured, Mrs. Tian. Let my boss take revenge on your behalf." In her heart, Xiao Tian was calculating, her gaze revealing a trace of scheming. Wang Haoyu wasn't bad at all, his boss in Chengdu was quite wealthy. Being with him was far better than that damn dog Su Shin. Just as she was lost in her plotting, an unexpected voice rang out from the dining table behind them, "So this woman really doesn't have any standards, huh?" Startled, Xiao Tian turned around, stunned to see Su Shin. Why is he here? Wang Haoyu, boiling with rage, veins bulging on his face, pointed at Su Shin and shouted, "Boss, that's the bastard who laid hands on me before." Wang Dahai, his face fierce and threatening, glared at Su Shin, "You little bastard, I was just about to come looking for you. I didn't expect you'd dare lay a hand on my younger brother. You've got some guts." From behind, Wang Haoyu asked, boss, you know him?" Wang Dahai replied, "This kid once borrowed 600,000 coins from me. Mortgage with the house, the payment is probably due tomorrow." Wang Haoyu seemed enlightened, laughing, "So that's how it is. Looks like we can settle both old and new grudges." Zhang Xiaotian crossed his arms, looking at Su Shin with contempt,
daring to owe Mr. High money afraid you won't be able to pay it back for the rest of your life. Luckily, I already cut ties with him. Lina chimed in, he dares to borrow any kind of money, truly courting death. After finishing his meal, Sushin wiped his mouth and calmly said, can't even let someone finish a meal in peace. Wang Dahai stepped closer, threatening, kid, you'd better have the money ready tomorrow. Still want to drink wine in a hotel? You think you're looking down on me? Don't tell me you can make 600,000 coins in one night. Wang Haoyu and the lackeys behind him grew aggressive, only a robber could do that. Boss, no need to waste words on him. This useless trash dared to lay a hand on me, beat him to death. Seeing the tension rise, Lu Hanair quickly stepped forward, trying to mediate, gentlemen, what are you all trying to do? Whatever it is, let's talk it out slowly. Wang Dahai pointed at his younger brother, grinning as he spoke, fine then. Tell this brat to kneel down, kowtow, and apologize to me and my brother, and we'll let this matter go. Lu Hanair's face showed unease as she turned to ask Sushin, Mr. Su, what's going on? Sushin reassured her, it's nothing, just a few loafers. Sushin's words made Wang Dahai fly into a rage. He slammed the table and shouted, kid, then I won't hold back with you anymore. Today you're finished, not even Miss Lu can save you. Suddenly, a man stepped in from behind, barking loudly, what the hell are you doing? The man, his face filled with anger, advanced with a group of thuggish underlings and continued to question Wang Dahai, who gave you permission to stir up trouble here? Startled, Wang Dahai spun around, his face drained of color. Sushin lifted his head, quietly recognizing the man who had just arrived, Gao Changwang. The moment he saw Gao Chang approaching, Wang Dahai immediately tucked his tail between his legs, switching to a fawning attitude, grinning obsequiously. Ha, brother Chang, why have you come here? Gao Chang didn't even spare Wang Dahai a glance. He merely issued a cold threat, I've come today for something important. Whoever dares cause trouble had better not expect me to let it slide. Wang Dahai's face looked like a dog crawling under the stove, while in his heart he thought, this Gao Chang is a well-known businessman in Shangdu, with wide connections and plenty of men under his command. I cannot afford to offend him. Immediately after, Wang Dahai hurriedly tried to ease the tension, yes, Chang bro, please go ahead with your business. I'll come over later to drink with you. Sushin recalled his previous life, when after the apocalypse descended, Gao Chang had once been an immensely powerful force in Shangdu. Under his command was a figure known by the title Hell's Chef. That's right, he had heard before that the Lu Cheng Hotel was the very first place where mutations broke out after the apocalypse struck. Now it seemed that Gao Chang's rise to become the so-called Skull Crusher was thanks to the atavistic mutation that had emerged here early on. If that's the case then, my apologies. Gao Chang turned around, noticing Sushin's gaze fixed upon him. Sushin thought to himself, this chance now belongs to me. Gao Chang stared intently at Sushin, recognizing the upright aura and the expression that carried not the slightest trace of fear. This piqued his interest. Kid, you're interesting. A moment later, Gao Chang and Nia Lin stepped into a luxurious room. Standing before the powerful chairman seated inside, Gao Chang pushed Nia Lin forward and introduced, Mr. Sun, I've brought Duan Nia here. Duan Nia's face was cold as ice. She asked the man before her, I wonder what business Mr. Sun has with me. The man named Mr. Sun held the glass of wine just poured by the waiter, then spoke in a mocking tone. Ha, I have long heard that the young lady is a great beauty. Today, I finally have the honor of meeting you in person. With a lecherous face, Mr. Sun gave a suggestive smile and raised the glass of wine toward Nia Lin. Come on, have a drink. The glass offered by Mr. Sun made Nia Lin a little fearful. In her heart she thought, this wine must surely be drugged. She began to worry, searching for a way to decline politely. Meanwhile, in the room below, Sushin held a glass of red wine, gently swirling it before slowly savoring the taste, his eyes fixed on the cityscape outside. In my past life, Jiang Xiaotian and I hid in the underground basement, escaping both the apocalypse and the extreme heat. I never expected that after abandoning her this time, she would come here on her own. Sushin cast his gaze down toward the swimming pool where Wang Haoyu and his gang were gathered. His voice was cold as ice. How convenient. Old grudges and new enmities, let's settle them all at once. At that moment, the two brothers, Wang Haoyu and Wang Dahai, were playing around in the pool. Wang Dahai, with his bloated body, felt the stifling heat of the night all too clearly. He kept wiping away sweat, grimacing as he turned to his younger brother. Brother, don't you think tonight is even hotter than the daytime? Wang Haoyu was wearing a duck-shaped float around his waist, nodding in agreement. Exactly, that's why I invited you all to the pool to cool off. And while we're at it, the girls can change into their swimsuits too. He flashed a sly grin and leaned over to whisper to the boss. He. Just thinking about that, doesn't it get you excited, boss? The moment he heard this, Wang Dahai's eyes narrowed with amusement, and he chuckled, throwing an affectionate arm around his younger brother's shoulder. Ha, you little brat, you sure know how to seize the moment. Inside, Lina and Xiao Tian had just changed into their sexy swimsuits, their alluring curves on full display. Lina raised her hand to shield herself from the harsh light above, feeling a little uncomfortable, and said, Tian, look at the moon tonight, why does it look so much like the sun? Xiao Tian was also sweating, nodding in agreement. Yeah, it's way too bright. The moment the two girls stepped into the pool area, Wang Haoyu suddenly ran up, grabbed Xiao Tian's hand, and shouted loudly, Tian, don't you see? My love for you is as beautiful as tonight's moonlight, this is proof of our love. Jiang Xiaotian was dumbfounded by Wang Haoyu's over-the-top display of affection and felt extremely uncomfortable, so she reminded him, it's burning hot out here, just get me to the pool already. Above, Sushin took a sip of wine while wearing a contemptuous smile. Haha, your so-called love is about to go up in smoke, all of you. He raised his glass, lightly tapping it against the pane of glass before him, as though in a toast. Welcome, once again, to the end of the world. Outside, the moon suddenly drew closer to Earth. The temperature spiked, the heat growing ever more unbearable. Wang Dahai's group stood stunned by the poolside, unable to comprehend what was happening. When the scorching air became intolerable, panic seized them and they rushed inside, screaming non-stop. Ah, why all of a sudden? Someone cried out. But why does the moonlight burn like this? It hurts so much, I'm on fire. Wang Haoyu hurriedly dragged Xiao Tian along, shouting as he ran, there's no time to swim, hurry back to the hotel. Meanwhile, Wang Dahai, his bulky frame struggling to keep up, stumbled forward, gasping for breath and yelling, wait for me. Inside, his underlings were gathered around a card game. One of them glanced outside, then frowned in puzzlement, why did it suddenly get so bright out there? Do you think the two bros and the others know what's going on? Another underling smirked, they're just out flirting, that's the boss's favorite pastime. You wouldn't understand. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the door to the room burst open. Wang Haoyu and two girls stumbled in, panic-stricken, as though fleeing from death itself. Their skin was flushed red, burning. The underlings, baffled at the sight of the group rushing in, asked, Hey, what on earth are you running for like that? And why is everyone's skin turning so red? Behind them, one guy, completely unconcerned with the commotion, only urged his companions on. Keep fighting, it's your turn. Wang Haoyu and the two girls rolled and writhed on the floor as they cried out in agony. It burns, it's scorching. Help us, it's unbearably hot, water, give us water. Still clutching his inflatable duck, Wang Haoyu looked up toward the water tank. His face lit up with joy, like a drowning man spotting a floating log, and he shouted. Water! There's water! Without hesitation, the three of them, Wang Haoyu, Xiao Tian, and Lina, hurled themselves toward the tank as if their very lives depended on it. Once cooled down, Wang Haoyu gasped for breath. I'm alive! Meanwhile, the two girls jostled and fought each other. Move! This water's mine, get out of the way! The underlings exchanged bewildered looks, then asked. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Where are the two bros? Wang Haoyu immediately panicked and shouted, right, where's the boss? As soon as he finished speaking, the door burst open.
Wang Dahai staggered inside, his entire body blistered, covered in boils, smoke billowing from him.
He struggled to cry out for help, "Save me!"
The moment they saw their elder brother, Wang Haoyu and the underlings rushed over in a panic.
"Boss, are you alright? Quick, get the burn medicine, where's the ointment? Hurry! Xiaoyu, you left him behind and ran? Boss, I was wrong, I'll never abandon you again."
Upstairs, in Gao Chang and Nia Lin's room, Mr. Sun noticed that Nia Lin was deliberately stalling and spoke up, "Beauty, won't you drink?" Seeing the situation grow awkward, Gao Chan quickly interjected, "Mr. Sun, I've already prepared the wine banquet." But before he could go on, Mr. Sun shot him a glance and cut him off. "Here in Shangdu, if I, Mr. Sun, pour the wine, no one dares refuse to drink."
"Xiao Gao, this matter has nothing to do with you." Being bluntly reprimanded, Gao Chang could only turn away in silence.
Nia Lin glanced at Gao Chang, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, just to curry favor with Sun De Bayu, you're forcing me into a corner." Sun De Bayu, with his vast power in Shangdu, has ruined countless women.
Nia Lin understood clearly, today his target was none other than herself.
She looked at the glass of wine in front of her, slightly frowning.
There was definitely something wrong with this glass, she absolutely couldn't drink it, but how could she refuse?
Suddenly, the light outside burst forth, so intense and glaring that it was unbearable to the naked eye. Both Gao Chang and Mr. Sun screamed out in shock.
"What's happening?" "My eyes." Gao Chang immediately ordered, "Quick, pull the curtains."
The heat spread throughout the room, and Gao Chang was left dazed, his face tense with worry. "Mr. Sun, something seems off about this." Mr. Sun, also looking pale, signaled, "Let's go downstairs to see what's going on." It was this unexpected event that saved Nia Lin from a dangerous situation. She breathed a sigh of relief. In the lobby, Lu Hanaer stood blocking the exit, signaling for everyone to stop.
"Don't go outside, everyone remain calm.
We've contacted the rescue team, please wait here."
However, as soon as she finished speaking, many people started reacting.
"Wait my ass, I make millions every minute, how can I waste my time sitting here waiting?"
Exactly. Gao Chang descended from upstairs and asked his subordinate, "Mr. Miao, what's going on?"
Mr. Miao stood next to him, taking off his jacket while hastily explaining, "Just now, the moon suddenly emitted a blinding light, and the temperature outside skyrocketed. According to initial reports, the outdoor temperature may have exceeded 70 degrees, and nearly 100 people have been injured." Mr. Sun, beside him, was also hurriedly making a phone call. "Minister Zhao, we are at the Lucheng Hotel.
Could you send someone to pick us up?" Yes, I understand." Gao Chang turned and asked, "How is it?"
Mr. Sun frowned, anxiously replying, "Right now, the higher-ups are focusing all their efforts on ensuring the power supply, so they can't spare anyone, and there aren't enough personnel. This situation is really troublesome." In the room where Wang Haoyu's group was, the underlings were applying medicine to Wang Dahai. He kept groaning in pain, it hurts so much, be gentler." One of the underlings worriedly said, "Brother Hai, you need to go to the hospital."
Wang Haoyu, panicked, said, "How can we go outside in this heat? How can we even get to the hospital?"
Wang Dahai grimaced, trying to calm him down, "Don't worry, I'll call Xiao Jiao to bring the car over." He immediately gestured for his underlings to contact Xiao Jiao. In the underground parking garage, Xiao Jiao answered the phone and said, "Brother Hai, I'm down in the parking garage, it's so hot here."
"It seems something's happened." Xiao Jiao hurriedly drove out. "Wait for me a bit, I'll be right there."
After driving for a while, he looked up at the bright sky and muttered, "Why is the sky so bright?" Just as he seemed to finish his sentence, a series of popping sounds echoed, and all four tires burst from the intense heat. The car jerked to a stop.
Xiao Jiao angrily got out and kicked the tire hard. "Are you kidding me?
It's so hot the tires are popping.
What kind of weather is this?"
Without hesitation, Xiao Jiao's underling immediately turned the car around and rushed back to the hotel. While driving, he called Wang Dahai.
"Hello, hi bro, all four tires burst. I can't make it there, I have to turn back." you all figure it out on your own.
But as soon as he stepped outside, the area lit up by the moonlight, Xiao Jiao's thick soul immediately melted and stuck to the ground. Before he could react, the young man staggered and fell forward. Xiao Jiao hit the ground with a thud, and before he could even curse, he saw countless corpses scattered beside him, all burned black in a horrifying state.
Terrified beyond measure, Xiao Jiao exclaimed, "OMG!"
He tried to get up and run, but half of his face was stuck to the ground, burning painfully. Xiao Jiao screamed in excruciating pain, the sound piercing through the heavens. His agonized wails echoed all the way to where Wang Dahai and his group were hiding, startling everyone and filling them with dread.
One of the members of the group trembled and dropped his phone onto the floor.
Xiao Jiao's screams grew fainter and fainter before eventually ceasing, leaving only the faint, weak sounds coming from the phone before the connection was lost entirely. Meanwhile, in Su Shen's room, which had been carefully prepared in advance, the air conditioner was still running at 16 degrees. The current temperature in the room remained steady at 25.5 degrees, completely unaffected by the scorching heat outside. The cool, quiet space allowed Su Shen to comfortably lean back, close his eyes, and slowly drift into sleep.
Fanny gave the team a little spoiler for the next episode.
Since Su Shen's room was the ideal place to escape the heat, many people had come knocking, their faces full of hope.
"Comrade, we want."
Contrary to their expectations of help, Su Shen coldly pulled out a gun, aimed directly at them, and responded succinctly, "Not many would want to replace them." The government immediately issued an emergency announcement about the abnormal event, stating that the moon had suddenly radiated an enormous amount of heat, causing the outdoor temperature to soar to 75 degrees, with some areas of the ground even reaching 100 degrees.
This phenomenon has caused casualties for hundreds of people. Authorities have advised everyone to stay indoors. Remain inside to avoid the risk of skin burns and respiratory burns.
At the city's power plant, due to the environmental temperature exceeding the safe limit, several ultra-high voltage substations became overheated. The wiring system couldn't withstand the high load current, leading to a short circuit.
Shortly after, one of the ultra-high voltage substations exploded, triggering a chain reaction that caused many areas of the city to immediately plunge into severe power outages. Wang Dahai's phone suddenly rang. It was a notification from a call attempt to Xiao Jiao. "Beep, the phone number you are calling is currently unavailable."
Wang Dahai looked at the screen, his face scrunched up, muttering uneasily. It seems like Xiao Jiao has disappeared. His close disciple, after checking the situation outside, immediately returned to report, "Boss, all the other rooms in the hotel are full, this is the last room left. Now, we only have the option to squeeze together." Upon hearing this, the two girls, Zhang Xiaotian and Li Na, immediately reacted strongly.
"Are you kidding me? How can I share a room with a man?"
"Exactly, I want a separate room." Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered and went out, plunging the entire room into darkness. The hot, suffocating air became even more unbearable, causing Wang Dahai to curse in frustration.
"Damn it, what the hell is going on with this damn place? Why is the power out?" The subordinates standing in the room also felt the heat and couldn't stand it any longer.
One by one, they started taking off their shirts to try and alleviate the searing heat.
"Mr. Hai, the temperature in this room must be over 40 degrees now.
If we keep crowding like this, we'll end up dying from heatstroke sooner or later."
Wang Dahai gritted his teeth, turned around, and gave an order. "We need to figure something out."
At that moment, Zhang Xiaotian unexpectedly spoke up with a bold idea.
"I remember the presidential suite of Su Shen has a swimming pool. We could go and steal it."
Meanwhile, inside Su Shen's room, he was leisurely swimming and reminiscing about his past life. He remembered very clearly that the power grid in Shangdu had hidden risks due to improper maintenance.
Despite increasing manpower, the city's power grid eventually exploded.
All the residents who relied on electricity from the utility company were left in the dark. That's why, in this life, Su Shen had specifically chosen a room with a private pool, prepared air conditioners, large capacity batteries to ensure a continuous power supply, and even had a large icebox ready to maintain the room's temperature.
Su Shen sipped his fine wine, reclining on the sofa.
Enjoying the cool and relaxing space, it seemed that after several laps of swimming, he had burned quite a few calories. His stomach immediately growled, causing him to chuckle in surprise.
Ah, I'm hungry.
Without hesitation, Sushin opened a portal to another world and brought out a myriad of delicious foods: strawberries, flan, crab, steak, fried chicken, bao buns, steamed buns.
Sushin happily split his chopsticks and laughed in delight. All set, my friend.
The first day of the apocalypse, and all we need is a simple breakfast like this. He ate while quietly chuckling to himself.
Come on, who gets to have such a light breakfast like this? No one? Ha ha.
As Sushin chewed, he silently wondered when the chance encounter with Gao Chang would happen.
It's true, even fate takes a break during meals.
But before he could settle down for long, the door was knocked on forcefully.
Sushin sighed. This was the second time.
Outside, a familiar voice called out. Open the door, Sushin, I know you're in there. Without delay, Sushin walked over, opened the door, and a rush of cold air swept out of the room, leaving the group of people outside stunned.
Wang Dahai's eyes widened as he stammered, amazing, this is cold air.
Sushin stood right by the door, his voice cold as he asked, what's going on? Wang Haoyu glanced into the room, seeing everything from high-end food, air conditioning, to a clean swimming pool.
He immediately lost his composure and shouted, Ice, boss, it's real ice.
This room not only had a swimming pool, but also electricity, air conditioning, and luxurious food. Outside, the group consisting of Lina, Jiang Xiaotian, and Wang Haoyu was angrily shouting.
Lina screamed, Sushin, we're about to die here, why are you the only one enjoying yourself in there?
Jiang Xiaotian added, that's right, you're too selfish. Get out of that room now, leave on your own, don't make us take action. Without hesitation, Wang Dahai immediately pushed the door open and stormed inside, growling, Kiddo, you have to pay for your old man's money. But Feng is letting you off easy, consider this the interest for the past few days.
If not, I'll throw you out directly.
But as soon as he stepped inside, Sushin showed no hesitation. His face was cold as he immediately drew his gun and fired a shot, sending a copper bullet straight into Wang Dahai's side. Wang Dahai bent down to look at the bloodstains spreading on his flank, his face turning pale, his eyes trembling. Sushin kept his gun aimed at the rest of the group, his tone icy as he warned, one more step, and you'll die. The sudden gunshot sent the group into a panic, each of them stunned, unable to believe their own eyes.
He really has a gun.
Wang Dahai gritted his teeth, holding his stomach, his voice stuttering, Sushin, how?
How did you even get a gun?
Alright, you're good.
I admit defeat.
No sooner had he spoken than he attempted to take another step forward, when bang! Sushin fired again, this time shooting straight at Wang Dahai's leg. The sound of the gunshot echoed, further frightening the group behind him, while Wang Dahai screamed in pain, my leg! Sushin coldly raised his gun once more, his voice dripping with killing intent, leave if you're leaving, stop wasting words.
Do you want to die?
I'll count to 3, and if you're not gone by then, you'll regret it.
1. 2. Below the lobby, Gao Chang's angry voice echoed. What? Your hotel doesn't have any food?
Lu Hanair lowered her head in apology and explained on behalf of the hotel, sorry, the day before yesterday, someone booked over 1,000 banquet tables, and the food has nearly been used up.
According to the plan, the new delivery is supposed to arrive today.
Mr. Sun, irritated, splashed a bottle of water on himself to cool off, gritting his teeth and ordering, then bring all the remaining food and water up here for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him immediately voiced their angry objections.
You've already taken all the bottled water, and now you want to take all the food too. Damn it! This is basically leaving us with no way to survive. Just because you have money, you're so powerful? If you have money, why don't you leave? Water and food should be shared equally. Why should we give everything to you? Gao Chang's underlings, hearing these dissatisfied remarks, immediately became furious.
Their eyes burned with rage, veins bulging out.
What? Someone's not happy? I'll personally escort them out now. Do these bunch of trash think they can argue with me? Suddenly, the elevator doors opened, and Wang Dahai's group stumbled into the lobby, screaming in panic. Help! Sushin has killed someone. Gao Chang furrowed his brows and immediately moved forward to investigate. As soon as he saw the bleeding wound on Wang Dahai's side, his gaze darkened. It was a gunshot wound. Not many people could get their hands on a gun, so the person up there must be very dangerous. Wang Haoyu hurriedly supported his older brother. Big brother, are you okay? Jiang Xiaotian also lost her composure, immediately shouting loudly. Everyone, in Sushin's room, there's electricity, air conditioning, and even a swimming pool. Her words instantly caused the crowd to stir. They crowded around Jiang Xiaotian, bombarding her with questions. Are you serious? Girl, don't lie to us. Xiaotian gritted her teeth in anger, speaking through clenched jaw. I saw it with my own eyes. There's ice, tons of food, even fried chicken and wine. It's really like heaven. Hearing this, the crowd seemed to catch fire, immediately rushing towards Sushin's room. Why does he get to enjoy it while we're roasting in this heat? Damn it, how did that kid get ice and air conditioning? He can't be allowed to enjoy all of that alone. The crowd outside began to shout angrily. Go catch that kid, make him hand over the ice and air conditioning. Damn, I want fried chicken. Behind, Gao Chang ordered his subordinates. You guys go and keep an eye on the situation. I don't need to teach you how to handle things, do I? One of the subordinates immediately nodded. Don't worry, Chang brother. As the group approached and knocked on the door to Sushin's room, the door quickly swung open. Sushin coldly asked, What's going on? Feeling the chill emanating from inside the room, the people outside couldn't help but exclaim. So refreshing, it's like every pore on my body is being relieved. A young man glanced inside and spoke up. Sushin, my friend, we're here to negotiate. Don't you think this is a tough time? This whole hotel is without air conditioning except for your room. Could you let us in to escape the heat a little? The young should learn to respect the elderly and cherish the young. Looking at you, I guess you're someone who likes to help others. Just then, a kid standing next to them pushed his head forward and asked, Where's the fried chicken? The moment he spotted the basket of fried chicken on the table, he shouted excitedly, his face lighting up like someone who had been starving for days. He immediately charged into the room like an arrow. Mom, fried chicken. I want fried chicken. As expected, the moment the kid stepped into the room, he was forcefully pushed back out. A red bump appeared on his stomach. When the boy's mother saw her son knocked out, she screamed, My son. Sushin stood right in front of the door, his cold voice ringing out, Take care of your own people, or I won't hesitate to step in and do it for you. Witnessing Sushin's resolute actions, the people outside were enraged, their eyes filled with hatred. He's just a child, how can you treat him like that? Murderer, you're a killer. A few of them, furious, charged straight at Sushin, shouting for justice. People like you don't belong here, get out. He was alone, but they all rushed toward him. Sushin said nothing more and immediately fired. The bullet hit the forehead of one of the loudest, causing him to collapse on the spot in front of the stunned gaze of the two people next to him. He fell motionless, and the remaining two were so scared they wet themselves, their faces pale as they stared at Sushin, who was pointing the gun at them. I'm alone, but each of you only has one life. Inside the Lucheng Hotel, when Wang Haoyu saw the body of Wang Dahai left outside, he screamed in pain, Big brother, why did you leave my brother out there? The underlings struggled to hold Wang Haoyu back, preventing him from charging out. Calm down, Highbrow is dead, his wounds have been necrotic for a long time. In this temperature, without medicine, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. Wang Haoyu's eyes turned blood red as he roared in hatred. Sushin, it's all because of that bastard Sushin. Upstairs, in front of the presidential suite belonging to Sushin, the two girls Jiang Xiaotian and Lina stood before the camera, pleading earnestly. Brother Shin, I know you wouldn't have the heart to shoot us. You were only scaring Wang Dahai, right? Sushin, have you forgotten how deeply I love you? Just let us in, you can do whatever you want. Naya brother, let us in to cool off a little, I'm willing to stay with you tonight.
Sushin stepped out to open the door, smiling faintly. Such a profound sisterly bond, very well, come in. The two girls' eyes lit up like they had struck gold.
Really?
I knew it, Sushin would never abandon me. This brother truly was a kind man. But before they could finish rejoicing, Wang Haoyu suddenly charged forward from behind, his face filled with murderous intent.
Damn it, get out of my way, I'm going to kill him.
Just as Wang Haoyu's hand was about to touch him, Sushin calmly closed his eyes and spoke coldly. Anyone who steps through this door will have to die. After finishing his words, Sushin raised the baseball bat and swung a fatal blow straight into Wang Haoyu's face, sending him flying backward. In his panic, Wang Haoyu rolled like a ball, knocking Jiang Xiaotian and Lina aside, causing all three of them to scream in pain. Sushin, holding the baseball bat, slammed it forcefully into the ground, his cold gaze exuding a murderous aura. The deathly expression and murderous demeanor of Sushin frightened the two girls, their faces twisted in fear as they immediately turned 360 degrees and shouted in unison, "We're not going in anymore, okay?"
Right. It's fine outside too.
Sushin shot a cold, icy glance at the two girls who were lying flat on the ground, coldly reminding them, "Then get out." Without needing a second command, Jiang Xiaotian and Lina immediately ran off as if being chased by ghosts, leaving Wang Haoyu dragging himself behind and crying out desperately, "Tian's sister, wait for me." Sushin raised his head and glanced up at the ceiling, where a machine gun with a facial recognition camera had been installed.
He silently thought, if you don't leave, you'll really die. A moment later, in front of the Lu Cheng Hotel, a large vehicle appeared.
All the tires had been replaced with chains to withstand the high outdoor temperatures.
People inside the hotel could see the rescue team arriving. Everyone cheered in joy. Look, is that the rescue team's vehicle?
The wheels are replaced with tracks, the windows are insulated, it must be the rescue team.
Great, we're saved.
The vehicle stopped in front of the hotel, and the rescue team, dressed in insulated suits and armed, got out. A soldier stepped forward and loudly demanded, "Everyone, please step back and clear the way."
May I ask, is Professor Lu Xingui here?
Immediately, Professor Lu stepped out and confirmed, "I'm here." The young soldier quickly presented an insulated suit to the professor and explained, "Professor Lu, we are the rescue team.
Please put on the insulated suit and come with us."
Upon realizing that the rescue team had come to take only one person, the crowd immediately became agitated.
One person shouted, "Wait, weren't you guys here to rescue us all?" Another person echoed, "Yes, you can't just save him."
A rescue worker stepped forward and reassured them, "Please calm down, the government is conducting a rescue operation.
1200 hours is the coldest time of the day.
Tonight, you can make your way to Silicon Valley Square, the nearest rescue point."
Hearing the rescue workers' information, the crowd cheered in excitement. Really? Will the official rescue come tomorrow morning?
That's great, the government is not completely paralyzed yet, but Mr. Sun, who is standing behind, seems to be irritated. He rushed forward, attempting to take advantage of the situation. "I am from the Sun family of the Sun Bio Group. I'll give you 100 million, just give me the thermal clothing, I need to leave right now." But Mr. Sun was clearly no match for the well-trained soldiers. One of the rescue team members immediately subdued him, pinning him down and reminding him, "Academician Lu Xingui is a geologist, playing a key role in this disaster, please do not interfere with our actions."
Mr. Sun, in pain, cursed loudly, "Gao Chang, you bastard, what did I raise you for? Get moving, bring the thermal clothing for me."
But under the barrel of a gun, everyone is equal.
Gao Chang's men stood frozen, not daring to resist, and ignored Mr. Sun's orders.
After rescuing Academician Lu, the rescue team quickly retreated, shouting, "Everything is ready to withdraw." As the rescue team was leaving, Jiang Xiaotian suddenly approached, grabbing a soldier's hand, his face full of fear. "Soldier, wait a moment. Upstairs, there's a mad killer." Lina also rushed over, speaking in unison, that's right. That mad killer still has a gun in his hand. Just now, they almost took us along with them." 1,000 times, we cannot let that murderer go free. A soldier named Xiao Feng took off his helmet and decided to stay behind.
I will stay. I also have my limits. You take the insulated clothes and go ahead. After dealing with this, I will contact everyone. Xiao Feng's teammate reminded him.
Xiao Feng, don't be impulsive during this special period. But Xiao Feng had already removed his insulated suit, took his gun, and moved towards the upper floor, muttering, "Let me see who you really are."
Zhang Xiaotian stood behind, smiling wickedly. When Sushin gets shot, I will calmly wait in the room for reinforcements.
In the corridor leading to Sushin's presidential room, the space was as quiet as a mouse. Xiao Feng hid behind a corner, cautiously observing his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at the flower pot across from him. The camera Sushin had placed in the flower pot to monitor every movement outside had captured the image of Xiao Feng lurking. Suddenly, the door to Sushin's room opened, and an arm stretched out, throwing a grenade toward Xiao Feng. Witnessing the sudden action, Xiao Feng was startled and cursed under his breath.
Damn it!
The grenade rolled closer and immediately exploded, but it wasn't an explosive bomb, it was a tear gas grenade. The thick smoke rising from under Xiao Feng's feet made him cough violently, his face contorted in discomfort.
Damn it, this is pepper spray.
His eyes were stinging, Xiao Feng tightly shut them and thought to himself, "This isn't looking good, I need to retreat." While struggling to endure and find a way out, a figure appeared behind him. Sushin, holding a baseball bat, swung it sharply. Xiao Feng fell into unconsciousness. Sometime later, in Sushin's room, Xiao Feng slowly regained consciousness. He struggled to open his eyes, thinking, "My eyes hurt so much, where am I? It feels so cool." Sushin stood in front of him, holding Xiao Feng's military ID and reading it aloud. "Xiao Feng, vice captain of the Special Forces team, if you're awake, speak up."
Xiao Feng felt the chill around him, looked around, and asked, "Is that an air conditioner? Who are you? How did you get guns and stun grenades?"
Sushin put the gun down and replied, "I'm just a recent graduate. I bought the gun and other things when I was traveling in Zhongdong."
Xiao Feng couldn't believe his ears and asked again, "Are you kidding me?"
Sushin responded slowly, "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do."
He then asked, "Has the government set up a rescue point, planning for the residents to go there on their own tomorrow?" Xiao Feng was startled and panicked. "How do you know?"
Sushin silently recalled, "It seemed no different from the previous life." He continued, "Although the temperature will drop significantly in the early morning, anyone who is exposed to moonlight for more than 10 minutes will faint.
Many people will die on their way to the rescue point."
Xiao Feng bowed his head, replying shyly, "There's no other choice. Although we've set up a safe zone, modifying the rescue vehicles is very difficult. Many people can't hold on any longer, and we can only let the civilians make their way to the rescue point early tomorrow morning." Sushin approached, placed a hand on Xiao Feng's shoulder, and reminded him, in fact, thick blankets and thick cotton underwear also have thermal insulation effects, helping to improve the survival rate without fainting. Sushin's words startled Xiao Feng, who exclaimed, "Really?" Sushin pointed a gun at Xiao Feng's head and replied, "Yeah, of course." Sushin's action frightened Xiao Feng, who quickly tried to defuse the situation. "Wait a minute, brother, let me talk to them about the blankets before you kill me, okay? I'll just use the internal communication system, don't worry, I won't call for backup." Contrary to Xiao Feng's expectations, Sushin immediately used a dagger to cut the ropes, freeing him. This action left Xiao Feng stunned, and he exclaimed, "Ah, you're..." Sushin still had his gun pointed at Xiao Feng, coldly reminding him, "I respect what you're doing, so I won't kill you this time. But if you dare provoke me again, I won't show mercy." Xiao Feng, still confused, asked again, "Aren't you afraid that after I leave, I'll call for backup to deal with you?" Sushin glanced behind him, signaling Xiao Feng to look up and see for himself what it was. Xiao Feng looked up at the ceiling and immediately panicked, shouting, "A machine gun robot with a facial recognition camera. Where did you get it from?" Sushin smiled and repeated, "It's still there. Except for me, it came from Zhongdong. Once this thing is activated, no one in this room will survive, and you probably won't even have time to worry about me."
Xiaofeng hesitated, nodding in acknowledgement, I understand. He then walked downstairs to join the rescue team. His actions left the people below bewildered and confused. One person exclaimed, "That soldier just left like that?" He only mentioned the blanket, without saying anything about what happened upstairs. Another person chimed in, "Didn't you see? His gun was confiscated. He was so impressive before, but now even soldiers have a way to handle him." Mr. Sun watched the rescue team leave without doing anything, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it. He turned around and slapped Gao Chang hard across the face. What the hell did I raise you for? Why didn't you make a move earlier? A bunch of ungrateful bastards, get the hell out. As Mr. Sun kept kicking over baskets and bowls, Mr. Miao gritted his teeth and turned to Gao Chang, asking, "Boss, how much longer do we have to put up with him?" Gao Chang fought to hold back his anger and replied, "The government has started sending reinforcements. Once order is restored, we still need his connections up top." At that moment, Sushin suddenly appeared from a corner and spoke up, "Boss Gao, the world is descending into chaos, and you still want to restore order?" Mr. Miao immediately flew into a rage, rushing forward as if to tear Sushin apart. Where the hell did this kid come from? I'll shut your mouth for good. Gao Chang calmly stopped him. Wait a minute, Sushin, why are you down here? Sushin, holding a thermos of ice cubes, poured them out in front of Gao Chang and Mr. Miao. I've come to make a deal with Boss Gao. The ice cubes rolled out, releasing a refreshing chill, making Gao Chang and Mr. Miao feel like bloodthirsty demons in the scorching heat. Mr. Miao looked at the pile of ice and, driven mad, charged forward, ice, ice. Boss. He's definitely got more good stuff in there, kill him. Everything will be ours. Sushin immediately coldly pointed the gun at Mr. Miao's throat, startling him. His hands shot up, and he swallowed nervously. Gao Chang, watching the scene, smiled in a calculating manner. Brother Sushin, don't be petty with him. Let's focus on the deal, shall we? After negotiating, Gao Chang and Mr. Miao obtained the block of ice, and both immediately indulged in the refreshing pleasure of sucking on the ice, enjoying the sensation. Mr. Miao, his face filled with contentment, muttered to himself. I've been locked up here for 3 days, and this is the first time I've felt this good. I can't even imagine what that kid's rooms are like. Gao Chang nodded in agreement. First, agree to his demands, then look for an opportunity to kill him. By then, this room will be ours. Mr. Sun saw Gao Chang hiding the remaining ice, and in a fit of anger, he rushed over and kicked the pile of ice away. Nice one, Gao Chang, hiding the ice. He continued to stomp on Gao Chang's body with his foot, threatening. Next time you've got something good and don't share, you're as good as dead. Mr. Sun's actions ignited a furious fire within Gao Chang. Mr. Sun, while toying with the ice cubes, glanced over at Nialin, thinking to himself, damn it, this feels so good. The instant noodles were running out, time to move to the rescue point. It includes both Jiang Xiaotian and Li Na. She thought to herself with joy, finally, they were leaving this hellish place. Over the past 2 days, they had only been given a little bit of snacks. When they reached the rescue point, I would have meat and Coca-Cola. But unexpectedly, Mr. Miao appeared, ripping the blanket off Jiang Xiaotian. She was startled and screamed, "What are you doing?" Mr. Miao grinned coldly and said, "What am I doing? Brother Chang has already given you water. Now, if you want to leave, there's no way that's happening." He cruelly yanked Jiang Xiaotian's hair and dress, making her panic. Mr. Miao threatened, "You shouldn't have said anything." "Fine then, serve me first." Outside the Lucheng Hotel, the group began to move. A young man, struggling to endure the scorching heat, gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, ever since Gao Chang took control, he hasn't given us any water or food." Waiting at the hotel meant dying of thirst, but there was still a chance of survival at the rescue point. However, the heat outside exceeded all expectations. Even though the soles of their shoes were lined with wooden planks, the temperature of the ground still burned painfully. An old woman walking in front suddenly tripped over a stone, fell forward, and screamed in agony. As soon as her body hit the ground, it seemed to melt, merging into the scorching earth. Her desperate cries for help echoed miserably. Help! Help! But no one paid attention, they just kept walking, leaving the old woman in despair. One by one, people couldn't withstand the scorching heat, collapsed to the ground, rolling around, screaming, and then stopped, bidding farewell to the world that was still unfinished. In this situation, even one's own survival was uncertain, let alone having the luxury to care for others, even if they were family. In the end times, save yourself first, and then think about the rest. In front of the Lucheng Hotel, the bodies of Wang Dahai and Sun Deshao slowly deformed under the terrifying heat of the sun. Their bodies turned bright red, as if molten lava was flowing inside them. Suddenly, both of them awakened, their bloodshot eyes filled with terror. From upstairs, Sushin watched the crowd leave, silently recounting, "In my past life, I was like them, trying to reach the rescue point. At that time, no one told me to bring a blanket. It was just a short 1 km, but it took the lives of so many." Downstairs, Jiang Xiaotian screamed, trying to delay Mr. Miao, "Big brother, wait a moment, just wait a moment." Mr. Miao growled, "You brat, what now?" Jiang Xiaotian and Li Na's faces were filled with fear, hastily stalling, "Big brother, why don't we go up to the room and play, let's not stay here." "Yes, yes. We'll cooperate, whatever you want." Mr. Miao looked at the two girls and burst into laughter. "Ha, you two perverts, are you still embarrassed? What are you afraid of here?" But unexpectedly, Wang Dahai and Sun Deshao had now mutated, breaking through the door and charging in, their bodies glowing red, their eyes bloodshot and filled with horror. They growled continuously. The group of Gao Chang froze, screaming, "This is a zombie, a zombie!" In the room, Sushin threw the crystal core into the cup and poured in strong liquor. He thought to himself that, during the apocalypse, crystal cores occasionally appeared in the skulls of drought demons and strange beasts, but they were very rare out of 100, there might not even be one. Sushin held the cup, cleaned the crystal core, and swallowed it whole. The fortune of Gao Chang was officially seized by me. He drank the liquor containing the crystal core in one go. Immediately, Sushin's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulged out, and his body grew in size. His clothes ripped apart as fire and lava surged within him, causing Sushin to scream in agony, gradually losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground, naked, falling into a deep unconscious state. Downstairs, after the group of Gao Chang dealt with drought demon Wang Dahai, Wang Haoyu also collapsed unconscious next to him. Gao Chang, furious after having wasted so much water dealing with the zombie, kicked Wang Dahai's corpse repeatedly, cursing, "Damn it, move again, let's see." Mr. Miao and his subordinates looked at the water they had just used, feeling deeply regretful. "This was the last of our water, and now it's gone." Li Na saw a chance to escape lightly. But Mr. Miao grabbed her arm and held her back, saying, "You little brat, want to run? Do you think I won't cut off your leg?" Li Na grimaced in pain, screaming, "Miao brother, without water, we will all die of thirst. I have a way to deal with Sushin, just let me go to the rescue point." Mr. Miao, furious, shook her violently and asked, "Spill it quickly. If you're lying, you're dead for sure." Li Na, desperate, saw this as her opportunity to survive and immediately revealed, "Jiang Xiaotian is Sushin's fiancée. If you humiliate her in front of Sushin's room, he will definitely open the door. That's when you can ambush him." Hearing Li Na's suggestion, Mr. Miao turned to look at Jiang Xiaotian and laughed mockingly, "Ha, so there's this little detail. That's actually a good idea." Jiang Xiaotian stood there, stunned, unable to believe her ears, rendered speechless. Li Na, her stomach growling from hunger, gritted her teeth as she stared at Gao Chang's group, reminding them, "I can cooperate with you, but I'm hungry. You have to feed me first. I want to eat meat." Mr. Miao turned around, confused. There's no power to cook meat, and the meat in the fridge has already gone bad. Damn it, I still want to eat meat. Gao Chang, hearing Jiang Xiaotian demand meat, stepped forward with a tough expression, asking again, "You want to eat meat?" He held out a knife in front of Jiang Xiaotian, glancing at Li Na, and coldly said, "Then do it yourself." Jiang Xiaotian's face turned pale with fear as she looked at Li Na, asking again, "Are you talking about the meat on her body?" Caught between friendship and survival, Jiang Xiaotian didn't hesitate to choose survival.
She turned sharply toward Lina, her cold, sharp gaze making Lina sweat and tremble.
Jiang Xiaotian looked at the knife in Gao Chang's hand, without any hesitation, lunged forward and grabbed it.
She walked toward Lina, who was being held tightly by two of Gao Chang's subordinates, her face cold as ice.
Lina's betrayal made her scream in panic. What do you want to do? What do you mean by this? Xiaotian, we're sisters. You can't do this.
Jiang Xiaotian moved closer, her bloodthirsty expression reminding coldly, stop lying to yourself.
We're not sisters.
And just now, you wanted them to humiliate me. After speaking, Jiang Xiaotian swung the knife, one hand holding Lina's head, while the other continuously stabbed her in the stomach more than a dozen times.
She gritted her teeth and said, "Don't blame me. If you want to blame anyone, blame yourself."
Even Gao Chang and his group, who were used to the underworld's bloodshed and violence, were left stunned by the cold-blooded sight of friends turning on each other.
After dealing with Lina, Jiang Xiaotian looked at her friend's lifeless body lying on the ground, and laughed manically.
She tilted her head back and screamed.
"Sushin, wait until I'm full, I'll drink every drop of your blood."
Gao Chang composed himself, then turned to Mr. Miao and reminded him. Go take care of things, roast the meat, the brothers need to eat so we can have the strength to deal with Sushin. Mr. Miao looked worried and hesitated, but Gao Chang, unfazed, continued gently.
We don't have water, we won't last a day. If you don't want to turn into a zombie, follow my orders.
Despite his displeasure, Mr. Miao gritted his teeth, turned to his men, and ordered.
Where's Duan Naya?
Bring her here. In the presidential suite, Sushin woke up after absorbing the crystal core, his body filled with newfound power. His movement speed skyrocketed, and in an instant, he had crossed the entire room, his whole body surging with a strange feeling.
Sushin stood up and commented, "This is physique, a type of supernatural ability?
It feels like my power has increased." He approached, casually swinging his hand to break the ice in the room, his muscular strength much greater than before. Suddenly, a knock on the door echoed, and Sushin turned around quietly.
Someone else is here.
After ringing the doorbell, Duan Naya stood awkwardly, thinking to herself. Gao Chang and those people have gone mad, it's impossible to stay downstairs anymore, this place is my only hope. Luckily, I still have my trump card. Creak, the door opened.
Sushin, completely naked, stepped out and coldly asked Duan Naya. What is it?
Duan Naya looked up, caught the cold gaze of Sushin, and inadvertently glanced downward at the dark spot below. She blushed and shouted. Pervert! Sushin was startled, realizing he was still not dressed, and quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to. A moment later, they both returned to normal, though still a little embarrassed. After putting on his clothes, Sushin sat down on the sofa and cleared his throat. Ahem, well, my resources are limited, we've only met once, I can't just support you just because you're beautiful. In his mind, Sushin thought. Based on my previous life, Duan Naya is a strong woman. She and Gao Chang had once collaborated, and though he had considered the idea of winning her over, the atmosphere now felt a bit awkward. Duan Naya didn't dare look Sushin directly in the eye, she turned her gaze away and explained, in addition to being a chef, I am also an outstanding graduate of a well-known medical university, with a medical license and 3 years of experience as a surgeon. In her mind, she thought, that figure is really stunning. No, this room is nicer. It has electricity, cold stone, and I need to show my worth to stay. Sushin regained his cold demeanor and looked at Duan Naya. She was actually a doctor? That was certainly an attractive condition, but with supplies so scarce, who knew if they would even make it through tomorrow?
Duan Naya, afraid of being rejected, panicked. As long as you don't kick me out, I can do anything.
As soon as the words left her mouth, Sushin stroked his chin and smiled wickedly. Ha, since the beautiful lady has spoken, then consider this your home. Duan Naya froze, covering her mouth, thinking to herself, oh no, I rushed out too quickly and said everything. Although Sushin smiled outwardly, he immediately returned to his cold demeanor and warned, but I must make it clear, in front of me, you only have one choice.
Be obedient. Don't have any schemes, or else. Duan Naya shyly looked down at the floor, hesitating before replying, I understand. I have never doubted your methods or your determination. Sushin smiled and reminded her, good, then go ahead and take your clothes off. As soon as the words left his mouth, Duan Naya panicked, her eyes widening as she stammered, are we starting right now? After receiving the command from Sushin, Naya Lin immediately entered the bathroom, starting the process of showering and drying the cage. In the dim, misty space, she stood under the cool stream of water from the showerhead, silently thinking to herself, there's water, electricity, both food and a bathroom. I really don't have to worry about the heat, or fear being raped, or worry about being eaten by someone. Naya Lin quietly let the droplets of water fall around her, her mood a mix of happiness and anxiety. For those struggling outside, this place was like heaven, an oasis in a chaotic desert. But deep inside, she felt that Sushin seemed to carry something not entirely upright, like a perfect painting that hid some ambiguous strokes. While showering, Naya Lin's mind wandered with endless thoughts. Suddenly, her imagination drifted to images meant for those over 18. She pictured herself kneeling at Sushin's feet, looking up at him. Sushin raised her chin with a knowing smile and said, next, I will let you experience a special dish. With her face flushed, breath coming in short gasps, and her body half covered and half exposed, Naya Lin gazed at Sushin in a daze, her mind slipping into a dreamy trance. Soon after, her mind began to conjure up bolder fantasies. She imagined Sushin secretly returning to watch her bath, though his intentions remained a mystery. Naya Lin shook her head, trying to calm herself, telling herself, forget about it. After all, she had accepted this when she came here, but her imagination wouldn't let her go. She pictured Sushin standing outside the door, flashing his seductive smile as he explained, I didn't come here to spy on you while you bathe, I'm just here to prevent you from doing anything wrong. After finishing her bath and drying off the cage, Naya Lin tiptoed out to face Sushin. When she mentioned that she had experience in the medical field, Sushin immediately prepared a nurse's uniform for her, as his little one was sick and needed care. Naya Lin put on the tight-fitting outfit, which accentuated every curve of her body like a finely sculpted statue. With a shy expression, she tried to cover the parts of her body that were half covered and half exposed, awkwardly asking, Sushin, isn't this outfit a bit too small? Sushin stared intently at her, his gaze unwavering, then rubbed his chin and replied smugly, not small, definitely not small at all. Simply put, perfect. Naya Lin turned around in confusion, unintentionally highlighting her shapely figure. She looked down at her outfit, muttering, really? Just as the atmosphere was growing more intense, an unexpected disruption struck like thunder on a clear day. Zhang Xiaojie, the uninvited troublemaker, slammed the door and screamed, help, someone save me. Sushin, open the door. As soon as Sushin opened the door, Zhang Xiaojie continued to cry for help, save me. Outside, Gao Chang, seeing Sushin's lack of response, immediately grabbed Zhang Xiaojie by the head, bared his teeth, and threatened, Sushin, if you don't come out, I'll break the door down myself. Sushin, wearing a regretful expression for the fun that had just begun, clicked his tongue and muttered, here we go again. He was about to stand up to open the door, but Naya Lin hastily stopped him. Don't open the door, we can't open the door. Right now, the people out there have already killed and eaten Lina. Before Naya Lin could finish speaking, Sushin had already grasped the situation. He turned back, coldly asking, you mean they're eating people? A flash of memories from his past life suddenly flickered in Sushin's mind. Without hesitation, he opened the door and stepped out, calmly warning the group of Gao Chang, don't even think about breaking down the door. If you do, you'll really be in big trouble. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaojie, Gao Chang, Mr. Miao, and their accomplices were putting on a show of an innocent, helpless little sister being assaulted. Zhang Xiaojie stuck out her tongue, pleading, Sushin, save me. Finally, Sushin appeared. Gao Chang and his group, with bloodshot eyes, veins bulging, and their bodies in a state of frenzied rage, grinned maliciously. Finally, you show your face, huh? Sushin stood by the door, his gaze as cold as ice as he looked outside. Gao Chang had arranged for one of his subordinates to hide nearby, holding a knife and planning to strike Sushin unexpectedly. Just as planned, when Sushin spoke, the subordinate swung the knife and shouted, "Die!" But what they hadn't anticipated was that Sushin had trained in Vietnam under his master Hoang Jun Jie from the electric sect, mastering the essence of martial arts. He had prepared in advance, watching the cameras and understanding the situation clearly. With lightning-fast reflexes, Sushin grabbed the knife-wielding hand, and with a few simple moves, he broke the subordinate's wrist, leaving Gao Chang and his gang stunned. Zhang Xiaojie continued playing the victim, struggling free from the grasp of Gao Chang's group, and screamed, "Let me go!" She rushed towards Sushin, pleading for help. "Sushin, save me!" But contrary to her expectations, Sushin remained unmoved. Coldly, he tightened his grip around Zhang Xiaojie's neck, causing her to falter, struggling to breathe. Looking at her distorted face, Sushin commented, "Once you officially begin eating human flesh, your body will gradually change, and fangs will grow in your mouth. You are no longer human." The Gao Chang group behind them bared their teeth, growling ferociously. The world has turned into an apocalypse. As long as we can survive, what does it matter if we eat human flesh? Zhang Xiaojie's face grew more deformed, her fangs sharp, her tongue elongated, and her eyes glowing red. She smiled wickedly. "Ha, your flesh is so delicious. After devouring it, I feel so full of energy. So, Sushin, I can't wait to taste your flesh, so die." Zhang Xiaojie swung her hand to attack Sushin, but life is never as expected. With a precise kick to the face, Sushin sent her flying backward like a ball. The kick was so powerful that Zhang Xiaojie was launched through the window, but due to her mutated body, she quickly grabbed onto the wall, narrowly avoiding a swift death, gritting her teeth as the veins on her neck bulged. Zhang Xiaojie roared, "Sushin, I will never let you live so easily like this." But as her body hung in mid-air, exposed to the sun's radiation, she jolted and struggled in pain. "It's too hot." Inside, after dealing with Zhang Xiaojie, Gao Chang rushed forward, yelling to the others, "Brothers, charge! Don't give him a chance to draw his gun." Sushin remained calm and snorted, "Humph, do I really have to waste bullets on people like you?" One of Gao Chang's subordinates leaped forward, performing an eagle claw attack, threatening, "Kid, don't underestimate us." But Sushin coldly replied, "Didn't I tell you I love wasting things?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Sushin drew his gun and shot the eagle claw man between the eyes, causing him to drop instantly. Gao Chang's group, Mr. Miao, and the others panicked, scattering in every direction. Mr. Miao crawled on the ceiling, laughing loudly, not only our strength but even our reactions and speed have become much stronger." He swung his fist down, "And if we were ready, you wouldn't be able to defeat us. Go to hell." But before he could even touch the ground, Sushin used his blink skill, appearing suddenly above him. He grabbed Mr. Miao's head coldly, saying, "You think it's over just like this?" He slammed Mr. Miao's head onto the floor, causing his face to collide with the ground, making a loud thud. Sushin roared, "Go to hell!" Another subordinate swung a knife toward Sushin's neck, but he grabbed the man's wrist, snatched the knife, and swiftly dealt with two other men with a few clean slashes. Gao Chang watched as his subordinates fell one by one, and his anger flared up. He threw a punch and charged forward like a wild beast. But before he could reach Sushin, he was seized by the throat and shoved hard against the wall, causing Gao Chang to slowly lose consciousness. At that moment, Zhang Xiaojie, fully transformed, reappeared. Her entire body was made of lava, with a long tail sprouting from her back, as she charged into the room like a monster. Sushin looked at her coldly, "Zhang Xiaojie, you've transformed into this state so quickly. It seems your obsession is quite deep, since my eyes and soul still linger in your mind." As soon as he finished speaking, Sushin twisted Gao Chang's neck, letting his lifeless body slump to the floor, radiating killing intent. He turned his gaze toward Zhang Xiaojie. "Then I'll just kill you directly again." Zhang Xiaojie's hair stood on end, her eyes blazing with orange hatred as she screamed, "My dinner!" Nialin poked her head out from the room, her eyes wide with astonishment as she looked at Sushin, silently marveling at his strength. Sushin was truly formidable, single-handedly taking down the Gao Chang gang. However, upon witnessing Zhang Xiaojie in her monstrous, grotesque form, a wave of unease washed over her. She couldn't help but think to herself,
the monster in front of Sushin gives off a truly dangerous vibe. Dressed in a seductive nurse outfit, Nia Lin stood hidden behind the door, her heart heavy with a mix of worry and desire. She secretly wished she could stay by Sushin's side for as long as possible, like a little bird seeking shelter from the storm. By now, Sushin's meals must be far more self-sufficient, right? Nia Lin pondered quietly, I really need to figure out how to stay with him. I can't be a burden to him. Suddenly, her gaze flickered as she noticed something intriguing in the room, as if it were calling out to her. After stepping in to grab a weapon and readying herself, Nia Lin stepped back outside and called out, Sushin. At that moment, Sushin was in a battle stance, prepared to confront the monster Jiang Shaojia, but the sound of her voice caused him to turn in surprise. Nia Lin, in her tight nurse outfit that covered what needed to be covered and left what needed to be left exposed, holding the whip Sushin had prepared earlier for a night of emotional healing. She seriously reminded him, let me remind you, it won't be a small matter. With a half-covered, half-revealed appearance, holding a whip in her hand, Nia Lin walked firmly towards Sushin and said, let me help you deal with it. Despite trying to suppress the surge of excitement rising within him, Sushin coldly turned back and said, helping me without panicking and running away isn't bad, but you're only distracting me. Nia Lin froze, looking at her body from head to toe, holding the whip, and asked in confusion, huh? How could that happen? But it wasn't just Nia Lin who didn't understand. Sushin and the others watching all knew exactly why he was distracted. It was like a living painting that no one could tear their eyes away from. On the other side, the monster Jiang Shaojia seemed to still carry some traces of its human memories. Seeing Sushin and Nia Lin exchanging glances, jealousy ignited a fury within it. Jiang Shaojia bared its teeth, flicked its tongue, breathed heavily, its eyes bloodshot, and let out a savage roar. With every scream, it charged directly at Sushin, its face twisted in a grotesque, nightmarish expression. Sushin, still distracted by the scene, was suddenly startled by Jiang Shaojia's roar. He turned around, but was too late to dodge a brutal blow from the monster that struck directly into his chest. Nia Lin hid behind the door, witnessing the scene, and exclaimed in panic, oh my god, Sushin! Sushin! But contrary to her fears, his body was unharmed, not a scratch on him. Remembering the sudden blow, the killing intent within Sushin erupted, activating his berserker powers. The monster Jiang Shaojia, seeing that Sushin was unscathed, immediately jumped up, circling behind, baring its teeth and stretching its neck to bite his shoulder. However, Sushin's body was as hard as diamond. The monster's teeth only produced a dry, cracking sound, as if biting into steel. It tried to bite several more times, but it was futile. Sushin coldly looked down, his gaze sharp as a blade. Oh, you can't bite? I wonder, are all those fangs in your mouth just for decoration? The power surged through Sushin's body, and he concluded, it's time to end this. As soon as he finished speaking, Sushin grabbed both of Jiang Shaojia's arms, his movements so fast that it seemed as if he was reminiscing about old times. He jumped backwards, landing on the monster's back, pulling its arms behind it, fully controlling it. With his body burning hot, Jiang Shaojia was stunned, his eyes wide open. Sushin, like a war god, placed his foot on its head and coldly asked, are you ready? Without giving the monster a chance to react, Sushin performed the bone extraction technique, tearing off its two arms and kicking forcefully, sending Jiang Shaojia flying up to the ceiling, suffering a fatal blow. Blood gushed from its nose, its body trembling, and the monster howled in agony, while Sushin landed lightly, still holding its arms tightly, and threw them at the creature as if tossing a toy. He remained calm, saying, I really wanted you to endure the utmost suffering during the apocalypse and savor the feeling of dying from torture. But given the situation now, I must kill you first. Thinking that the monster had collapsed, unexpectedly, Jiang Shaoji crawled towards the bodies of Gao Chang's group, wrapping its tail tightly around them, preparing to devour them to upgrade its body. It tilted its head, opened its mouth to reveal a horrifying set of teeth, and swallowed each corpse. After digesting, its two arms grew back. Jiang Shaojia let out a scream of joy, its body evolving into a more ferocious form, veins bulging all over its face. It growled, glaring at Sushin with a hateful gaze. Sushin was slightly surprised, thinking to himself, so, your severed arms have grown back? Nia Lin, witnessing the horrific scene, stammered in fear, no, this
This can't be possible. But contrary to her concern, Sushin smirked, looking excited. Very good, the ability to regenerate your body means you won't die so easily. He looked up, his gaze filled with murderous intent, a shiver running down his spine. It also means that I can tear you into 1,000 pieces. While the monster was still posturing, Sushin darted forward with the speed of sound, placing his hand on its shoulder, controlling its body. Jiang Shaojia panicked. Sushin stood beside it, holding its fist, gently advising, "Let me see how many times you can regenerate your body." He pushed its shoulder down, coldly saying, "Let's start with your left arm." With a violent jerk, the left arm was torn off, causing the monster to scream in agony. Sushin moved to the right shoulder, tenderly saying, "Then, let's move to your right arm." Without hesitation, Sushin ripped off the right arm, continuing his brutal torture. "Next will be your tail and legs." Each part of the monster flew into the air after every swing of Sushin's hand. He stepped on its head, calmly and gently. "This is only your first round." With each regeneration, the monster's body showed more signs of exhaustion. As its arms, legs, and tail grew back, Jiang Shaojia lay panting. Sushin smiled gently, "Are you ready? Now, let's move on to round 2. Sushin continued the disarticulation surgery, his smile full of murderous intent leaving Nia Lin bewildered. After the second round, the creature could no longer endure and crawled, trying to escape, its eyes filled with fear as it looked at Sushin. But every time its tail regenerated, Sushin would announce, "Let's move on to the third round." Then the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, and the eighth. As he tortured, Sushin emphasized, "It turns out it's not just the limbs, but also the eyes, nose, and tongue." Next, the 16th round. "Oh, the internal organs can regenerate too. It seems that except for your head, every other part of you can regenerate just as before. Isn't 21 times enough for you?" Sushin paused, his cold gaze falling on Jiang Shaojia, who had lost all her ferocity, tears streaming down her face. She spoke. "Shin brother, now I know, I beg you, please spare me." Sushin replied indifferently. "I had originally intended to gouge out your eyes, but then I suddenly remembered something." "I'm not a demon." Jiang Shaojia whimpered. "Why are you doing this to me? I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you treating me like this?" But Sushin recalled what Jiang Shaojia and her underling, Wang Haoyu, had done to him in his previous life. "Lift your leg," aiming directly at the monster's face. Of course, this was for revenge. A powerful kick, and Jiang Shaojia's face was crushed. Nia Lin stood behind, her eyes filled with fear, anxiously asking, "Sushin, are you okay?" Sushin didn't answer, only turned around, his eyes glowing red. "Are you ready?" Nia Lin froze, confused. "What do you mean by ready?" Sushin stepped closer, one hand gently caressing her cheek, the other slipping lower, his gesture intimate. "I just showed great courage." "Aren't you going to reward me for that?" Nia Lin tried to resist, but it was weak, her face turning bright red. She hesitated at the thought of a reward. But here, though? The scene shifted to the rescue team's area. A team member looked around, feeling the cooler air, and thought to himself, could this be a sign that the apocalypse is finally coming to an end? Lu Xiaofeng appeared behind, hesitating. "Captain, there are many people over there, they seem to be moving closer to our area." The captain, a platinum-haired woman with sharp eyes and a seductive figure, held a gun and squinted as she observed the group approaching. Realizing something was off, she hesitated. "Those people, that crowd. They are the mutated drought demons, moving from the Lucheng Hotel to the rescue point, staggering and howling horribly." Among them, a drought demon resembling Jiang Shaojia was kicked by Sushin, sending it flying several dozen meters, dazed. The captain was sweating and stunned. "Zombies, the horde of aggressive zombies is charging toward us. Quickly, evacuate the civilians at the rescue point immediately. I'll stop these zombies directly." Lu Xiaofeng, confused and worried, shouted, "But Captain, she's firing non-stop, signaling this is an order." Lu Xiaofeng muttered, "Captain, please don't die." While firing and cursing,
the captain shouted, "Lu Xiaofeng, shut that filthy mouth of yours and get the hell out of here."
Back to the main scene. After taking down Gao Chang and Zhang Xiaojia, Su Xin and Nia Lin entered the bedroom.
His entire body was glowing, his hair tousled in a stylish way, and his cold gaze fixed on Nia Lin. "Next, I want you to directly experience the limitless power of Berserker."
Berserker, the nickname for the Berserk warriors, terrified their enemies with a brutal, beast-like fighting style in a frenzied state.
As for Nia Lin, Su Xin's dinner, she was about to undergo countless positions of an immortal planting radishes, a farmer pushing a cart, or carrying a plow over mountains. Nia Lin, gazing at Su Xin with the look of a powerful man filled with desire, frantically clung to his legs and screamed, "What?
Again? How many times is this now?"
Su Xin, like a beast filled with primal instincts, threw Nia Lin down, his gaze filled with hunger. With a cold, icy look, Su Xin warned his prey. "The brutal heat wave has passed. Of course, I'll have to go outside, but before that, I must leave you with some unforgettable memories." Nia Lin, in a position with her back turned to the enemy, was as alert as a wild cat ready to pounce. However, in this situation, her vigilance seemed almost insignificant. Upon hearing Su Xin's words, she hesitated and asked, "Can't you take me with you?" Su Xin disliked his dinner plans being questioned repeatedly, immediately dashing Nia Lin's hopes like a sewing machine running at full speed. His eyes flashed with a fierce gleam, resembling a demon manifesting itself. He coldly declared, "Those who wish to stay by my side must meet two conditions. First, they must be of value to me. Second, they must absolutely obey my commands." In a daze, Nia Lin gripped the edge of the bed, her eyes narrowing with each stitch of Su Xin's movements, panting as she replied, "I understand." A few hours later, around midnight, when Su Xin's power had struck down his prey, Nia Lin, with the fiercest of shots, fell victim. He paused the torture and checked the weather outside. Seeing that the air had cooled down, Su Xin prepared to carry out his plan. As he raised his hand to open the spatial rift, he muttered to himself, "It seems Nia Lin has completely surrendered to me." He pulled out an off-road vehicle and urgently spoke, "We must make the most of the time now and quickly return before the seawater floods the land." Su Xin recalled his past life when the many drought demons, haunted by the idea of a rescue point, had caused a zombie wave to attack fiercely. The incident led to the deaths of countless civilians and soldiers, while also scattering weapons and creating various armed forces of all sizes. As he passed through an area, Su Xin witnessed gang members engaging in a violent gunfight. One of them, while firing shots, grinned maliciously, thinking he would easily reach the target area. But suddenly, a few mosquitoes aimed guns at the front of Su Xin's vehicle, their faces twisted in a menacing manner, as if urging him to die sooner, and shouted, "Stop the car in front, right now, for me." Su Xin sat in the car, his face expressionless like stone, and coldly replied, "Am I sick? How dare you stop my car and rob me at a time like this?" Without saying another word, he slammed the gas pedal, making the vehicle rush forward. The gangsters were stunned, their faces pale, sweat pouring down. The man standing in front froze in place. Two of his subordinates fled in panic, running as if their lives depended on it. The car driven by Su Xin ran them over, leaving them no time to react, and they died instantly. After eliminating the gangsters who were unaware of their own insignificance, Su Xin left them to rest in place, then continued his journey toward the target area. As he neared the subway station, he recalled that in his past life, this place had collapsed due to cracks in the ground and the devastating wave of zombies. Standing from above, Su Xin murmured, "The number of deaths underground must have reached at least tens of thousands." The zombies below were drawn to the sound of the engine, quickly gathering together. Su Xin observed their glowing red eyes, silently thinking, "Those zombies must have been lured here by the noise of the engine." He clicked his tongue in regret, "It's a pity that not all the drought demons have core crystals in their heads. If I had to crack open each of their heads, it would be such a waste of time." Su Xin drove to the old university area, where the air was as still as a graveyard. He muttered, "Maybe I should first check the situation here. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've returned to the technical university since graduation." Arriving in front of the building, Su Xin parked the car, stored it in a spatial pocket, and quickly entered. As he stopped in front of the door, he came face to face with a drought demon, chained by the neck, its bloodshot eyes growling heavily. As he was about to take another step, a voice rang out. Behind the drought demon stood a man with long hair, a rogue-like appearance, and two muscular underlings.
He sat with his legs crossed, arrogantly warning, "Boy, you must show respect when stepping into our territory. And the first thing you must do is hand over your backpack to me."
Sushin played the role of the weakling, reaching into his backpack and pretending to tremble, but in reality, he pulled out a chicken leg dipped in fish sauce from a spatial pocket, stammering, "Can you help me? Please, let me go, I have a chicken leg with fish sauce here." In the apocalyptic age, when food and water were scarce, all three of the rogues stared at the chicken leg with wide, gleaming eyes in astonishment.
The leader gaped, "A chicken leg? What kind of time is it that you still have a chicken leg? Throw it over here, toss the chicken leg here, quick."
Noticing their greed, Sushin smirked and threw the chicken leg in front of them and the two drought demons. They all rushed to fight over it like wild beasts, forgetting who was the boss and who were the underlings. Elbows flew, and necks were locked with brotherly camaraderie.
"This one's mine. Get out of the way."
Just as the long-haired man was about to grab it, Sushin yanked the string tying the chicken leg and pulled it back. The group of thugs stood in silence, their faces like clowns who had been pranked. Sushin casually shook the chicken leg in his hand and sneered, "My sincerest apologies, but you truly don't deserve to eat this chicken leg."
Insulted, the thugs went wild, shouting, "What the hell, how dare you trick us? Beat the crap out of him."
One swung a club like Sun Wukong, another growled like a gorilla, and the third brandished an axe as if chopping wood. But before they could make a move, Sushin drew a gun from an alternate space, leaving them frozen, as if standing before the Grim Reaper's scythe.
3 gunshots rang out, sending all 3 to the afterlife.
Sushin continued walking, muttering to himself, "I really don't remember there being this many idiots in my past life.
Could it be that my warning saved more people, and this really happened?"
He left behind 3 corpses with bullet holes in their foreheads, smoke still rising, before heading toward the biological research lab for snakes. Standing in front of the door, Sushin ripped apart the broken lock, noting that it seemed like no one had been here for a while. Entering, the pungent stench hit his nose.
He observed the scene, many dead snakes, and the air was truly foul.
Suddenly, his gaze stopped on a glass cage. He smiled, "Found you." Inside was a snake with 4 horns on its head. It was biting the head of another snake, its sharp gaze fixed on Sushin. It smiled, the future leader of the Water Snake Legion. The Golden King snake watched as the snake digested its own kind.
Sushin chuckled, "Ha, so this is how you survived?"
He remembered the previous life when this snake caused chaos worldwide, devouring countless people, even nearly swallowing him whole.
Sushin fell silent, continuing his thoughts.
When the floods arrived in a week, this snake would begin to evolve.
He wasn't sure how much it would evolve to resemble its ancestors.
If they couldn't resist, the earth would face serious trouble. He sensed that this snake had evolved a little in terms of intelligence. It seemed he needed to be cautious around it. While Sushin was deep in thought about the Golden King snake, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside the door. A group of strangers armed with weapons appeared.
Upon sensing Sushin's presence, they grew alert.
Sushin squinted, his voice cold, "Who are you?" The gangsters outside, faces twisted in menace, hid behind the wall and shouted threateningly, "Come out here, we know you're hiding inside." Despite their fierce words, they were sweating in fear.
Sushin replied coldly from inside, "This is a crucial moment. I cannot be disturbed by you."
But before he could finish, a shadow appeared outside the door, startling him.
"Ha!" A silver-haired woman, swift and agile, dashed into the group of thugs.
It turned out they weren't targeting Sushin but her. The thugs screamed in panic, "That filthy woman is hiding here." The leader signaled, and they all charged. But the silver-haired woman acted first, with terrifying speed. She twisted one thug's neck, locked another between her thighs, and spun mid-air to take him down effortlessly. The last thug, who hadn't had time to draw his gun, was caught by her, his neck in her grip, screaming, "You filthy bitch!
With a loud crack, his cervical vertebrae snapped and he collapsed. After dealing with the three of them, the woman was unexpectedly met with Sushin's gun pointed at her head. He complimented her, "Good skills." Before Sushin could say more, she reacted quickly, swatting the gun away, crouching, and attempting to subdue him. But after several failed attempts to twist his neck, she realized his neck was as hard as steel. Fear mixed with confusion, she muttered, "Why can't I twist it?" Sushin stood still like a statue, letting her struggle. As they grappled, they ended up in an awkward position. Panicking, the woman screamed, "Huh? Wait, what are you doing?" Finally, Sushin restrained her, tying her up with artistic red ropes, and pointed a gun at her, asking who she was. The woman, drenched in sweat, her clothes soaked through, still maintained a resilient expression. "I am Bai Shang, the captain of the Shanghu Special Forces team. I suggest you behave properly and release me immediately." Upon hearing the name Shanghu, Sushin slightly furrowed his brows. "Shanghu? Then do you know someone named Lu Xiaofeng?" Bai Shang was taken aback and asked in return, "You know Lu Xiaofeng?" Sushin recalled his past encounter with Lu Xiaofeng and replied seriously, "I saved his life." He then listened to Bai Shang's recounting. As Sushin opened his backpack to take out the ingredients for a black pepper steak, he nodded in understanding. "Now I get it." He stabbed a fork into a piece of rare beef and continued, "A group of escapees has taken over the school as their base. They've taken the students hostage to intimidate, and then seized the weapons from your group." Bai Shang continued talking about Lu Xiaofeng. "That's right. After the zombie wave attacked the rescue point, Lu Xiaofeng led everyone out first. But he didn't expect that the escapees from the prison had infiltrated the civilian crowd." Sushin, while chewing a piece of steak, glanced at Bai Shang and slowly said, "So I can't fully blame you for everything." Bai Shang was irritated by Sushin's alluring, provocative posture and immediately spoke up to defend herself. "As long as I have a weapon in hand, these people are nothing to fear." However, sweat was pouring down her forehead, not just because of the artistic yet seductive pose, but also because of the sight of Sushin leisurely eating steak in front of her. Struggling to control herself, she snapped, "How long are you planning to keep me tied up? Untie me." Sushin looked at Bai Shang, a mischievous smile spreading across his face, as if he had the upper hand. He asked pointedly, "Then you must promise me that you won't use your legs to clamp my head like you did earlier." Bai Shang swallowed hard as she gazed at the tempting steak, replying, "Then I also want to have some steak." Sushin surveyed her body, tightly bound by the bright red ropes, his tone mocking, as though he couldn't even bring himself to smile. But with just a few swift motions, he quickly untangled the ropes and restored Bai Shang's freedom. From within the space, Sushin pulled out a scoped rifle and handed it to Bai Shang, reminding her, "I have my own business to attend to, so I can't help you much. All I can offer is a bit of firepower." He then coldly turned and walked away, bidding her farewell, "Hurry up and leave, don't bother me." Sushin never liked interfering in others' matters. As long as the other party didn't provoke him, Brother Shin wouldn't take the initiative to step in. His main goal at this point was to wait for a week after the Great Flood struck, to let the Golden King snake grow, and then kill it to obtain its essence. Bai Shang took the gun, silently sighing. She realized that Sushin wasn't entirely a bad person, and with his help, her plan would be more likely to succeed. She called out to him, "I plan to attack their stronghold above." It was the only way to recover the stolen items, which would allow her to help those trapped to survive in the current environment. Looking at Sushin's back, Bai Shang hesitated, her hope rising in her chest, before continuing, "So, this may be the only time we meet." Before she could finish, Sushin interrupted her. "Military supplies?" As if realizing something, he turned back to his backpack, speaking as he walked, "Wait a moment." Like magic, Sushin pulled out a large sniper rifle from the small bag, leaving Bai Shang speechless, her eyes wide in astonishment. As he assembled the rifle, he explained, "Lu Xiaofeng is like a brother to me. I'll join you for this operation." The scene shifted to the administrative building of the university where Sushin had graduated. The group of fugitives from the prison was based there. Behind them, several male students were tightly bound, held hostage. The leader, with a rough expression, sat between two girls who were flirting with him.
They asked about the name of the underling who had just returned from scouting, inquiring how things were going outside. The underling trembled in the presence of his boss, hesitating before reporting, "Boss, the brothers are all preparing and waiting outside. We will definitely capture all the people hiding in the dormitory." The leader bared his teeth in a cold smile. "Very well, let the disobedient ones charge to the front and act as cannon fodder. If they don't listen, if they want to die, then just eliminate them." While the fleeing group was still busy discussing their futile plans, Sushin suddenly charged in and kicked the door open. The abrupt action left everyone stunned, as though doused with a bucket of cold water. As soon as he entered, Sushin coldly spoke, "Excuse me, is there a meeting going on here?" The underlings froze, trembling in fear. The one who had just reported, seeing Sushin storm in without permission, angrily pointed at his face and shouted, "Who the hell are you? How did you get in here? There are more than 20 people guarding and protecting the area outside." Seeing the dumbfounded faces of the lackeys, Sushin slowly walked forward, hands in his pockets, and calmly replied, "Huh? You're asking how I got in here?" He raised his hand, making a gesture as if holding a gun, his eyes sharp and cold. "It's thanks to this." The henchman was about to speak up when his head suddenly vanished, and blood sprayed everywhere in the shock of everyone present. The fleeing group trembled and screamed, their faces blank as they watched the bizarre scene unfold. The leader, eyes wide, stammered, "What the hell, what's happening? He just pointed at his head a moment ago, why did his head disappear?" Sushin pointed forward, coldly warning, "Move again, and you'll be joining your ancestors." The leader's face turned beet red, sweat pouring down as he gritted his teeth and growled, "Don't you dare stop the game, kid." Back to the moment before the henchman was taken down, Bai Shang, from her sniper position, squeezed the trigger, confirming through her earpiece that the target had been eliminated. Prior to this, Sushin and Bai Shang had made thorough preparations. Sushin volunteered to infiltrate the enemy's territory, while Bai Shang provided cover from the research building with her sniper rifle. She continued to observe through the scope, anxiously reminding him, "Sushin, there are still a lot of fugitives in the room, you're in a very dangerous situation." She emphasized that his decision to charge alone into the enemy's den was incredibly risky. Bai Shang recalled when Sushin first proposed the plan, only asking her for support. He spoke from afar. "You just need to hold this sniper rifle and go to the opposite building to provide support for me. I will go there directly and lure the enemy out. When I signal you towards any of them, take them out." Thinking back, Bai Shang regretted. "I actually agreed to this." She was like a she-leopard protecting her companion, using all her strength to rush down the stairs, growling through the headset. "Sushin, find a way to lure them away, I'll come rescue you right now." While Bai Shang hurried, the leader's command came through the headset. "Kill this kid for me." Bai Shang gritted her teeth, cursing. "Damn it, it's too late now." She moved faster, her eyes bloodshot, screaming, "Damn it." Thinking Sushin had already joined the ancestors, she regretted agreeing to this crazy plan. As she stepped into the area where the deserters had fled, Bai Shang raised her gun and aimed at the room, yelling in fury, "Sushin, I'm here to avenge you." But the scene before her was completely different from what she had imagined. The entire group of deserters, from the leader to his subordinates, had all been taken care of by Sushin, lying scattered on the floor, unconscious like withered branches in a storm. Sushin, still holding the unconscious leader by the throat, lifted him up and calmly said, "Ah, you're late. There's not a single piece of supplies here." After clearing out the administrative building, Sushin was not only dispatching the gangsters but also collecting all the supplies into his spatial storage, much like a monk hoarding war spoils. He coldly informed the group of lackeys in front of him, "All the things here, you can keep them for now. If you guys are still alive later and have learned to behave, maybe, just maybe, I'll give you a little. Life's not always as good as it seems." The captain of the death row crew, in a half-dead state, had his neck gently caressed by Sushin, his body floating in mid-air. He gasped, trying to muster the last bit of strength to threaten, "Su brother, you can't kill me. If you do, the person standing behind me won't spare you." He thought being on death row made him some kind of big shot, but meeting Sushin meant he was a death row inmate in the truest sense. Sushin tightened his grip, and with a snap, the leader's neck broke, turning his threat into his final words, like preparing him to return to the underworld on a full moon night. With a face as cold as ice, Sushin declared, "Don't worry, those people will soon be joining you." Back in the present, Bai Shang, having hurried from the building across to rescue Sushin, witnessed the unbelievable scene. The death row inmates lay scattered around, while Sushin leisurely dealt with the last one. She was stunned. "Did you kill all those people?" Sushin quickly covered up, "I've just been consistently exercising, and since there's no more supplies in this area, those people must have been starving and exhausted." Bai Shan listened to the explanation, nodding in agreement, finding it reasonable in the context of the apocalypse, where anything could happen. But with her curiosity and sense of responsibility as a member of the Shanghu team, she still asked, "Is there really no one else around who could have taken their supplies? If all the supplies are gone, what will the remaining students do?" Sushin didn't answer, only silently thinking, "If needed, I'll share a bit of supplies from the alternate space with them, but it depends on how they perform." This school, where Sushin had once studied, was too familiar to him, like a map deeply etched in his mind. Thanks to dealing with the group of death row prisoners, he had gathered quite a bit of information. He turned and walked toward the door, saying to Bai Shan, "Let's go, shall we head to the girls' dormitory?" Bai Shan, still dazed from what had just happened, asked in confusion, "Why are we going to the girls' dormitory now?" As she spoke, she hurried to catch up with Sushin. He glanced back slightly and explained, "Earlier, while carrying out the task, I had already inquired. Lu Xiaofeng and the other students are all gathered over there in that area." The scene shifted to the inside of the room. Sushin had just dealt with the execution squad. On the ceiling, the corpses were hanging, but one female body suddenly moved, making an odd noise. The woman opened her eyes, her gaze haunting, as if she had witnessed everything from start to finish. Outside the administrative building, a condemned man wearing an iron mask covering his jaw and sporting a street-style bad boy haircut appeared. He was Gangya, a man who had just escaped prison, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, strolling leisurely. Gangya clicked his tongue in annoyance. "That kid seems to be causing trouble again." He entered the building, cold and indifferent, unsure whether he was dead or alive. A short time later, Gangya's subordinates scoured the area and found a girl hanging from the ceiling. They shouted loudly, "Report, we found her, boss." The captain was still alive. The girl, with her wild, untamed hair, a body that was both alluring and partially covered in countless scars, was the leader of Gangya's group. Knowing her twisted preferences, Gangya wasn't overly concerned and simply clicked his tongue, "Tch, such a pity." Unlike Gangya's indifferent attitude, his subordinates hurriedly shouted, "Quick, get the captain down now." A man quickly cut the binding rope, tensed his muscles, and slowly lowered her to the ground. As soon as her feet touched the floor, she leaned on the chair, stood up, her body weak but maintaining an air of composure, and said to Gangya, "That was just a brief flirtation with death. Gangya, right now, I need comfort and care from you." Gangya immediately pulled a thorn rope from his back, narrowed his eyes, and flashed a wicked smile. "Is that so?" Gangya, a trusted teammate, swung the whip repeatedly at her body. Despite the pain, she moaned in pleasure, like a twisted melody. Gangya asked in a low, intrigued voice, "How do you feel now?" Unlike most people who would panic at a beating, Na, with a satisfied expression, gracefully replied, "Oh, it's much better now." Seeing her recovery, Gangya asked carefully, "Then you must have seen it, right?" He helped her sit up. Gangya inquired further, "Who was it who dared to steal my supplies?" Na stuck out her tongue, her eyes tightly shut, and answered vaguely, "It was someone like a demon." After regaining consciousness, she coldly added, "Sushin." The scene shifted to the female dormitory, where Sushin and Bai Shang met Lu Xiaofeng and the other students. Seeing Lu Xiaofeng injured, Bai Shang anxiously cried out, "Xiaofeng, how did you get hurt?" Lu Xiaofeng smiled and reassured her, "Captain Bai, I'm fine. It's so good to see you back in one piece." He pressed his hand against the wound on his stomach and looked at Sushin with suspicion. "Sushin, how come you're here?" Bai Shang explained, "This person claimed to be your lifesaver." Sushin paid no attention to her words and turned to Lu Xiaofeng. "Ah, Xiaofeng,
your injury seems quite serious. Let me take a look at it. Lu Xiaofeng removed the bandage and explained, actually, it's just a regular scratch. At first, it didn't seem that serious, but for some reason, the wound has been getting worse and worse. Sushin examined the ulcerated wound, thoughtfully stroked his chin, and then confirmed, the toxin tribe are also the ones who consume human flesh. Their claws carry harmful bacteria and corrosive viruses. If the right medicine isn't administered in time, it could be life-threatening. Lu Xiaofeng remained calm, seemingly unafraid of death, but still hesitated. I just feel that if I die like this, I truly won't be reconciled. While Lu Xiaofeng was still hesitating, Sushin reached into his mystical backpack and pulled out several boxes of medicine, shoving them in front of him. Take these, it should be enough. Lu Xiaofeng stood stunned, astonished. Bai Shang, witnessing Sushin's generosity, also asked in surprise, where did you get all these medicines from? Sushin replied indifferently, somewhat absent-mindedly, I told you already, I'm the one who saved his life. In his mind, he recalled a memory from his past life, thinking of a figure with unparalleled strength, known as the Divine Man, whose combat power was on par with nuclear weapons. Sushin thought to himself, if Lu Xiaofeng truly was that person, then this investment would never fail. With Lu Xiaofeng's upright and chivalrous nature, Sushin believed this was a wager worth making. Receiving help from Sushin that was more precious than diamonds, Lu Xiaofeng could not help but feel indebted, though his heart remained weighed down by curiosity. He asked, now I owe you a favor, but I know for certain you didn't come here just to bring me medicine. Tell me, what did you really come for? Sushin's face was as expressionless as ice, his tone cold as he warned, all of you here, the great flood is coming, you must evacuate at once. Like a prophet, he explained, the extreme heat has caused the glaciers in the cold regions to near complete melting, which in turn will lead to saltwater intrusion. When that time comes, this entire school will surely be swallowed by the great flood. Sushin's words left everyone bewildered, half believing, half doubting, as though standing before a vague prophecy. Bai Shang, his eyes full of suspicion, hesitantly asked, the great flood? Right now? At that very moment, a villain appeared. Fang Qing, an old classmate of Sushin, recognized him. Believing Sushin to be scheming, she pressed her hand to her chest and furiously objected, nonsense, where could this so-called great flood possibly come from? I seem to see that you're trying to find a way to get us out of here, to monopolize the resources of this school all by yourself. Sushin glanced at the person who had just spoken, immediately recognizing Fang Qing, a classmate from the same cohort, a rich girl, and a well-known feminist on campus, always trying to create a divide between men and women. He thought to himself, his gaze cold and sharp. Fang Qing paid no attention to Sushin's silence, fixating on the backpack he was holding in front of his chest. Hunger and curiosity made her uncomfortable. She arrogantly asked, there's food in that bag of yours, isn't there? Without waiting for Sushin to respond, Fang Qing, with the typical behavior of a wealthy girl, lunged forward to grab the backpack, shouting, let me see what's inside. If this were his previous life, Sushin might have handed over the backpack immediately, but now things were different. For anyone daring to make a move to snatch something, Sushin would immediately deliver a slap of thunderous force. Fang Qing was no exception. The slap left her cheek swollen, as if stung by a bee. She trembled, holding the broken tooth in her hand, and asked, you dare hit me? Everyone thought Sushin's action would provoke a negative reaction, but Fang Qing, being a person of bad character, only made things worse. As they saw her take the slap, the students around them erupted in excitement. Cheers! That was a good slap. Who told her to mess with the rhythm? Someone else chimed in. She's the one who dared to take over an entire dorm room by herself. I've been irritated by her for a long time now, another voice chimed in. That's right, isn't it just because she has a few coins in her house? Hurry up and kick her out, make her leave. Sushin glanced at the crowd, clicked his tongue, and looked at Fang Qing. It seemed she hadn't been living too well. Fang Qing was so angry her face turned red, her cheeks contorted as she glared and shouted at the lowly men. How dare you treat me like this? Fine, I'll go find my father, tell him to kill all of you. Feeling wronged, she stormed off,
leaving them unsure whether she was really going to find her father or just making up an excuse, causing the group to snicker. Bai Shang looked at Feng Chung running off and asked worriedly, "Sushin, is it okay to let her go like this?" Sushin, who wasn't one to directly answer questions, replied evasively. "She wants to find her father. Do you want to stop her yourself?" As Feng Qing cursed while walking, she ranted that all the men in this country were lowly, especially that bastard Sushin. These men could never compare to the gentleman from abroad. What she didn't know, however, was that behind her, a large hand approached with ill intent. Gangya heard the name Sushin, quietly closed in, covering her mouth with one hand and holding her tightly with the other, his eyes twisted with malice. He gnashed his teeth and asked, "Little treasure, hurry and tell your brother where that Sushin is right now?" After speaking with Lu Xiaofeng and Bai Shang, Sushin left to pursue his own plan. As he bid farewell and stepped out of the dormitory, he silently thought that the matter of evacuating the civilians could temporarily be left to Bai Shang's group to handle. Opening his phone and looking at the picture of the Golden King snake, Sushin told himself that the most important part of the plan now was to wait until the Golden King snake finished mutating, and then destroy it. He wondered whether he would be able to obtain the ability to control water. Lost in thought, he was startled by a groan coming from a nearby vehicle. With tears welling up, he saw Feng Qing bound and hung on a crane by Gangya, continuously groaning and crying for help. "Sushin, save me!" Sushin's heart did not stir in the slightest, and he mocked her. "Oh, so you've already found your father that quickly?" Gangya stood proudly atop the car, glaring at Sushin as if he wanted to devour him alive, and burst out laughing. "Ha, I'm Gangya, from the evolution base." His eyes hardened with menace. "So you're Sushin? I didn't expect you to dare steal our resources. I thought you'd be some monster with 3 heads and 6 arms." Sushin's gaze turned cold as he asked in return, "So you're one of the evolution base's people?" Gangya slapped the side of the truck. "That's right, since this is our first time meeting, I've intentionally prepared a gift for you." He unlocked the container, pushed open the door, and inside was a group of mutated drought demons, their red eyes glowing as they growled and charged out. Gangya stood on top of the truck, pointing at the drought demons and challenging them. "So, I want to ask you, have you prepared to die?" The clash between Sushin and Gangya created such a commotion that Bai Shang and Lu Xiaofeng in the female dormitory were startled. Bai Shang anxiously looked towards the direction where Sushin had just left. She was worried about both Sushin and Lu Xiaofeng's injury and gave an order. "I'll go check it out. Xiaofeng, you stay here and instruct everyone to protect the others." But Lu Xiaofeng owes Sushin a debt of gratitude, and he firmly refused. "I'm going with you." Back to the battle, Gangya laughed loudly from the top of the truck, watching the zombies charge towards Sushin. Feng Qing dangled from the crane, taunted by Gangya. "Sushin, this girl is your classmate, right? I'll give you a chance to be the hero and save the damsel in distress. Just kneel down and beg for mercy, and I'll release her." Sushin lifted a hand to his chin, thinking. Actually, saving her wouldn't be impossible. A few minutes ago, he had slapped Feng Qing, but now his tone had turned affectionate, giving her hope. She shouted, "Really? Sushin, you're such a good person. Then hurry up and kneel down, help me out of here." But Sushin looked up coldly and interrupted, "There's a problem." Feng Qing was confused. "What do you mean, a problem? Didn't you just say you'd save me?" "I clearly heard you say you'd save me." Realizing that Sushin was mocking her, she became angry, her eyes bloodshot. She said, "You were the one who said you'd save me. Now you're backing out? Are you still a man?" Sushin remembered her insults about men in this country and sarcastically replied, "That's not up for discussion. Of course, I'm a man, but I feel I'm not worthy to save you. Or should I contact some foreign gentlemen to see if they'd be willing to save you?" Sushin's words made Feng Qing tremble with rage, sweat pouring down her face, her eyes filled with malice. She said, "So this is the kind of person you are. Just because I called you petty and mean, you're going to take revenge on me for a single comment?" She screamed, "You think I'm going to apologize to you? Then grovel and beg you to save me?"
The truth is, you're nothing but a cowardly man. Lowly, despicable scum. I don't need a pathetic bastard like you to save me. But before she could look down, Sushin pointed downward and smiled. Oh, is that so? I hope you'll remember every word you just said. Fang Qing, with her alluring figure, was dressed in a primitive gown by Ganya, making her the target of the zombies. They climbed over each other, sinking their teeth into her body. In excruciating pain, Fang Qing screamed. Ah, help me, Sushin. I was wrong, please save me. Please save me. Ganya laughed loudly, pointing at Sushin. Ha, you really are the type to watch someone die without lifting a finger, but that's fine. After all, in the end, you'll be going down with this woman. Right now, let me broaden your horizons with the techniques of our evolutionary base. He pulled out a jar of powder-like substance and applied it to his face with a flourish. As soon as I put this powder on, the zombies down there will obediently follow my orders. Sushin's face remained cold, sneering. Oh, so you're applying it to your bones, huh? This is actually quite useful. I think this might make the zombies down there mistake you for one of their own. The words hit Ganya's low IQ. He stood there dazed, sweating, staring at the jar of powder as he stuttered while applying it to her. Panicked, he spat out nonsense. Disgusting. Like an innocent child being pranked, Ganya erupted in anger and shouted. Damn it, all of you, come at me and tear her apart into pieces. The zombies growled and rushed towards Sushin. Calmly, he assumed a defensive stance, crossing his arms like the Black Panther Wakana, using his spatial abilities. Two sharp swords sprouted from his hands. In an instant, from a close combat assassin, Sushin transformed into a swordsman on par with Zoro from One Piece. He zipped through the zombies, swinging his blades to decapitate, cut throats, sever limbs, his movements as elegant as a dragon soaring or a phoenix dancing. After his display, Sushin gently landed. Ganya, thinking Sushin had been killed, sneered. This damn kid, he's about to die and still dares to play tricks in front of me? But when he saw the zombies standing still and Sushin suddenly appear in front of him, he was taken aback. Ha? How did you get up here? Bai Shang and Lu Xiaofeng arrived at the battlefield and saw Sushin surrounded by zombies, with Ganya looking vicious. Worried. Bai Shang exclaimed, It's over, Sushin. She looked at Ganya, panicked, realizing she was surrounded. Ganya, enraged by Sushin's prank, screamed, What are you standing there for? Get up here right now. Sushin brushed off the dust from his clothes and calmly said, Stop shouting, it's pointless. The sword strikes from earlier finally took effect, and the zombies slowly collapsed, their bodies falling apart. Sushin explained, Because you're just wasting your strength. Ganya was stunned by the scene, horrified. What is this? How can this be? I don't want to waste words. Sushin activated his space power, stepped in, and appeared behind Ganya, coldly saying, I never intended to interact with your evolution base. He tightly grabbed Ganya's face, holding his head still. Ganya panicked. Sushin reminded him, But who told you to keep coming after me to kill me? He pulled on Ganya's head, saying, That I guess I can't spare your dog's life. Ganya, in pain, his eyes bloodshot, screamed, What are you going to do? I'll stop. Sushin smiled chillingly, pulling hard, causing Ganya's neck to snap and tear apart with a horrifying sound. The gruesome scene was chilling. Those with weak hearts should scroll past for a few seconds. Bai Shang witnessed Sushin handling the zombies and Ganya, staring blankly and thinking to himself, dealt with that person in the blink of an eye. It was the same back then, and this certainly couldn't be something easily done just by relying on daily physical training. What kind of monster is this person? Sushin held Ganya's severed head in one hand, his other hand in his pocket, coldly. Dealing with small fry like this, maybe I should hold back a little. It would be better if I had a reliable assistant beside me. The scene shifted to the Lucheng Hotel, where the temperature was cool and the breeze carried a hint of moisture. Inside the presidential suite, Nia Lin was still unable to shake off the feeling of being relentlessly worked over by Sushin the entire night.
She curled up, her mouth slightly open as though still dreaming of being ravaged by Sushin's machines. Nyalin gasped for breath, one hand placed below, moaning, "Don't be surprised if you wake up suddenly." Her cheeks flushed, sweat dripping, she called out in a daze. Sushin jumped up, his face flushed, and she screamed, "Don't leave me." Nyalin, in a thin, tight-fitting nightgown that clung to her vibrant body, panted as if she had just escaped from a horrible nightmare.
A nightmare? Oh, I'm sure you've imagined it yourself after the scenes just now, right? Ha ha.
Tired eyes, she breathed heavily and muttered, dreaming of him again.
Why hasn't he come back yet, even though it's been so long?
Suddenly, a loud thud echoed outside, causing Nyalin to startle and turn around in confusion. She recalled Sushin's words before he left, cold as if etched into her mind, "If you're useless, then what right do you have to stand by my side?" Those words cut through her like a knife, and Nyalin snapped awake. Gritting her teeth, she told herself, "Sushin, I will never be a burden to you." Not allowing herself to linger in the dream any longer, Nyalin sprang to her feet, grabbing the pistol beside her. Determined, she thought to herself, "I will become your right hand." The sound of knocking echoed from the room next door, breaking the silence. In her seductive nightgown, Nyalin looked like the heroine of a police chase game that all the guys would surely love. Heh heh, she coldly pushed the door open, her eyes sharp like a hunting leopard. But as she stepped inside, she froze.
Everything was normal. Nyalin scanned the room, muttering in confusion, "The sound definitely came from over here."
Unexpectedly, another thud came from behind her, causing her to turn anxiously. For a moment, a flash of fear crossed her mind as she wondered when that thing had appeared behind her. In front of Nyalin, a drought demon bared its teeth and growled, its red eyes making her freeze in place, sweat pouring down her face. She stood motionless, as if frozen in the void, silently thinking, "It appeared behind me." If anyone were here, she would have screamed for help. But right now, Nyalin could only feel her heart racing, panicking at the sudden appearance of the zombie-like creature. Still in her seductive nightgown, Nyalin slowly backed away, her eyes never leaving the terrifying drought demon closing in on her.
She thought to herself, "When did it appear behind me?"
Desperately trying to find a way out, she took a step back, but unexpectedly, her hips bumped into the edge of a table. Glancing quickly, she realized that one side was blocked by the drought demon, another side by a chair, and behind her, a table. There was no escape. Sweat streamed down her face as she murmured to herself, "This is bad, I'm trapped with the table and chair behind me." In her frantic search for a way to escape, Nyalin suddenly looked down at her hand and realized she was holding a handgun. Relieved, she thought, "Right, the gun." Despite her sexy appearance, she was a bit clumsy by nature. In her haste, she raised the gun, but accidentally bumped into the chair, causing the gun to fall onto the table with a loud noise. The drought demon, provoked by the sound, became frenzied.
Its eyes glowed a deep red, its mouth dripping with disgusting saliva.
Rushing towards the sound, Nyalin dared not look at the horrifying scene. She curled up, but still managed to maintain her seductive S-shaped curve. Realizing the drought demon was attacking, she closed her eyes in despair, thinking this time she was surely going to die. But strangely, the drought demon did not lunge at her. It seemed to be blind, ignoring the delicious prey in front of it and instead biting down on a chair.
After realizing what it had bitten was not food, the drought demon staggered back, repeatedly sniffing the air around Nyalin.
Nyalin slowly opened her eyes and realized she was still alive. Seeing the drought demon sniffing, she carefully inched back, pressing her hand against the table. But the position was somewhat awkward.
"Bro?" she muttered, staring blankly into the demon's bloodshot eyes, silently commenting, "Why does this thing keep sniffing? Can't it see?"
I swear, the eyes of this drought demon look so dazed, like a character from the movie The Lucky Blind Worker and the Sweet Landlady's Sister.
It kept getting closer, inhaling the scent of Nyalin's body.
She tried to step back, but the curves of her body made it difficult to avoid, as though trapped in a cruel twist of fate. Nyalin frowned, thinking she had narrowly escaped death, but now it was standing way too close.
Just a tiny sound, and surely it's going to eat me. What should I do now?
As the drought demon growled, continuously sniffing the scent on her body, Nia Lin suddenly remembered the gun she had just dropped.
Gun? That's right, I just need to get the gun.
She turned around, thrusting her hips backward, stretching her entire body to reach for the gun on the table, striking a pose that would make the men drool.
She was just an inch away from grabbing it. Nia Lin muttered to herself in encouragement, just a little more.
But in that seductive pose, the drought demon suddenly noticed the noise she made, went wild, and growled loudly, turning its ears towards her.
Nia Lin was startled and turned back to meet the bloodshot eyes of the drought demon, silently thinking, it's over.
The monster stood right behind her, its terrifying growl throwing her into a panic. But in that life or death moment, the image and words of Sushin flashed through her mind like a flame, igniting her will.
My resources are limited, and I can't keep you just because you're beautiful.
Finding the crystal nucleus in the monster's head will grant me abilities, and I will never harbor a useless piece of trash. His words hit Nia Lin's pride. She gritted her teeth, her eyes flaring with fury, and screamed, I'm not useless. She then kicked back with the heel of her high-heeled shoe. She aimed directly at the eyes of the drought demon, driving deep into them, leaving it dazed despite already being blind.
Ha ha!
Then, she delivered another powerful kick to its skull, the thick heel penetrating deep into its brain. Nia Lin placed one foot on the drought demon's head, sitting on the desk, her gaze cold and her teeth clenched.
Let me see if there's a core in your head. But as she withdrew her foot, the drought demon unexpectedly grabbed her foot. Panicked, Nia Lin cried out but refused to back down.
Following the philosophy of when the enemy comes, even a woman fights, she forcefully stomped her thick heel into its remaining eye. Unable to withstand it, the drought demon collapsed before her shoe. Nia Lin sat up, her hips propped on the desk, watching as the monster slowly fell. She caught sight of the axe on the desk, approached, and slung it over her shoulder, muttering, Sushin, it's a pity you're not here to see this.
I'm not some useless fool after all.
Placing her foot on the drought demon's face, she asserted, let me see if there's a core in your head. The scene shifted to the university where Bai Shang and Lu Xiaofeng were. Following Sushin's order to evacuate the students, Bai Shang contacted his brother, Bai Ming, to lead a supporting team to protect the students in the snake biology lab. The Golden King snake, the one that Sushin had taken notice of, began to mutate. Sushin stepped in, his gaze as cold as ice, staring directly at the snake.
Let's see just how much you can transform, he said.
He placed a bucket of water in front of the Golden King snake and spoke, I've also prepared a large bucket of water for you.
The snake, now aware after its mutation, showed no reaction. It slowly slithered from the table and into the bucket. Sushin smiled, huh? You already know that you need to swim in water for your body to fully mutate, huh?
Well, that's good,
saves me the trouble of having to step in.
As the Golden King snake touched the water, its body immediately began to change. It grew far beyond its original form, causing the plastic bucket to crack and bulge as if it was about to explode. Sushin was taken aback how had it grown so much in such a short time. The Golden King snake entered the first stage of its mutation, standing tall with large wings growing from its back.
Its blood-red eyes fixed on Sushin. He remained cautious, slowly speaking, so this is what the first stage of mutation looks like? You've already grown this large? Fortunately, I only brought a small bucket.
If a flood were to come, it would be difficult to deal with. One hand shoved into his pocket, the other drew out his sword. Sushin looked at the Golden King snake and warned, but if you choose to submit now, to serve under me, I might just consider making you one of my own. The snake had gained intelligence after the mutation, realizing Sushin's power, and chose to head straight for the window to escape.
Sushin suddenly exclaimed, You want to run? Looks like this little snake is starting to have some smarts and understanding.
With its weight, the Golden King snake broke through the window glass and escaped outside. Sushin did not hesitate, charging after it, drawing his sword, and stabbing down into its back, gritting his teeth. Is this how snakes escape?
Too bad your speed isn't fast enough to get away.
However, the sword, instead of piercing through, broke in half when it struck the scales as hard as steel.
Sushin held the half-sword in frustration. Are its scales really that tough? The Golden King snake, realizing Sushin couldn't penetrate its scales, turned to attack. Sushin, unafraid, leapt into the air and declared, "If the sword doesn't work on you, then I'll just punch you to death." He threw a powerful punch to the top of its head, causing the snake's upper body to slam violently into the ground. But the Golden King snake refused to give up, coiling its long body around Sushin, tightening as if to express affection. Held in place, Sushin grimaced, "So this brat can actually hold me down now, looks like it's gotten smarter." Sushin's gaze was as cold as ice as he observed the ruthless nature of the Serpent King. In a deep and low voice, Sushin asked, "Was your previous attack just a decoy? Your real intention was to catch me, wasn't it?" The Serpent King did not respond to Sushin's question, as it could not speak. Instead, it opened its terrifying maw wide, aimed directly at Sushin, preparing to unleash a fatal strike. But at that moment, the scene suddenly shifted to Bai Xiang's group, leaving Sushin's fate hanging in suspense, promising to be revealed soon after. Bai Ming turned his head and looked back at Bai Xiang, teasing her with his words, "What are you still standing there for?" Not stopping, Bai Ming continued to tease his younger sister, his expression asking, "Are you feeling regretful for the handsome guy Sushin?" Bai Xiang slightly tilted her head away, replying sharply, "If you didn't speak, no one would think you were mute." Bai Ming hesitated for a moment, his eyes scrutinizing his sister, then asked, "Do you really like that boy? But if he chooses to stay here, isn't he just asking for death?" Bai Xiang immediately shook her head, her tone firm, "He won't die for sure." Bai Ming, curious, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you sure?" Bai Xiang's eyes briefly showed a mix of surprise and fear. Slowly recounting, "The first time I met him, I sensed that he was not only strong, but his eyes deep, cold, and full of mystery were like those of a hidden monster. I believe we will definitely meet him again." The scene shifted back to Sushin and the Serpent King. In an instant, the beast bared its fangs, preparing to tear Sushin apart. Suddenly, a strong arm shot out, fast as lightning, gripping its throat tightly. The serpent's head thrashed violently, but it couldn't escape the iron-like grip. Sushin's entire body began to change at that moment, his eyes cold as if they belonged to death itself. He stomped his foot heavily on the monster's back, his voice deep and filled with authority. "Do you really think you can capture me?" Gazing into the Serpent King's eyes, filled with fear, Sushin's tone remained icy. "I've heard that the nerves of snakes are so developed that even if their heads are severed, they can still bite. But what does that matter?" With terrifying power, like a fierce god of war, Sushin effortlessly flipped the Serpent King onto its back with one hand, delivering a powerful strike that slammed the beast into the ground. The sound echoed like thunder, and the massive creature, which had only just risen, encountered its true master. Sushin stepped forward. One hand gripping the neck, the foot pressing against the mouth of the snake, gently yet merciless, he tore the Serpent King's minion in half with his bare hands. After swiftly taking down the monster, Sushin looked around and finally found the crystal core. He picked it up, his eyes flashing with excitement. "I found it." Sushin focused intently on the crystal core, feeling the powerful energy emanating from it, which only deepened his curiosity about the power he was about to possess. He muttered to himself, "Let's see what kind of extraordinary ability you'll grant me." Suddenly, the cityscape changed dramatically. Just a few hours ago, the scorching heat had nearly suffocated everything in its path, but now a torrential rain poured down as if it wanted to drown the entire world. If the brutal heat had the power to suffocate the will and endurance of mankind, then the flood and storm felt like a razor-sharp blade, directly erasing the foundation of human civilization. The tsunami and flood swept through, carrying everything in the city away. The people panicked, desperately searching for a way to escape, their faces reflecting sheer terror and hopelessness as the natural disaster unleashed by the earth ravaged them. Even powerful inland cities like Chengdu could not stand against nature's wrath. The technical university area, with its relatively low elevation, had only a few administrative buildings and a handful of high-rise towers that hadn't yet been swallowed by the floodwaters. The one chosen by destiny, after absorbing the core of the Serpent King, threw himself into the torrent of water. He glided effortlessly, feeling his body become more agile than ever before. Breathing, movement, everything was different from before. Sushin slithered on the water's surface, like a silent yet powerful wave. He thought to himself, indeed, after absorbing the core of the Serpent King, my body has started to change, adapting to this new strength. Upon contact with the water, Sushin's body underwent a transformation. Not only did small, tough scales akin to snake scales emerge, but his physical strength and speed were also significantly enhanced. His eyes became sharper, easily capturing light even in the dim environment. In particular, a thin membrane formed around his eyes, protecting them when submerged underwater. Sushin noticed that his breathing had also become strange. Bubbles rose around him, yet he didn't feel suffocated or out of breath. It was as if he could absorb oxygen through his skin, much like the characteristics of water snakes. He wondered to himself, could this be a trait of water snakes? Sushin swam a short distance, emerging from the administrative building and continuing to reflect on his newfound strength. Although he couldn't directly control the water, being able to breathe underwater was already a tremendous advantage. He suddenly remembered the Luchun Hotel area. The measuring point was still stuck. If the floodwaters from upstream surged in, the likelihood of that area being submerged was very high. But the raging floodwaters, carrying debris and materials like sharp blades hidden in the darkness, made it a dangerous challenge to go upstream. Sushin looked up at the sky and remarked, "The volcanic eruption seems to have reached its peak." Shandu, being far from the volcano, still had a clear sky. However, when the volcanic ash rose and covered everything, the end of winter would not be far off. Sushin's face suddenly became serious, and he thought to himself, when the apocalypse comes, human civilization will just be a fragile joke. To avoid becoming prey in nature, one can only continuously strengthen oneself. Sushin began to reminisce about his past life. After the Great Flood, many powerful forces had risen in Shandu. This area, with its low and sunken terrain in the south, had become the territory of the Water Snake Army and the female Iron King. To the south of the city was a cannibal tribe, where fanatical and brutal people gathered. To the west, the Rat Army was under the rule of King Rat. And to the east was the domain of the powerful Skull Hunter. In his previous life, Gao Chang and Duanya had once taken over the Luchun Hotel, and Sushin had narrowly escaped death at their hands multiple times. But in this lifetime, he muttered, Duanya, Gao Chang, and those people, I had already planned to deal with them beforehand. In order to become stronger, I must gather all the remaining spirit cores as quickly as possible. Sitting atop a building, Sushin slowly pondered his plan. The cannibal tribe was numerous, with many scattered camps. The whereabouts of the female Iron King were mysterious, but traceable. As for the King Rat, he remembered a clue from his previous life. A major plague had broken out at the University of Science and Technology. If that's the case, the King Rat must be hiding there. As long as he acted quickly, Sushin could seize its spirit core without much effort. While Sushin was deep in thought, sitting on a rocky outcrop and calculating his plans, the water below suddenly rippled. He looked down and noticed a growing mass of water demons gathering. Sushin furrowed his brow and muttered, seems like I've gotten a bit too idle. Watching the water demons steadily encircle the area, Sushin smiled challengingly. Looks like I've been surrounded by them after all. The scene shifted to a signal tower in Shui City. The floodwaters from the Great Flood still hadn't completely submerged the tower. At the top of the tower, two young men clung tightly, their faces filled with clear fear. Why is the flood happening now? The younger brother, while trying to climb higher, suddenly noticed something moving beneath the surface of the water. He turned and signaled to his older brother. Look under the water, it seems like someone is swimming towards us. The older brother was slightly younger than him. He heard the remark but didn't seem to believe it. You're making too much noise. If someone was really under the water right now, they'd definitely be dead. Though he tried to sound tough, he still turned around to take a look. When he saw a figure actually swimming towards him, he was so shocked that he stuttered. Ha! What is this? Both of them recognized Sushin, gliding across the water like a skilled swimmer cutting through the waves. They were secretly amazed how was this kid not drowned by the flood yet.
The older brother's eyes burned with anger as he gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the base ordering us to monitor him, we wouldn't be stuck in this damn flood. If he dares to come here, I'll kick him straight in the face and make him fall into the water. The younger brother, still gripping the pole, squinted at Sushin and then said, but his swimming speed is too fast, and it looks like something is following him. The older brother stared in confusion, his face turning pale as he saw the pack of demons closely trailing Sushin. Both of them screamed in unison. Those things following this kid, where did those demons come from? Watching Sushin swim upstream against the strong current, both brothers were stunned and exclaimed in disbelief. How could he swim upstream so quickly? Seeing Sushin and the group of water demons charging toward them at breakneck speed, the two brothers panicked and shouted. He's swimming straight toward us. The younger brother immediately shouted, threatening Sushin. Sushin, we come from the evolution base, and we warn you not to come any closer. Upon hearing the threat, Sushin slightly curled his lips into a cold smile. Ordinary people wouldn't say anything, but you dare to mention the evolution base? Well, looks like you found the right person. Sushin was gliding over the floodwaters when he heard the threat from the two brothers of the evolution base. His eyes suddenly turned cold, his voice low and powerful. Evolution base? Have your lackeys survived for too long, haven't they? He silently pondered, his eyes flashing with curiosity. Maybe I should investigate what they're scheming. In an instant, Sushin made his decision. With a powerful leap from the water's surface, he shot into the air, aiming straight at the two from the evolution base. The sudden move shocked the two brothers, freezing them in terror. Normally, a jump from the ground with such a powerful push would be unthinkable, let alone Sushin, who, like a mystical fish surfing the waves, performs this move on the churning surface of the water. The two brothers were continuously shocked, going from one astonishment to another. Sushin's foot seemed to land precisely, finding a solid point of support right on the face of his younger brother. The younger brother's face immediately contorted, resembling a demon manifesting, yet with the bewildered look of a child being robbed. The powerful kick from Sushin turned the younger brother into an unwilling footstool. Veins popped up from his face to his neck, and he gritted his teeth, enduring the terrifying force coming from Sushin's foot. But with that force, the younger brother immediately lost his balance, slipped off the pole, and fell freely into the rushing water. A panicked scream echoed, accompanied by a look towards the elder brother, as if to say, "Brother, I'm falling here." Isn't this a disaster? The elder brother, gripping the pole tightly, looked on in panic as his younger brother fell helplessly. Fortunately, in that life and death moment, he stretched out his hand just in time to grab his younger brother's hand, saving him from an obvious disaster, one hand holding the pole and the other clutching his brother, who was dangling. The elder brother gritted his teeth, his whole body swollen with veins, muscles tensed as though they were about to tear apart, fighting against the weight. He growled, "I got you, quickly, grab the pole." The younger brother hung below, and though she tried her best, the weight of her body kept him from pulling her closer to the pole. Panicked, he shouted, I can't reach the pole." The older brother felt the weight from his sibling's body, realizing that he couldn't hold on much longer. He gritted his teeth and tried to reassure her, "Don't be afraid, I will definitely pull you up." But the younger brother, fully aware of the perilous situation and the strong bond between them, made a painful decision. "Brother, I'm too heavy. Let go, if you keep holding on like this, we'll both die." The older brother immediately looked down, his gaze heavy as he yelled, "No, I will never let go of you. We live or die together." Sushin stood above, witnessing the emotionally charged brotherly moment, almost moved to tears by their bond. He coldly sat down on the edge of the pole, looking down at the two siblings before speaking. "Tell me, what do you know about the evolution base?" Despite being in such a life-threatening situation, the two siblings remained defiant. The older brother gritted his teeth and retorted, "Give up. I will never say a word to you. Even if you kill us, someone will avenge us." Sushin glanced down at the water demons writhing below, their grotesque arms reaching out, waiting for their prey to fall. He coldly complimented, "Very good, quite brave, but don't blame me." Before Sushin could act, a water demon with long arms suddenly grabbed the ankle of his brother, who was dangling.
It yanked hard, pulling him straight into the torrent. Despite having accepted his sacrifice so that his brother could survive, the younger one couldn't help but panic, screaming, his face filled with terror as he was dragged away from his brother's arms. Sushin stood high above, looking down, and calmly explained to the older brother, "He was pulled down by the water demons, you can't blame me." But the older brother paid no attention to Sushin's words. Seeing his brother being swept away, he immediately released his grip on the pillar and dove into the water, shouting, "No, I'm coming to save you." The sibling bond was truly admirable as both of them sank into the cold water. When the older brother opened his eyes, he was horrified to find a water demon with sharp teeth and bloodshot eyes right beside him. Before he could even save his brother, he was at a loss for how to save himself. In a moment of despair, the younger brother could only mutter to himself, "Well, it's all over now." He looked up at the water demon as it raised its claws. The older brother, eyes closed, raised his hand, silently thinking, "Well, dying alongside you is better than fighting these water demons in the water." But just then, Sushin suddenly appeared, a cold, sharp sword slashing through the air, cutting the two water demons in front of the older brother in half. With a demonic appearance, Sushin glided across the surface of the water as if walking on solid ground, wielding his sword with lightning speed. One by one, the water demons fell before the astonished siblings. It was as if they had just escaped the scythe of death, panting heavily. The older brother stared at Sushin, his eyes full of disbelief, silently thinking, "Is he really human? He's terrifyingly strong." A moment later, Sushin pulled both of them up onto the roof of the transmission tower. Grateful for the life-saving intervention, the older brother immediately spoke, "We owe you our lives. Now, I will tell you everything we know about the evolution base." After catching his breath from narrowly escaping death, the older brother continued, "We were sent by the evolution base to monitor you. The evolution base is actually located at the University of Science and Technology, led by Mr. Liu and the researchers in the laboratory. We're just pawns, doing menial tasks under the orders of our superiors." Upon hearing the mention of the University of Science and Technology, Sushin immediately recalled King Rat. He silently thought, the rat plague before also originated from there. It seems that King Rat is directly related to this evolutionary base. Sushin asked further, "Is there any mutated rat being studied in the laboratory?" The man shook his head and honestly replied, "Only the researchers know the details of the experiments. We really have no idea about this." Although only a little information was gathered, Sushin immediately made a decision, no matter what, we must take action first, understand the situation there, and be prepared before the rat plague breaks out. The scene shifted to the Lucheng Hotel, where the floodwaters had nearly submerged the entire area. Duanya, her eyes filled with unease, stood before the rising water. She was panting, her face as if painted by a skilled artist, vivid in every detail. After absorbing the energy core as instructed by Sushin, Duanya tried to sense the newfound power within her body, but it seemed like nothing was happening. With her drenched body, she wondered if she had succeeded. The floodwaters had already reached her ankles. Suddenly, tentacles appeared under her feet, wriggling, as if foreshadowing a dramatic turn of events in the next episode. She lifted her foot and exclaimed, "Has the water risen this high already?" The great flood almost engulfed every building in the city, and the Lucheng Hotel was no exception. The floodwaters had risen to the highest floors, with waves rolling powerfully, as if they wanted to sweep everything away. Duanya stood in the building, not only hearing the deafening sound of waves crashing outside but also noticing strange rustling sounds around her. The noise made her uneasy, as if something was lurking nearby. Earlier, Ya had taken down a business partner, a man who had once brought lucrative business opportunities. However, due to the fact that in a past life, he was a friend of a blind fortune teller, they had never managed to succeed in business together. Fortunately, she had obtained a spirit crystal from his brain. Following Sushin's advice, Duanya decided to absorb the crystal, as she didn't want to become useless, and this was the only way to remain by Sushin's side. But this action caused her body to fall into a strange mutation. Duanya's eyes turned bloodshot, as though they contained an immense energy that was about to explode. Her whole body burned unnaturally, and she continuously emitted painful groans, as if she had been drugged. though her body, still alluring, now went through bizarre phenomena. Duanya's eyes widened, her tongue flicking out as if she were entering a state of sadomasochism. Her hands clutched herself tightly, trying to suppress the pain that spread throughout her body. In particular, there was a strange twitching sensation on her chest, as if she had been shocked with electricity. Eventually, the strange pain in Duanya's body began to subside, leaving her in astonishment and unanswered questions. Duanya widened her eyes, looking up at the ceiling, her face weary, her breath panting yet steady, like a rhythm full of vitality. However, deep within her eyes, there was still a gleam that was hard to describe, as though hiding a secret that could not be spoken. In a posture similar to the Super Saiyan in Dragon Ball Z, every drop of sweat rolled down her scorching body. Duanya wondered, have I succeeded? The floodwater from the Great Flood had risen to the floor she was standing on. The cold water touched her heels, making Duanya suddenly realize that the water had reached this level. But what she didn't know was that beneath her feet, strange objects had begun to appear, scattered around in a gruesome, unsettling manner. She looked up, but just in that instant, Duanya suddenly felt a strange disturbance in her body. Startled, she barely had time to react when a water snake with a mouth full of sharp, jagged teeth lunged at her, its slimy body wrapping tightly around her. Duanya panicked and shouted, "What the hell is this thing?" The scene was like something out of a horror film, enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. The water snake tightened its grip, secreting a sticky slime that glistened, enveloping Duanya's body. The smaller parts of her still managed to endure, but the curvaceous, full-bodied, and lively curves on her body seemed to writhe, as though trying to escape the suffocating grip of the disgusting slime. Duanya shuddered in horror and screamed, "Slippery and sticky, so disgusting." While still bewildered by the slimy layer clinging to her body, the grotesque head of the water snake suddenly appeared right before her. Inside its mouth, its sharp, jagged teeth were like a nightmare to those who feared cavities. The snake swayed back and forth, staring at Duanya for a few seconds before suddenly lunging to attack. Everyone expected Duanya to freeze and accept her fate, but no. She was the prized possession of the main character, so how could she easily fall? Duanya tightly shut her eyes, turned her face to the right, and instinctively, her hands quickly grabbed the water snake's head. But the creature wouldn't let her resist so easily. It coiled its tail tightly around her arms, leaving Duanya with no choice but to exclaim, "It's over." A series of slippery, slimy tentacles wrapped around her body, putting her in a life or death situation where she couldn't move. The slimy tentacles tightened, pushing Duanya to the brink of despair, her entire body seemingly bound and restricted. While desperately trying to find a way out, several more water serpents suddenly appeared before her. They flaunted their sinewy bodies. The threatening atmosphere made Duanya sigh inwardly, why are there so many of them suddenly? This is so annoying. She didn't even have time to adapt to her new ability. But in that moment of crisis, the memory of Sushin's teachings suddenly flooded her mind. His voice echoed in her ears, "As long as you find a crystal core and consume it, you will gain the ability." "But they're just regular monsters, so we have no way of obtaining a crystal core with special powers," Duanya said, her nurse uniform torn at the hem, her gaze hesitantly lingering on the apple taken from Sushin's spatial pocket. She asked in confusion, "How can I use it when I don't even know what kind of power I have?" Sushin looked at her with a serious expression, instilling confidence in her. "Try to feel it, feel yourself, the environment around you, the changes in everything. Then, try to control the palm of your hand." Back in the present, with Sushin's teachings in mind, Duanya suddenly smiled, realizing she could sense it now. Successfully channeling her ability, she looked at the horrifying monsters before her. Suddenly, countless nerve fibers across their bodies became visible in her eyes. Duanya immediately understood what needed to be done. She shouted, "Is this the cerebellum of these monsters?" As soon as she finished speaking, Duanya's eyes turned a fiery red. The voice roared with authority, "Stop right now." As the words left her mouth, the grotesque tentacles immediately froze, standing still as if turned to stone by her command. The tentacles that had been wrapped around her body slowly loosened, no longer daring to tighten their grip. Duanya looked at her body, covered in sticky, slimy substance, and sighed, "How disgusting, I'm all slimy and sticky now." She reached for the axe beside her and hoisted it onto her shoulder. In her outfit, drenched in filth, Duanya's perfect body stood out even more, like a warrior stepping out of a legend. Looking at the monsters before her, her gaze flashed with a deadly intent. "I will make you all like leeks," she said. With that, Duanya swung the axe, cutting horizontally, vertically, and striking left and right. Within minutes, the room was filled with fresh blood, and the grotesque tentacles had been completely destroyed by her. Once done, Duanya lifted her skirt and walked away, muttering, "The people of the Ming are so filthy, I need to hurry back and take a proper bath." But just as she turned around, a foot silently appeared, and a voice full of malice rang out, causing Duanya to startle. "Can we bathe together?" Duanya, holding the axe, spun around, her eyes filled with fury as if to threaten the enemy. But standing before her was none other than Sushin. Her entire body was bare, radiating a strange blue light. Seeing her so strong, Sushin silently complimented her, "You're not bad at all, you even know how to use weapons to protect yourself." Sushin's appearance eased Duanya's fear, and her expression softened. She stared blankly, unable to believe that Sushin was really here. Looking at the person who once made her tremble like a sewing machine, Duanya couldn't contain her emotions. She jumped straight into Sushin's arms, pressing his face into her soft chest. Sushin could only exclaim, "This is really great, it's really Sushin, you've finally come back to me. I was so worried you'd die." But the seductive curves of Duanya unintentionally created sharp lines on Sushin's body. She sensed something hard pressing against her and asked, "Huh? What is that hard thing poking into me?" Realizing Sushin wasn't wearing anything, Duanya blushed, embarrassed, and waved her hands in a flustered manner. "You jerk, why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Sushin scratched his head and laughed bitterly. "Hee, the tide came in earlier, it was so dirty, I had to take everything off. Come on, let's go shower together." Entering the bathroom, the clear water flowed out, allowing Sushin to enjoy the refreshing sensation. It feels so comfortable, it's only when you leave the house that you realize home is still the best place. As Sushin leaned back in the bathtub, Duanya, sitting across from him, blushed as if she were about to lose control after meeting him again. Sushin asked, "Oh right, what kind of ability did you awaken?" Duanya moved behind Sushin, her eyes sparkling, her cheeks flushed, as she placed a hand on his shoulder, gently massaging it to help him relax. While doing this, she asked, "Did you figure it out already?" Sushin, feeling a bit dreamy and distant, smiled and teased, "Not really, I just realized it from the temperature of your lips." Her response made Duanya blush even more. "The temperature of my lips? What's so special about my lips' temperature?" The artist, perhaps worried that Sushin might not handle it, had cleverly made sure Duanya was wrapped in a towel, covering her sensitive areas. Sushin continued asking, "What's your special ability then?" Duanya, not hiding anything, replied frankly, "Maybe it's some sort of mental control ability." Sushin, intrigued, asked in return, "Does your mental control ability work on food, I wonder?" Duanya paused in thought, then stood up and replied, "I'm not sure. How about I try this ability on you?" Sushin was startled and looked behind him. "Try? What are you trying on me?" The sight before Sushin caused his pupils to contract. Duanya, dressed in a fiery red demon outfit, with lace edges that both covered and revealed, and wings almost appearing behind her, looked more seductive than ever. She spoke in a sweet, enchanting voice, "Master, what if I try it like this?" Under the influence of her mind control ability, Sushin was not only frozen in place but also emanated a deadly aura. Duanya observed the spiritual power surging around him and thought to herself, "Is this Sushin's spiritual power? If he hadn't given his consent, I would have likely been eliminated long ago when I tried to take control of his mind." Sushin's eyes reddened as he laughed loudly, "Huh, so this is how it is. This ability of yours really isn't bad at all." He shouted enthusiastically, "I want to train you until your legs are walking in two lines." Ha. Meanwhile, outside the Lucheng Hotel, the Great Flood still surged fiercely. After Sushin finished training Duanya, the sky had already brightened the following day. The floodwaters had reached the hotel's peak station, and gunfire echoed from the building's rooftop, with each water snake being exterminated.
Duanya, in her bunny outfit, was guided by Su Shin, learning how to use a gun. He said in a stern tone, "Focus your mind, then use your willpower to hold the gun firmly and shoot." Duanya turned back and quietly asked, "But aren't you supposed to be heading to the University of Science and Technology? Why do you still have time to teach me how to shoot?" Su Shin turned his back, explaining as he walked inside. "I want to spend half a day helping you master shooting skills." "You mentioned before that you studied medicine, right?" Duanya was puzzled. "Yes, that's right." "Is there a problem?" Su Shin didn't answer, simply gesturing for her to follow. "Come with me, it's time we start utilizing your abilities." A little while later, Su Shin took Duanya out of the Lu Cheng Hotel on a yacht he had just acquired. Duanya felt a bit self-conscious in the bunny outfit that Su Shin had given her, and quietly said, "Su Shin, if I wear this outside, won't it be a bit inappropriate?" Su Shin looked her over, smiling lightly. "It's fine. Even if you weren't wearing anything, no one would dare to do anything to you." As Su Shin reclined in his seat, sipping a glass of wine, he calmly admired Duanya's perfect figure. While steering the boat, she glanced back and asked, "Do you want to go to the University of Science and Technology now?" Su Shin pondered, staring into his glass of wine. "Yeah, I want to visit a close brother of mine. I'm not even sure if he's still alive." Duanya stood gracefully, one hand gripping the steering wheel, the other holding her handbag to keep it from falling. She said, "Don't worry, rest assured, good people will always be protected by the heavens." She added with a smile, Yeah, that's right. With my looks, I must be blessed a lot, don't you think, brother?" A while later, Su Shin and Duanya's yacht finally docked at the University of Science and Technology. Duanya looked up at the surroundings and signaled to Su Shin, "We're here, this is the University of Science and Technology." As she spoke, she observed the desolate scene, the walls blocking the entrance, strange watchtowers, and a faint smell of death creeping everywhere. Thanks to her instincts and supernatural abilities, Su Shin sensed the lurking danger near the main gate. Suddenly, his eyes turned bright red. He quickly turned to the right, alert. A figure in one of the watchtowers immediately fired at the yacht. Bang! Bang! Luckily, Su Shin moved with lightning speed, using his body to shield Duanya. The shooter seemed to either lack skill or was merely giving a warning shot, as the bullets only grazed by, hitting parts of the yacht. A loud, abrasive sound rang out, and a filthy, disheveled face appeared from the watchtower, its voice filled with suspicion. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Su Shin glanced toward the source of the voice, silently thinking that this was the very place where the mutant Rat King had risen in his previous life at the University of Science and Technology. He calmly stepped to the front of the ship and replied slowly, "We've come here to join the evolution base. Could you open the door for us?" The scruffy-faced man, also known as the exam face, looked at Su Shin, a man completely naked, with a look of disdain. But when his gaze shifted to Duanya, who was wearing a beautiful cheongsam that highlighted her curves, his expression immediately changed. He licked his lips with hunger. "To think there's such a delicious little bunny here. Little sister, how about you warm my bed tonight, and I'll let you in. As for that jumping idiot, he can go back to where he came from." Su Shin and Duanya seemed prepared for this, showing no signs of hesitation in the face of the provocative words. Su Shin maintained a cold expression, saying nothing, while Duanya stepped forward, holding a steaming plate of braised pork that smelled incredibly appetizing. She smiled sweetly and said in a soft, honeyed voice, "Handsome, please open the door for us, just for the sake of this dish of braised pork." After the apocalypse, just a single plate of braised pork was enough to startle Ugly-Face Name. He exclaimed, "What? Braised pork? Is it really braised pork?" He pointed down, commanding his subordinate Lu Dao, "Hurry up and open the door, open it fast. I haven't seen meat in a long time." Although Lu Dao was confused and didn't understand what was happening, he quickly nodded and hurriedly opened the door. The gates of the University of Science and Technology slowly opened, allowing Su Shin and Duanya's yacht to enter. Once inside, Ugly-Face Name immediately climbed down and arrogantly shouted, "Stop the boat here, then bring that plate of braised pork to me."
Lu Dao looked at the plate of meat in Duanya's hands and felt something was off. Hesitantly, he spoke up. But as soon as Ugly-Faced Name saw the braised pork, he instantly roared, cutting him off, "Get out of the way, it's all for me." What he didn't know was that Duanya had used her psychic ability to control his mind. In Ugly-Faced Name's eyes, the plate of braised pork gleamed and smelled delicious, but in reality, it was the arm of a water demon. Under Duanya's manipulation, his brain was set ablaze, making him believe that he was holding a delectable dish. Excited, he exclaimed, "OMG, it's really snot." Out of respect for this delicious plate of braised pork, I'll let you all go ahead. As for that kid, lead the other two into the laboratory area. Lu Dao, ignoring the older man who was engrossed in his plate of meat, led Sushin and Duanya forward, saying, "I'll go ahead and guide the two of you. If we're all going to stay in the base from now on, it's only right that we help each other. The bottom floor is for the elderly, children, and some people without much status. I'll take you both upstairs to find a cleaner room." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Dao suddenly bumped into a child who was sluggishly walking towards him. Furious at being blocked, he shouted, "Hey, kid, what's wrong with you? Are your eyes on the back of your head? Can't you walk properly?" The child fell to the ground, trembling as he tried to explain, "I'm sorry, I feel a bit dizzy." Duanya, with her instinct for medicine from her training and a kind heart, immediately approached, scooping the child up and asking with concern, "It seems this little one is really starving to the point of exhaustion. Little one, where are your parents?" The child clutched her stomach, trying to suppress the hunger, gritting her teeth as she answered shakily, "They went to find food, but they haven't come back yet." Duanya, like a fairy coming to the rescue, pulled out a bag of bread from her clothes and handed it to the child. "I have a bread here. Would you like to eat it to ease your hunger?" The child hesitated, fearing that if she accepted the bread, Duanya would go hungry herself. She trembled as she spoke, "But if you give me the bread, Sister Rabbit will also be hungry." Sister Rabbit? Duanya blushed when she was called Sister Rabbit. Seeing the poor little girl, Sushin could no longer maintain his cold demeanor. He stepped forward and explained, "Don't worry, Sister Rabbit won't get hungry." The little girl still clutched her stomach, gritting her teeth in disbelief. "You're lying to me. How could anyone not be hungry right now?" Sushin gave a wry smile. Seeing that she didn't believe him, he decided to show off his skills. From another dimension, he pulled out an enormous pot of spicy and sour rib hot pot, which caused Lu Dao, who was behind, to exclaim in panic, "Where did this hot pot come from so easily?" The little girl, still shaking from hunger, widened her eyes in astonishment at Sushin's magic trick and stammered, "Ugh, is this really hot pot? Brother, I also want to be your woman." The innocent words from the little girl left Duanya speechless. Her face darkened as she transformed into a demon, quickly shoving a piece of bread into the girl's mouth. Children shouldn't speak nonsense. Hurry up and eat. As Sushin and Duanya were doing their good deed, hurried footsteps sounded from behind. A haughty voice rang out, causing Sushin to turn around. "Ah, how despicable, someone's still cooking food here." Three henchmen with arrogant expressions, looking as cool as a toilet bowl, stepped forward, kicked the basket and shouted, "Get out of the way, you filthy commoners. Don't you know it's against the rules to keep food for yourselves? All supplies must be handed over and exchanged for contribution points." The leader, with hair like a stylish man, gritted his teeth, his eyes bulging, threatening, "But I don't remember anyone exchanging food for contribution points in the past few days. Who among you dares to break the rules?" The girl next to Duanya saw these people trembling, huddling close to her, and called out in fear, "Sister Rabbit." Duanya patted her comfortingly, "Don't be scared, I'll make sure they talk to us properly." She turned to Sushin, her eyes full of meaning. Sushin understood and nodded in agreement. Duanya immediately used her mental manipulation ability, creating an illusion of a lavish feast in front of the three henchmen. She smiled and said, "It's exhausting talking all day. Isn't what you all want just some good food? These are specially prepared for you. Here, take your time and enjoy." Duanya's eyes flashed a fiery red, and her mental manipulation power began to take effect.
For now, the three lackeys were presented with roasted chicken, Kobe beef, sauced fish, and premium ham hocks.
All three of them stared wide-eyed, cheering with excitement.
Look at all this meat, there's so much. It smells amazing, damn it.
It's all yours, boss. Go ahead, eat up, I want to devour this delicious food too. This place really is a paradise.
The three of them dove into their food, chewing with abandon, completely oblivious to their surroundings.
Stylish hair name, chewing and drooling, looked over at Duan Naya, praising her. Ha, you're a tasty one, and you're well-mannered too. Alright, I'll go easy on you today. No punishment, just enjoy yourself.
But when his gaze turned to Su Shin, his tone immediately shifted to a menacing one. As for that new little jumpy guy, since you've broken the rules around here, you'll have to be punished.
Su Shin raised an eyebrow, asking calmly, "Oh? Punish me?" The leader's voice dropped, full of annoyance. "Bring them out here for me." At the command, a few lackeys dragged out two people, both chained by their necks.
Their veins were bulging, as if they had been injected with some kind of poison. The leader growled, "Your punishment is to fight these two to the death.
Either you kill them, or you get killed."
Su Shin studied them carefully and realized that these two were the brothers who had once been trapped in the floodwaters.
He silently wondered, what had happened to these two?
The little girl beside Duanya, chewing on some bread, looked at the two men chained up in confusion and exclaimed, "These are my older brothers, what's wrong with them?" Seeing her two brothers chained up, the girl couldn't hold back her tears and rushed forward.
"You evil people, let my brothers go."
Duanya hurriedly held her back and reminded her, "You can't go over there. Their condition and behavior are a little strange."
A few henchmen, chewing on hallucination food, muttered and peered around. They messed up the mission, didn't they? And they're not even valuable enough to compensate for the losses, so they're sentenced to death.
But killing them outright would be such a waste, so I'll keep them around for the brothers to have some fun. The leader, his eyes rolled back in his head, gnawed hungrily as he growled, "But I didn't expect you two to know each other."
This is getting interesting. Alright, I've made up my mind.
If you lose this fight, I'll let their little sister and these two throw them into the water to be devoured by the water demons.
Su Shin glanced subtly at the two unfortunate brothers chained up like wild beasts.
In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder if these two had fallen into some kind of strange frenzy.
Had they been injected with some drug that had clouded their minds? Control.
At that moment, the one-eyed thug, who had been devouring the food stolen from Su Shin, suddenly shouted loudly, ordering his subordinates to release the two brothers who were in a berserk state. As soon as his words finished, the subordinates immediately removed the chains. The two brothers, now completely out of control, rushed straight at Su Shin with a savage appearance, like wild beasts. If they were ordinary people, they would have been torn apart or beaten to death by the two. But unfortunately for them, Su Shin was no ordinary person. He was a supernatural being with a physique that had been enhanced twice. Calmly, he raised one arm in front of him, facing the impending danger. Seeing Su Shin's action, those around him thought he had become so terrified that he was acting in a dazed manner. But in that instant, something unexpected happened. In the blink of an eye, Su Shin, with just one arm, struck a fatal blow to the older brother's neck, then followed up with a powerful slap to the younger brother's face. In a split second, both brothers collapsed to the ground, unconscious and completely unaware. At this moment, the little girl, believed to be the younger sister of the two brothers, witnessed the entire scene. Seeing her two brothers knocked down, she screamed in distress. "Big brother!" she cried out, struggling to break free from Duan Naya's hold. Seeing the little girl so anxious to the point of desperation, Duan Naya could only try to hold her tightly, while gently reassuring her that her two brothers would be fine and that they were only temporarily unconscious. The one-eyed thug, who had witnessed the entire scene, was momentarily shocked and angry. He turned to the two brothers who had just been knocked out by Su Shin and cursed, "What a bunch of useless idiots. You got knocked out this easily?" But in an instant, he shifted his focus to Su Shin. With a venomous look in his eyes, like that of a poisonous snake, he stared at Su Shin and spoke, "I'm in a good mood today. If you hand over all the supplies,
I'll pretend like nothing happened. Sushin, his face as cold as ice, responded with disdain, why should I hand over the supplies to you? One of the thugs under the one-eyed man immediately growled, threatening, damn it, you little punk. At the University of Science and Technology, everyone has to follow the rules of Boss Liu. Only by doing so can you survive in this chaotic world. The one-eyed thug chimed in, his tone full of self-importance, that's right. We don't keep useless people here. If you want to stay, you need to earn contribution points by searching for resources or supplies. Only then can you exchange them for points to survive. Hearing the phrase contribution points, Sushin silently thought to himself, what are these contribution points? They are nothing more than a new form of currency. It's not real money, but clearly, it brings great benefits to those who set these rules. After a brief moment of thought, Sushin coldly replied, this rule doesn't sound bad, but unfortunately, all of our food has already been eaten by you, and now there's nothing left to trade. At that moment, a strange voice came from behind the group of one-eyed thugs, seeking contribution points. Why not work for me? A large, chubby man, dressed in bizarre attire resembling that of indigenous tribes from Africa, stepped out from the crowd. Hearing his voice, the one-eyed thugs were startled and stammered. It turned out that this large man was Captain Gua, the leader of the gang. Sushin and Duan Naya both displayed clear expressions of surprise when they saw the large man. Beside him was another man, his mouth bound shut with a wooden bar tightly fastened. He had only 4 upper teeth and 3 lower ones remaining, signs of brutal violence. The behavior of this man was even stranger. He was carrying a makeshift palanquin assembled from crude materials on his back. On the palanquin sat the large man in a domineering manner, while beside him was a girl dressed only in underwear. Beneath the palanquin, several other individuals, in a similar state to the man with the bound mouth, were hunched over, carrying and struggling under the load. The scene evoked the image of ancient slaves forced to submit in humiliation. Suddenly, one of the sedan bearers stumbled and fell forward. The fat man frowned, clearly displeased. His eyes flashed with cruelty. Out of nowhere, a sharp spear appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he hurled it with brutal force, piercing through the chest of the man who had tripped. The unlucky man screamed in agony, his eyes rolled white, blood spurting from his mouth. With one final cry, he collapsed, dead on the spot. Sushin and Duan Naya shuddered at the sight. Normally, they only killed in self-defense, but these people were different, ready to snatch away a life for the smallest mistake. After his strike, the fat man rested his chin on his hand and looked toward Sushin's group with disgust, as if gazing at weak prey. He spoke, you see, I'm short on men. That brat over there step up and take the place of the one who just died. And the little rabbit girl? He pointed at Duan Naya, each day I'll give you a box of fresh meat or instant noodles to serve me. You'd better know that in this apocalypse, production has long since stopped. Don't think I haven't spent a lot of effort on you. The captain surnamed Gua suddenly grabbed the head of the girl beside him and pressed it tightly against his body, a twisted smile appearing on his face, his eyes gleaming with an almost taunting gleam. He had grown utterly tired of girls like the one lying in his arms, but Duan Naya in his eyes at this moment was truly a precious gem, a rare treasure in this chaotic world. When the fat man spoke, the squinty-eyed thug immediately chimed in, turning to yell at Sushin and his group, our captain has kindly extended an invitation, advising you not to be stupid and fail to appreciate this opportunity. One of the captain's lackeys also joined in, his tone full of excitement. This time is great. The captain has a new woman, and we'll get a share of the old one. Can't describe how awesome this is. Before the thugs could even fully relish their moment, a cold question from Captain Gua made them all jump in surprise. Wait, what is that smell? What did you guys just eat? Upon hearing this question, the thugs felt as though they had been struck by lightning, their hearts screaming. Oh no, in their greed, they had secretly eaten the meat without informing the captain, an offense that could cost them their lives. The group hurriedly bent over, kowtowing repeatedly, their mouths incessantly pleading, I apologize, Captain. Captain, we won't dare repeat this again. Please, give us a chance. From now on, no matter the food, big or small, we will definitely offer it to you first. Upon hearing their pleas, Captain Gua displayed an indescribable expression,
as if he were weighing his options. He had clearly figured out that his subordinates had just stolen something, but for the moment, he didn't want to pursue the matter. Instead, he growled, "Damn, shut up. I'm not here to show mercy to fools. What did you guys eat just now that you're trying to cover up? Get out of my sight, now." Sushin and Duan Naya couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that this fat guy had realized Duan Naya's ability to control minds? But that didn't make sense. He shouldn't have been immune to her power. The group of one-eyed thugs were also bewildered at this point, about to open their mouths to explain what they had eaten, when suddenly, their faces changed, sweat pouring down like rain, their eyes filled with panic as they looked down at their stomachs. At that moment, they all suddenly clutched their stomachs, crying out in pain, and one of them even spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. It turned out that the piece of meat from the sea monster's corpse they had just eaten had caused a violent reaction in their bodies. They screamed and ran off to find a toilet, their minds in turmoil as they wondered why they were suffering from such intense stomach pains. Seeing his foolish subordinates in such a pitiful state, Captain Guo could not hide his anger. The veins on his forehead bulged as he muttered curses under his breath. "Damn it, how did I end up with such a group of stupid followers? One of these days, I'll wipe out all these pests just to feel better." Sushin observed the fat man, a sense of doubt rising in his heart. He could not sense any supernatural abilities from him, but he did feel an extraordinary strength emanating from his body, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. However, compared to Sushin, who had undergone 2 physical enhancements, this fat man was no match. Moreover, under his influence, it seemed that the group of one-eyed thugs had broken free from Duan Naya's mental control. Sushin silently thought, "I don't know what kind of person Lu Boss, who stands behind this Captain Guo, is, but judging by the look of this fat guy, he's definitely not an ordinary man. Killing these thugs right now might cause trouble for my plan, so it's best to find the location of those mutated rats first." Seeing that Sushin didn't respond, Captain Guo spoke up to remind him, "Hey kid, what do you think about my proposal?" Sushin replied indifferently, not interested. Surprisingly, despite the direct rejection, Old Guo didn't get angry. He just laughed loudly, his tone full of hidden meaning. "Don't worry, there will come a day when you all have to kneel and beg me." He then ordered Lu Dao, one of his subordinates, to drag the body of the man he had just stabbed to death back to their hideout. Lu Dao hurriedly responded and immediately went to do the task. As Old Guo's group gradually disappeared from sight, Sushin fell into deep thought, his expression contemplative. Seeing this, Duan Naya spoke sadly, "I'm sorry, Sushin. My psychic power isn't strong enough to deal with Captain Guo, so my ability was ineffective against him." Seeing her blaming herself, Sushin comforted her, "It's not your fault. These people even survived after eating the corpse of a sea monster. We need to be more careful with every step we take." Suddenly, a strange voice came from behind, "You've offended the bodyguards, and they won't let you off easily." Sushin, a young man around Sushin's age, appeared, dressed no differently from the people he had met earlier. What was strange was that this young man knew Sushin's name. Sushin furrowed his brow, suspicious, and asked, "Do I know you? Why do you want to help us?" The young man was stunned, pointed to himself, and replied, "It's me, Yuan Yong. I'm Tian Yu's roommate. We last met when you came to school." The scene shifted to a dilapidated building not far away. The terrifying-faced Captain Guo turned to Lu Dao and ordered, "Lu Dao, keep an eye on that girl. Don't let them slip away." Lu Dao, upon hearing this, was momentarily startled and stammered in response, "Captain, what exactly do you mean?" Before he could finish, Old Guo switched to a sinister expression, licking his lips with a malicious smile. In his mind, the image of Duan Naya in a seductive bunny outfit appeared. He thought to himself, a woman as beautiful as her was truly rare to find in the apocalypse. At the University of Science and Technology, in a ruined apartment building much taller than the nearby buildings that had been submerged by the flood, the apartments were connected by crooked, makeshift wooden bridges, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Inside a shabby room of that apartment building, a person was receiving an intravenous drip, accompanied by a gentle yet anxious voice. "Although your reserves of medicine aren't much, luckily, it's enough to temporarily keep them safe. Their lives won't be in danger." The one who spoke was none other than Duan Naya. She was carefully taking care of the pair of brothers who had been injected with stimulants and knocked unconscious by Sushin earlier. Though they were still in a coma, their faces clearly showing pain, their condition had improved significantly, bringing a glimmer of hope. The younger sister of the two men, standing beside them, seeing their condition improve, couldn't help but speak up, "Thank you, Big Sister Rabbit, you're really amazing." At that moment, Sushin was talking to a friend with a peculiar name, Yuan Yong. He turned to ask, "I just remembered, all the students are gathering here now, right?" Yuan Yong nodded in response, "That's right, anyone, male or female, as long as they're still alive, has come here for shelter. Tian Yu often helps everyone, so this area is considered the territory of our external division." External division? What's that? Sushin asked, confused. Before Yuan Yong could answer, a figure appeared from behind and spoke in his stead. "That's right, our external division is very powerful. Even when facing the Tao clan, we'll eliminate each one. Student, are you interested in joining?" Yuan Yong looked towards the person who had just spoken, exclaiming, "Brother Tianyu." It turned out that the young man who had appeared was Tianyu, the friend that Sushin had been searching for. Tianyu wore a tattered outfit but had added several unique accessories, giving him a rugged yet cool appearance. In particular, the swimming goggles slung askew on his head and the hunting rifle slung over his shoulder made him look like a wandering warrior in an apocalyptic world. Yuan Yong pulled Sushin forward, proudly announcing, "Brother Tianyu, look who I've brought here." Tianyu took off his swimming goggles, looked closely, and immediately recognized his close friend. He burst out laughing, swearing with excitement, "Suzy, you're really something, damn it. I thought you were dead, never imagined you'd still be alive." "This is great, brother." The two embraced tightly, full of affection. Sushin responded enthusiastically, "Tian brother, it's been a long time." Tianyu eagerly continued, "Let's go, it's been so hard to finally meet up, we need to have a drink. Fortunately, I just went to gather some supplies, so we can enjoy a few days together." Suddenly, Tianyu's gaze stopped at a certain spot, his expression frozen in shock. Looking closely, "You recognize the girl in front of you, I've met you before. You're the legendary beauty of the school, the cold goddess Duan Naya." Duan Naya, embarrassed to be recognized while wearing a bunny cosplay outfit, blushed and shyly replied, "That was all in the past. Everything is different now." Tianyu, still excited, turned to ask Yuan Yong, "Xiao Miao, why is the legendary goddess here? And why is she wearing a bunny costume like this?" Yuan Yong, his ears ringing from Tianyu's loud voice, covered his ears with his hands and slowly asked, "Hey, is she Senior Duan Naya from the medical academy?" Duan Naya, feeling shy, approached Sushin and whispered, "Sushin, I want to change my clothes. It's so embarrassing to wear this outfit in front of the juniors. And look at them." Sushin wrapped his arm around Duan Naya's waist and nodded as he listened to her, agreeing, "You should go change. Who could stand to see you in such a sexy bunny cosplay outfit?" Yuan Yong and Tianyu, witnessing this scene, were fuming with jealousy, unable to hold back as they both had nosebleeds. Yuan Yong, envious, spoke up, "How can he hug the goddess like that?" Tianyu nodded in agreement, "It's really annoying." Seeing Duan Naya was about to change, Tianyu quickly introduced, "Sorry, it's a bit messy here, but please make yourselves comfortable. You can use this room to change." Duan Naya gave thanks and then stepped into the room. Sushin, seeing that Tianyu had his own room, teased, "Tianyu, you're pretty impressive, having a private room and all. Quite luxurious." Standing beside them, Yuan Yang explained, "I admire him too, but that's because he exchanged contribution points for it." Tianyu turned to Sushin, asking doubtfully, "But why don't you guys carry any bags? Where do you get clothes to change into?" Instead of answering directly, Sushin asked back, "Brother Tian, when you usually take on missions, aren't they dangerous?" Tianyu adjusted the swimming goggles that were about to slip off and laughed loudly, "Dangerous, what? We've got great luck, our supplies are always spotless. Just look at me, do I look like someone struggling to survive the apocalypse? You're already here, so don't go anywhere else. Join my team, I can even cover for the both of you. Besides, Duan Naya is a skilled doctor.
As long as she tends to the wounded, there's no need to go scavenging for food. But I need to remind you of one thing first. Hearing the seriousness in Tianyu's tone, Sushin asked, "What is it?" Tianyu continued, "From now on, can you stop causing chaos? And letting that goddess run around outside in a bunny cosplay outfit? This is the apocalypse, what on earth are you trying to do?"
Sushin noticed his friend's worry and, not wanting to explain much, simply smiled.
"Tian brother, don't worry, I'll protect her well." As soon as he finished speaking, Sushin was tapped on the head by Tianyu, who said, "Just like that, huh? Have you forgotten who used to get bullied back in high school and didn't dare fight back? And now you won't even let me get revenge on those guys?"
Sushin, who had been tapped on the head, felt a bit embarrassed as the old story was brought up again, and could only smile awkwardly. Tianyu continued to remind him, "Be careful with that bodyguard captain.
He's not a good guy.
Every girl he's interested in ends up in a bad situation. Duan Naya is way too beautiful, and he won't let her go easily."
At this moment, in the changing room, a shadow quietly appeared behind Duan Naya.
The red eyes of the person stared intently at her as she was changing her clothes. Suddenly, he pressed a sharp knife against her neck, threatening her to stay still and not move.
Duan Naya was startled but tried to stay calm and asked, "Who are you? What do you want?"
It turned out the attacker was the bald-headed girl who had appeared earlier, a subordinate of Captain Gua. She leaned close to Duan Naya's ear and whispered, "Captain Gua asked me to take you to find a place to rest." The bald-headed girl continued, her voice full of implication, "You're a girl, how could you sleep with a bunch of men?"
Duan Naya coldly replied,
"I'm fine here, there's no need for you to worry." Seeing Duan Naya's refusal, the bald girl lowered her hand to her lower abdomen, as if to tease her, and said, "That's not good.
The captain specifically invited you over."
Duan Naya realized that lingering with this crazy girl was not a good idea, so she immediately activated her hypnotic ability, using her mental strength to mesmerize the opponent, while saying, "I already told you, I don't need it." In the blink of an eye, the bald girl was controlled, her eyes went blank, and her body stiffened, unable to speak or move.
Seeing her opponent fall into the trap, Duan Naya coldly asked, "Can I let go now?"
The bald girl immediately stepped back, dropped the knife, and stopped her threatening actions. Looking at the person who had just attacked her, Duan Naya showed a tired expression. Using mental power to forcefully control someone was very difficult, but dealing with this bald girl in a short amount of time was still within her capability. As for the rest, she decided to leave it for Sushin to handle. As soon as she finished speaking, Duan Naya walked toward the door, intending to leave the room.
Suddenly, a terrifying event occurred.
The bald girl, with a wild look in her eyes, plunged the knife into her own hand. Blood poured out, but she seemed indifferent to the pain. This reckless act was meant to stimulate her nerves and help her break free from Duan Naya's mental control. Noticing something unusual, Duan Naya turned back, her heart skipping a beat as she saw the crazy girl using the pain to force herself awake. Breaking free from the trance-like state, she disregarded her injury, tightly gripped the knife, and charged toward Duan Naya like a wild, uncontrollable beast. One hand held the knife, while the other pressed Duan Naya's throat against the door, her leg pressing down heavily to restrict all movement, her eyes filled with murderous intent.
She growled, "You almost fell into my trap. You tricky little thing." Outside, people began to realize that something was wrong. The commotion coming from the room raised their concerns. Yuan Yang called out loudly, "Duan Naya, what's going on in there? You're changing clothes, why is it so noisy?
Senior schoolmate, say something." Although the bald girl had covered Duan Naya's mouth to stop her from speaking, the prolonged silence only made everyone more suspicious.
Sushin can't wait any longer. She shouted, "Duan Naya, I'm coming in." In the blink of an eye, he broke through the door and rushed into the room. Seeing Sushin, the bald girl immediately screamed and threatened, looking for death.
Before he could even react, she lunged at him like a hunting leopard. The sharp knife in her hand aimed directly at Sushin. Tianyu saw the urgent situation and rushed forward to shield in front, shouting loudly, "Sushin, be careful." But the moment the bald girl heard the name Sushin and clearly saw his face, her pupils shrank, cold sweat poured down like rain, and her face turned into one of panic, as if she were facing the most terrifying nightmare. Sushin, with a gaze as sharp as a blade, carefully observed the deranged girl. In her mind, horrific memories surged like a slow-motion film. Back at the Technical University, Sushin had been a demon in her eyes. The scenes of him slaughtering her comrades flashed vividly in her mind, memories she wished she could forget for the rest of her life. Although she herself had killed many people, her intuition told her that facing Sushin meant the most brutal death. In a state of extreme fear, the bald girl did something that stunned everyone. Instead of continuing her attack, she rushed toward Sushin, knelt down on the ground, raised her head with a dazed look in her eyes, and in a trembling voice said, "Master, please punish me." Tianyu stood frozen, muttering, "Master? What the hell is going on?" Sushin radiated a murderous aura, his gaze cold as ice. He slowly asked, "Who is your master?" The girl with a shaved head, her gaze filled with allure, responded, "Master, do you not think my sincerity is enough?" Without stopping, she unexpectedly removed all her clothes, exposing her body before Sushin without the slightest hesitation. Tianyu and Yuan Yong, two boys still innocent, stared wide-eyed at the crazy scene unfolding before them. Tianyu, unable to stay calm, muttered, "Damn, is she really stripping? Sushin, your taste is something else." But just as Tianyu finished speaking, the girl's gaze suddenly shifted. A smoke bomb, of unknown origin, was thrown by her right into the middle of the area, creating a thick cloud of smoke that obscured their vision. Tianyu immediately realized, "Shit, it's a smoke bomb, she's planning to escape." All of this was just a distraction. Using her memory of the terrain, she dashed away like a wild beast, looking for an escape route. But before she could even take a few steps, a powerful hand grabbed her chin. Without any warning, Sushin appeared, holding her firmly as one would hold a chicken. With a cold gaze and a low, menacing voice, he said sharply, "Did you really think you could escape so easily?" The shaved-headed girl trembled in fear, remembering the scene of Sushin slaughtering her own comrades. She screamed and begged, "Wait a moment, you can't kill me. Do you remember the little girl you once saved? She and her two brothers have been taken to the beast arena, if you kill me." But Sushin interrupted her with a disdainful expression. "So what? Get lost." Without another word, he threw her off the highest floor of the building, sending her into the water below. Even though it was water down there, only the luckiest would have a chance of surviving. Tianyu, having heard her threat, asked Yuan Yong in confusion, "Who is the little girl she's talking about?" Yuan Yong explained, "It's Xiao Mei and her two brothers. The guards must have taken them while we were away. Brother Tian, what should we do? If we don't rescue them, they'll be killed by the rats down there." Upon hearing old rats, Sushin couldn't help but ask, "Old rats? Your purpose here is to find the mutated rat, isn't it?" Before Tianyu and Yuan Yong could respond, Sushin led the group straight to the beast arena the bald-headed girl had mentioned. Seeing that Sushin was as calm as ever, Tianyu hurriedly asked, "Sushin, you're so composed, aren't you upset at all? Captain Guo and Xiao Mei's two brothers are over at a dome-shaped building not far from here." The man looked at Xiao Mei and declared with a cruel tone, "Your two brothers failed to complete their mission, that is a death sentence. But if you are willing to step into the beast arena, I might consider giving them another chance." His smile revealed utter disgust, showing no mercy, not even for a child. The older brother couldn't help but shout, "Xiao Mei, run away, don't believe him." But old Guo just sneered, "Too late to run now." Xiao Mei, with a glimmer of innocent hope, asked again, "I won't go anywhere. Will you really release the two Su brothers?" Old Guo laughed loudly and replied, "Of course. As long as you survive." He pointed behind Xiao Mei. A cage door was lifted, and from it, a mutated rat emerged. Its body was 3 times larger than Xiao Mei's. Its 2 front teeth protruded, and its bloodshot eyes seemed to want to devour her. Xiao Mei felt the danger, her face turning pale, her body trembling in fear. When she turned her head, she was horrified to see the sharp-toothed mouth of the rat charging toward her.
In an instant, it sank its teeth into her arm.
Xiaomei screamed in pain, her weak body unable to resist, as the rat dragged her away. In her mind, the happy memories with her two brothers rushed back. She remembered the time when her second brother excitedly held up the bag of mushrooms, saying, "Xiaomei, look, I found so many mushrooms."
Xiaomei, suspicious, asked, "Brother, these mushrooms aren't poisonous, are they?" Their eldest brother, standing beside them, shouted in annoyance, "How could I let Xiaomei eat something unsafe?" Without waiting for a response, he snatched the bag of mushrooms, chewed them eagerly, and mumbled, "Let me try first. If I don't die, then Xiaomei can eat them." The two younger siblings were horrified when they saw their eldest brother frothing at the mouth and muttering nonsense, with too many red dots in the sky. They were terrified, thinking the mushrooms were poisonous, and urged him to spit it out. Then the image of the two brothers leaving home for a mission appeared. "Xiaomei, wait for me to finish the mission, and you'll get some contribution points," said the second brother. The eldest added, "That's right. I won't let you go hungry anymore. Be good and don't run around. Wait for me to bring back some delicious food." Back in the present, the two brothers were hanging from the crossbeam, watching their little sister being attacked by a rat, completely frantic. Despite being tied up, they shouted, "Xiaomei, run! Don't worry about us, you need to survive." Old Guo, irritated by the shouting, ordered his subordinates, "Shut them up, I can't stand their noise." The two wooden planks beneath the brothers' feet were kicked away, leaving them suspended, the ropes tightening around their necks. If they weren't rescued in time, they would suffocate. Xiaomei saw her brothers in critical condition, no longer caring about the injury on her arm. She screamed, "Big brother, second brother." Realizing that the only way to save them was to defeat the mutated rat, she gritted her teeth, grabbed a wooden stick, and put all her strength into stabbing it in its bloodshot eye. The rat screeched in pain and released Xiaomei. She quickly ran over to her brothers, crying uncontrollably, "Big brother, second brother, I'm here to save you." Her tears streamed down her face. Her two brothers were the only family she had left. She couldn't lose them. But even though the rat had been blinded in one eye, it had already healed. It charged after Xiaomei, using its front paws to strike her back with great force. Xiaomei fell to the ground in agony. Old Guo, witnessing this, laughed loudly. "That little girl thinks she can save anyone? What a pipe dream! You all don't deserve to live." Xiaomei's face was covered in dirt, tears flowing endlessly as she kept calling, "Big brother, second brother." But the rat had caught her, ready to tear her apart. Seeing her brothers' bodies suspended by the ropes, their lives hanging by a thread, Xiaomei could only scream in despair. "Why? Why is this happening? We just want to live. Help, help me. Someone, please, save us." When Xiaomei thought that all three brothers would meet their end here, Sushin suddenly appeared. With a seemingly simple motion, he swung his arm and landed a slap. The strike, though appearing simple, was as forceful as a hammer blow, causing the mutated rat's head to explode, blood spurting from its neck, instantly killing it. Xiaomei, in the depths of despair witnessing this scene, widened her eyes in shock, her mouth agape, stunned into silence. The group of Tianyu, standing nearby, were also taken aback. Tianyu muttered, "This kid's too impulsive." Just a moment ago, he had praised him for being composed, but now he was turning the tables. Captain Guo, who had been grinning ear to ear earlier, now stood frozen, cold sweat streaming down his face as he stared at the mutated rat, killed by a single slap. Sushin furrowed his brow, his face showing disappointment. "Is this all the power you have? It seems this old rat is just a little bigger." Despite saying that, what disappointed Sushin the most was that the rat didn't have a crystal core, and it seemed different from the usual mutated creatures. Captain Guo forced a sinister smile, glaring at Sushin, his voice dripping with malice. "You bastard, if you want to die so badly." Before he could finish, the sound of another cage door opening echoed. A new batch of mutated rats was released, each one larger than the last, their bloodshot eyes gleaming with a murderous thirst. Although Sushin recognized these rats, he remained calm and unshaken. On the contrary, Old Guo confidently followed up, saying,
then let me help you fulfill your wish. At that moment, Xiaomei's two older brothers had been rescued by Su Shen and his group of friends. Tian Yu and Yuan Yong supported the two barely breathing men, taking them to safety.
Tian Yu reminded them, first, rest for a while. Do whatever you want afterward.
The eldest brother, despite his exhaustion, smiled and looked at Xiaomei.
Xiaomei, huh?
Xiaomei, with a worried expression, asked in return, elder brother, second brother, are you all right? The second brother, in a weak voice yet full of affection, replied, luckily, it's because of you, Xiaomei. You were the one who saved us. Xiaomei tightly hugged Duan Naya, shaking her head in protest. It was thanks to brother Sushin who saved everyone, not me. Although I'm young, I'm sensible enough to know who saved all three of us. At that moment, the sound of wet footsteps echoed, leaving long trails of water on the floor. It was none other than the bald-headed girl whom Sushin had thrown into the water.
Strangely, despite being drenched, she appeared unharmed.
Beside her stood a young man wearing glasses, looking like an intellectual. He held a glass of wine, his cold gaze scanning the group of Sushin's people.
The man asked the bald woman, is the man down there the special research subject you mentioned?
She replied slowly, yes, boss. If we can harness his genes, we will solve the instability of genes in the future. Hearing this, the man with glasses was momentarily surprised.
Really?
These rats were created using the latest technology, much larger and more ferocious than before. But if he dies here, he wouldn't even be worthy of being our special experiment. As soon as he finished speaking, the mutated, vicious rats charged forward. But in the blink of an eye, Sushin acted with lightning speed. He swung the dagger he had pulled from the spatial ability, leaving sharp gashes on the bodies of the rats.
Tian Yu and Xiaomei's brothers were wide-eyed in shock. Did Sushin just kill all the mutated rats in an instant? Is this still the Sushin that Tian Yu knew? Captain Gua, although slightly fearful, wasn't as surprised as the others. He roared, damn brat.
But Sushin didn't care at all, feeling only disappointment since the rats didn't have any crystal cores.
Suddenly, a voice echoed through the loudspeaker, attention, this man is the experimental material I need. Old Gua, Tian Yu, capture him for me.
Old Gua laughed loudly, full of glee.
Ha, the boss already said it, this time you're done for. In contrast, Tian Yu cursed, damn it.
He turned to Sushin, his gaze complicated. The man with glasses gave an order, signaling to capture Sushin whether alive or dead didn't matter. It seemed like the experiment subject didn't need to remain alive. Sushin, upon hearing these words, remained calm, not the slightest bit angry.
Yuan Yong anxiously urged Duan Naya, Senior, hurry and run, this situation is not good. But Duan Naya was resolute, I won't leave. As long as Sushin is here, I won't go anywhere.
Her absolute trust in Sushin moved everyone around her.
Old Gua, with an excited expression, mocked Tian Yu, I heard you two are brothers, right? But our existence depends on the boss.
So, what's your choice?
Sushin looked at Tian Yu with confusion, Tian brother, what exactly is going on?
Tian Yu sighed, then explained, the person on the upper floor is Lu Xiaoyun. Since the start of the apocalypse, he developed a strength-enhancing drug that allowed him to take control of the entire school. But this drug drains vitality, making users dependent on it.
Without it, we'd be weaker than anyone else. After hearing this, Sushin nodded and looked at Tian Yu, if I said I have a way, would you come with me? Tian Yu was feeling down. Sorry, Sushin, I have no choice.
Old Guo laughed maniacally.
Haha, how interesting. Are we brothers turning against each other?
He swung his twin daggers towards Sushin. The force from his body erupted, creating a gust of wind that blew Sushin's hair back. But at that moment, Tian Yu suddenly shouted, today, I won't choose anything. He rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick to Old Guo's face. The fat man was caught off guard, sliding across the floor, stunned as he looked at Tian Yu.
Tian Yu, you. After a few seconds, he screamed, you dare to betray the boss?
Tian Yu sneered and replied, boss my ass,
he just wants to use drugs to control me. Worst case, I die, what's the big deal? But anyone who dares to touch my brother, I'll fight to the death with them. Upon hearing this, Sushin smiled and thought to himself, Tian brother, you're still the same as before. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Yu charged at old Fat Guo like a whirlwind. Old Guo wasn't afraid in the slightest and sneered. He had been caught off guard earlier, but now he was ready, determined not to give Tian Yu the chance to do it again. He roared, his voice filled with rage, you really want to die? Today, I'll smash all of you to pieces. He mocked Tian Yu, just you? Dream on. Tian Yu leaped forward, both hands clenched tightly, channeling all his strength into his fists. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of punches, as fast as lightning, aimed straight at Old Guo. But the thick layer of fat on the man's body acted like a steel wall, causing Tian Yu's powerful punches to dissipate as if they were stones sinking into the sea. Even though Old Guo was hit, he still arrogantly laughed out loud, the boss knew you'd betray him, so he only gave you a level 1 potion, but me, I use a level 2 one. Upon hearing about the level 2 potion, Tian Yu's face turned pale. He clearly understood the enormous gap between the two types of potions. Old Guo, feeling smug, continued his psychological assault, my fat is the strongest armor, no one can harm me. As he spoke, his hand swung the flowing star's strike towards Tian Yu with terrifying speed. Tian Yu realized he had been distracted by the psychological tactics and hastily raised his arms to block. However, the force behind the strike was too powerful, far exceeding his ability to withstand. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Tian Yu staggered, nearly collapsing. Seeing Tian Yu in such a miserable state, Old Guo laughed gleefully. But soon after, his eyes turned cold, as if he were looking at a dying man. He gritted his teeth and said, die. With those words, he pressed a button on the handle of the flowing star's strike, and a surge of electricity crackled, flashing brightly near Tian Yu's ear. Tian Yu's expression changed as he realized the danger from the electric current, but it was too late to escape. Just then, Sushin appeared beside him, like a shadow. He leaped up, kicking fiercely at the flowing star's strike of Old Guo. Although the electricity was still surging, Sushin remained unfazed. The powerful kick caused Old Guo to lose his grip, and the mace flew out with inertia. Sushin, with a mocking tone, repeated Old Guo's words, I heard no one can hurt you, huh? Tian Yu, Duan Naya, and Yuan Yong, who were witnessing this, stared in shock. Even Duan Naya, who was familiar with Sushin, couldn't help but be stunned. Yuan Yong reacted more violently, his mouth agape. From the upper floor, Xiaoyun observed everything from start to finish, his eyes revealing concern despite his attempt to remain calm. Clearly, he had misjudged Sushin's strength. At that moment, the two flowing stars' strikes turned back and slammed into Old Guo. One impaled his left eye, while the other pierced his chest. The electric current from the mace continued to spread through his body, causing him to collapse, devoid of any combat ability. Xiaoyun, from the upper floor, showed no fear. On the contrary, he gave a faint smile, as if the entire situation only intrigued him more. To him, Sushin was an ideal specimen for research, a step forward in his ambition to create the perfect human. He raised his voice, Sushin, I'm giving you a chance. Join my experiment, and I will help you evolve into the most perfect human being. Sushin responded with a look full of disdain, the perfect human you speak of is nothing but a rat, isn't it? Xiaoyun adjusted his glasses, slightly surprised, oh, did you guess the direction of my research? Exactly. The rat's genes are the closest to humans. I'll use rat genes to create an army of rats, conquer the world, build a paradise. Tempting, right? Sushin, irritated by his delusions, scratched her ear and mocked, yes, that's the kind of foolishness I'm talking about. Humiliated, Xiaoyun clenched his fists, trying to suppress his anger. He ordered the bald woman to shoot. She immediately raised her gun, aiming through the window, but what shot out was not a bullet, it was a dose of drug aimed directly at Old Guo, who was barely breathing. As soon as the drug took effect, Old Guo's body twisted in horror. His sharp teeth, the pair of flowing star strikes, became part of his body, and his left eye, punctured, regenerated on his left chest. He now resembled nothing more than a monster. Tianyu, Xiaomei Duan Naya, and Yuan Yang stared in shock. Duan Naya muttered, "What are they researching? How can they turn a human into something so disgusting?"
Xia Yun smugly explained, Fat Gui was once a wrestler, with a layer of fat as perfect armor. The third tier potion he just injected enhances and regenerates him.
Sushin, you're no match for him. He looked at Sushin, his tone arrogant. Now do you see the great power of evolution? Sushin raised his middle finger in disdain. Great? It's nothing but turning people into monsters.
Offended, Xia Yun seethed with anger and ordered, Old Gua, kill him, then extract the resentment from his body. Old Gua, now a monster, roared and charged like a massive ball of meat, moving at an incredible speed. Tianyu and Duan Naya were deeply worried. No one knew just how strong Sushin was. But Sushin remained calm, raising both hands to block the spinning meatball. The electricity from flowing stars' strike shot into his body. Though it didn't cause harm, it still left an uncomfortable sensation, like being bitten by ants. Sushin frowned, his eyes flashing with anger. If I'd been bitten by ants, I should kill the ants, right? He muttered to himself, preparing to counterattack. With a mocking tone, Sushin looked at old Fat Gua. Do you really think slapping 2 batteries into a weapon will electrocute someone? After saying this, he stopped the spinning meatball, his hands lightning fast as they reached into the flowing star's strike, crushed it, and pulled out a battery. Then let me show you what it feels like to get electrocuted. Sushin shoved the battery straight into Old Gua's mouth. Old Fat Gua couldn't hold back and gritted his teeth, crushing the battery. The sound of the battery casing shattering mixed with the electric sparks that shot out. Boom! Just a few seconds later, his mouth exploded, and sparks flew out like fireworks. Sushin nonchalantly turned his back, his demeanor impossibly cool. Tianyu and Duan Naya, watching from afar, gaped in astonishment. Could it be that they had taken down the mutated old Fat Gua? Xia Yun, observing from above, was also surprised. Sushin had used the battery explosion to inflict damage, an unexpected move, but Xia Yun quickly smirked. Is that all? The third-tier drugs have strong regenerative abilities. Sure enough, Old Gua quickly regenerated his mouth, eyes, and nose grew back, though not perfectly as before. Xia Yun smugly mocked. Now you must be helpless in the face of evolutionary power, right? Sushin, seeing how quickly Old Gua was recovering, remained unfazed, even intrigued. He turned and charged forward like a lightning bolt. Before Old Gua could react, Sushin landed a direct punch to his face, followed by dozens, even hundreds, of sharp punches that struck all over his body. The sound of fists crashing into thick layers of fat echoed like drumbeats, sending a chill down the spines of those around. To conceal his ability, Sushin moved so quickly that it created a thick cloud of dust, obscuring the view. Even Tianyu and Duan Naya couldn't clearly see what he was doing. Xia Yun frowned in suspicion from above. What's he up to? Within the smoke, Sushin silently thought, this guy keeps recovering, Xia Yun's research still holds value. I can't let this slide. He activated his spatial ability, summoning countless fragments of concrete, steel, and large stones, hurling them towards Old Gua. The loud rumble sounded like a storm of materials slamming into the fat man's fat-covered body. The crowd outside was confused. What's that sound? Xia Yun, sweating profusely, still couldn't understand what Sushin was doing. When the dust finally settled, a figure emerged. Tianyu and Duan Naya stared wide-eyed at Sushin, who was sitting atop a small mountain of cement, steel, and building debris. Below, Old Fat Gua was buried, unmoving. Xia Yun couldn't help but yell, "Damn it, I don't care who you are or how you managed to bring that pile of trash here. You dare slap me in the face? I'll make sure you die without a grave. Look around, you're all going to die." Sushin glanced around, noticing countless bloodshot eyes of the mutated creatures tightly surrounding them. He sneered, "That's good. I wasn't planning on letting you guys go anyway." He made a fist, as if challenging them, "Whatever you've got, bring it on. I'll deal with everything in one go." The group of Duan Naya was taken aback. They were surrounded by mutated rats and former lab subjects, now transformed into human-like monsters. Sushin looked at Tian Yu and Duan Naya, clearly stating his goal, that's Xia Yun up there. If we don't deal with him, this will never end. You handle things here. Duan Naya recalled what Sushin had once said, if you can't prove your worth, you don't deserve to be by my side, and immediately took up the task, don't worry, I'll hold the line here. Sushin turned to leave, walking calmly, but not forgetting to remind them, if you can't hold them off, scream out. I'll come back. As he disappeared into the distance, Duan Naya gave a serious order to Tian Yu's group, everyone, listen up. We're dealing with these creatures. Even if the rats are numerous, you still use your powers. Her eyes gleamed brightly as she commanded, kill them all. I'll handle the control. From the observation room, Xia Yun sneered in disdain. Humph, the traitors are dancing. I'll turn you into food for the rat people. A monitoring staff member reported, Sushin has wiped out the security. He's about to break into Miss Yun's area. Xia Yun's expression changed as she yelled, what? He dared to go in there, and he ordered them to inject the revelation gene into test subject number 5. One of the researchers nervously replied, the gene is unstable, the risks are too high. But Xia Yun remained firm, do it now. Reluctantly, the researchers began checking the bodily indices to prepare for injecting the latest gene serum into him. Xia Yun's gaze was cold and ruthless as she prepared to inject the newest gene serum. Meanwhile, Sushin, unaware of Xia Yun's plan, entered a room filled with experimental products. They were kept in glass chambers containing nutrients, their shapes grotesque, some had multiple eyes, while others resembled aquatic monsters. Sushin stopped in front of a special glass chamber, inside of which was Yin Yen, an old acquaintance. She was locked in, wearing only scraps of cloth, connected to a breathing tube. Sushin stood in shock, recalling the last time he saw her at the shop. Fate was truly mysterious, he thought, and then, clenching his fist, he shattered the glass chamber. Carefully, he lifted her out as if she were a princess. Yen Yen regained consciousness and, seeing Sushin, whispered shakily, are you Sushin? He replied, it's me. Don't worry, I'll get you out of here. She mumbled faintly, I'm hungry. Before she could say anything else, a voice rang out from behind them, let her go. Sushin turned around and saw 2 streams of blue attacks rushing toward him, as fast as lightning. He released one hand, still holding Yen Yen with the other, and caught the incoming strikes with the palm of his hand. Xia Yun pointed at Sushin, his voice cold and harsh, remove your filthy hand from Yen Yen. She is the woman I've chosen. Sushin recognized the attack as an ice-type ability. You mock me? Your chosen woman? Do you think this is a supermarket? Xia Yun sneered, after the apocalypse, the ordinary humans are nothing but insects. I hold the power of evolution and will become the ruler of the world. For her to be my woman is an honor for her. Sushin shook his head, you're truly as crazy as they say. Yen Yen, drowsy, clung tightly to Sushin and whispered, don't leave me, I'm so scared. Sushin comforted her, it'll be fine, I won't leave you. Seeing this, Xia Yun's jealousy boiled over, and he shouted, let her go, she is mine. He charged toward them with maximum speed. Without hesitation, Sushin kicked a bulky object towards Xia Yun. Xia Yun easily broke the attack, but when he looked back, he saw Yen Yen kissing Sushin. His teeth ground together, and his eyes burned with fury. At that moment, Sushin and Xia Yun were exchanging a passionate kiss. After that moment, when their lips parted, Xia Yun lowered his head slightly, his eyes shimmering with a hint of bashfulness, his voice still trembling with emotion. He looked at Sushin and whispered, didn't you say you would leave me last time? This is what you owe me. After saying this, Xia Yun gave a faint smile before appearing completely exhausted. She fell into a deep sleep. No matter how many times Sushin called her name, there was no response. Witnessing this dramatic scene of affection, Xia Yun, the outsider, felt a surge of fury rise within him like a wildfire. He gritted his teeth, his cold, sharp eyes glaring, each word spoken with bitterness and anger, how dare you do this? If that's the case, then let's all die together. With that, Xia Yun ripped off the clothes on his body, revealing a muscular form, his muscles bulging like they were carved from stone. But immediately after, his appearance began to change in a strange and eerie way. His teeth grew long and sharp like daggers, his body shriveled, revealing a jagged skeletal frame. His fingers elongated, and sharp claws gleamed with a cold light. In the blink of an eye, Xia Yun had completely transformed into a rat-like creature, his horrific appearance enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. He snarled at Su Shin, his eyes filled with malice, as if to proclaim, "Now, I will show you the power of a god." Su Shin showed no fear at all. One hand held the beautiful girl who was fast asleep, while the other casually rested in his pocket, exuding an air of complete nonchalance. He curved his lips into a faint smile and replied coldly, "Come at me." His words were brief, but sharp as a knife, full of provocation. In the next scene, after successfully provoking Xia Yun, Su Shin gently laid the exhausted girl down in a safe corner. He even thoughtfully handed her a chocolate bar to temporarily satisfy her hunger. Suddenly, Su Shin's sharp eyes caught something unusual behind him. The rat-like man appeared, his body covered in thick fur, long claws, and a face that was as old and ugly as a nightmare. He growled, his voice dripping with disdain. "At this point, you're still distracted? You really want to die?" With that, he charged like a wild beast, mouth wide open as if to tear Su Shin apart. But Su Shin remained oddly calm. With just a flick of his hand, he cleaved the ferocious creature's body in two, blood splattering everywhere, staining the air with red. Su Shin frowned slightly, his mind momentarily lost in thought. What the hell is this? Meanwhile, Xia Yun sat in a corner, slowly chewing the chocolate bar, her face clearly showing signs of exhaustion and helplessness. As she chewed, she mumbled, asking Su Shin, "Are all the people down there your friends?" Su Shin turned around, his gaze as cold as ice, and replied succinctly, "That's right." Upon hearing that, Xia Yun jumped to her feet and grabbed a chair beside her. She resolutely said, "I won't take anything from you for free." Clearly, she wanted to do something to repay the life-saving favor and the chocolate. Without hesitation, she swung her arm and threw the chair directly at the window, shattering the glass into pieces. With confident posture, Xia Yun declared, "Leave the ones down there to me." Before leaping out to face the danger, she leaned against the window frame, her body wrapped only in a few strips of bandages, looking both alluring and resilient. She turned back, her sharp eyes reminding Su Shin, "I, Xia Yun, am not so easy to kill, so be careful." Without any hesitation or fear, she jumped straight out of the building. Her arms and legs spread wide, her body falling freely like a mighty bird. As she got closer to the ground, Xia Yun's body suddenly expanded, becoming enormous, her physical strength surging to an extraordinary level. Finally, she landed with a powerful fall, using her massive buttocks to create a terrifying shockwave that shook the earth, crushing the wooden fence and everything around her. A girl with an alluring figure, wrapped in only a few strips of bandages, suddenly appeared from the sky with a gigantic size, leaving everyone around her stunned. Xia Yun's eyes widened in astonishment at the strange sight before her, and she let out a soft exclamation, "My butt hurts so much." Perhaps the fall from such a great height had left her a little dizzy. The people around her were still in shock, wondering if they were seeing things. One witness questioned if they had mistaken what they saw. It took a few seconds for Xia Yun to regain her composure after hitting the ground. Despite the pain, she was unharmed, even managing to crush a few rats and smash several objects around her. With her adorably clumsy demeanor, she introduced herself, "I'm Xia Yun, a friend of Su Shin, here to help everyone." Duan Naya still couldn't believe her eyes and asked again, "Help?" Suddenly, Tian Yu shouted, "I saw it." The words made Xia Yun realize something. She screamed, clutching her lower body with both hands, and yelled at him, "Pervert!" The story didn't stop there, as the bloodthirsty rats began attacking again. Xia Yun jumped up, stepped over Tian Yu's head, and declared loudly, "Leave this to me." Her appearance was a way of repaying Su Shin for saving her life. To her, these rats were no different from ants, and with a snap of her fingers, she could crush them. Tian Yu, standing below, grumbled in irritation and yelled, "Don't step over my head like that. It's so unlucky." A gigantic foot of Xia Yun lightly squashed a rat, leaving it no time to squeal. But when she discovered what was stuck to her foot, she realized that the rats were everywhere, countless in number, each one viciously climbing over the fence, ready to bite and tear apart any living thing. They rushed towards her, treating humans as a grand feast.
Xiaoyun screamed in panic, "Why are there so many rats?"
Fear made her lose control. She kicked wildly, shouting as she did, "Get away, disgusting!" Not only were the rats crushed underfoot, but the people around her also panicked and ran. They screamed, "Run, she's lost it! Be careful, or you'll get stomped on." Tianyu continued to grumble about how Xiaoyun had stepped over his head, muttering, "I told you this was bad luck." Above them, Sushin watched the whole scene, his gaze cold yet unable to hide his astonishment. He silently marveled, never expecting Xiaoyun to possess such powerful abilities. While he was absorbed in watching, he didn't realize that the rats had already surrounded him. Thousands of them, all filthy and disgusting, scrambled up his body, covering him from head to toe, so many that it felt as though they were trying to bury him alive. Yet Sushin remained calm, coldly saying, "Sure enough, even after taking a deadly blow, you're still not dead, huh?" Sushin was submerged in the vicious swarm of rats, and even the top of his head was no longer visible. From the midst of the chaos, a hairy hand with sharp claws like the blade of a knife suddenly reached out. A mouse king appeared, its massive form towering over all other mice, exuding an air of savagery and cold-blooded terror. It wore a disdainful smile, as if mocking the entire world. Simply put, its body was immortal, and it couldn't be killed so easily. It seemed that the smaller mice had provided their strength to help the rat man reincarnate in a miraculous way. Below, the situation wasn't any better. Suddenly, the entire swarm of mice halted all activity, standing upright on their hind legs, as if manipulated by an invisible force. The people, including Duan Naya, stood stunned at this bizarre sight. Why have these mice suddenly stopped moving? Duan Naya exclaimed, her voice full of astonishment. The whole swarm of mice simultaneously lifted their heads, their cold, sharp eyes fixed upwards, toward the Mouse King who stood arrogantly on top of the building. At that moment, only its enormous silhouette remained visible, while Sushin seemed to have been swallowed whole by the Mouse King, or rather, Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, filled with self-satisfaction, looked down with an arrogant gaze at the people below, like a king standing atop the pinnacle of power. He was now the Mouse King, the ruler whom all intelligent mice bowed down to and revered, a monster that made anyone who witnessed it tremble and flee in fear. The people of Tianyu had yet to recognize that the Mouse King was actually the crazed Xiaoyun, who had undergone a terrifying transformation. They only vaguely guessed that this monster was the one controlling the entire army of rat-like creatures. The rats, numbering in the tens of thousands, appeared as a formidable force, lined up neatly, bowing down at the feet of the Mouse King, creating a scene that sent chills down anyone's spine. Suddenly, a gigantic arm gripped the wooden fence tightly. It was Xiaoyun, also known as Yan Yan. At this point, she had completely lost control, her face dark and her eyes glowing red like flames. She tore at the fence, furiously smashing it toward the grotesque rats, shouting, "Get the hell out of here!" With her enormous form, towering over the building where the rats stood, Yan Yan exuded an aura of deadly intent. She turned to face the Mouse King, growling, "Hey, you rotten rat, where's Sushin?" Xiaoyun, in the form of the Mouse King, calmly replied, "Sushin no longer exists." Then, he declared that he would deal with Yan Yan for daring to speak so rudely to him, saying she was clearly seeking her death. Yan Yan, unfazed by the threat, felt her murderous aura intensify, her gaze icy as she looked at the rats swarming around her arm, biting and tearing as if they wanted to devour her whole. While the rats continued to frantically attack Tianyu and Duan Naya, after encountering the Mouse King, they became even more savage, biting and tearing with greater intensity. The swarm of rats was so large that even a giant like Yan Yan was starting to tire. She fell to the ground, struggling weakly. Mouse King Lu Xiaoyun laughed triumphantly, declaring, "With this rat army, I will conquer humanity and turn the world into my own kingdom of rats." Suddenly, a hand pierced through Lu Xiaoyun's chest, followed by a calm voice, "Sorry, I had to find the core, so it took a bit longer." Another hand appeared, forcefully tearing apart the Mouse King's chest to break free. This action caused Xiaoyun to panic, his eyes filled with terror. He thought to himself, "What is going on here? Didn't I completely devour the protagonist?" It turned out that the scene of Sushin being devoured was just an illusion created by Xia Yun's imagination. In just a few seconds, Sushin calmly stepped out from the Mouse King's body, tearing it apart in two. At that moment, he resembled a reborn warrior, exuding an imposing aura that was unstoppable. Xia Yun, in the form of the Mouse King, trembled, unable to believe his eyes. Sushin coldly gazed at the shimmering purple stone in his hand and declared, "Now your core belongs to me. You are as sharp as a sword, ready to eliminate any enemy that stands in your way." The rats seemed to be stirred, beginning to attack wildly. They gnawed and clawed at anything in sight, even sticking their heads through gaps in the metal bars, their sharp teeth resembling tiger claws, a sight so grotesque it made one shudder. They didn't just crawl through the gaps in the bars, they emerged from sewers, alleys, and any crevice they could find. It seemed as though they were hunting for something. After a period of frenzied searching, they gathered around Tian Yu and his group, the closest prey. Some of the rats carried skulls in their mouths, others clutched severed human arms. The brutal and horrifying scene left Tian Yu pale with fear. The confidence he once had vanished, replaced by panic. He ran while shouting warnings to his teammates, "These rats are coming through the gaps. Watch out for the sewer pipes below, they could pop up anywhere." No sooner had Tian Yu finished speaking than, near where Little May's older brother was standing, a rat suddenly popped its head up from the sewer. The older brother, with his thick beard, noticed the danger and tried to flee, but a furry hand with sharp claws suddenly grabbed his ankle. In an instant, it yanked him into the sewer. He barely had time to curse before the rats swarmed him, tearing and biting him mercilessly. In the midst of despair, he used every ounce of his strength to cling to the ground, but all efforts were in vain. His 10 fingers slid helplessly across the earth, unable to grasp even the faintest hope of survival. The younger brother and Little May watched in horror as their elder brother was dragged away by the swarm of mutated rats, only able to stand frozen and scream in anguish. Little May's face was ashen, tears streaming down her cheeks. The two of them were surrounded by another group of rats, unable to rush to their brother's aid. In his final moments, the elder brother still tried to give instructions, "Take care of each other, don't worry about me." But before he could finish his words, he was pulled down into the sewer by the monstrous rats, disappearing completely. The ground became eerily silent, as if nothing had ever happened. The younger brother clung tightly to Little May's back, calling out desperately, "Big brother." Little May cried out in despair, her face drenched in tears, but unable to do anything against the horrifying creatures. At this moment, Tian Yu's face was covered in sweat, his exhaustion and helplessness evident. He thought to himself, "There are too many of them. With just a few of us, how long can we hold out?" Despite this, he continued to fight back with every last bit of strength, shouting, "Come at me." From all sides, the rats charged like arrows. Tian Yu, exhausted, gasped for breath, his body covered in scratches and gashes, his hands nearly too numb to move. On Yin Yan's side, the situation was no better. The rats clung tightly to her, gnawing and tearing at her body. In the midst of this peril, hunger suddenly struck, causing her massive body to shrink little by little. Duan Naya witnessed this and silently thought that stopping the monsters was impossible. Tian Yu was nearly drained of strength, panting heavily, filled with despair. He thought to himself, "With just the few of us, it's only a matter of time before these inhuman rats devour us. Only fortune could save us now." Suddenly, a massive figure loomed on the rooftop. Tian Yu's expression changed, his pupils contracted, and his whole body broke into a cold sweat. The figure suddenly leapt up, landing heavily on the ground, sending a wave of dark purple energy swirling around. Its body was distorted, no longer recognizable, resembling a demon lord rising from hell. Tian Yu stammered in shock, unable to utter a word, trembling before the terrifying sight. Sushin seemed to have recognized the horrifying nature of the creature before them. It was the Mouse King, but not the same Mouse King they had faced before. Now, it had turned dark, transformed into a nightmarish entity of shadows. Its entire form resembled a swirling black cloud, exuding an evil aura that made one shiver. Its power was so overwhelming that even the vicious rats dared not utter a sound, only shivering and lowering their heads in submission. The footsteps of the monster seemed to rise from the depths of hell, each step so heavy it shook the very earth and sky. No matter how fierce the other rats were, they dared not approach, only standing from a distance, their eyes fixed on it with utter fear.
Duan Naya witnessed this scene, her eyes wide open, unable to believe what was happening. She whispered to herself, could it be that Sushin has been swallowed up by this monster?
It wasn't fear that overwhelmed her, but the intense pain of loss, as she thought Sushin had been killed by the creature. The monster slowly advanced. The creature, or rather, Sushin, raised his enormous hand to examine himself. It seemed as though this form was not something he had willingly transformed into, but rather one that was being manipulated by the remaining consciousness of the core. The dark layer covering his face gradually faded, revealing part of his normal features. Sushin hadn't expected the core to still have such a strong consciousness, desperately trying to consume him. Slowly, the dark layer on Sushin's face continued to fade, spreading down his neck and shoulders. Half of his body had returned to its normal state, like light dispelling the darkness. He was filled with confidence, even though the core sought to devour him, it could not overcome his unyielding will.
Sushin, it really is Sushin!
Tianyu exclaimed, his face filled with extreme astonishment. He couldn't help but shout, his eyes blazing with excitement. At this moment, Sushin's face had completely returned to normal. He turned to Tianyu with an expression as cold as ice and said, "Tian brother, you've worked hard." As soon as the words left his mouth, the rats, seemingly waiting for the right moment, stood up in unison and charged toward Sushin like arrows. Tianyu panicked and shouted with all his might, "Be careful!" But Sushin remained calm, his eyes burning red like flames. He uttered only a single word, "Scram." The rats froze as though struck by a spell, their eyes wide, mouths agape, expressions filled with terror. They immediately turned and fled in a frantic panic, as if they would be annihilated if they didn't run fast enough. Waves of rats trampled over one another, squeezed through metal grills, slithered down the sewers, and squeezed through ventilation holes.
The scene was chaos like the apocalypse for the rats.
The people around were stunned, not understanding why the rats were so frightened.
Tianyu, with a bewildered expression, mumbled, "Sushin only said one word, scram, didn't he? And yet, they ran in such a panic?"
From the scene, once filled with a frenzy of mutated rats, the courtyard was now empty, not a single rat in sight, whether large or small. Looking at the rats that had been driven away by his own command, Sushin thought to himself, even though I'm not the Mouse King, the suppressive power from the soul core is still enough to make them terrified out of their wits. Suddenly, Tianyu coughed violently as if his lungs were about to burst out. Sushin rushed over to ask what happened, but Tianyu was too exhausted, with no breath left to answer. From behind, a voice rang out, the drug that was injected into Tianyu was actually a kind of poison.
The speaker was Yan Yan.
She explained that this drug initially gave a person infinite strength, but the more the ability was used, the deeper the poison seeped in, gradually corroding the body.
Sushin looked up at Yan Yan, his voice low, "So what should I do to save Tianyu?" Without hesitation, Yan Yan responded, "In Lu Xiaoyan's laboratory, there is a corpse.
As long as you use its blood to make the serum, Tianyu will be saved."
Following Yan Yan's instructions, Sushin immediately set off to find Lu Xiaoyan's laboratory.
Standing in front of the room, he frowned slightly, sensing a strong, oppressive aura, as if an invisible storm was waiting to strike. He wondered if this was really the place Yan Yan had mentioned. Without further delay, he pushed the door open and entered. The room was dark and cold, like a deep, mysterious cave. As he moved forward, a translucent white screen appeared. Sushin walked through it, a strange feeling rising in his mind. He checked his body but found nothing unusual, concluding that this screen was created by mental force. Looking up ahead, Sushin couldn't help but be astonished as he thought to himself, wasn't there only one corpse in this laboratory? But before him was the slender figure of a young girl sitting in front of a computer screen. Though she did not turn around, she seemed to have sensed his presence. A calm voice echoed, "Have you arrived?" The girl slowly turned around, her delicate face illuminated by the dim light. Before Sushin could react, she continued asking, "You're Lu, right?" The question left Sushin dumbfounded, silently wondering, which Lu are you talking about? But as his gaze casually swept past the glass cabinet next to him, he froze.
In the reflection on the glass, Lu Xiaoyun's face appeared, but it was his own face. Sushin suddenly realized that he had become Lu Xiaoyun at some point. Everything began to make sense, not that the girl had made a mistake, but that he had transformed into the person she recognized. He wondered, could this be an illusion? Not wanting to get stuck in this situation, Sushin reminded himself to snap out of it and find the corpse. But just then, the girl, called Xiao Master, gently beckoned him closer. Before Sushin could respond, his body automatically moved, agreeing to approach her. He realized he had been drawn into an illusion. Recreating the memories of Lu Xiaoyun, he is merely a character in this story, unable to act according to his own will. Suddenly, Xiao Master removed her coat, revealing a seductive, form-fitting nightgown that hugged her body, accentuating her full bust. Sushin, in the form of Lu Xiaoyun, stood frozen and asked, bewildered, "Master, what do you mean by this?" Xiao Master smiled and replied, "I just felt a bit hot, wanted to be more comfortable." Sushin nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see." He changed the subject, his gaze shifting toward the crab lying on its back on the tray. "So, what about this crab?" Xiao Master looked at him and asked in return, "Do you know my slave?" Lu Xiaoyun pondered for a moment before answering, "Is it a type of parasitic creature that commonly lives on crabs?" Xiao Master smiled softly and nodded, "That's right, it's a marvelous creature, knowing how to use its host to protect and survive." Her words carried an implicit meaning, filling the air with a suggestive tension. Suddenly, Xiao Master moved behind Lu Xiaoyun, wrapping her soft arms around his neck and gently pressing her chest against his back. Her face flushed, her eyes sparkling with intent. She whispered, "Isn't this quite interesting?" Her voice, soft yet irresistibly alluring. Lu Xiaoyun, stunned, replied, "Actually, it is a little." He wasn't sure how to react when Xiao Master's hand slid down his abdomen, intensifying the tension in the air. Her chest pressed against his, deliberately rubbing against him, and her eyes sparkled with flirtatious teasing. Lu Xiaoyun smirked, a self-satisfied smile spreading across his face as he turned to ask, "Is that so?" He spun around, pulling Xiao Master into his arms, teasing, "If you keep acting like this, the experiment won't be interesting anymore." Xiao Master remained unruffled, responding coolly, "I've always preferred practice over theoretical experiments." The two exchanged a look of affection. Lu Xiaoyun smiled, "Well then, I'll have to study hard today." In that moment of quiet, Xiao Master pressed against the glass door, her breath quick and shallow as she gazed outside. She noticed that the moon tonight was unusual, larger than usual, glowing with a fiery red hue, almost like a burning sun. Despite this, both remained captivated by each other, standing before the glass. Suddenly, Xiao Master cried out, "It's too hot, pull the curtains down, hurry." It was the moment when Earth experienced an anomalous weather change, and the night became unusually sweltering. As time passed, Xiao Master and Lu Xiaoyun each claimed a corner of the room, exhausted and no longer interested in continuing. The scorching heat from outside seeped in, making the air inside the four walls heavy and suffocating, like a warning of the terrifying silence that was gradually enveloping everything. Lu Xiaoyun spoke, his sharp gaze directed at Xiao Master. "Miss, we don't have much food left. I'll manage the remaining rations." His voice was calm, but with an unmistakable intent, as if he were planning to take all the food for himself. Xiao Master intended to protest, but her words faltered midway, hesitant. She realized that Lu Xiaoyun was scheming to keep the little food left for himself. Time passed, and the scorching disaster continued to ravage everything, as if burning all life in its path. Today, Lu Xiaoyun could no longer suppress his fury. The trigger was Xiao Master eating the last portion of food, a precious resource more valuable than gold in this desperate situation. He screamed in a fit of rage, mercilessly striking and kicking her, as if that last piece of food was more important than her very life. Xiao Master collapsed to the floor, trembling, clutching her face as she apologized, "The hunger made me lose control." But her weak explanation did nothing to sway Lu Xiaoyun. Gripping a sharp knife, his eyes cold as ice, he growled, "You were quick, which means there's still time. Perhaps what you just ate hasn't been digested yet." At these words, Xiao Master was gripped by a panic so intense it was as if she were a young lamb awaiting the butcher's knife.
A blood-curdling scream echoed, blood splattered everywhere, mingling with the eerie sound of the knife cutting through flesh. In the end, she was slashed across the abdomen and fell to the ground, her eyes rolled back, looking as if she were already dead. Lu Xiaoyun laughed with delight, feeling triumphant. As expected, it's still inside.
Now I have food again.
In his hand was a thick, black, sticky substance, freshly extracted from Xiao Master's stomach. After killing her, Lu Xiaoyun noticed something strange. The rats that had eaten Xiao Master's flesh suddenly mutated, evolving in a violent and frenzied way, though this evolution was far from perfect. He used her blood for experimentation, and after some time of research, he discovered that the serum from Xiao Master's blood could neutralize poison. What amazed him even more was that Xiao Master was still alive despite her body undergoing continuous mutations. From a beautiful girl, she had now transformed into something half human, half demon. Her head was covered in sharp spines, and her abdomen had been hollowed out, leaving only her spine to connect her lower body. Her entire body was drenched in blood and slime, suspended in the air by chains. Looking at the research results from her body, Lu Xiaoyun couldn't help but praise her, calling her the perfect research specimen. He clicked his tongue in satisfaction upon seeing the data, and it was no exaggeration to call it the genes of the apocalypse. Thanks to her, he had discovered a perfect gene sequence capable of evolving in this chaotic world. But Lu Xiaoyun's ambition did not stop there. A bold idea flashed in his mind. He wanted to perform a brain surgery on Xiao Master to uncover the hidden mysteries. She remained silent, offering no resistance, but that couldn't calm his frenzied mood. He looked at her with a sinister smile, calmly saying, "Anyway, you won't die." After saying that, he grinned maniacally and grabbed a chainsaw, preparing to sever her head. But at that moment, a mysterious voice whispered in Su Shen's ear. It turned out that Xiao Master was using her psychic power to hypnotize and manipulate Lu Xiaoyun in the illusion created within Su Shen's mind. "Quick, eat the sparkling purple stone in his hand." Although she continuously tried to enchant him, Su Shen, in the form of Lu Xiaoyun, did not comply. Growing impatient, she snapped, "Why won't you eat it?" Su Shen's voice rang coldly, "Because it's just a piece of rotten flesh." Without hesitation, he crushed the purple stone, the creation of Xiao Master within the illusion. She looked at him, her eyes filled with both surprise and doubt. "How did you figure it out?" Su Shen replied, his voice as cold as ice, "It's simple. If your core was really in my hands, you would have been dead long ago." At that moment, the illusion shattered, and Su Shen's true form slowly emerged, while Lu Xiaoyun's appearance began to fade away. Xiao Master was horrified and exclaimed, You managed to break my illusion. Damn it, it took so long to find a human suitable for this place." She paused, not finishing her sentence. The scene in the room became clear, and Xiao Master had now transformed into a monster, suspended in a mechanical testing device. Only her upper body remained, the lower half having been removed by Lu Xiaoyun. Looking at the creature that was once a beautiful girl, Su Shen felt no sympathy. His only focus now was a single goal, to rip open her skull with his own hands. He slowly raised his right hand, each finger spreading apart, aiming straight for her head. Sensing the imminent threat, the girl, now a monster, screamed in panic, her voice trembling, "I am just a poor soul who was forced into this. Didn't you want my power? I'll give it to you, please spare me, please." But Su Shen's gaze remained cold, unmoved by her desperate pleas. He slowly said, "When the slave parasite enters the body, it will take over the host's consciousness." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Shen placed his cold hand on the creature's head. Without hesitation, he prepared to tear her skull apart. The monster continued to beg, her tone becoming more and more desperate. Her voice was fragile, like a thread searching for a ray of hope to survive. "I am just a pitiful being forced into this. Didn't you want my power? I will give it to you, please spare me. Please." But Su Shen remained indifferent, ignoring her plea, and continued his unfinished words. "Do you think I would give you a chance?" As soon as the words left his mouth, blood gushed out like a stream. The skull of the monster was ripped open by Su Shen's cold hand. After obtaining the core, her body began to disintegrate, like dust carried away by the wind, vanishing completely into the air.
Sushin observed the scene, his eyes flickering with a trace of surprise, muttering to himself, so, without the core, the body just disintegrates? Holding the sparkling core in his hand, he thought to himself that this time, there seemed to be no problem, but suddenly, he remembered something that made his heart heavy. If she has turned to dust, then where am I supposed to find the antidote for Tianyu? Without hesitation, Sushin rushed off, determined to search the laboratory, telling himself that the antidote must still be somewhere in that room. As for the crab slaves, after parasitizing, root-like branches infiltrate the host's body, connecting its parts and manipulating its behavior. This type of parasite turns the host into a slave, completely losing its free will, like a puppet pulled by strings by a small but powerful creature. The floodwaters have receded, and the city has become barren, but the air remains heavy, soaked in anxiety. A group of people gathered amid the post-apocalyptic devastation, whispering and discussing the events following the retreat of the floodwaters. Has anyone noticed anything strange? One person spoke up. After the water receded, the corpses that had sunk to the bottom suddenly mutated, and then heavy footsteps followed one after another, creating an unbroken chain of sound across the ground. Suddenly, a voice urged them to hurry. "Stop looking, let's go, that's Sushin's group." At this moment, Yen Yen appeared with a worried expression and gently called out, "Sister Duan Naya." Duan Naya turned around, her gaze settling on Yen Yen's confused face. The girl had just joined the team. Yen Yen asked, her voice filled with curiosity, "Where is Sushin leading those medical students?" Duan Naya sighed and replied, "Because the rats are trying to escape, they're hiding near the University of Science and Technology, a place no longer suitable for human survival. The surviving medical students are precious talents for the future, so Sushin plans to take them to a safer resettlement area." Hearing this, Yen Yen felt a restless unease stir within her. She exclaimed, "Doesn't that mean the road ahead will be a long one? But I'm already starting to feel hungry. This is not good at all." She was determined to run off and find Sushin immediately, but Duan Naya spoke up with a firm voice, saying she was not allowed to go. At the same time, she grabbed Yen Yan's wrist tightly, stopping her. Yen Yen was taken aback, her gaze fixed on the hand gripping her, and she asked in confusion, "Why?" Duan Naya blushed slightly, her eyes gentle as she looked at her, and replied, "Because you're with us, you need to follow the rules." Though her tone seemed stern, deep down, Duan Naya only wanted to protect Yen Yen. Recalling the moments before, Duan Naya suddenly fell into a state of bewilderment when Sushin cornered her. She didn't understand why he was acting this way. Her eyes at that time were filled with confusion and worry. Sushin appeared with an unfamiliar, seductive look, gripping her cheeks tightly, his gaze mysterious, his voice soft yet laced with a hint of perverseness. "Don't be afraid, it's just that I feel a bit hot." Then, unexpectedly, he kissed her forcefully, and Duan Naya's face reflected shock and confusion. Even though they had shared countless passionate nights before, his actions this time left her stunned. Anyone could imagine the wild, passionate night between the two of them. Thinking back, Duan Naya still felt a pang of grievance, wondering, did Sushin suddenly become so wild because of the side effects of the crystal core? Meanwhile, Sushin was preoccupied with his calculations. After the floodwaters receded, bacteria, viruses, and even plants had undergone massive mutations. Many resettlement areas had collapsed due to the lack of doctors, and resources were the scarcest thing now. If used wisely, he could establish his own settlement. Sushin carefully devised a plan, step by step, with both advances and retreats mapped out, confident that no matter how many new forces emerged, he was still strong enough to face them head-on. This harvest had been quite successful. He had figured out a way to create serum and recovery medicine for Tianyu and the others. All the equipment and research materials in the laboratory were stored in his personal space. Moreover, the crystal core of the Mouse King not only enhanced Sushin's berserk ability but also boosted his physical strength, even granting him ice-type powers. Although he had only condensed a small amount so far, he was confident he could upgrade it in the future. The crystal core of the mutated woman in the laboratory also granted him mental abilities. However, it was a pity that he didn't gain illusionary powers. Suddenly, Tianyu's voice broke Sushin's train of thought. "What's that sound over there?"
Sushin immediately activated the newly acquired mental ability, a power that allowed him to sense the heat signature of the blood in living creatures within a 30-meter radius, much like a temperature sensor. Through this, he discovered that the manipulator tribe had set up an ambush around them.
Just then, a scream echoed from Yuan Yong, "Look up there!"
The scene before them left everyone stunned, as a person was suspended in midair in a strange manner.
Who is that?
They wondered, their hearts filled with suspicion. In an instant, a short-haired girl screamed in panic upon recognizing the figure.
That is Rue, my roommate. There's no more time, we have to save her immediately.
Her voice was full of urgency.
Another person volunteered to step forward, "I'll go right away."
But Sushin coldly interrupted, "Don't interfere, we should continue on our journey." His words immediately met with waves of anger from those around him. They criticized him for being cruel, heartless, and for not being able to accept his indifference toward a life. The short-haired girl yelled, her eyes blazing with fury, "Damn it, all you guys are no men.
You want me to watch her die without doing anything? I can't do that."
She glanced over at the group of male students, her voice full of urgency, "Hurry up and save her." Slapped in the face by her words, the two male students immediately stepped forward, determined to untie Rue. They kept reassuring her, their voices gentle but firm, "Don't worry, we'll definitely save you." But just as they were hurrying to untie the rope, two spears suddenly shot toward them like lightning, tearing through the air. Before they could react, the spears pierced through their chests, delivering fatal blows that could not be undone. The faces of those around them turned pale, stunned by the sudden turn of events. The Navi students were shocked to realize they had fallen into a deadly trap, but it was already too late. From the second floor of the building, two manipulator tribe members holding axes and hammers charged down like predators, ready to end the lives of the confused group below. A male and a female student were surrounded by the two huge and fierce members of the manipulator tribe. Both were stunned, unable to utter a word. One of the manipulator tribe members grinned wickedly, slowly stuck out his tongue, and licked the girl's face with a lascivious gaze. "You're really cute, girl. Using you as bait will surely attract more people." He shamelessly groped her body without any restraint, as if there was no one around. The manipulator tribe member seemed quite pleased with the short-haired girl. He glanced over at the one called Shun and spoke in a greedy voice. "This tempting scent, Shun bro, can I play with her first?" Hearing these cruel words, the girl's face turned even paler, and her voice trembled as she pleaded. Please spare me." But the manipulator tribe member only sneered. Suddenly, a scream rang out. "Damn it, let her go." The remaining male student charged toward the girl without hesitation to save her, but the manipulator tribe member in front simply curled his lips, swung the gleaming axe through the air, and struck straight at him. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain, staining the ground red. The male student's lifeless body fell with a thud, sealing a tragic end to his bravery. The manipulator tribe coldly sneered at the corpse, saying, "Food should realize its food." He continued to cling to the girl, refusing to let her go, even suggesting the ruthless idea that perhaps they should keep her to bear children. The clothes on the girl's body were torn and tattered after the brutal assaults. Meanwhile, Sushin's group had long since left, but the blood-curdling scream of the short-haired girl named Xin Rue still echoed through the air. Duan Naya anxiously turned to Sushin and asked, "What happened to them?" Sushin answered in a voice as cold as ice, "Those who fancy themselves as saviors can only bring disaster upon themselves." Duan Naya looked at him, her eyes filled with concern. "Was the woman hanging by the rope earlier a trap?" Sushin nodded, his eyes flashing with seriousness. She asked again, "Are we safe now?" He replied, his tone calm but resolute, quite the opposite. "We are surrounded by the manipulator tribe." Sushin could feel their presence, lurking everywhere like ghosts, waiting for the right moment to strike. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but panic, the fear spreading like a tsunami. They couldn't believe they had fallen into such a dangerous situation. Sushin gently reassured them, his voice steady yet firm, "It is indeed as I said." He took a deep breath, determined to use the second mental ability he had just acquired. Control technique. This ability allows him to manipulate and control the zombie horde. This time, he plans to use them to deal with the manipulator tribe, to make them experience the feeling of being surrounded, hunted like prey in the grasp of the Grim Reaper's scythe. The manipulator tribe was tightly surrounded by the aberrant zombies controlled by Su Shin. Seeing this terrifying scene, they were stunned, wondering when these zombies had appeared. But their fear was quickly replaced by a fit of rage, and they charged forward to slaughter without hesitation. One member of the manipulator tribe tightly gripped an aberrant zombie and decisively threw it towards the zombies in front, causing them to topple to the ground like falling dominoes. However, when one of them looked down from the upper floor, he realized that Su Shin's group had disappeared. Upon realizing the prey had escaped, the manipulator tribe members leaped from the high windows. But as soon as they touched the ground, they were intercepted by Su Shin. He stood there, his gaze as sharp as a blade, and growled, "Where do you think you're going?" Instead of fear, the manipulator tribe smiled smugly, one of them shouting, "Look, there's still one fool looking for death. Kill him first, he really doesn't know what fear is." Hearing that the manipulator tribe was about to make a move, Su Shin remained unperturbed. Calmly, with his hands in his pockets, his voice slow and deliberate, "Unfortunately, the manipulator tribe doesn't have a crystal core. Then let these aberrations have their fun with you." Immediately, hundreds of aberrations rose from the shadows like ghostly apparitions from the depths of hell, surrounding the manipulator tribe. They opened their mouths wide, craving to bite and tear, filling the air with the breath of death. Meanwhile, Su Shin's group had reached the safe zone known as He City. As they entered, a threatening roar echoed, "Who dares to barge into He City?" Duan Naya turned toward the one who had spoken and replied, "We come from the University of Science and Technology, seeking refuge." No sooner had she spoken than a dark figure leaped down from the top of a building. Duan Naya and Yen Yen were startled. The dark figure materialized into a burly man, muscles rippling, holding a massive axe that gleamed. His presence was as imposing as a mountain, his face fierce as he growled, "We don't take in trash. Leave now." Unshaken by the threat, Duan Naya remained calm. She activated her hypnosis ability, her eyes glowing a mysterious pink, her voice as enchanting as the song of a siren. "Isn't this supposed to be a sanctuary? On what grounds do you block our entry?" In an instant, the man's gaze also shifted to pink, as if drawn into Duan Naya's trance. But he quickly regained his composure, slapping his head a few times. Mocking, "Oh, it's just for cats, nothing more than heretical tricks, truly a useless waste." With that, he leapt up, swinging the massive axe toward Duan Naya without a trace of hesitation. At that very moment, a voice rang out, "Stop." The one who appeared in front of Duan Naya was Xiao Feng, a young soldier. He raised his hand to signal a halt, then turned to the man and explained, "Captain Sun, they did not come here seeking protection. There was no need for violence." The man with the great axe slung over his shoulder replied with disdain, "And you dare to openly trespass into the territory of the manipulator tribe?" Just then, Su Shin returned from the side of the manipulator tribe, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed upon the man. "In that case, perhaps we'll have no choice but to lead several dozen medical students to another place for refuge." At these words, Captain Sun and the people behind him were taken aback. "What? Several dozen medical students?" They were stunned. In these times, medical students who had survived were an invaluable rarity, and yet Su Shin was leading an entire group of them. Xiao Feng looked at Su Shin, astonishment clear upon his face. "Su Shin, I never thought you were still alive." Then he turned to Captain Sun, his voice firm with conviction. "Captain Sun, they are my friends. I swear on my life they are not spies from the manipulator tribe. Moreover, if Su Shin says these are several dozen medical students, it must definitely be the truth." The people behind also stepped forward to advise, "Captain, if Xiao Feng has said so, let them in." "That's right, with medical students, we don't have to worry about burying the patients alive. What if one day we also get sick?" Upon hearing this, Captain Sun had no choice but to accept. He turned around and walked inside, not forgetting to remind them, "Whatever happens, Xiao Feng, if they can't cure the patient, the consequences will be your responsibility." Soon after, those following Captain Sun stepped forward with a concerned expression. Everyone, the captain has agreed, please come inside.
Xiaofeng looked at Sushin, his voice hesitant. I'm sorry, Sushin, don't take it to heart. The captain is just like that.
Sushin replied, his voice calm like still water. It's fine, everywhere has people who make others uncomfortable.
Xiaofeng glanced at him and changed the subject. Anyway, you arrived just in time. We have a few people with a strange illness, we really need the doctor's help. Xiaofeng led the group of Sushin to a female patient who was in a coma.
On her body, strange white fungal patches grew densely, like toxic clouds clinging to her skin.
At the sight of this bizarre scene, Yan Yan couldn't help but exclaim, is this some kind of fungus?
Xiaofeng replied with a frustrated expression, I'm not sure, but we tried to clean her up. Sadly, these bizarre creatures grew faster, causing her to weaken more and more. Sushin spoke up, his voice serious, she's been infected with mutated bacteria.
Even the plants are undergoing changes now. We need to warn everyone to be cautious around these tree sprouts, don't let anyone get hurt. Duan Naya, her gaze curious, watched the strange mushrooms closely and asked, are these mushrooms turning people into food? Sushin answered shortly, as if striking a nail into wood, basically, yes. At the same time, Yan Yan swiftly ran off to find a doctor, hoping they could formulate the necessary medicine. Looking at the girl before him, Sushin suddenly recalled the mutated plants he had witnessed in his past life. This was only the beginning, if not dealt with immediately, they would grow rapidly like weeds, attacking humans. At that point, the manipulator tribe would seize the opportunity to invade the refugee area, turning humans into livestock, sinking them into a life of subjugation. The rise of the manipulator tribe posed a great threat to Sushin. Unless he turned this refugee area into a stronghold and made preparations, they would be helpless. With this in mind, he decided he needed to investigate the situation here thoroughly. Suddenly, a commotion broke out. The son of the city lord Zhang He sped through the streets like a storm, unstoppable. Holding a gun in his hand, he drove while firing at the civilians, his arrogant voice ringing out. Common folk, don't block the path of this young master. Sushin noticed this, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Is someone shooting in the refugee area? He turned to Xiaofeng and asked. Tiger Merchant Team, aren't you going to take care of this? Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and replied. The Tiger Merchant Team has been disbanded. Sushin wasn't too surprised and continued asking. Is this the condition for the refugees to enter the city? Xiaofeng nodded. That's right, he's the son of the city lord, and he thinks the elderly and children are worthless, often pushing them into situations where they're doomed. Zhang He glanced at the group of newcomers, a clear look of displeasure on his face. Who else is here now? Suddenly, he ordered the driver to head straight for where Yan Yan was sitting, confidently showing off. Hey, little lady, want to get in? I'll take you to try some amazing food. Yan Yan stood up, walking toward him with a languid air. I'm so hungry I can barely move. Could you carry me? Hearing the beautiful woman's words, Zhang He couldn't hide his delight, grinning widely. Ha, I'd be more than happy to, it's what I've been hoping for. Xiaofeng witnessed this scene and angrily shouted, Damn it, Zhang He, how dare you? He was about to charge forward to land a few punches, but Sushin held him back and calmly said, It's fine, as long as he can carry her, it doesn't matter what happens. Zhang He urged, Come here, I've got everything ready. Suddenly, a wicked smile appeared on Yan Yan's beautiful face. You're so nice. After saying that, she took a run up, jumped onto the vehicle, and then gathered more momentum. Her move was powerful, like a sumo wrestler preparing to strike. Zhang Yi grinned, but when Yan Yan's body was about to collide with his, she suddenly activated her supernatural ability, causing her body to expand like a small mountain, ready to crush everything in her path. Seeing Yan Yan grow into a giant and charge straight toward him, Zhang Yi panicked, spun around, and jumped backward, narrowly escaping danger. But his car wasn't as fortunate, the immense weight of her body crushed it, turning it into a twisted heap of scrap metal. Yan Yan stood up and slowly shrank back to her normal size, as if nothing had happened. The terrifying noise attracted the attention of Captain Sun. He turned his head, puzzled. Hey, what just happened? Not only Captain Sun but the entire Baishan group was also stunned, their eyes fixed on Yen Yen. He wondered silently what the thunderous sound was. Meanwhile, Zheng He, who had just suffered the consequences of the collision, trembled in fear, clutching his aching legs and screaming in agony. My legs, my legs. Hearing the cries, Yen Yen approached, her voice mocking, City Lord, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to seize it. As she spoke, she deliberately stepped on his wound, intensifying the pain, which had already been severe, making it even more excruciating, as if he were being tortured. A few people rushed over, asking with concern, City Lord, are you alright? Zhang Yi, his face filled with panic, pointed at Yen Yen and screamed in accusation, she's a monster. He yelled that she had transformed into a giant and broken his leg. In his panic, he ordered his subordinates, take her away. Two of his underlings immediately turned around, their eyes filled with suspicion, searching for the supposed giant monster he had mentioned. At that moment, Duan Naya activated her psychic powers from a distance, targeting the two men. In an instant, they fell into a trance, their eyes glowing with an eerie pink hue. They then turned to Zhang He, defending Yen Yen, City Lord, it's clear that you fell from the carriage and broke your leg. The remaining person quickly interjected, that's right, we all saw it clearly. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's face turned bright red with embarrassment and anger, as no one was supporting him. He roared, shut up. In his fury, he accused the group of conspiring against him. He threatened, I'll go tell my father, and he'll deal with all of you. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout the safe zone, Dad, help me. Captain Sun, who was standing to the side, sneered. It seemed like there was a spectacle to watch. Not long after, a luxurious black car rolled up and stopped right beside Zhang Yi. Following it was a large security detail, heavily armed, looking extremely professional. It seemed that the person in the car was his father, the city lord of the safe zone. The bodyguards, clad in bulletproof vests and holding guns, exuded an air of authority. Xiaofeng, standing next to Su Xin, whispered anxiously, this is bad, the city lord really called the city lord here. Yen Yen, hands on her hips, mocked, yeah, the city lord sure is something, huh? From the car, a pair of feet in shoes stepped down, calm and authoritative. The middle-aged man in luxurious attire carried the demeanor of a noble. This was the city lord. Two tall figures, looking like street thugs, followed him closely. The city lord stood tall, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd as he spoke, can anyone tell me what exactly happened here? Xiaofeng hurried forward, his voice filled with worry as he tried to explain, City Lord, my brother came here seeking refuge with dozens of doctors, but City Lord, he... Before he could finish, Zheng He rushed in, cutting him off, shouting loudly, Father, kill them all. Before the words were even out of his mouth, he received a sharp slap from his father. The City Lord's face was filled with fury as he yelled, I've told you countless times, treat everyone who comes to us with respect. Don't make the title of City Lord a joke. He then immediately transformed into the image of a dutiful father, his tone stern as he lectured, remember, our ideal is to turn this place into a lighthouse in the apocalypse, so that everyone who comes here feels warm and safe. The people watching the city lord scold his rebellious son right before them began to murmur amongst themselves. Whispers spread, his own son makes a mistake and gets punished? It seems the city lord is a good man. Who would have thought that in the apocalypse, there would still be someone so noble? After lecturing his son, the city lord turned back, bowing his head low, one hand on his chest, sincerely inviting everyone to stay and work together toward their shared dream. He promised to offer the newcomers the best food and living conditions that his city could provide. Words, like a gust of wind, stoked the flames, causing the crowd to erupt in ecstatic cheers. Really? That's amazing, let's just stay here. The city lord of 10,000 years. In that moment, Xiaofeng let out a sigh of relief, turning to Su Xin with the intention to soothe him. Well, maybe we can rest easy and stay here after all, he said. But just as the words left his mouth, Xiaofeng suddenly froze, realizing that no one was by his side anymore. The group of Su Xin had vanished, and he hadn't noticed when. Night fell, and the fire from the wood crackled, casting flickering light into the cold night, as though trying to dispel the eerie silence.
Suddenly, a question broke the quiet, and the one asking was none other than Yen Yen.
Why aren't we staying in the city?
To answer her doubt, Duanya gently spoke, his voice calm, like water flowing over stones.
Did you forget that you broke someone's son's leg? Do you really think the city lord's soldiers, armed with guns, are just standing around for decoration?
Upon hearing this, Yen Yen lowered her head, her face showing a clear expression of disappointment, like the moon hidden behind clouds.
Oh, so the three of us are really going to sleep in the forest tonight?
She said, then stepped closer to Duanya, her cheeks blushing faintly. Her eyes sparkled as if waiting for something.
Okay, but this is my first time. Could you give me some advice?
Duanya froze, her expression one of confusion, as though she had just heard a riddle.
Yen Yen, what are you thinking?
Before Yen Yen could reply, Duanya continued seriously, her voice lowering as though predicting a restless night ahead.
I wonder if I'll be able to sleep tonight.
As soon as she finished speaking, Yen Yen, still in a daze, her mind in turmoil, thought Duanya was hinting at something.
In surprise, she exclaimed, "Ah, is your stamina that good?"
At that moment, Su Shin, with an expression as cold as ice, suddenly interrupted their conversation, his voice sharp like a blade.
Stop talking. Someone's coming. He called loudly toward the distance, "You guys over there, come out right now."
The group, sneaking around, was startled as if caught in the spotlight, like wild animals caught in the glare of headlights. They hadn't expected to be exposed so easily. Now revealed, they no longer hesitated and boldly stepped forward, even showing their true intentions.
You've broken the city lord's leg. How could you just escape so easily? Su Shin's face was emotionless, his eyes cold as ice, and he replied slowly, "Escape? I just didn't want to start a massacre in the city. Because it would accidentally harm the members of the Tiger Merchant team." Listening to Su Shin, the leader of the group sneered, his tone mocking as if laughing at the arrogance of the weak. Mass slaughter? A kid without any weapons wants to kill people? The man standing next to him, holding a gun in his hand, looked on with contempt. Move in, stop wasting time, let me just give him a bullet and be done with it. Su Shin didn't bother arguing, he simply acted. With a powerful punch like thunder, the upper half of the man's body flew off in the blink of an eye. The leader stood frozen, sweat pouring down like rain, his eyes wide with terror, unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. With just one punch, his subordinates had disappeared as if they had never existed. Panicking, he quickly ordered his henchmen. Fire! Shoot him now! Although his subordinates were terrified, they still managed to pull the trigger, unleashing a hail of bullets towards Su Shin. Like lightning, Su Shin drew two short swords and charged into the crowd. Each slash of his not only cut through the air but also took the life of one enemy, sharp as the scythe of death. When it was the leader's turn, Su Shin suddenly stopped, the blade of his sword pressed right against the man's face. The leader was so terrified that his sweat drenched him, screaming in despair. Just spare my life, and I will reveal an important secret about the city lord. Oh, tell me, came the reply. Su Shin's voice rang out coldly, her tone carrying a murderous intent. Her eyes, as sharp as a blade, locked onto the leader's, sending a chilling gaze straight through him. Under the immense pressure and terrifying aura of Su Shin, the leader had no choice but to tremble and spill everything. The city lord of the safe zone had a close relationship with the Manipulator tribe. Recently, they had been carrying out secret dealings with the Manipulator tribe every week. Upon hearing this, Su Shin frowned, her voice deepening. Secret dealings? What? The leader trembled, replying in fear. The city lord uses the lives of the refugees in exchange for food from the Manipulator tribe. Beside her, Yen Yen and Duanya were enraged, their fury blazing like a torch in the night. Yen Yen, in a fit of rage, raised her hand and struck the leader's head, demanding angrily, "Do you really dare to trade human lives for food with the Manipulator tribe?" The leader winced in pain, shaking as he answered, "These are all orders from the city lord." The scene shifted to another place, where a deafening voice boomed like thunder in a clear sky. Wait a moment, what are you planning to do? Isn't it food? At that moment, a member of the Manipulator tribe gripped a human's throat,
his face twisted with ferocity, like a wild beast snarling at its prey.
The pile of rotten food lay in front of them.
He smirked, his smile full of malice, like a venomous snake eyeing its prey.
I will throw you in front of the Inchi district gates before dawn. The manipulator tribe growled.
The human, whose neck was being squeezed, turned pale, his face a mask of panic, and stammered, "What?
What did you say?" The manipulator tribe member didn't bother answering.
He coldly continued, "As for you, of course, it's the same as before." Finishing his words, he opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth like daggers, and sank them into the human's neck. A dry crack echoed, and in the blink of an eye, the manipulator tribe member had severed the human's neck, pulling out his spinal cord as if extracting a rotten piece of wood. Those responsible for protecting the city, who were also temporary victims, would never be given a chance to survive by the city lord. Yan Yan and Duanya witnessed the gruesome scene, their faces as pale as paper. Though they had grown accustomed to the sight of death, such savage brutality still made their hearts tremble like leaves in the wind. The bald man, after revealing all the secrets, trembled and nervously asked, his voice faltering from fear, "Will you
let me go?"
Hearing the question, Sushin's lips curled into a cold smile, as frosty as ice. "Not so fast. There's still something else you can help us with, after you reveal all the city lord's secrets." The bald man was tightly bound by Sushin and hung suspended by a rope in the dark alley. Like a puppet caught in a spider's web, he struggled fiercely, desperately trying to break free, but every effort was as futile as water slipping through his fingers, hopeless. At that moment, a few members of the manipulator tribe happened to spot him. One of them, with suspicion in his voice, asked gruffly, "Why is there someone hanging up there?" But his companions paid no attention, coldly replying, "Let it be, just kill him and bring him back for food." The leader of the manipulator tribe clenched his fists, his eyes burning with murderous intent like flames from hell, and charged straight at the man hanging in the air. He growled, his voice a menacing hiss, "You'll be my next meal." The man, his face as pale as a corpse, panicked and stammered, "Wait, I am." Before he could finish explaining his identity, the leader of the manipulator tribe landed a powerful punch to his stomach. Blood poured from his mouth, and the pain spread throughout his body like a tidal wave, causing him to collapse instantly. Suddenly, from behind, a colossal figure appeared, followed by a deep voice that rumbled like thunder, "Huh? Did you damage my new toy?" The manipulator tribe member froze, horrified by the enormous shadow. It was none other than Yen Yen. Now in his colossal form, holding the rope that suspended the bald man as though it were a mere toy. The manipulator tribe recognized that the person in front of them was a superpowered individual. The leader quickly reminded his comrades to be cautious, as he was a superpowered person. Yen Yen gently extended his enormous hand, pointing directly at the manipulator tribe member who had just knocked the man down, his voice oscillating between deep and light as if teasing, "Will you become my interesting toy?" Suddenly, one of the manipulator tribe members spotted someone hiding on the upper floor of a nearby building, a figure armed with a sniper rifle, ready to ambush. It was Duanya, holding the rifle with a sharp, cold gaze. The reminder from Sushin echoed in her mind, these manipulator tribe members have mutated further. Their skulls might be so thick that even bullets can't penetrate them. Looking through the scope at the manipulator tribe below, Duanya thought to herself, "Then let me test it." Without another word, she pulled the trigger. 3 shots rang out in quick succession, each bullet hitting precisely the heads of 3 manipulator tribe members, like arrows of fate, leaving them no chance to resist. The manipulator tribe member in Yen Yan's grip watched this unfold, his face frozen in terror, as if seeing death itself. 3 shots, all to the head, and as he was still in shock, another bullet unexpectedly flew towards him. With a reflex as quick as lightning, he dodged it, a smug expression appearing on his face as he roared, trying to break free from Yen Yan's grasp, "Do you really think you can capture me?" But just at that moment, Sushin silently approached from behind, extending his hand to tightly grip the head of the manipulator tribe member. The man's eyes were filled with suspicion as he glanced back, but before he could recognize who his opponent was, he received a terrifying punch from Sushin. His head exploded like a watermelon smashed open, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The scene shifted to a cozy house, where soft, dim lighting bathed the space, and a conversation could be clearly heard.
A voice spoke up, Sushin, how did you manage to discover the secret transaction between the city lord and the manipulator tribe?
Sushin calmly replied, I had previously heard rumors about several temporary bases engaged in such activities. Today was just a simple reconnaissance mission, but I didn't expect to uncover something real. At this moment, the scene inside the house gradually came into focus. A spacious, comfortable bed was taken out from Sushin's space, providing a sense of comfort like an oasis in the desert. A lavish and beautiful spread of food was also laid out, resembling a culinary masterpiece under the dim light. Duanya lay on the bed, dressed in an alluring gown, her face flushed, her expression seductive, making it clear to anyone who looked that they knew exactly what was happening. Duanya spoke in a calm voice, like a gentle stream flowing over rocks, if the family wants to establish a temporary base, we can definitely find another place, no need to get entangled in these troubles. Hearing this, Sushin replied calmly, his voice as peaceful as a breeze passing by. Building a base requires time and effort. I'm not an expert in this field, so it's best to find someone reliable, experienced, and that person is in his city. Upon hearing this, Duanya didn't have any more questions, as the two of them were now caught up in something else and had no time to continue the conversation. Suddenly, Yen Yen entered, wearing a seductive dress, her eyes sparkling like a flame in the night, making it impossible for anyone to look away. She pouted, her tone a little teasing. Sister Duanya, why are you two doing this secretly without me? Duanya immediately laughed and replied in a flash. Alright, you can join us too. Listening to the conversation between the two girls, Sushin was momentarily stunned, his expression one of disbelief. Did these two really want to do that with him right now? Duanya and Yen Yen approached, their gazes fixed on Sushin, their smiles as bright as the full moon. Thanks to you, we can live like humans in this apocalypse. So tonight, let the two of us serve you well. The next morning, City Lord Zhang discovered that the bald man had been severely injured by the manipulator tribe. His mind was as tangled as a ball of yarn. He mistakenly thought that the transaction with the manipulator tribe had encountered a setback, so he immediately decided to go to their tribe to clarify the matter. At the base of the manipulator tribe, in a dilapidated warehouse, City Lord Zhang was having a conversation with the group from the manipulator tribe. Their leader sat in a chair, his expression as serious as the sky before a storm, questioning, City Lord Zhang, your subordinate is gravely injured, and I've lost 3 warriors as punishment. From now on, you must send double the number of survivors, or don't even talk about the transaction. The burly man of City Lord Zhang's entourage looked shocked and exclaimed, What? Double the number? But before he could say more, City Lord Zhang raised his hand to signal for silence. He looked toward the leader of the manipulator tribe, his voice calm and level like a still lake, no problem, let it be decided this way. Before the transaction could conclude, Sushin suddenly emerged from the shadows, stepping forward. His voice was cold and sharp, like a blade cutting through the air. Truly, City Lord, you trade lives without blinking an eye. These words shocked both City Lord Zhang and the manipulator tribe, as though struck by a thunderclap. City Lord Zhang furiously shouted, his eyes burning with reproach, Sushin, what are you doing here? But Sushin remained as cold as ice, his gaze flashing with contempt. I heard that City Lord Zhang and the manipulator tribe have a very close relationship. I specifically came here just to observe. The manipulator tribe immediately closed in, their faces fierce like wild beasts, forming a tight encirclement around Sushin. Their voices were laced with mockery, you came here on your own, you really have guts. The leader of the manipulator tribe, with a cold and vicious expression like a starving wolf, stared fixedly at Sushin, his voice as deep and grim as if it were echoing from hell. Kid, I don't know how you killed my 3 subordinates, but now that you've stepped into my territory, don't expect to leave. Meanwhile, City Lord Zhang and his bodyguard had already left the area. Before departing, he turned back, casting a contemptuous glance and muttered, this brat is definitely going to die, but those who followed him into the base won't escape either. We must quickly clean them all up before they cause any trouble. The scene shifted to the temporary base in East City, where City Lord Zhang returned to his hideout, his expression as heavy as dark clouds. He immediately summoned everyone in the shelter, his tone grave as though announcing a storm was about to hit. Ladies and gentlemen, a traitor has been discovered in our base. This statement caused the crowd to stir like hot oil splashing into water.
He pointed toward the group of people who had been with Sushin the day before. The statement is that these people have betrayed us.
City Lord Zhang began weaving fabricated stories, his tone smooth like a deceitful merchant. They pretended to be doctors to infiltrate the base, then secretly kidnapped the refugees here to trade them for food with the manipulator tribe. In his mind, a malicious thought flashed like a sharp blade. If they've ruined my plans, don't blame me for being ruthless. His words were like a spark, igniting the fury within everyone. A surge of intense emotion spread, causing them to shout in outrage. These bastards, kill them! Suddenly, amidst the commotion, a loud shout rang out. Wait! From the crowd, a man with a goatee stepped forward, his appearance radiating the wisdom of years. He spoke in defense of Sushin's group.
As far as I know, Sushin is a very trustworthy person. These people were brought here by him, so there is definitely no issue.
As his words echoed, everyone's gaze immediately shifted toward him. The crowd around them gasped in shock, collectively exclaiming, "Oh, that's General Gao.
Who is Sushin that even the general speaks well of him?" At this moment, City Lord Zhang could no longer contain his anger and retorted loudly, "Gao Wei, are you intending to protect them?" But with mere words and no evidence, how can he prove that they are not traitors? As soon as the words were spoken, a firm voice rang out from the top of the building, "I can prove it."
City Lord Zhang immediately looked up upon hearing this, his face momentarily showing surprise, but quickly turning into panic.
He muttered to himself, "Is it him? Why? How is he still alive?" Upon hearing Sushin's name, General Gao's lips curled into a faint, secretive smile. So it was Sushin.
He stepped forward, holding a member of the manipulator tribe, none other than their leader.
Sushin lifted the manipulator tribe leader, smiling at City Lord Zhang and said, "City Lord Zhang, why not let him explain everything that's going on?"
The manipulator tribe leader, beaten and with his face swollen, missing a few teeth, kept begging, "Sushin, please spare him."
Seeing the scene before them, both City Lord Zhang and General Gao were in disbelief. A small person like Sushin could actually overpower the leader of the manipulator tribe?
This was beyond their imagination.
With a simple command, Sushin raised his voice, "I want everyone to hear this clearly."
Sushin made the tribe leader flinch and tremble in fear. Under the authority of Sushin, the leader had no choice but to scream out the truth. City Lord Zhang had betrayed everyone. The testimony of the manipulator tribe leader was like throwing fuel on the fire, igniting the fury of all the residents in the shelter. City Lord Zhang remained stubborn, loudly denying the accusations. The accusations from the manipulator tribe are nothing but baseless fabrications. He even shamelessly turned the blame back on Sushin, accusing him, "You are the one who colluded with the manipulator tribe." But General Gao no longer believed him. With a cold, sharp gaze, he threw a powerful punch at City Lord Zhang, causing him to stagger. At that moment, the true face of City Lord Zhang was exposed. He grinned wickedly and calmly confessed, yes, it was all my doing. But now it's the end of the world, and the places with supplies have already been seized by the manipulator tribe. They're just waiting for us to fall into their trap. He stared directly at General Gao, his voice filled with confidence. Now, just killing a few lowly ones can save so many lives. Clearly, I'm doing the right thing. You should be grateful to me. Not stopping there, he continued to mock Gao Wei, "You're truly exceptional, noble even, but you've still eaten the food I brought back. What right do you have to criticize me?" One person in the crowd couldn't hold back their anger, pointing directly at City Lord Zhang and snarling, "Because you are a coward." After finishing his words, the man threw a punch straight into the middle of City Lord Zhang's face, causing him to stagger. The one who struck was none other than Sushin. He looked at City Lord Zhang with cold, contemptuous eyes. "You sold out your humanity just for a little food, trading your life for the sacrifice of others. In an era where the strong rule, that may seem like a reasonable choice. But alas, it is the choice of cowards, no different from beasts. We are not like you, we do not accept such cowardice." Sushin turned to General Gao, his eyes burning with determination. "We cannot continue to live in this degradation. Join me in building a new base, a place that truly belongs to human civilization. He extended his hand towards General Gao, his proposal filled with boldness. Sushin recalled his previous life when he had wandered through piles of broken debris searching for a place to rely on, a base like a utopian society, free from the chains of class and the cries of hunger. Everyone was well fed, their souls had a place to rest, all of it stemming from its founder, Gao Wei. But now, he was only the deputy city lord here and had yet to establish his own base. Sushin was only accelerating the process. Bai Shang spoke up, but establishing a base was a difficult and messy task. The man beside him continued, "We want to do our work. It's impossible to rely on others forever, establishing a new base is truly the best way." Unexpectedly, City Lord Zhang burst into laughter, his tone full of mockery. "Haha, do you all think you are saviors? You want to establish a new base? The wild beasts are rampaging in the outskirts, zombies are everywhere, and even essential food and safety are in short supply. Are you asking others to go and sacrifice their lives for you?" Zhang Yi, sitting in a wheelchair, added on to his father's words, "Father, if they want to go, let them go. When they experience hardship, they'll come back begging us." Mr. Zhang nodded, sneering, "Ah, son. You're right." Some of the people in the crowd began to speak up, their voices full of concern. "It's very dangerous out there, I don't want to go and sacrifice my life. I'd rather be a coward, at least I'll still be alive." Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhang raised his voice, resonating across the area, "Haha, listen carefully. If anyone believes in their foolish dreams, I, your lord, will generously let you leave. But let me make it clear, once you leave here, even if you starve to death, I won't care." Sushin, sitting proudly to one side, spoke calmly, "It's just food, isn't it? Is this really such a difficult problem?" Upon hearing this, a few people in the crowd began to murmur, "What did he say? It sounds so easy when he says it." Another person interjected, "That's not right, he could bring the leader of the manipulator tribe here, even turn him into a chair. Surely he can bring food too." A different voice added, "I heard he's a mutant, and extremely strong at that." Zhang He angrily shouted, "Sushin, do you think you're the savior or something? Stop fooling everyone here. Do you even know how much supplies a base needs?" Sushin calmly replied, "My supplies aren't much, just enough to sustain 2,000 people for about a month." Hearing this, Mr. Zhang was shocked and thought to himself, isn't that about the same amount of supplies I have in my warehouse? Damn it, where did he get all that from? Meanwhile, over by the gate, the guards were standing around when suddenly Yin Yan rushed in from somewhere, grabbed one of them by the neck, and spoke in a sharp tone, "Why do you think Sushin is suddenly so generous?" The soldier stared blankly, focusing solely on Yin Yan's chest, forgetting to respond. This annoyed her, and she slammed him down hard, making him spit blood. Before he passed out, he muttered, "Oh, I see." Yen Yen immediately ran over to Duanya and playfully said, "Oh, Duanya, I'm so hungry, do you have anything to eat?" Duanya shook her head, "Who told you to use your powers recklessly?" She then turned to report, "We've secured the sniper positions." Sushin spoke up, his voice steady, "General Gao, it's time to make a decision." Gao Wei stepped forward, his voice booming, "Starving, cold, bullied by others. I thought the people here had already given up enough to survive, but in the end, they are still treated like cattle, sold to the manipulator tribe. I can't stay here any longer." He called out to Sushin seriously, "I've decided to establish a new base with you." He shouted loudly, "All the brothers in the team, those who are willing to leave with me, Gao Wei, please step forward. Let's establish a base where we can live with dignity, not stay here and live like dogs." The two captains rallied the Tiger Merchant team and the White Tiger team. At the command, the soldiers from Mr. Zhang's side immediately rushed towards General Gao. Mr. Zhang angrily shouted, "Damn it, what do you think you're doing? You are part of the City Lord's army, I am the City Lord, and you must remain loyal to me." A voice rang out, "Report, General. All members are present." Mr. Zhang screamed, "Old Gao, who do you think you are? Without my permission, no one can leave." At that moment, the two sides were divided into two factions, guns pointed at each other.
The tension in the air was as tight as a string about to snap. Just one shot rang out, and both sides charged into battle. Suddenly, Zhang He, the useless man in the wheelchair, fired his gun and shouted, "Damn, Su Shin, that piece of trash! If it weren't for you bringing people here, my leg wouldn't be useless. Today, I want you dead." The bullet skimmed past Su Shin, and he immediately flew into a rage. "You want to die?" Su Shin teleported in an instant, grabbing Zhang He by the neck and lifting him up, squeezing tightly. His voice was cold. "Zhang Jianshu told the city lord's army to put their guns down, or I'll snap your son's neck." Mr. Zhang, his face full of frustration, glared and shouted, "Everyone, drop your weapons." Su Shin turned and said, "General Gao, have your people lead the refugees out. I'll handle things here." He replied, "Understood, Su Shin. We'll wait for you at Shangyun University." The old fox, Zhang, immediately signaled with his eyes and spoke. "Su Shin, they've retreated now. Can you release my son? I'll let you leave, we'll each take a step back. What do you think?" From a distance, a sniper was lying in wait to ambush Su Shin, but he coldly signaled Duanya on the rooftop, toward 12 o'clock. His beloved wife, Duanya, replied, "Got it, Yen Yen. Stay still, don't hug me." She took the stance to pull the trigger, and with one shot, sent the sniper to meet his ancestors. Mr. Zhang was terrified. "Did you arrange for a sniper?" Su Shin replied calmly, "It's all the same anyway." "Is that so, City Lord Zhang? I agree with your previous suggestion, I'll return your son to you." After saying that, he threw Zhang He toward Mr. Zhang, his face full of compassion. "But I still have one question, is this type of meat delicious?" Mr. Zhang was bewildered. "What do you mean? Why do you ask?" But at that moment, he noticed that Zhang He's mouth was tightly clamped around a durian fruit, and he was whining like a little dog. A loud explosion rang out in the smoke. City Lord Zhang unexpectedly mutated, but his son was now reduced to a pile of scattered remains. The old man screamed in rage, "Su Shin, I'm going to kill you, you filthy dog." Su Shin stood proudly with the harem team, looking magnificent. Duanya spoke up, "Su Shin, we've arrived." Su Shin's gaze was sharp, thinking to himself, it seems like the rumors from the previous life were true. Zhang Jianshu was a shapeshifter hiding among humans, but who would have thought he was a second-tier shapeshifter? However, next time we meet, he won't be so lucky. The scene shifted to another location, where the captain shouted loudly, "All members, pay attention, ahead is the supermarket that Su Shin mentioned, which contains the supplies. Our goal is to deal with the manipulator tribe inside, then bring the supplies back to the new base." The soldiers rushed in with great momentum, but once inside, they were all astonished. It seemed that the manipulator tribe had been completely wiped out, not a single one left. The captain checked, and the supplies were in the truck, with more than half a tank of fuel enough to drive back to the new base. Indeed, Su Shin didn't deceive us. There really is a truckload of supplies here. Old Sun snorted, "I thought we'd have to fight a fierce battle, but who would have thought the mission would be this easy?" "Such a waste of time," a young man beside him spoke up. "Captain, I heard the general assigned an important mission to Su Shin. Previously, missions like this were always handled by you." Old Sun became angry, "A weakling like him dares to steal credit from me?" The scene shifted to the radio station, where Yen Yen grumbled, "Miss Duanya, why hasn't that foolish captain returned yet?" Duanya replied, "What? That old man is saying the manipulator tribe in the supermarket was dealt with by Su Shin long ago. They just need to drive the supplies back, and even a fool could do that." Yen Yen curled her lips, "Who cares about him? Su Shin told us to be in charge of treating the refugees. I'm worried they'll starve to death first." Duanya continued, "We're here, we can go back, but wait until they get closer. It's going to be hard to hide your enormous form with mental power." Old Sun reported, "General, the supplies have been delivered." They had truly found the supplies. Su Shin hadn't lied to them, he really could solve the food problem. General Gao nodded. Sushin is indeed our savior.
Old Sun muttered under his breath, "Humph, that effeminate guy, he might not know much about other things, but when it comes to brainwashing, he's really good at it." Another person chimed in, "General, at the hospital not far from here, there are signs of activity from the manipulator tribe."
It's probably a tribe of about a dozen people.
General Gao was shocked.
The manipulator tribe?
Old Sun thought to himself, "Sushin, I'll show you who's the true protector of everyone."
Bai Shang's voice rang out, "What? You want to move the weapons cache?"
There's a military base nearby, but the entrance has been submerged by floodwaters. That place is definitely a death trap, a pile of corpses stacked together.
Xiaofeng added, "Even if the three of us manage to get in, how much can we really take?" Sushin replied, "You two don't need to worry about it. Just take me to the weapons cache."
Bai Shang nodded, "All right.
I've been there before.
I'll go with you.
But we need to take 2 vehicles, the armory is far away." Sushin interrupted, "The vehicles are simple."
He took a pickup truck out of the spatial pocket. The two of them were stunned.
"Is this magic? Is this your special ability?"
Sushin got in the truck and curtly said, "Stop talking. If you're not picky about my lack of wealth, get in, I'll take you." Thus, the three of them set off towards the military zone. On the other side, a group of people were swearing.
"Damn, why isn't the water pump finished yet? God!
I can't believe this, picking useless people, throwing them down as bait for those water demons." Supplies in the city were disappearing for no reason, and if they couldn't find anything to bring back, they were surely dead. Don't blame me, a bunch of unlucky people were thrown down as bait.
The old man shouted, "The water demons are attracted by the bait now.
Right now, anyone who goes down there to pry open the door and come back will get a sweet young lady as a reward from the city lord." One guy spoke up, "Before the apocalypse, I had no money, and no women.
Now that it's the apocalypse, I'll take a risk."
On Sushin's side, Xiaofeng recognized that they were from the city lord army. It seemed they had also noticed this place. Bai Shang replied, "I know there's a way in the back, we can fight the city lord army, but we'll have to dive to get in."
Sushin nodded. "Do it your way." The three of them dived into the water.
Bai Shang suddenly noticed dozens of bright, glaring eyes at the bottom, and panicked, thinking, "Water demon. We're finished."
Sushin appeared, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid." Bai Shang was surprised, thinking, "Can Sushin still talk underwater?"
He quickly pressed his lips to hers, expertly giving her oxygen. Bai Shang thought he was just providing oxygen for her, but they were surrounded by water demons. The arms of the water demons reached out, ready to grab Bai Shang. Fearfully, she clung tightly to Sushin, thinking that at most, she would sacrifice herself alongside him. But after a while, nothing happened.
She wondered, has the water demons stopped?
Looking at Sushin, she realized his eyes were dark red, as though he had activated some kind of mysterious switch. Bai Shang was startled.
Could he be controlling these water demons?
Sushin smiled, one hand holding her as he spoke, "Right now, we're going hunting." Suddenly, a few of the water demons broke free from Sushin's mental control and charged, attacking in a swarm. But Sushin showed no fear of these insignificant creatures. He said, "You all go ahead, I'll deal with the water demons." One by one, the water demons were swiftly eliminated by Sushin, clearing the way for Xiaofeng and Bai Shang to escape. When they surfaced, both gasped for breath as if they had just been saved after a long time submerged underwater. Looking back, the corpses of the water demons were floating on the surface of the water.
Xiaofeng asked in amazement, "Can Sushin control the water demons? Is he really still human?" Bai Shang responded, "How many more tricks is he hiding from us that we don't know about?"
At this moment, Sushin also emerged, holding a crystal core in his hand, his voice tinged with disappointment. "After so many water demons, I only got a white core, the explosion rate is so low." Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other in surprise, and Bai Shang exclaimed, "You've already got a white core and you're complaining it's too little?" Xiaofeng added, "Although a white core doesn't grant abilities, it can still enhance the strength of one's powers. In the darkness, a pair of golden eyes gleamed brightly like headlights, fixed directly on the crystal core in Sushin's hand.
Suddenly, a cat darted out and snatched the crystal core away.
Sushin was stunned, unable to react in time.
Xiaofeng, puzzled, asked, "Why is there a kitten here?"
Bai Shang explained, "To guard against rats, bases usually keep cats. It seems this cat was trapped in the base, so it survived the apocalypse.
But this cat is really bold, it actually stole the crystal core from Sushin." Sushin frowned, annoyed.
He had never been afraid of anyone, not even the father and son of that family, yet he had his food snatched away by a cat.
He took out a bag of food to tempt it. "Hey, little one, you can't eat that. How about I trade you this instead?"
But the cat, quick as lightning, darted over, snatched the bag from Sushin's hand, and ran off. Furious, Sushin clenched his fists, his voice tinged with frustration. "I got my stuff stolen by a cat.
Twice?"
Indeed, anything that survived in the apocalypse was never simple. A while later, Sushin's group restored the power at the base, and the lights flickered back on. Bai Shang let out a relieved sigh. That was close.
The power system is still working.
Let's go, the weapon cache is just ahead. Leading the way, Bai Shang continued. Before the flood came, the survivors hurriedly evacuated, but the supplies here definitely haven't been taken.
We've arrived at the right place.
These weapons and ammo are enough to equip a 500-person team. Before them stood a vast military warehouse, full of guns and supplies. Xiaofeng was astonished. "If we find a tank, equipping 1,000 people wouldn't be a problem."
Bai Shang cautioned, "Hey, I'm telling you to be careful."
Sushin responded, "Don't worry, Captain."
Bai Shang looked worried. The problem is how to bring everything back here. The people from the City Lord's army can enter at any time, and combat could break out easily. It's too late to call for reinforcements now.
Suddenly, a loud noise shook the entire area.
The two were startled, and before they could understand what was happening, Xiaofeng had already launched the tank and shouted loudly, "Sushin, Captain Bai, I found the tank, but there's a monster chasing me."
Xiaofeng's face turned pale as she screamed, "Help me!" Bai Shang was stunned by the scene. The mutated monster unleashed a barrage of fire, but it missed, allowing Xiaofeng to narrowly escape death.
He yelled, "Oh no, think of something. If it blows up the weapon depot, we'll all be logged out." Sushin ordered, "Expand the anomalous space, collect all supplies into it." Bai Shang was surprised. These things can all be stored in space? Even the cat looked confused. Xiaofeng shouted loudly, "Sushin, your ability is so awesome, but can you put the monster behind us into the space?" Sushin replied, "Living mutated creatures can't be stored."
Bai Shang hurriedly said, "This isn't the time to talk about that.
I'll lure the monster away." Sushin retreated first, and Xiaofeng waited for an opportunity. But before she could run, she was picked up by Sushin. She stammered, "Huh, what are you doing?"
Sushin responded, "All the supplies are in my space, I need to make sure you get back to base safely." Xiaofeng shouted, "Be careful." The mutated beast seized the opportunity to unleash its firepower, knocking the tank aside. Sushin ordered, "No time for hesitation, I'll deal with the mutated beast, you go check if Xiaofeng is alright." Bai Shang ran over to check, but didn't forget to remind him, "Don't die." Sushin stood firm in front of the mutated beast, exuding a strong aura, and said, "How strange, I never heard of a mutated beast like you in the surrounding area in my previous life. But it doesn't matter. Your crystal core will belong to me." At that moment, the entrance of the military base's cave trembled violently. The members of the City Lord's army were shocked and didn't understand what was happening. A young man said, "The explosion seems to have come from inside the base. Boss, the water level seems to be dropping rapidly.
Maybe the explosion cracked the rocks beneath."
The fat-faced man shouted angrily, "Damn it, it looks like someone got ahead of us.
How dare they make a move right under my nose? My nose is sharp, I'll kill them all for you." Seeing his subordinates not reacting, he yelled, "Hey, why aren't you listening to me? Or do you think I'm nothing?"
But the subordinates were too busy looking at something.
muttering, "Boss, there's this rabbit. It's been a long time since I've had rabbit meat, I'm really craving it. How about we eat the rabbit first, then head over there?" But this rabbit looks so strange. Seeing the eerie look in the rabbit's eyes and its sinister smile, the city lord army was thrown into a panic, their legs stiffened, unable to move. Xiaomu, puzzled, said, "Why does this rabbit's smile look so weird? It's not cute at all." Insulted, the rabbit became enraged. A terrifying shriek echoed, and tentacles grew from its sides. The city lord army stared at its wicked face, mouth agape, eyes wide with fear. The tentacles swiftly pierced their bodies. Xiaomu, now resembling the distorted rabbit, had a grotesque expression on his face. The scene shifted to Sushin, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the monstrous powder-striped beast. Despite the power of his punches, each one was blocked by the creature. Not only was it fighting back head-on, but it also unleashed laser beams to overpower him. A surge of energy shot out, and Sushin had to dodge with difficulty, silently thinking, "If I get hit by that, the damage will be too much to bear." He spoke aloud, as expected, the body of a second-tier creature is comparable to steel. His fists were reddened from the constant punches, but the creature seemed completely unaffected. It was just like those second-tier manipulator tribe members of Zhang Jianshu's group, totally immune to explosions. My physical strength is still far from enough, Sushin thought to himself. The Fantao beast seized the opportunity to strike. Sushin quickly dodged the attack and shouted, "Although it's tough, it's not without a solution. As long as we deal with the parasitic vine rooted in its brain, the strength within you will erupt." But the creature reacted swiftly, using its tentacles like roots to tightly bind him. Once it locked onto its target, it unleashed its ultimate move, firing a pink energy beam that created an overwhelming force, attempting to turn Sushin to dust. Sushin used spatial jumps to evade the attack, sighing, "It seems like it's not as easy as I imagined, huh?" Suddenly, the sound of meowing echoed. Sushin was surprised. "Oh, is that you?" "Xiao meow meow." "Hey, but it's dangerous, don't come over here." The cat walked with great confidence, emitting a powerful aura and growling threateningly. Sushin watched and silently wondered, "Wait, no way. Are you a mutated beast too?" From the pile of debris caused by the creature's energy beam explosion, Bai Shang anxiously called out, Xiaofeng, are you alright? Can you hear me?" From beneath the rubble, Xiaofeng responded, "Captain Bai, I'm fine, luckily I hid in time. I almost ended up as a rock sandwich." Bai Shang quickly ran over and said, "If it's nothing serious, that's great. I'll get you out right away, just bear with it for a moment." Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed from afar. Bai Shang was startled and shouted, "Who's there? Playing the fool, huh?" The city lord army arrived, looking as if they were attending a gathering. Bai Shang was astonished, "It's you guys? Have you managed to open the big door? But what's wrong with these guys? Normally, their faces already look creepy, but now they seem even more sinister. What the hell, they look messed up." I need to shout out, "No, damn it, these guys are definitely messed up." Their faces twisted into eerie smiles, especially the one with the pig-like face. It seemed like he wanted to pounce on Bai Shang, but then turned toward Sushin, and Xiao Miao yelled loudly, revealing his clawed form, delivering a blow that shook the ground, his eyes flashing with powerful energy. "Whoever just called me Xiao Miao, step out," Sushin asked cautiously. "Oh, Xiao Miao has grown up, huh?" But the target wasn't Sushin, it was the monster in the powdery haze. Sushin thought to himself that dogs and cats just don't mix, and sure enough, they were mortal enemies. He stepped forward and asked, "You used the crystal core to lure us here, didn't you? You rotten cat. Are you serious? If you see me showing enough strength, would you want to team up with me?" The cat heard the powerful voice, sweat beading on its fur, and faltered. Seizing the moment of its confusion, Sushin jumped onto its back and said, "Then as you wish, let's join forces." Suddenly, he had a new pet to ride. Xiao Miao was angry but helpless. Sushin and Xiao Miao coordinated, their tension as high as if they were preparing for a major battle. He shouted, "Let's go together, then."
Xiao Hei Miao was fat. But Sushin's teasing had gone too far, causing Xiao Hei to bristle with irritation. The monster Fantao lunged to attack, and Xiao Hei responded with its sharp fangs. Sushin observed and noted that the scratches only caused minor bleeding. He muttered, "At this rate, we won't be able to deal damage. We need to work together." He patted Xiao Hei's head. "Xiao Hei, use your speed to dodge to the side and draw the vines away, the rest I'll handle." Though reluctant, Xiao Hei followed. When Fantao attacked, the two of them jumped to avoid the shockwaves, causing a part of the wall to cave in, water pouring through. Xiao Hei used speed and agility to easily deal with the vines. Sushin, satisfied, jumped off the cat's back, gathering all his strength into a punch and delivering it straight to the monster's muzzle. The punch sent the creature flying, and seeing the effect, he shouted, "This is how it's done. With our teamwork, we can press on. Beat it to a pulp." Fantao went mad, firing wildly, but Xiao Hei was too fast. In just a few seconds, the beast's body was covered in wounds, from small scratches to large holes. Before long, it was torn to pieces, and the crystal core fell out. Seeing the crystal core, Xiao Hei grinned with delight and rushed over, but Sushin quickly grabbed it and said, "This crystal core belongs to me, don't even think about it." He swallowed the crystal core. Xiao Hei was dissatisfied, meowing and growling as if it wanted to scratch Sushin, but he didn't understand cat language. Water was flooding in from outside, more and more by the minute. Sushin spoke up, noticing that the armory was also submerged now, the wall had collapsed, and this area would soon be drowned. Suddenly, he saw Xiao Hei crying for help, struggling in the water. The once majestic young beast now looked pitiful. Sushin picked it up and teased, "Ha, so you're scared of water? Or do you want to roll with me? I'll take you out." Xiao Hei struggled, clearly refusing. Sushin grabbed it by the neck and tossed it back to its original spot. "Fine then, I don't care, survive or die on your own." Xiao Hei, terrified, quickly clung to Sushin and meowed, "Meow meow." Sushin laughed, "Oh, regretting it already?" The cat nodded repeatedly. Sushin said, "This is your choice, I'm not forcing you." Turning back towards Bai Shang, she cursed in panic, "Damn it! These bastards are clearly dead, how can they still be here like this?" She kept retreating, surrounded by the evil city lord army. From behind the pile of rocks, Xiao Feng called out, "Captain Bai, the tank won't start, don't mind me, just run." She replied, "Run? Where the hell should I run to? We need to deal with this lot first." Suddenly, she was stunned, "Oh, is that a rabbit? But this rabbit's biting people, it's transformed, using tree roots to control and drain the life force of the city lord army, taking control of them." Bai Shang wondered, is it absorbing energy from the corpses? Before she could move, roots from behind bound her tightly, tearing her clothes, leaving only a few scraps to cover the necessary parts. The rabbit revealed its horrifying face, opening its mouth to bite. Bai Shang struggled, cursing, "Damn it, I was too careless." Thinking she was done for, Xiao Feng's tank suddenly roared to life and charged at the rabbit, saving her. Xiao Feng yelled furiously, "You monster, die already, how dare you touch Captain Bai." The cannon fired like fireworks, aimed straight at the rabbit's mouth, raining down bombs. In just moments, the mutated rabbit shattered into pieces. Bai Shang was astonished, "I can't believe my eyes." Xiao Feng gasped, finally having finished what he was doing, but he hadn't noticed the crystal core falling into his mouth. The crystal core slid down his throat, and he was surprised. This was the crystal core that everyone had been searching for. His eyes lit up as he absorbed the power from the crystal core. Bai Shang asked with concern, "Xiao Feng, are you alright?" Xiao Feng held his stomach and replied, "I'm fine, it's just that I accidentally swallowed the crystal core, and now my body feels uncomfortable." From a distance, the sound of meowing echoed. Sushin stepped forward and said, "So you've eaten the crystal core?" Bai Shang was shocked. Xiao Feng asked, "Why can't I feel any special ability? Is there some secret to it?" Sushin answered, "If you want to master your abilities quickly, the best way is to experience a battle. But first, let me take you outside."
He looked Bai Shang up and down and smiled slightly. Bai Shang, your clothes. Bai Shang interrupted, I was attacked by a mutated beast earlier, and it tore them. That's fine, but you two during the apocalypse, you're still raising cats? Su Shin chuckled, yes, and from now on, it will follow me. The scene shifted to the outside, where black crows were flying across the sky. A girl, dirty and disheveled, was hanging miserably from a streetlight, looking pitiful. Not far from there, a manipulator tribe member was attempting to carry out a vile act with a young girl. The girl pleaded, please, let me go. He grinned maliciously, the more you beg, the more excited I get. Ha ha. It wasn't just one man, several others approached, mocking her. The sound was strangely pleasant, wasn't it? Don't rush, wait until she screams louder, more pitifully. They dragged the girl into a dark corner, where she cried and begged, please, don't kill me. Please, spare me. The leader moved in closer, laughing in delight, hee hee, you serve your master so well. I'll keep you as my slave, but if I'm not satisfied, I'll hang you up there, just like her, and dry you out into smoked meat. The girl, terrified, reluctantly complied, lying down and gritting her teeth, I don't want to become smoked meat, I'll do my best to serve you, masters. The manipulator tribe member took a position of enjoyment, good, very good. The screams echoed throughout the city. At that moment, Su Shin's car arrived in the area, and the manipulator tribe members, annoyed at the interruption, paused their activities. Oh, someone's coming? Let's get the main business done first, we'll play later. Xiao Feng stepped out of the car and moved forward. The manipulator tribe angrily shouted, damn, where did this brat come from? He's ruining the fun, ask him to make us dinner instead. Bai Shang anxiously asked, Su Shin, is it alright to bring Xiao Feng here to deal with the 3 manipulator tribe members? Su Shin, who was playing with a fat cat, calmly replied, don't worry, isn't it that I'm the insurance here? If he was the high-ranking god known as the human-shaped nuclear bomb in his past life, there's no reason he can't do it. Keep going, and besides, mastering abilities in fighting in real life is the best teacher. Seeing Xiao Feng stand still, the manipulator tribe members felt disrespected and rushed to surround him, shouting, still dare to act tough in front of us? You're asking for death. Today's the day you get knocked out by my punch. They launched a series of attacks at Xiao Feng, from top to bottom, leaving no gaps. Bai Shang was horrified, it was clear now, if things continued like this, Xiao Feng would be beaten to death. Su Shin replied, no, he has figured out how to use his ability now. The manipulator tribe member, furious, said, but how is this kid not injured at all? Xiao Feng's body radiated with a bright glow as he spoke, because most of the energy in your punches has been absorbed by me. They don't believe it and keep shouting, what are you joking about? Make him into a salad. Su Shin glared, instead of saying absorb, it would be more accurate to say, seize. Xiao Feng roared, activating his ability like a surge of brilliant green energy, starting to steal the energy around him. The manipulator tribe was in panic. Let me go. Why do I feel like the strength in my body is being drained completely? Su Shin sighed, this ability is really powerful. Xiao Feng seemed like a black hole, frantically absorbing the surrounding energy. Indeed, he was at the peak of his power. Suddenly, he noticed something and exclaimed. From a distance, a flying saucer zoomed in, making a whooshing sound and swiftly decapitating 3 members of the manipulator tribe. Xiao Feng froze. Captain Sun, leading 500 men with an imposing presence, spoke up, humph, lucky I showed up. Otherwise, you'd all be food for the manipulator tribe by now. If you want to thank me, hand over your food. Xiao Feng asked, huh? Captain Sun nodded. Su Shin interrupted, Xiao Feng, get in the car first. I'll go get some food for Captain Sun. But you know, with the situation like this, all I have left is this much. It's not much, but it's given with a sincere heart. Please accept it, heroes. Captain Sun took the food and fumed, this is dog food. He yelled, Su Shin, you better stay right there. But Su Shin had already ridden off, responding loudly, you all just wait, we'll go ahead. A little brother asked, Captain Sun, why didn't you take the opportunity to kill Xiaofeng earlier and instead helped him escape the encirclement? Sun replied, do you think I didn't want to?
If my disc hadn't inexplicably gone off course, that Lu guy would already be meeting the king of hell.
Little brother is devious.
The general now trusts outsiders like him more than old men like us who have been through life and death.
Xiaofeng has special abilities. We're definitely going to be excluded from the core of power.
Sun snorted coldly, if Gao Wei no longer trusts me, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's time to replace the leader of this base.
In the car, Sushin asked, does this Sun have a grudge against you? Xiaofeng replied, no. He's always been like this, don't mind him. Sushin thought Xiaofeng couldn't possibly be defenseless against his own people. If I hadn't acted earlier, he probably would have died.
If there's no personal grudge, then that person must have an agenda. And if there's an agenda, he must have already built his own faction in the base.
In that case, it's better to deal with it directly.
The scene shifted to the construction site of the base's wall, where Yan Yan was praised by the workers.
Yan Yan, you're really great. With you here, our wall is being built as fast as a toy. The effectiveness has doubled. Yan Yan replied, but every time I have to eat a lot, can you all handle it?
One person cried, as long as the protective wall keeps everyone safe, that's all that matters. Yan Yan paused, exclaiming when she saw Sushin's car returning from a distance. Sushin's car entered the base area, passing through streets being repaired by workers. After stopping the car, Hey Xiao Miao quickly jumped out. Sushin called out, hey, no causing trouble, don't scare the others like that. Xiao Hei obediently meowed, as if understanding his words.
Bai Shan remarked, it seems happy. It probably hasn't been out in a while. Xiaofeng asked Sushin, aren't you worried it'll run off?
Sushin was just putting the car into his spatial storage and replied, with all the bandages and food I used on the way back, where would it find such treatment?
With this kind of emperor-like life, would it run away?
A moment later, at the large warehouse used for storing supplies, Gao Wei spoke up, brother, is this the empty warehouse you told me to prepare?
I wonder if it's big enough? Sushin nodded. Yeah, it's big enough.
A flash of light surprised old Gao, who exclaimed, so you have spatial abilities.
And did you move all the supplies from the military base here?
In front of him was a pile of supplies stacked as high as a mountain. Sushin continued, with these weapons, the security of the base is basically resolved.
Old Gao turned to ask, brother, do you have spatial abilities? Why didn't you plan to hide them from us? Sushin laughed, right now, we're all in the same boat. If I can't trust you guys, who can I trust? Old Gao nodded, that's true. Without you, there wouldn't be a new base. We'll definitely keep this secret for you.
Bai Shang suggested to the general, the new base hasn't been named yet.
To honor Sushin's contribution, why not call it the Su Guang base? Old Gao pondered, Su Guang base, meaning the light of dawn, symbolizing hope and rebirth. A nice name, soaring to great heights. Let's go with that. Sushin was surprised, just like that?
He thought back to his past life, when the base established by Gao Wei was the last Pure Land in the apocalypse. Having it named after him now was indeed a great honor.
Meanwhile, Xiao Hei was wandering around and accidentally stumbled into the operating room.
A voice echoed, Miss Duan, you're truly amazing. You were able to easily destroy this mutated plant.
Without Duanya's sister, this procedure wouldn't have been possible.
Duanya replied, unfortunately, the environment here is poor, and many critically ill patients can't be saved. It would be great to send those manipulator tribe members to that other base hospital. I'm sure we'd have more medical supplies. Seeing Duanya holding a scalpel, Xiao Hei instinctively recalled the horrifying memory of witnessing his friend being castrated. He jolted, meowed in panic, and trembled. Duanya turned around and saw the little cat, her voice softening, where did this little cat come from?
She petted it and went to look for some food. You must be very hungry, right? Come with me.
She led Xiao Hei to her room, speaking as they walked, Xiao Hei, wait until Sushin gets back and ask him if he can keep a cat. It's already hard enough to take care of oneself in this world, and she didn't know that this was Sushin's cat. Just as Duanya was about to enter the room, a figure suddenly lunged at her, hugged her tightly, and shouted loudly, "Beautiful lady, come have fun with me." She was startled and yelled, "Who the hell is that?" The person pinned her down on the bed, his presence intimidating enough to make Xiaohei freeze in place, too frightened to move. Duanya opened her eyes and realized it was Sushin. She asked, "Hey Sushin, when did you come back?" Sushin had intended to tease her but didn't expect to be caught. He laughed, "Oh, how did you know it was me?" She replied, "Who else could be immune to my psychic abilities except you?" After a brief conversation, Duanya led Xiaohei to the bathroom, saying, "Oh, so Sushin brought you here? You don't have a name yet, do you? Your fur pattern looks like golden light, so how about I call you Huang Jin?" Huang Jin was petted to the point of purring with pleasure. Sushin walked in and asked, "Huang Jin, that's a nice name, but aren't you supposed to be here to help me bathe?" Duanya replied, "That's right, but what about the trip to the armory? Any results?" Sushin took out a crystal core. "Of course, with this, I can evolve into a level 2 human." Huang Jin stared at the crystal core, puzzled, thinking, didn't Sushin swallow it back then? Sushin smiled, "Sorry, things were a bit chaotic back then. Actually, I stored the crystal core in a different space. This one is particularly potent, so I brought it back with me." He popped the crystal core into his mouth. Duanya was stunned. "You're going to eat it now?" But it was too late. Sushin began to change. His skin darkened, red veins spread across his body, and a powerful energy radiated from him. Caught by Sushin, Duanya exclaimed, Is this what a level 2 human looks like?" Loud noises echoed, and she cried out, "Sushin, please, don't, I can't take it anymore." But Sushin had no intention of stopping. Outside, Yen Yen was building a wall, frowning as he heard the strange sounds. Huang Jin paid no mind. Yen Yen, frustrated at seeing his sister reaching her peak, said, "Sushin, you're back. Why didn't you look for me? This is really annoying." She returned to her normal state and walked in, seeing her savior. Duanya called out, "Yen Yen, come quickly, help me with Sushin." Yen Yen blushed, flustered. Sushin emanated second-tier strength and continued, "Yen Yen, you came at the right time." At that moment, Duanya and Yen Yen were being lifted to unimaginable heights by Sushin. Both of them kept calling his name. A second-tier human truly was on a different level, so powerful. "That's enough, I'm about to." After a struggle on the bed, both of them were exhausted, almost unable to move. Duanya gasped for breath, "I almost feel like I'm going to collapse." Yen Yen followed, "The side effects are too much." Sushin, the offender, smiled, "Sorry about that, it might be because I absorbed too many crystal cores." Yen Yen grumbled, "We need to quickly improve ourselves, or we'll just end up being bullied by you later." Duanya asked Sushin, "Now that you're a second-tier human, has your ability changed a lot?" Sushin, curious, replied, "Let me see. First, there's the physique ability. The ironclad body and the power of the steel strike combine perfectly. After turning black, my body is harder than steel. The surface is still emitting a stream of energy, I wonder if it can be pushed out?" He directed his hand towards the two girls to test his technique. The bedclothes flew everywhere, and both of them tumbled off the bed. Sushin laughed loudly, Seems like the attack power has increased even more." He continued, "Next is the spatial ability. Before, the space only expanded where I touched, but now I can create multiple small space portals within a 20-meter radius." Yen Yen, dissatisfied, said, "Sushin, you jerk, you actually ambushed us." Sushin chuckled, "The ice-type ability has also progressed. Besides the ice bullets, I can now condense a layer of ice on my body. Though it's somewhat useless, it's still an improvement." Suddenly, he looked at the two girls, and an idea crossed his mind. If he focused the flowing energy on the surface of the ice and combined it with the space portals, he could attack from multiple directions. He came up with a new technique, shooting ice bullets through the space portals, with the force of a bullet, attacking from various angles.
Using this for an ambush could be pretty effective. The two girls were in awe.
Yen Yen exclaimed, "Is it possible for a psychic ability to do something like that?"
Duanya said, "If it evolves a few more times, wouldn't it be able to launch missiles?" Sushin added, "Finally, there's the spiritual perception ability."
He activated the red eye mode and said, "The range of perception hasn't changed much, but I can now sense every cell in my body, like the internal sight in cultivation novels." Suddenly, Sushin realized something and was startled. "Wait, this is..." He was pulled into another space, bewildered. "Where is this place?" A young girl's voice rang out, "This is the consciousness space inside your mind."
"Sushin, it has been a long time. We meet again." Sushin was astonished, recognizing the ragged girl as the woman from the mutant rat experiment base. He asked, "It's you. Didn't you already vanish into smoke in midair? Why are you here?"
The girl's hair shot forward, binding him tightly. She replied, "Because you swallowed my core crystal, I became parasitic within your body. Now my true form has fused with you." Sushin muttered, "Careless of me, to fall into your trap like this." He realized that both the Steel Guardian domain and his spatial ability were unusable here. The girl seized the chance to press close, intending to kiss him. But Sushin was not so easily subdued. He summoned his spiritual chain, binding her neck, and shouted, "Don't even think of enslaving me." He used the chain to leash her like a pet. She cried out. He said, "All you want is to seize control of my body, isn't it?" The girl answered, "You are too strong. I cannot seize it." Sushin replied coldly, "Sorry, I don't believe you." He tightened the chains around her, from head to toe, leaving no gap. The girl grimaced. "Sushin, my strength is not on par with yours, but in the realm of consciousness, I'm not inferior." Her hair suddenly rose from the ground, wrapping around Sushin, transforming him into an Egyptian mummy. She gleefully said, "Now, no one is leaving here. We might as well talk forever, right here." Outside, seeing Sushin standing motionless like a statue, Yen Yen and Duanya called out anxiously, "Sushin, what's wrong with you?" In the realm of consciousness, Sushin and the girl faced each other, both bound and immobilized by the opponent's technique. The girl spoke, "Sushin, now we're both immobile." He frowned, realizing she was right. This cocoon couldn't be broken. Wasting time like this wasn't wise. He asked, "Oh? So, what do you want to talk about?" The girl replied, "Actually, I only need to absorb a bit of your supernatural ability to survive. It won't affect you at all. I don't even have enough strength to seize your body." Sushin was suspicious. "Why should I trust you? How could you leave my body?" The girl explained, "I need supernatural abilities to survive. If I leave now, I'll die, unless you help me find a woman with supernatural abilities, whose body is not too frail, has a well-proportioned figure, and is somewhat good-looking." Sushin laughed, "Ha, you're picky." Then, he asked, "But how would I know who's suitable?" The girl replied, "If I meet her, I'll tell you. Don't worry, I won't let you help for nothing. I might even give you something good," Sushin threatened. "I don't need anything good, but if you cause me trouble, I'll find a way to get rid of you," the girl pouted. "Got it, I'm scared now." "Come on, smile, I'm about to suffocate here," Sushin said. The two agreed to smile as a sign of mutual trust in their cooperation. Sushin returned to the real world, confused. Duanya and Yen Yen were worried, almost on the verge of passing out. "What just happened to you? No matter how much we called, you didn't respond," Yen Yen asked. "Yeah, we thought your soul had left your body," Duanya added. "How could my soul leave my body?" "A danger like that must be controlled to a minimum to stay safe," Sushin replied. In the space of consciousness, the girl was shocked as everything around her gradually froze. She shouted, "Sushin, are you daring to freeze the whole space? You bastard, let me out now." Sushin was surprised by how the ice-type ability had such a strong effect on the space of consciousness.
He thought it was best to find her a body as soon as possible. Suddenly, he remembered, right, isn't there a woman in the base? He turned to Duanya. Duanya, take me to find other women quickly.
Both girls were stunned.
Yen Yen questioned, isn't it enough yet? Are the two of us not enough for you?
Seeing their expressions, Sushin coughed and gave a wry smile. What I meant was, take me to see how the others in the base are doing, not looking for women.
Ha ha.
A moment later, Duanya reported, General Gao is doing a head count.
The base currently has more than 1,300 people. Over 400 security personnel have repelled several disturbances from the manipulator tribe and mutated beasts.
The other men have built a temporary wall, and with basic support, it has been completed. The women, children, and elderly are clearing the mutated plants sprouting within the base and handling logistics. Yen Yen added, oh, right, many people got injured while clearing the mutated plants. Thankfully, Sister Duanya requested the medical students to set up a surgical room, so now the minor patients have returned to work.
Duanya said, everyone is working hard.
We can only breathe a sigh of relief when the wall is fully completed.
Sushin responded, oh, is that so?
I'm afraid we don't have much time left to bask in peace. The scene shifted to the base area, where General Gao and Bai Shan were discussing the fortifications. Supplies and base safety were temporarily secured, but we urgently need to reclaim the medical supplies from the hospital that was taken by the manipulator tribe.
Does anyone have any suggestions?
A young man proposed, the hospital has fewer than 100 manipulator tribes. Captain Sun is the strongest warrior, the best at coordination.
I suggest. Old Sun interrupted, his gaze cold and sharp, wait a minute, why isn't Sushin here for the meeting?
He was the one who initially encouraged the building of the new base, and now not even a shadow of him appears.
Is he shirking his responsibilities?
General Gao spoke sternly, Captain Sun, be careful with your words. Without Sushin, there would be no Su Guang base, and you wouldn't even have the chance to sit here. Old Sun snorted coldly. General Gao recalled his conversation with Su Shun.
He asked, why do you want me to have full control of the base? Sushin replied, I'm not interested in leadership. You're the person I trust, and I'm comfortable leaving that responsibility to you. But in the future, with disaster after disaster, even with the base providing shelter, if we're not well prepared, it will only be a matter of time before the apocalypse swallows us up. Old Gao nodded seriously, I understand.
He thought that someone like Sushin, a powerful individual, would never allow his steps to slow down, he was always pursuing greater strength. He said, everyone just needs to know that when facing difficulties or strong enemies, Sushin will act without hesitation.
Old Sun sneered, the hospital has dozens of manipulator tribes, all formidable opponents. If there's a major sacrifice, who will take responsibility?
General Gao replied.
Considering the importance, Xiaofeng will support you. I ask Sushin to take action to ensure safety.
Old Sun slammed the table and stood up, if the general has said so, I will take on the task.
If there's nothing else, I'll go prepare. Outside, the younger brother asked, Captain, aren't we about to seize power? Why are we going to attack the hospital now?
Old Sun snorted, I'm worried about Sushin and Xiaofeng.
Both of them have special abilities and are not easy to deal with. If I secretly eliminate them during this mission, the base will be in my hands.
From above, the two observed Old Sun. The young man said, General Gao, as Sushin said, he indeed has ulterior motives. The old man replied, let's hope he doesn't choose the wrong path.
By the way, has anyone been sent to investigate his city?
The young man answered, the field team should have arrived by now.
If what Sushin said is true, there will be a big issue with the ambush over there.
The scene shifted to the safe zone in his city. Xiaomiao looked disheartened, Tianyu brother, you said Sushin is so strong, why don't you ask him to retrieve the 2 core crystal nuclei?
Tianyu responded, you must rely on yourself to become stronger. If you always depend on Sushin, when will you ever develop? He has already saved me once, why should I ask him for help again?
Xiaomiao said, even so, I fought against the zombies and mutated beasts, but in the end gained nothing.
I'm not reconciled. Tian Yu interrupted, stop talking, someone's coming.
They hid carefully, watching as a group of fierce-looking men, holding pig spears, escorted several beautiful, well-figured girls somewhere.
From a distance, a guard shouted, who goes there?
A young man replied, boss, we're here to deliver the goods.
Look, these are all top-quality products.
After a thorough inspection from every angle, it was clear that they were all premium imported pomelos, top-notch in quality. Even the assassin San Mao was present. A young guard leading the group spoke, follow me, I'll take you to the city lord. The leader of the group, his eyes gleaming with ambition, responded enthusiastically, brother, looks like we've hit the jackpot again, huh? The scene shifted to the inside of the city, where praises echoed non-stop, like waves crashing against the shore. Very good, this shipment pleases me immensely. A member of the manipulator tribe, with a savage, beast-like face, glared at the group of girls and growled, which one of you can bear me a son?
The one who can will be allowed to live. This is your only chance.
The girls were utterly terrified, trembling like leaves in the wind, and tearfully begged, please, spare us. The manipulator tribe member showed no sign of mercy, aggressively grabbing the girl and shouting at the top of his lungs, his voice booming like thunder, you're nothing but a breeding tool.
You have no right to flatter or beg here, understand? He didn't bother to say anything more.
Drawing the shining Excalibur Saker sword, he coldly prepared to let the girl feel the sharpness of the blade. The girl cried out in pain. At that moment, a young man rushed in, reporting in a panic, City Lord, Sushin and his group have attacked the hospital. The City Lord, furious, his eyes burning red like fire, commanded, gather everyone, counterattack immediately. This time, I'll make sure Sushin is reduced to dust. The young man, trembling, continued, but we've been starving for too long, we don't have the strength to fight. Unless we forcibly turn them into members of the manipulator tribe, but the evolution process takes time. While struggling to come up with a solution, the city lord suddenly heard a voice from San Mao, full of hidden meaning, or perhaps I could offer you some help.
He turned around in surprise, exclaiming, what did you say? Help us?
The scene shifted to another location, where several young men were leading others in. They thought they were going to have a good laugh, but little did they know, they were about to be turned into pawns for the manipulator tribe's schemes. They screamed in panic.
What do you want? Let us go. One of them, trembling with fear, pleaded, City Lord, I am your business partner, why are you treating us like this?
But their eyes widened in sheer terror as they heard the cold, screeching sounds of weapons approaching. The city lord of the manipulator tribe, with a voice as cold as ice, declared, that woman wants to help me build a manipulator tribe army, but she needs to use you as conduits. The two young men, terrified beyond measure, screamed, it's her revenge plot.
She clearly wants to take revenge.
Another one chimed in, that's right, City Lord, she's deceiving you. The city lord, his gaze as venomous as a snake's, swung his iron mace and growled, whether it's a deception or not, I have to test it to know. With a decisive and powerful swing, the mace struck, sending the two young men soaring into the air as if they were mere balls. Below, members of the manipulator tribe cruelly threw people into a blood-red pool, as if preparing a hellish stew. The agonizing screams for help echoed, making the scene resemble a hellish underworld. Meanwhile, San Mao, like an evil sorceress, poured a vial of greenish liquid into the blood pool.
She muttered, the use of second-generation enhancement drugs to accelerate the evolution of the tribe has been tested before.
Just pour the drug into the blood lake, although it's a bit unstable, it will speed up the process. Others were grabbed by the neck and thrown straight into the lake. A young man struggled violently, shouting, let me out, save me. But in the end, he was thrown into the lake, experiencing immense pain. San Mao, her voice cold as ice, declared, you should be grateful. Only those who are chosen are worthy of stepping into the blood lake, and only the strongest warriors can serve the city lord. She gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with hatred. Sushin, if you hadn't destroyed the evolution base, I wouldn't have been captured as a slave and tortured mercilessly.
This time, I'll make you pay.
From the blood lake, an arm emerged, followed by a young man gradually transforming from a human into a defective manipulator tribe member, slowly crawling out of the lake. Not far away, Tianyu and Xiao Miao were observing the situation, their faces filled with shock as they exclaimed, "Oh my god, they want to turn everyone into a group of gluttonous ogres." Xiao Miao continued, her voice full of worry, "If this continues, all 2,000 people in the city will become minions of the city lord." Without hesitation, the two jumped down from the city wall, but accidentally made a small noise. Tianyu whispered, "We have to bring this news back to the base, or a horrific disaster will strike." A manipulator tribe member snarled like a wild animal, blocking their path. "Too bad, none of you will escape." The two young men panicked as they saw a group of manipulator tribe members, armed with firearms, waiting for them. Xiao Miao cursed under his breath, "Damn it, we've been spotted." Tianyu growled, "I'll hold them off, you find a chance to run." The manipulator tribe member grinned maliciously. "I think you should stay and be our dinner instead." The scene shifted to early morning at the Sanctuary of Divine Light. A little girl happily ran over, calling out, "Sushin Caca." He smiled and replied, "Xiaomei, how was the base? Did anyone bully you?" The girl, receiving a pat on her head, obediently answered, "Who would dare bully me? I'm Sushin Caca's woman." From a distance, old Gao called out, "Brother Sushin. Captain Sun has gathered the people, but they are still hesitating to face the dozens of manipulator tribe members at the hospital. I need your help." Sushin answered without hesitation, "No problem." At that moment, Yan Yan and Duan Naya walked over to join the group. Old Gao, with a stern expression, added, "Moreover, Sushin, I have one more request. The hospital is too close, and sooner or later, the base will become a major threat. Furthermore, the medical supplies there are extremely valuable for the future. Therefore, I hope you can leave those supplies for the people in the Sanctuary of Divine Light." Sushin nodded, his voice firm. "Don't worry, I will only take what is necessary, and leave the rest for everyone." Old Gao turned around to introduce the team behind him. "By the way, this time I've brought the entire team of ability users from the base." A young man with silver hair, his voice full of determination, said, "On this mission, we will absolutely obey your orders." Sushin observed the team, noticing their strong momentum, all tall, muscular men, accompanied by a petite girl with sharp eyes. He spoke. "Since you are following my orders, everyone focus 100% of your strength and prepare for the hospital's infiltration plan." His voice grew deeper, cautious. "Everyone stay behind at the base, be vigilant, especially monitor any movements from E-City." Upon hearing this, the entire group stared wide-eyed, exclaiming in astonishment, "What did you say?" When they realized Sushin intended to infiltrate the hospital alone, without the support of the ability users, he quietly thought to himself, "Perhaps my actions will bring unpredictable changes to E-City." The scene shifts to the territory of the gluttonous ogre, where Tianyu and Xiao Miao are surrounded from all sides. Xiao Miao curses, "Are these manipulator tribe monsters toying with us? Not even giving us a second to catch our breath." Tianyu responds, his voice tense, "This isn't good. We'll be exhausted soon if we keep this up. We need to end this quickly." Xiao Miao turns to him, his gaze sharp, "Do you remember the times we faced danger on the field team?" Xiao Miao replies confidently, "Of course, I'm the most experienced team member." One of the gluttonous ogres bursts into laughter, the sound echoing like thunder, "Haha, how long are you two gonna keep chatting? No matter what little tricks you try, you're both dead today." The gluttonous ogres raise their weapons, preparing to charge and tear Tianyu apart. Though unarmed, Tianyu uses his words to create an aura of intimidation, shouting loudly to drown out his fear, "Go to hell, you damned monsters." Instead of rushing in to punch or kick, he quickly throws a handful of lime powder straight into their eyes. The gluttonous ogres panic, hastily covering their faces, and one of them roars in frustration, "Damn it, you two! I'm gonna kill you!" Xiao Miao seized the opportunity and yelled out like an indomitable warrior, "This is the moment! Hurry up and run, you bastard, come and catch me if you can, you fools!" But as soon as he turned his head, his face suddenly turned pale, filled with extreme horror. A sharp spear unexpectedly pierced through Xiao Miao's body, causing him to let out a grunt, momentarily stunned.
Tianyu witnessed this scene and screamed in pain, "Xiao Miao!" The commander of the gluttonous ogre, with a triumphant expression, raised the spear high as if showing off his spoils of war. "Oh, a snack has come right to my door. This one's a bit too thin, I wonder if he's addicted? But why was he shouting so loudly just now? Not even enough to wedge between my teeth. You guys, enjoy yourselves." He tossed the spear behind him and ordered his subordinates. Now, Xiao Miao was like a beast surrounded by wolves, encircled by the gluttonous ogres. He whispered weakly, "Tianyu brother." Tianyu's eyes were bloodshot with rage as he charged forward, determined to take on all 500 enemies alone. He roared, "Xiao Miao, hang on, I'm coming to save you." But before he could act, a gluttonous ogre played dirty, swinging his sword to slash at his back, causing Tianyu to scream in pain. With the last of his strength, Xiao Miao shouted loudly, "Run, quickly!" The gluttonous ogres swarmed like a hive of bees, attacking Xiao Miao savagely. In that moment of agony, his body was torn into 2 pieces. Tianyu collapsed, helplessly reaching out, crying out in despair. "Don't, Xiao Miao!" He clenched his teeth, his eyes burning with determination. "Xiao Miao, wait for me, I will definitely avenge you." Summoning all his strength, Tianyu dashed forward, running desperately, his breath coming in ragged gasps, not daring to delay for even a second. He knew that if he hesitated, his body would be pierced by spears. Amidst the hail of spears flying through the air, he recklessly leaped into the rushing river, spinning 360 degrees like a free diver. By the time the gluttonous ogres reached the riverbank, Tianyu's trail had disappeared. One of them cursed bitterly, his voice laced with anger. "Damn it, that little brat escaped. Such a pity, I'm starving, I want to eat meat." The commander, his voice commanding as that of a lord, roared. "You want to eat meat? Fine, then wipe out everyone at the Sanctuary of Divine Light. There, you can eat as much as you want." The gluttonous ogres, as if fueled by a savage fire, all shouted in unison. "I don't care, I'm going there, I want to go too. As long as I can devour meat, I'll do anything." A name was added, the voice full of desire, "I want to taste the flavor of a woman." The warlord's eyes burned with fierce hatred as he growled, "Sushin, this is the old man Zhang Jinshu, the father of that Zheng He. You wait, the vengeance for my lost son will be avenged." With an imposing aura, he led San Mao and 500 of his subordinates straight toward the Sanctuary of Divine Light, ready to massacre everything in their path. The scene shifted to a hospital, where the heartbreaking cries of a young woman echoed, her tears mixing with her snot, drenching her entire body. The wailing of a newborn child could be heard. The young woman, exhausted after giving birth to a child, was a gluttonous ogre, completely worn out. One gluttonous ogre shouted with glee, "My son, this is Feng Panzi, the boss of the manipulator tribe in the hospital." He had originally been a mental patient, always fantasizing about impregnating every woman around him. After the apocalypse hit, he became the leader of the manipulator tribe at the hospital. The girl, with the little strength she had left, tried to crawl up, silently thinking to herself that she no longer wanted to live in this hellhole, that she had to escape. But before she could act, the gluttonous ogre grabbed her leg, slammed it down, and growled, "You are a breeding machine, you have no right to rest. I will make you pregnant right now." The girl was terrified to the extreme, begging, "Wait, I just gave birth, how can this be possible?" But he ignored everything and dragged the unfortunate girl into a new nightmare. The scene shifted to the city hospital. The army led by Captain Sun had launched an attack, reclaiming the hospital and its supplies. The gluttonous ogres were caught off guard, unable to respond in time. Captain Sun's army charged in, firing guns with ferocity like a storm, sweeping everything clean. Captain Sun, holding an axe, chopped down each gluttonous ogre, shouting loudly, "Next, it's your turn to lead the way for the army." Lu Xiaofeng was stunned and responded, "Captain Sun, what do you mean by that? Asking us to go ahead without any weapons is like sending us to our death." Su Xin and Duan Naya stood behind, clearly displeased. Captain Sun sneered, "Don't look at the 100 or so brothers holding guns behind me,
they are just ordinary people.
Sushin stepped forward, his voice cold. Are you threatening us? Captain Sun laughed, as if mocking them. Isn't it normal for those with abilities to go ahead? Sushin, not wanting to argue, threatened bluntly. Oh, is that so?
But let me remind you, anyone who points a gun at us won't have a good ending. After speaking, Sushin took the lead, cutting a bloody path for the squad. Duan Naya and Lu Xiaofeng closely followed, always alert in every direction, knowing that the enemy could appear at any moment. Captain Sun whispered to his subordinates, let them deal with the manipulator tribe first, then we'll step in and finish them off. No matter how powerful their superpowers are, they can't stand up to 100 guns. One of the subordinates smirked, Captain Sun, why don't you keep that sweet girl, Duan Naya, for the rest of us? A few others chimed in, laughing happily, yeah, Captain Sun, let us have a bit of fun. The soldiers started eyeing Duan Naya from head to toe. No one noticed her eyes glowing with a red, smoldering light like embers. One of them spoke up, that woman? What a pity, having to kill such a beautiful girl. Captain Sun chuckled and said, then let's keep her for the rest of you. But before he could finish, they all suddenly froze, confused. Captain Sun shouted, damn it, where did Sushin and the others go? Why can't we see them anymore? Damn it, go find them, don't let them escape. Meanwhile, Duan Naya and Lu Xiaofeng were hiding in a corner. Xiaofeng, Duan Naya whispered, do they not see us? Duan Naya replied, I can use my abilities to control the minds of ordinary people. But Captain Sun also had a special ability, perhaps he sensed something was wrong. Sushin, standing behind, added, don't worry, he won't notice. He activated his spatial ability, and portals appeared above the soldiers. Ice bullets rained down on them, causing them to panic and flee, screaming in agony. Damn it, we're being ambushed from behind. Captain Sun shouted loudly. Watch out, hide immediately. Anyone who's slow will be minced. Sushin smiled mischievously and said, it's better for you lot to charge at the front lines. He used his ability to scatter the soldiers, making them run for their lives, their backs arched like mine detectors before the gluttonous ogres. Captain Sun cursed bitterly, damn it, does anyone see where the enemy is? The scene shifted to another place, where the unfortunate girl's eyes were completely white, her face frozen in an expression as if her soul had already left her body, her life fading away. Feng Panzi sneered angrily, is she dead already? So weak? He suddenly froze in surprise when he saw another girl being tortured by the gluttonous ogres. The poor young girl was pinned to the ground by two gluttonous ogres, like prey before the beast's jaws. Feng Panzi growled, his voice full of rage, what the hell are you doing? The underlings hurriedly responded, boss, we also want them to bear children for us. Another one chimed in, that's right, we want to be like the boss. The girl panicked, her eyes wide as she screamed, please, don't, spare me. Feng Panzi saw that his subordinates dared to act without regard for him and, furious, he shouted, how dare you touch what's mine? He swung his arm and threw a powerful punch, instantly killing two of his underlings. The force of the impact shattered the wall and knocked several others standing behind him flying. From the rubble, a massive figure slowly emerged. Feng Panzi appeared, and in surprise, he exclaimed, so there are a few cowardly rats sneaking around here, huh? Old Sun was astonished by the size of the manipulator tribe leader as he moved with his subordinates. One of the soldiers, his face full of panic, shouted, Captain Sun, look up there. Didn't they say there were only a few dozen members of the manipulator tribe? This is too many. From the fourth floor, the manipulator tribe descended like a horde of vicious beasts, surrounding Captain Sun's group. Old Sun shouted loudly, his voice echoing, quick, open fire, shoot now, everyone, shoot. The sound of gunfire rang out, but soon the soldiers, terrified, realized something was wrong with the guns. Why aren't they causing any damage? It's all blanks. Someone's tampered with them. Feng Panzi angrily shouted, chop off the limbs of these intruders and turn them into bacon. Receiving the command, the manipulator tribe charged forward with fierce momentum, swinging their weapons. A thin young man was immediately cleaved in two. Old Sun was surrounded by 3 large members of the manipulator tribe, but he was no ordinary man. He swung his axe in retaliation, striking one blow that split all 3 of them into pieces. Old Sun demonstrated his authority as a leader, shouting loudly, "Everyone get up, even without guns, we'll fight these beasts to the death." He cursed angrily, "Sushin, that bastard, dared to deceive us. After I kill all these gluttonous ogres, you'll be next." But the situation was growing increasingly dire, with only a few dozen soldiers facing off against hundreds of gluttonous ogres. Captain Sun's group was surrounded on all sides, with no way out. Old Sun roared, "Everyone, concentrate and fight with me. Break a bloody path." The subordinates, armed with all kinds of weapons from knives to hammers to axes, seemed to be invigorated, shouting in unison, "Kill! Kill! We'll fight them to the death. All brothers, charge!" The gluttonous ogres also roared with energy, "Kill them all, not a single one spared. Charge and tear them apart." Both sides plunged into a bloody battle, neither willing to back down. Suddenly, one of the team members, Captain Sun, was struck dead. Another young man, terrified and sweating, dropped his weapon and began to flee, thinking to himself, "The gluttonous ogres are too terrifying. It's best to escape from here, staying will only mean death." He abandoned his comrades, but abruptly stopped when he heard the cry of a child. Curious, he looked around and was surprised to discover a newborn gluttonous ogre demon. Upon seeing him, it stopped crying and flashed a mischievous smile. In the young man's astonished exclamation, the little gluttonous ogre used a technique to burrow underground. He stared blankly, where did it go? But unbeknownst to him, the little demon silently emerged from the ground and suddenly began tearing into the flesh of his calf. In an instant, it ferociously gnawed here and bit there. The young man screamed in pain, "Ah, it hurts so much. Someone help me." After nearly finishing its meal, the little demon looked at its body and, delighted, said, "Delicious. So eating meat really helps the body grow this fast." Back to the battle, Old Sun fought fiercely, taking down dozens of gluttonous ogres. His teammates marveled, "Captain Sun is incredible, he killed more than 10 on his own." At that moment, Feng Panzi appeared and spoke, "You've killed a few of my subordinates, looks like you're feeling quite proud of yourself." Old Sun, praised by his underlings, his warrior spirit flaring up, swung his axe towards him, shouting loudly, "Yeah, you're just in time, I'll cut you in two." But before he could bask in his own triumph, Feng Panzi casually blocked the swing with one hand. Old Sun was horrified, his eyes wide in disbelief. The very same axe strike that had once cleaved 2 men in half had done nothing to this person. Before he could even process what had happened, a savage laugh echoed from behind. The little demon, gluttonous ogre, transformed its hand into a sharp blade and swung down, severing Old Sun's 2 arms. He screamed in agony, howling in pain. The little demon, thrilled by the sound of his screams, stomped on Old Sun like it was a cruel game. It shouted, "Die already!" But before it could land another blow, a powerful kick came out of nowhere, landing squarely on the demon's mouth, sending it flying several meters, rolling across the ground. Enraged, it shouted, "Damn it, who the hell kicked me in the mouth?" Sushin, Duan Naya, and Lu Xiaofeng, with an overwhelming presence, stepped forward. Sushin spoke, "You're not the one who's going to kill today, kid." Old Sun, in agony, used his foot to push himself back, desperately trying to escape. Feng Panzi suddenly exclaimed, turning his head to stare intently at Duan Naya, his eyes greedily scanning her from head to toe as he said, Well, isn't it a beauty like this coming along?" Duan Naya, confronted with his disgusting face, felt a chill run down her spine. He laughed loudly, "Seems like my luck's not bad today. You'd make a perfect wife for me, bearing a few strong kids for the old man." He turned to Sushin, his voice dripping with contempt, "You little brat, since you've brought such a beauty to my doorstep, I'll give you a chance to choose how you want to die." Sushin, hearing the filthy words, darkened, his killing intent flaring up. Without warning, he dashed forward, his voice cold as ice, "You talk too much." A powerful punch was thrown, the shockwave shattering the ground and rocks, sending Feng Panzi flying. Sushin's face remained frosty, exuding an overwhelming aura, as he declared, "I choose to send you to your death." Feng Panzi had a hole punched through his body, but his cells began to heal.
He grinned wickedly. So you're one of those with abilities too?
In that case, your flesh is sure to taste delicious.
The little demon, the gluttonous ogre, standing to the side, asked Feng Panzi, does the old man really like this woman?
Seems like he's quite fond of her. It then turned to Duan Naya, its face monstrous, but if the old man likes her, then you should stay and be my mother.
Hearing the disgusting words, Duan Naya was surprised but did not respond.
Seeing her silence, the little demon grew bolder and moved closer, continuing, don't worry, my body is still growing, so I won't eat you for now.
Besides, I just ate someone else.
It adjusted its diaper, speaking with interest, so now that I've eaten, I'm a little thirsty for milk.
Duan Naya paid no attention to the disgusting gluttonous ogres and kicked hard with her foot.
The little demon was hit, its face slammed into the ground, eyes rolling, but it still grinned with amusement.
Ha, is this how it feels, Mom? I really like it. Give me some milk. Another kick landed, leaving it stunned and unable to react.
Duan Naya showed no mercy, kicking repeatedly, twisting to strike its snout with a powerful blow. Seeing it dizzy, she leaped into the air, twisting mid-flight to deliver a decisive kick like a true warrior. The little demon was battered, letting out a squeal of fear, but its face still showed a craving for more. Despite being continuously beaten by Duan Naya, the little demon no longer felt the pain it had at first. It began to adapt, laughing excitedly.
Mom's pretty tough too. Well, now it's your turn. Duan Naya pulled her foot back, surprised when its body suddenly disappeared.
She murmured to herself, does it really have special abilities? Suddenly, the little demon appeared by burrowing through the ground, declaring, I can hide in the shadows and attack you, and you won't even know where I strike from. But just as it was about to touch her, something slammed into its face, sending it flying to the rafters.
Where did Hei Xiao Miao come from? It cried, meow meow, standing beside Duan Naya. She was startled and asked, Huang Jin, how did you get here?
The cat rubbed against her leg, meowing incessantly.
Duan Naya drew a gun from her thigh, instructing, it's dangerous here. You'd better hide behind me.
She used her spiritual perception to lock onto the little demon's movements. As soon as it appeared, she would shoot with precision. The little demon, furious, dove down from above, cursing, you damn filthy cat, how dare you kick me? But before it could strike, Huang Jin landed a deadly slap, making it howl in pain.
Duan Naya was about to open fire when she froze, confused. Huh, what just happened?
Behind her, 3 enormous claw marks from Huang Jin were clearly imprinted on the ground. The little demon was hiding in a corner, panting heavily, damn it, that was terrifying.
I almost got killed.
I better hide first and then return to the center of the battle, where the gluttonous ogres are tightly surrounding us. Old Sun, who had lost his hands, screamed in terror and ordered his subordinates to protect him. Lu Xiaofeng spoke up, this place is too dangerous.
Everyone, come as close to me as possible. A gluttonous ogre laughed mockingly, ha, you think you can stop us with just yourself? You really don't know your own limits. The way you look so weak and frail, it's laughable.
Old Sun gritted his teeth and thought to himself that Lu Xiaofeng was a righteous man, and now he could only use him to escape. He ordered, Lu Xiaofeng, I'm the team leader, I order you to protect me and get me out of this damn place.
Seeing the miserable state of the old man, Lu Xiaofeng replied, protect you? Of course, that's no problem. But before that, I need you to help me with something first. Old Sun's eyes widened in fear as he shouted, huh, what do you want to do?
Lu Xiaofeng grabbed the old man's throat, lifting him up. His ability to steal power began to drain Captain Sun's strength. He coldly said, without your hands, you're just a cripple. You might as well let me borrow your strength. I'll kill every last one of the manipulator tribe to avenge you. Old Sun, drained of all energy, blood pouring from his face, whispered, we were teammates.
How could you?
Lu Xiaofeng's face darkened, when you aimed your guns at us, we became enemies. And once we're enemies, we all have to die. He activated his powerful ability to steal, causing Sun Captain's subordinates to scream in agony, turning into lifeless husks with no strength left. Back at the Sanctuary of Divine Light, thanks to Sushin's warning, everyone realized that the main army of the Manipulator tribe was approaching. On the city walls, Bai Shang spoke up, "For now, let's stick to the plan we've prepared."
Ma Yan, why are you still here?
Yan replied with a frustrated expression. Before leaving, Sushin told me to build the separating wall. I really don't want to witness the Manipulator tribe destroying this place. Bai Shang blushed and hesitated. By the way, I've always wanted to ask you something.
When you and Duan Naya were with Sushin, did you feel anything strange?
Yan replied calmly. At first, it was a bit awkward, but now it's the apocalypse. Who cares about worldly rules anymore?
Besides, how could I, alone, stand up to someone like Sushin?
She teased with a smile. Speaking of which, Captain Bai, do you like Sushin?
You act really weird whenever he's mentioned.
Bai Shang awkwardly turned her face away. Stop talking nonsense, how could I? Yan chuckled teasingly. It's only natural to be moved by a strong, handsome man like Sushin.
Bai Shang cupped his face, muttering, so this is normal?
Suddenly, a young man shouted, Captain Bai, look over there.
A gluttonous ogre army is approaching.
Despite having prepared themselves mentally, both of them couldn't help but shiver at the sight. Bai Shang immediately gave an order, report to the general right away and tell the people to evacuate immediately.
Yan took some food from her bag and chewed it vigorously. Bai Shang was surprised. Captain Bai, are we really going to abandon the base?
She replied, of course not, but we must ensure everyone's safety.
Bai Shang asked again, so, what do you intend to do?
Yan, holding a chicken leg, bit into it hard and said, the wall we've built to keep us safe will definitely be destroyed.
If Sushin sees the base in ruins, he won't be happy.
Thinking back to the times he tortured me at night, I can't stand the rage of that vile man. With determination, she grabbed a strengthening potion from her backpack and, without hesitation, injected the serum, declaring, I'll charge ahead. She quickly organized the team to fight, making it clear that they would not abandon the base.
After finishing her words, Yan leaped down from the city wall.
Bai Shang watched in amazement at her bravery, exclaiming, she doesn't care about her own safety at all. As soon as she touched the ground, Yan's body grew larger. The impact of her landing caused the ground to shake. She turned her gaze toward the trees nearby, using her hand to pull up a whole tree as a weapon, shouting loudly, come on, all of you, no way I'm letting you pass. Looking at her own body, Yan was astonished as the enhancement drugs took effect, causing her body to grow larger and stronger. She prepared for battle, thinking to herself that she had to take this opportunity to deal with those scoundrels. Zhang Jianshu saw that only Yan was stepping forward to face them and roared angrily, you're telling me that a single girl is going to stop us?
You really underestimate the Manipulator tribe army. Sushin, everyone charge at once.
The Manipulator tribe immediately rushed forward to attack the base, as numerous as an ant colony tearing apart its nest. Yan was momentarily stunned by the sheer number of enemies, but quickly regained her composure. Raising the large tree in her hands, she shouted, not a single one of you will get through here.
She swung down powerfully, and the earth and rocks shattered, sending the Manipulator tribe flying in an instant.
Another team jumped in, trying to fight in the air and clung tightly to her arm, but with a simple slap, Yan sent them tumbling, scattered like insects being destroyed. Bai Shang, observing the battle from the side, was secretly amazed, thinking, damn, why are all of Sushin's people so strong?
But the enemies were too numerous. She couldn't hold out for long.
The defense arrangements of the base were already in chaos. I have to do something to stabilize the situation. She immediately left the fortress and began to act. During this time, Yan unleashed her powerful skill, wielding the staff like an indomitable warrior, shouting loudly, come here, you flies, taste the power of this young lady. The gluttonous ogres, seeing their companions being shattered, were panicked. One of them spoke up, my god, that woman is terrifying, she's a tough bone to chew.
Suddenly, the girl Ma shouted excitedly, who's willing to live and go kill that woman? Ha, are you all a bunch of cowardly fools afraid of death?
The gluttonous ogre's eyes turned red as they looked at her and muttered, oh, isn't she that woman? She looks quite delicious, with meat all over.
Let's eat her first. The whole group rushed forward, planning to gang up on San Mao. She swiftly delivered a series of slaps to their faces, shouting, "If you're so brave, then go deal with that woman." But the three gluttonous ogres suddenly became confused, noticing that their heads were covered in strange plants, as if they had been stuck with fungus for a long time. One of them panicked, "Huh? What the hell is this? Is it blooming now? When is the new year?"
Let me remember, when I was brought to East City, I accidentally discovered a type of mutated plant that, when it touched my blood, made people temporarily stronger, but at the cost of their lives. She once experimented on someone, and the result horrified her. At this moment, a gluttonous ogre underwent a transformation, its body becoming more grotesque, screaming in agony. 3 other gluttonous ogres also distorted, their bodies bloating as they growled like wild beasts out of control. Yen Yen watched the scene in stunned silence, feeling a sense of unease. Zheng Jianshu laughed with delight. "Ha, looking good, very good, I love this transformation." He pointed and commanded, "The rest of you, attack. Those humans in the sanctuary of divine light, you can have your fill." The gluttonous ogres eagerly rushed forward, the males devouring everything, the females sparing some, but immediately, one of them was horrified as its comrade was blown to pieces by a cannonball. A tank convoy appeared on the front lines, firing freely at the manipulator tribe. The gluttonous ogre lackeys panicked and took a few steps back. One of them yelled, "Damn it, where did they get so many tanks from? Run, hurry!" Yen Yen. With reinforcements arriving, she sighed in relief, looking at the steel convoy beneath her feet. Finally, backup had arrived. But just then, a flower-covered, deformed gluttonous ogre suddenly attacked. Vines wrapped tightly around her arm, and another one lunged at her, trying to bite. Yen Yen quickly reacted, blocking its mouth, but the other swung a blade from behind. She was horrified, her eyes wide open, her hands bound, struggling to escape the danger. At that moment, a drone swooped down, causing a massive explosion that hit the gluttonous ogre from behind. He was engulfed by the flames. Yen Yen was stunned. "Ha? A drone?" On the rooftop, Bai Shang controlled the drone and sighed in relief. Thankfully, Su Shin had brought these items back from the military base, though unfortunately, there weren't many. Back at the hospital, the sounds of punches and kicks echoed fiercely. Su Shin continued to strike, leaving several holes in Feng Panzi's body. But with his superhuman regeneration ability, he smiled smugly and taunted, "This kid looks weak but has this kind of power. You're not as bad as those useless fools." Su Shin's killing intent surged, as if he wanted to tear the enemy apart. Feng Panzi continued, "But unfortunately, you're still too weak to defeat me." He threw a counterpunch in the mental space. Xiao Min-er, confused, wondered, what's really happening outside? Everything around her was frozen, and she searched for a way out, but everything was covered in ice. She was frustrated. "Who told Su Shin to seal this place so I can't feel the world outside? I really want to go out and see what's happening." With a fierce desire for freedom, she turned her hair into a formidable technique, determined not to be trapped forever, determined to break through this icy wall. The hair drill began to hammer forcefully into the thick layer of ice. Outside, Su Shin was still fighting fiercely with Feng Panzi. Faced with a tough opponent, he thought, "This fat guy is really hard to deal with, I need to end this quickly." In the spiritual space, Xiao Min-er's drill had pierced through the ice wall. Su Shin was stunned, feeling a sense of unease. Feng Panzi, delighted, threw a punch. "Ha, little brat, your end is here, take my punch. Let's see if you can dodge it." Su Shin was hit by a barrage of punches, his clothes torn to shreds, his body motionless. His soul was pulled into Xiao Min-er's consciousness space. He was surprised, "Am I being pulled into her consciousness space?" Out of nowhere, Xiao Min-er jumped towards him, excited, "Su Shin, I've been waiting for you for so long." She jumped into his arms, but then noticed something was off. The space around them was sealed, and Su Shin was confused. "Hey, what are you doing?" Her cloud-like hair wrapped tightly around him, forming a cocoon floating in mid-air. He was bewildered. "Hey, what do you want from me?" Xiao Min-er replied, "This way, you can't use your ice ability anymore."
If you're so great, try using it now.
We'll both be frozen.
Who told you to lock me in this icy cave? This is your punishment. But suddenly, she felt something strange and glanced down, embarrassed. Wait a minute, your body is burning hot, and your heart is beating erratically. Looking at Sushin's Excalibur Saker sword, she questioned him, "Are you a pervert? Why aren't you wearing clothes?" Sushin replied seriously, "Can you blame me? You clearly dragged me into this."
Xiao Minair blushed, flustered, I
didn't mean to. I was just a little curious."
She looked down at his sword, panic-stricken.
Wait a second, what is that? No, this is my first time. Sushin was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Didn't you already? With Lu Xiaoyun before?"
Xiao Minair quickly cut him off, explaining, "Those illusions back then were all fake.
I just wanted to trap him."
She looked at him, her voice urgent, "But you need to control your instincts better."
Sushin, equally flustered, replied, "Can you stop moving like that? Up and down, I can hardly stay calm. We need to get out of here fast." Outside, Feng Panzi roared, "Little brat, do you think I'll spare you just because you're playing dead? That's not how it works."
He delivered powerful punches that caused the ground and rocks to shatter into pieces.
In the spiritual world, the cocoon shook violently. Xiao Minair screamed, "Ah, what's happening now? I can't move."
Her face contorted as if she were being beaten to a pulp, and she cried out. The impact was so strong that the cocoon was slammed to the ground, only to bounce back up.
She yelled, "Think of something quick. I can't hold on much longer."
Her screams grew more frantic. Outside, Sushin's body was being battered, like a fish lying on the chopping block. Inside the cocoon, Xiao Minair kept screaming.
"Not again."
Up and down with no end in sight. Her gaze became numb, unable to understand why everything was so chaotic.
Feng Panzi was covered in sweat, pounding and grabbing Sushin, intending to devour him alive, laughing loudly, in the end, you're just food on my plate." At that moment, a series of gunshots rang out from behind. Furious, he turned around and growled, You filthy bitch dared to interfere?"
Duan Naya aimed her gun and shouted, "Damn it, let him go."
Feng Panzi shot her a displeased look and questioned, "You're the woman I've set my eyes on, and yet you dare point a gun at me?" Duan Naya replied coldly, "Enough nonsense. Let my man go now, or don't blame me."
Feng Panzi spoke with a chilling tone, "So, you've been tainted as well." He recalled that, before the mutation, he had been a true hopeless romantic. He had promised that once he gave her 100 gifts, she would marry him. But when he brought her the 100th gift, she coldly responded, "That's right, let's not see each other again." He was in pain, "But you clearly promised, you accepted my final gift."
She shouted, "Humph, did you really think a frog can eat swan meat? Why don't you look at how ugly you are? I only took your gifts out of pity." His face darkened, unable to believe it. "Didn't you say that appearance isn't everything? Marry me, I'm the one who treats you sincerely." She cursed, "I worked so hard to catch a rich second generation." "Marry you? Are you out of your mind?" Tears welled up in his eyes. "Have you had a child with someone else?" She coldly retorted, "Yes, now get lost. You bastard."
Kicked out, he transformed from a lovesick fool into a murderer, his voice cold and his gaze filled with disgust. He declared, "Turns out you have been tainted. It's fine, I'll lick you clean." He opened his mouth wide, his long tongue aimed to lick Duan Naya, but she quickly shouted out, "Huang Jin, we need to pull it away from Sushin." After using his ability to seize and drain the underlings of Old Sun, Lu Xiaofeng was full of strength, ready to take on the gluttonous ogre alone. His face was flushed with intensity as he shouted, "All right, the traitors are dead, now it's time for you trash from the manipulator tribe." He was about to charge into battle, but a loud explosion, followed by the sound of a wall crashing down, rang out before his eyes. Feng Panzi was about to swallow Duan Naya and Huang Jin with a disgusting, saliva-covered tongue.
Duan Naya was flung into the air, unable to dodge the blow, her face filled with panic as she thought, am I really going to be fresh food? But at that moment, Huang Jin transformed into a giant cat, rescuing her with its soft fur. Duan Naya exclaimed, Huang Jin, I should have figured it out earlier. The cat Su Shen brought back definitely isn't an ordinary one. Lu Xiaofeng activated his ability to seize from the side, but before he could absorb anything, his arm was struck by Feng Panzi's tongue, causing him to retract his arm in panic. Damn, that hurts, the gap in strength is too big. I can't seize anything. Both immediately ran according to the plan. Duan Naya shouted loudly, don't worry about anything, just focus on getting away first. Lu Xiaofeng, below them, exclaimed in horror, damn, that tongue is disgusting. Right behind them, Feng Panzi charged forward like a bulldozer, his tongue sweeping everything off the path. He yelled, you can't escape. The scene shifted to Su Shen, still motionless in a corner, lost in his mental world. Inside that space, Xiaomin airside, finally, it's over. After dozens of rounds of mental battle with her inside the cocoon, Su Shen coldly said, I have to go out to deal with some matters. You'd better be honest until I return. As for what happened between us earlier, we'll talk when I come back. Seeing his cold demeanor, Xiao Minair replied dreamily, whatever, just come back soon. I'll help you a little, but your damn man better take responsibility for this. Back at the Sanctuary of Divine Light, the sound of cannon fire echoed as the human army, operating tanks, surged forward into battle. A commanding voice rang out, everyone, maintain coordination between the infantry and tanks, and increase the attack on the trash. The members of the manipulator tribe, those with special abilities, charged ahead with such speed that the gluttonous ogres were stunned. On the other side, Bai Shang piloted the drone to assist Yen Yen. The drones charged directly into the enemy, exploding and causing the gluttonous ogres to deform and scream in agony. Suddenly, Yen Yen yanked a large utility pole from the ground and used it as a weapon, skewering any gluttonous ogre in her path, transforming them into skewered meat without hesitation. Duan Naya raised her thumb and shouted loudly, Yen Yen, well done. And anyone who hasn't liked yet, hurry up and do it. But due to her intense focus, she didn't notice a tank being thrown towards her. A loud explosion rang out, debris scattering everywhere. Bai Shang was buried beneath the rubble, his fate uncertain. Witnessing this, Yen Yen screamed in horror, Bai Shang. A voice echoed back, no, I can't hold on any longer. The assault from the manipulator tribe was overwhelming. Countless lives were lost at their hands, heavy tanks were flipped, the defensive wall collapsed, and chaos ensued as people scrambled to retreat. Seeing the dire situation, Yen Yan's eyes filled with determination as she cursed loudly, damn manipulator tribe scum. Zhang Jianshu, get ready, give the order. We're charging in soon, but I need to find a girl first. Everyone, charge. The gluttonous ogres cheered, preparing to feast and targeting the beautiful human women. But suddenly, a gigantic foot stomped down. Yen Yen kicked fiercely, turning the gluttonous ogres into a mass of red pulp in the blink of an eye. Zhang Jianshu, astonished, cursed loudly, you bitch. He charged at her like a wild beast, quickly climbing up her arm and shouting, you've ruined my plans again and again. I'm going to teach you a lesson. He jumped to the higher level, facing Yen Yan's fury. She swung her hand to grab him, her sharp claws pressing down hard, causing the ground to crack open. But Zhang Jianshu managed to dodge, swiftly crawling up her arm and delivering a powerful punch to her face. The explosion of sound echoed as she crashed to the ground. Bai Shang struggled out from the rubble, ignoring the blood on his head, and yelled, Yen Yen. Zhang Jianshu landed with swagger, proudly declaring, no one can stop me now. I'm invincible. But a surge of power, accompanied by a terrifying aura, rushed toward Yen Yen. Her eyes blazed with light as she stood up, her body growing massive, reaching heights that seemed to touch the sky. She roared, this is the base that Su Shen worked so hard to build. I must protect it until he returns. Anyone who tries to destroy it must die. Zhang Jianshu was taken aback, horrified. What the hell is this? From a high vantage point, Yen Yen threatened coldly. Die, you damn bugs. All of you will die.
Yan Yan's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she looked down from above at Zhang Jianshu, who appeared tiny like an ant. Her body was now towering, breaking through the clouds. She clenched her fist, preparing to deliver a powerful punch. Zhang Jianshu stood below, his face a picture of panic. Uncertain if he would even have time to see anything, he screamed, "Wait, wait! What do you want to do?" Yan Yan did not respond, instead swinging her fist downward. The punch carried immense force, making Zhang Jianshu brace himself. But within seconds, the pressure was so overwhelming that it knocked him flat to the ground, causing the earth to crack open. In terror, he exclaimed, "What? This is just the pressure of a single punch, and I can't even move?" He activated his innate ability, screaming wildly like a madman. He thought his roar would rally his spirit and restore his courage, but the harsh reality was that Yan Yan's punch crushed him down, almost making him bite his own tongue. The punch was so powerful that nearby buildings collapsed, one floor after another. The shockwaves created a fierce gust of wind, forcing everyone in the sanctuary of divine light to shield themselves, lest they be blown hundreds of meters away. Everyone was stunned, their faces showing disbelief. One person exclaimed, "General, is this still the Yan Yan I know?" Another responded, "She's so strong. With her here, the base is saved." Old Gao looked at Yan Yan from afar with a serious expression and said, "I'm afraid things aren't as simple as they seem." At that moment, Yan Yan roared like a wild beast, her roar shaking the heavens and earth, displaying terrifying power. The sound of the roar made the ground tremble, and the generals quickly covered their ears, afraid of going deaf from the horrible noise. One person yelled, "Quick, cover your ears, or you'll only be left guessing the words from the pictures." But as they looked at Yan Yan, they noticed something unusual. A sharp red aura emanated from her. Old Gao was alarmed and said, "What's happening to her?" Yan Yan seems to have lost control. He ordered, "The special abilities team must immediately find Su Shin. Only he can save Yan Yan." A beautiful woman spoke up, "Leave it to me. I'm the only speed-based ability user." She immediately dashed forward, as fast as the wind, determined to find Su Shin before both the enemy and their side were wiped out. The scene shifted to the hospital, where Su Shin slowly walked along a path filled with debris, stretching his limbs. The manipulator tribe forces around him had almost been wiped out. Suddenly, he noticed Xiao Minair had followed him into the battlefield. Surprised, he exclaimed, "Why did you come outside?" The girl immediately responded, "Perhaps because I recently discovered that I can freely enter and exit your body." She pointed ahead, "Hey, following this trail, we can catch up to that fat guy, right?" Su Shin replied indifferently, "I know how to assess the situation, don't get in my way." Xiao Minair, feeling dismissed, frowned. "Hey, I'm here to help you, don't act ungrateful." Su Shin simply waved his hand, "It's good enough that you're not causing trouble, hurry back and wait for me obediently." But Xiao Minair wasn't one to listen easily. She happily draped her arm over his shoulder, a strand of hair stretching for tens of meters, sticking to the wall. She spoke, "Then let me show you what I'm capable of." He felt uneasy, what was she going to do? Xiao Minair pulled herself up with force, soaring through the air, laughing loudly, "I'm wrapping my hair around the rooftop and swinging across like Spider-Man." The situation unfolded too suddenly. Su Shin was startled, "What? Don't mess around, but the faster you fly, the more fun it seems." Su Shin was helpless, only able to cry out, "You crazy woman." She was delighted, "See? Isn't it much faster now?" Su Shin was astonished, "Can this really be done? Your imagination is way too rich." But Xiao Minair's expression suddenly froze as she pointed, "Hey, what is that over there?" Su Shin followed her gaze, his expression equally astonished. A massive figure appeared, and it could only be Yan Yan. Xiao Minair recognized her and said, "Ah, so it's her. But what is she doing over there?" Su Shin responded, "It looks like something's going on over there. Otherwise, Yan Yan's powers wouldn't be spiraling out of control like this. If it continues, she'll self-destruct soon." She looked worried, "Self-destruct? Humph, that's not a good solution." The situation became tense. Below, Duan Naya and Lu Xiaofeng were facing off against Feng Panzi in a 1-on-3 battle. Lu Xiaofeng combined the strength of Huang Jin and shouted loudly, "This is all the power I've stolen. Now, I'll finish you off." Xiao Minair commented, "This young man hasn't fully mastered his abilities yet, and with a level 1 mutated cat, neither of them is a match for that second-level brat." Despite causing damage, their attacks only angered Feng Panzi. He lashed out with his tongue, overpowering both Lu Xiaofeng and Huang Jin. He shouted, his eyes terrifying, "Women are my pain. I'm starving, and I'm going to make you pure again." The tongue strike shredded Duan Naya's clothes. With the power of a second-level manipulator tribe member, even Sushin would struggle to win quickly. Now, Sushin faced a difficult choice, whether to save Yan Yan, who was at risk of self-detonating at any moment, or to save Duan Naya, who was facing a deadly strike from Feng Panzi. Just as Feng Panzi's tongue was about to reach Duan Naya, a lock of Xiao Minair's hair whipped toward him, wrapping tightly around his filthy tongue. "You're shocked," she said. "What? You can actually control my power?" Sushin entered battle mode, launching himself forward, ready to tear Feng Panzi apart. With a stern, resolute expression, he spoke in a deep, yet somewhat proud voice. "Only children make choices, but I take everything." Xiao Minair, hearing the arrogance in his tone, couldn't help but respond excitedly. "Up to you, then. However, I only exist in your consciousness. No one else can see me. Now, it's all up to your own abilities." Sushin landed on the ground with the intensity of a blazing fire, exuding the aura of an undefeated war god. Seeing her lover come to her rescue, Naya sighed in relief, her eyes lighting up as she cheered joyfully. "Sushin, that's wonderful. I knew you wouldn't be harmed." But at this moment, Sushin's face was grim, his eyes sharp like daggers as he glared intently at Feng Panzi. The latter was slowly advancing, his demeanor arrogant, as if he intended to devour everything in his path. Feng Panzi roared, his tone arrogant, "What the hell do you think you're doing, little bastard? You dare to interfere with my good work? If you don't get out of the way, I'll take you down along with everything else." But Sushin paid no attention to the provocation. His gaze swept over, focusing on the new surge of power building within him. He silently thought, "Looks like I really can harness this power." With a dangerous smile, sharp as a blade, he declared, "Then I'll use you as the first test." Immediately, a surge of dark energy erupted, wrapping around Sushin like sinister serpents. They shot toward Feng Panzi, binding his entire body, from his muscular arms to his filthy tongue that had spoken such arrogant words, now skewered like meat on a spit. The tendrils of dark energy tightened, pulling back like a black spider's web, slowly lifting him off the ground, suspending him in midair. Though Feng Panzi still held his ground, shouting, "Ha, your punch couldn't even hurt me, let alone these petty tricks." But those words didn't last long. The dark tendrils began to constrict like cold steel wires, squeezing the prey. Feng Panzi panicked, screaming, "Wait! Wait a second, you little brat's mouth. Let me go, what the hell do you want from me?" From a distance, he looked like a piece of pork belly hanging on a rack, ready to be thrown into a pot of boiling water. The initial arrogance had vanished, leaving only the sound of desperate screams. Sushin, with both hands in his pockets, stood proudly like a general on the battlefield, coldly replying, "I'm planning to tear you into pieces. Out there, they sell shredded chicken, but I'm about to make shredded pig tongue to see if you can recover from this." He extended his hand, tightening his grip, and the strands of dark energy immediately constricted, causing Feng Panzi to distort and scream in pain. Within seconds, a deafening explosion rang out, and the entire building collapsed. Feng Panzi was now nothing but chunks of rotting meat in the air, officially leaving the stage. Standing nearby, Yazhou was in shock, mouth open in the shape of an O, thinking to himself, "Sushin is even stronger now. I need to work harder to catch up with his pace of growth." Sushin turned to him, his voice resolute, "You need to head back to the sanctuary of divine light quickly. Huang Jin and Xiaofeng are in your hands now." Yazhou obediently nodded. "Got it." Looking back, both of them were severely injured. Xiaofeng spoke, his voice weak but still determined, "Sushin, don't worry.
we're fine. In another corner, the younger sister of the city was racing through, searching every nook and cranny to find Su Shen. Out of breath, she leaned on a pillow and muttered, "I'm exhausted. If this goes on, we won't make it in time." Suddenly, she froze, sensing a force rushing toward her. As she turned, she saw Su Shen speeding like an arrow, heading straight for her. There was a loud collision, and she was sent spinning mid-air, crying out in pain. What is he in such a hurry for? Watching Su Shen disappear into the distance, she yelled, "Su Shen, wait!" Su Shen heard the call but didn't stop, his mind solely focused on the sanctuary of divine light. Xiao Minair spoke up anxiously, "Do you really want to go there? If we choose wrongly, we're both going." Su Shen answered, his voice full of determination, "If they are my people, I can't just let them go easily. Besides, I've worked so hard to establish the base." Xiao Minair looked at him, her eyes shining with admiration for his loyalty, her cheeks flushing slightly. She added, "I'm afraid Yin Yan won't last much longer. If that's the case, I'll have to use that move, the space jump activation." Thanks to his spatial abilities, Su Shen's movement speed skyrocketed as he glided through the buildings like a shadow. Xiao Minair was dazed. "Huh, what's going on?" The younger sister from the market district widened her eyes. "Did Su Shen just suddenly wait? Am I seeing things? Can something like this really be done?" Su Shen quietly calculated. Previously, his space jump could only cover 3 meters, and if used repeatedly 3 times, it would tear his body apart. But now that he was at level 2, the distance he just covered was 8 meters. With that thought, Brother Chang transformed himself, his body as solid as steel, charging forward like a burning block of coal, full of energy. Xiao Minair, panicked, shouted, wait a minute, I have a bad feeling about this." "What exactly are you planning to do?" Su Shen, like a rocket, accelerated more and more, shortening the time it would take to return to the sanctuary of divine light. He replied, "I want to push my limits by repeatedly using the space jump." In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. The younger sister from the market district, standing beside him, could only gape in shock. "What? Su Shen has disappeared?" At the sanctuary of divine light, screams echoed, "Run, you giant, you've gone mad." Yin Yan's body continued to swell, destroying everything in its path. A gluttonous ogre with glowing eyes stared at her gigantic figure and laughed loudly. "Ha, this tall woman looks really interesting. I need to climb up to get a better look." Another one shouted in panic. "What the hell is that guy doing? Does he want to die? Is he crazy? Why isn't he running away?" But the other one was even more intrigued. "Ha, dying for a woman is a peaceful death. Don't you want to go up and see what she's like in person?" Another one, glancing toward the darkness between Yin Yan's massive legs, muttered, "I've never seen that place before." So the group eagerly clung to her tights, shouting out loud, "Ha, this is perfect for climbing, I feel like I can reach the top easily." Another one yelled, "Damn, daring to take advantage of the situation so quickly? I also want to go up and see what this woman looks like in real life." The whole gang cheered and scrambled to climb to the top of Yin Yan's pure white mountain, growing more and more excited. "Ha, I can't wait anymore, let's go up together." But just as the gluttonous ogres were about to reach the summit, Yin Yan, with her terrifying strength, lifted an entire skyscraper. The gluttonous ogres continued shouting, "Good, hurry up, attacking from the inside will probably be easier." Old Gao ordered from below. Supporting fire to suppress the damned manipulator tribe, a single throw of a building not only sent the gluttonous ogre flying but also injured many others severely. The scene was truly terrifying. Yen Yen had lost control, no longer distinguishing between friend and foe. If this continued, everyone would be in danger. Bai Sheng froze. "Wait a minute, something seems to be approaching." A streak of green light flashed across the sky. Su Shen had appeared on the battlefield of divine light. Yen Yen was surprised. That was fast. "It looks like it's Su Shen." Old Gao added, "He's finally back." Xiao Minair, worried, said, "Yin Yan's growing even stronger." If this continues, she might explode. Sushin spoke with concern, we need to wake her up before things get out of hand. At that moment, 4 pairs of eyes locked in the tense air. Yen Yen noticed the presence of the stranger and immediately turned toward him, her eyes blazing with a fiery orange hate. With emotion as forceful as thunder, she knocked down a nearby satellite tower. Sushin, quick as lightning, dodged the strike, but even he couldn't help but be astonished. She's completely lost consciousness. Sushin immediately leaped onto Yen Yan's massive arm, moving with the agility of a hunting leopard. But with Yen Yan's immense power, a single clap almost crushed him like a mosquito. Sushin fell, accidentally landing on her pair of alluring, pale white legs, only to be bounced off by the terrifying elasticity. He sighed and muttered, it seems I need to deal with this stubborn manipulator tribe first. Sushin plummeted downward, facing a sea of manipulator tribe members as numerous as ants swarming honey. Shaman Air, in shock, couldn't help but exclaim, Yen Yen, where did you buy these fishnet stockings? The quality is amazing. Can they really stretch out this much? Sushin replied calmly, but his voice was cold, it's probably because of Yen Yan's ability. Without hesitation, he activated his new power. Black mist erupted, shooting forth like arrows, aimed directly at the gluttonous ogres. One gluttonous ogre, oblivious to the danger, laughed triumphantly, ah! Now no one can stop me from entering that sacred area. As he was about to charge toward the treasure chest, a strand of black mist wrapped around his neck, tightening like a noose. Sushin appeared, emanating an overwhelming aura, his eyes as cold as ice. There are places only I am allowed to touch. Who dares approach? You'll end up digging your own grave. The gluttonous ogre struggled, chained tightly, and yelled, what do you want? Let me go. But Sushin merely smirked, lifting his throat, hanging him suspended in midair. He gradually began to suffocate from lack of oxygen, his eyes bulging. Not just one, but any gluttonous ogre who dared to climb onto Yen Yen would find themselves choked by Sushin, slowly dying in despair. On the other side, curses rang out like the roaring of waves. One man bellowed at San Mao, you are the most vicious woman I've ever met. We were all human once, but it was you who forced us to become this way. He lunged at her, ripping away her cloak. San Mao, both surprised and enraged, gripped her scepter tightly and shouted, you bastards, dare you! With a decisive strike, she thrust her scepter into his eye, blinding him, and he howled in agony. Ah, you can all go to hell. Damn this filthy woman, daring to attack us. San Mao showed no hesitation, sneering coldly, go ahead and enjoy yourselves, because it won't be long now. She stepped back, leapt freely downward, and yelled, this is my gift to you. The scepter plunged deeply into the ground, like a massive root. The gluttonous ogres were horrified and attempted to flee, but it was too late. A new, vicious mutated creature, resembling a monster from the depths of hell, appeared. Crushing every enemy in sight, leaving no one behind. The creature charged straight towards Yen Yen, intending to attack her. A gluttonous ogre, one of the few survivors, laughed loudly, I'm the first to arrive, but I'm not at the center yet. At that moment, Yen Yen lifted her leg, and the sound of screams echoed as the gluttonous ogres clinging to her were thrown off. The quicker ones managed to hang on, while the slower ones fell, their bodies crushed like insects underfoot. One of them shouted, be careful, this woman is raising her leg. With terrifying strength, Yen Yen stomped down and crushed the mutated beast's skull. Her face lit up with excitement, growing more vigorous with each stomp, as if savoring the destruction beneath her feet. Some of the gluttonous ogres still tried to hold on, dreaming of getting close to the treasure. One of them laughed loudly, luckily I was quick-witted and managed to survive. But his expression changed to one of horror when he saw Sushin charge in, sweeping through the gluttonous ogres like a storm. Each of them was torn apart by him, decisively and mercilessly. After dealing with the gluttonous ogres, Sushin leaped high into the air. Yen Yen stared at him, her gaze blank as if she were looking at a strange creature. Old Gao cheered, fantastic, the manipulator tribe has been completely wiped out. But it's not over yet. Bai Shang grew anxious. But Sushin, how is he supposed to awaken Yen Yen? At that moment, Sushin was suspended in midair,
his gaze locked firmly on Yen Yen, hoping that this confrontation would stir her consciousness and help her regain control of her body.
Yet Yen Yen seemed driven by some wild instinct, clasping her hands together as though she meant to embrace Su Shin in a dangerously intimate way. However, that was only speculation.
Suddenly, Su Shin's eyes flashed with vigilance as he sensed the murderous aura radiating from her. Yen Yan's expression twisted into a frightening excitement, her hands clasped tightly, raised high, ready to deliver a lethal blow to Su Shin's head. Old Gao and Bai Shang cried out in horror, their voices overlapping, "Su Shin, watch out!" Danger surged forward, Yen Yan's strike hurtling toward him, missing by only a few inches. In that perilous instant, Su Shin triggered a spatial leap, narrowly escaping disaster. Yen Yen, blind to the presence of her beloved, unleashed another punch that tore through the air with such force it blasted away half the nearby buildings. After the strike, she stared blankly around, as if she had just attacked empty space and could no longer find her target.
Old Gao's eyes widened. He actually dodged that fatal strike? Bai Shang added, but then, where has Su Shin gone?
At that moment, in a soft, pristine, and tightly enclosed space, Su Shin couldn't help but blush. He never expected to find himself in this situation. Xiao Minair spoke up, her voice tinged with some doubt. "Oh, going head-to-head in a hard confrontation really isn't suitable."
"But... Su Shin, where are you hiding?"
A voice rang out from the crevice of the gigantic body of Yen Yen.
Su Shin, with a voice booming like thunder, shouted, "Shut up!"
Yen Yen heard the sound near her, but saw no one.
Her confused gaze scanned the area, searching desperately.
Suddenly, a crack appeared on her body, startling Xiao Minair, who anxiously called out, "Su Shin, look!
What's happening here?"
It seemed that Yen Yan's body had reached its limit and could no longer expand. Su Shin felt a surge of unease rising within him, and immediately activated his spatial jump, escaping in the blink of an eye. The scene before him left him stunned. Yen Yen had reached her extreme limit, her eyes shone brightly like headlights, and a roar echoed through the sky. Cracks spread all over her body, like dry earth splitting open, revealing a terrifying power leaking out.
Old Gao and Bai Shang both exclaimed in unison, "What's happening? Could it be?"
Su Shin realized that Yen Yan's body could no longer withstand it, and her eyes were glowing with fierce light. The peaceful demeanor that usually characterized her was now replaced by a roar like a wild beast, akin to a Super Saiyan from Dragon Ball on the verge of exploding. But if she transformed into this state, she feared she would vanish. Deep within her soul, Yen Yan sank into a cold memory, an unbearable chill. Each time she opened her eyes, all she saw was endless darkness.
How many times had she woken up in despair, lying on that cold operating table?
The needle piercing deep into her skin, the pain excruciating. In this apocalyptic world, she was nothing more than a lab rat in someone else's experiment. If there were any gods, she prayed they would help her. She was willing to give everything in exchange for a chance at liberation. Just as she closed her eyes, ready to surrender to fate, a familiar voice called out,
"Yen Yen." She opened her eyes wide in astonishment, wondering, could it be a god? It was Su Shin. After countless failed attempts, he decided to use his final move and leaped onto her massive backside, shouting, "You still haven't forgotten? I don't need useless people around me." Su Shin spread his 5 fingers wide and activated his power, shouting, "Wake up right now." A thunderous noise echoed as Su Shin struck with all his might, delivering a powerful blow to Yen Yan's breasts. She cried out in pain, as if calling, "Mom, save me." The cry was so real, it caused her to snap back to consciousness. Bai Shang witnessed a scene that was somewhat suggestive, his face reddening as he muttered to himself. At this moment, Su Shin was still there, and Yen Yen was experiencing both pain and extreme excitement, feeling the familiar wave of memories flood back. She recalled the first time she met Su Shin, how he had been like a ray of light, dispelling the darkness in her heart. His kindness and consideration at the BCAF, and their fateful reunion during the apocalypse, had freed her from despair. The moments spent with him, even when she was being tortured, were deeply etched in her mind. The simple happiness she found with Su Shin, even in the midst of the end of the world, was something she could never forget. But the situation had become dire.
Sushin realized that everything was nearly beyond saving. A blinding beam of light spread across the area, signaling that Yin Yan was about to self-destruct. Her roar reached its peak, followed by a world-shattering explosion, a surreal scene. Golden rays of light sparkled across the sky. Old Gao struggled to speak, "Is it over?" But as the dust settled, Sushin and Yin Yan had disappeared. Looking up at the sky, now shining with golden light, everyone was stunned. No one remained at the scene except for them. Bai Shang collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Could it be that Sushin and Yin Yan? She saved me, and I never got a chance to say thank you? Suddenly, old Gao shouted, "Look, over there!" In the sky, Sushin still held Yin Yan tightly, with traces of ability lingering on him, but Yin Yan's body was covered in cracks. Old Gao anxiously said, "Yin Yan is seriously injured, we need to get her to the hospital right away." Suddenly, a figure rushed down from the sky. Duan Naya and Huang Jin appeared. Duan Naya spoke up, "Leave it to me, I'll take her back to the base." Old Gao was stunned, exclaiming, "This little girl has grown so much." Sushin called out, "Duan Naya, I trust you know how to save Yin Yan, I leave this task to you." At the base, Sushin carried Yin Yan into the bath as directed by Duan Naya. The eldest brother, seeing this, asked, "Oh, is there something in the water?" Duan Naya, changing clothes, explained, "Conventional surgery doesn't work for this kind of injury. I've added an evolutionary recovery drug to the water." Sushin checked but didn't see the wound healing. He was puzzled. Healing? I don't see anything happening. Duan Naya was shocked, "That's impossible. I've improved this medicine many times." Sushin thought deeply, could it be that this kind of injury requires abilities to heal? Duan Naya nodded, "That makes sense. But what should we do?" Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Ah!" When Sushin bent down to kiss the crack on Yin Yan's forehead, within seconds, the crack disappeared. Sushin was stunned. "It's a success." Duan Naya blushed and quickly turned away. "That's great. The remaining injuries, I'll leave them to you." Sushin carried Yin Yan, gazing blankly at her body covered in cracks, thinking to himself, kissing all these spots would be too much. Outside, a voice called out, "Sushin, come quickly and look at what I brought back." Duan Naya stepped out to respond, taking her lover's place. Sushin was helping Yin Yan with her wounds. Bai Shang was surprised, is he also injured by her? Xiao Feng laughed, then, can I ask him to treat me a little later? Duan Naya forced a smile, that might not be quite suitable. She changed the topic, let's talk about this stone. What should we do with it? Xiao Feng explained, do you remember the leader of the manipulator tribe, the loudmouth? This is the spirit core I found among his remains. It gives off a strange light, so it must be a spirit core. Duan Naya was astonished, what? A spirit core? Xiao Feng nodded, that's right. A spirit core this big, only Sushin can withstand the abilities within it. Duan Naya blushed as she looked at the enormous spirit core, her heart filled with concern. She clearly understood how violent Sushin could become when influenced by a spirit core. In the past, with Yin Yan around, she had barely been able to bear it, but now, it would be just her alone. Bai Shang, with a concerned expression, asked, do you need any help? Duan Naya hesitated for a moment, her eyes scrutinizing Bai Shang's bashful expression. She thought to herself, could it be? Looking at Bai Shang's shy demeanor and her alluring figure, Duan Naya turned to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, Bai Shang, and I need to talk, you should head back first. She quickly pushed Xiao Feng out the door, leaving him confused, still hoping for Sushin's treatment. The door slammed shut, and Duan Naya leaned against it, thinking to herself, even though I don't want this, Sushin will only continue to grow stronger. I can't let him face this power alone. Bai Shang stood in the room, still stunned by Duan Naya's actions, repeatedly asking, Duan Naya, is something wrong? Duan Naya approached, her gaze sharp as if trying to pierce through to the very core of Bai Shang. She lowered her voice and whispered, I need you to confirm something. Are you in love with Sushin? The question struck like a dagger to Bai Shang's heart. causing her to flinch. Her face flushed with embarrassment, her eyes wide with shock. In the private room, where Yin Yen was recovering, Duan Naya gently adjusted her leg while speaking to Su Shin. Thankfully, with your help, Yin Yan's injury has almost completely healed. I'll take care of the rest. She paused for a moment before continuing. By the way, Xiaofeng didn't bring back a crystal core.
Su Shin raised an eyebrow in surprise. A core? Duan Naya, still focused on her work, nodded in confirmation. Yes, it's in the living room. You should go take a look. Su Shin paid no attention to the strange expression that flashed briefly across Duan Naya's face. He simply nodded. All right, then I'll leave Yin Yin with you. He pushed the door open, stepped out, and was momentarily stunned by the object in front of him. Upon closer inspection, he murmured, "This is a black stone." Could they have mistaken it for a core? The massive black stone emitted an eerie light, resembling a mysterious, glittering black star. Su Shin gently touched it, feeling the unusual firmness, and silently thought, no wonder they were confused. Even in my past life, I only heard of the black stone by name, but never actually saw one. After the apocalypse arrived, countless strange objects appeared, and the black stone was one of them. Su Shin threw a powerful punch at the stone. A loud crash echoed, but the black stone remained unaffected. He nodded to himself, muttering, as expected, it's the legendary black stone diamond hard, a rare material only formed during the apocalypse. He recalled in his past life that the black stone was closely tied to Wang Tong, a legendary figure who wielded the black sword forged from the black stone to carve a path of dominance. Su Shin stroked his chin and smiled. It seems my luck in this life isn't too bad. The opportunity that once belonged to Wang Tong is now mine. He opened a spatial rift, drew the black stone into it, and murmured to himself, when I find a blacksmith, I'll forge a black sword. A few minutes earlier, in the room, only Duan Naya and Bai Shang remained. After the blunt question about her feelings for Su Shin, Bai Shang shyly asked in return, why did you suddenly bring this up with me? Duan Naya didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. After Su Shin absorbs the essence core, he will fall under a very strong curse. If it's not lifted. Bai Shang interrupted anxiously, but what happens if it can't be lifted? Duan Naya hesitated, her eyes filled with uncertainty. I'm not sure, all I know is that we absolutely cannot let that happen. Also, Yin Yin really needs me to take care of her right now. Before she could explain further, Bai Shang moved closer, her face serious, leave the curse issue to me. Duan Naya quickly reminded her, this isn't as simple as you think. Please, just listen to what I have to say first. But Bai Shang, with unwavering determination for Su Shin, insisted, it's fine, I'll do whatever it takes. You can trust me with it. Duan Naya sighed and explained everything in detail from start to finish. In the haste, Bai Shang was given a strange cosplay outfit. She stepped out, pulling down the hem of her dress, silently regretting, why did I make the decision so quickly? Why did I have to wear this weird outfit? Do I still have to say such strange words? Thinking about breaking the curse for Su Shin, she was worried that Duan Naya might not be deceiving her. Bai Shang stepped out but couldn't find the black stone anywhere, feeling slightly anxious. However, since Su Shin's safety was tied to the base's well-being, she told herself that she had to verify the curse first. Had he absorbed the core yet? The only thing left was to adapt to the situation as it unfolded. She carried the wine tray, hesitantly approaching Su Shin. That girl. Su Shin, lost in thought, was startled and turned around, his gaze briefly scanning Bai Shang's maid outfit before freezing in place. She repeated that girl but couldn't utter another word. In the maid's dress, Bai Shang trembled, trying to lower her head, her voice barely audible. Master. Su Shin stood there, as if petrified, his mind racing with questions. Master? He muttered, Inside the room, Duan Naya was caring for Yin Yin while feeling uneasy. Bai Shang will be okay, right? The curse seemed like the most logical reason she could think of. She had prepared for it as best as she could, but how long could Bai Shang hold up? Thinking of supporting Su Shin in breaking the curse, Duan Naya's legs trembled, silently telling herself, once Yin Yin is better, Ming will go out to help. Outside the base, soldiers began clearing away the aftermath. Some young men frowned in exhaustion.
It had been tough to drive the manipulator tribe away, and now they had to deal with all these rotting corpses.
Are we not allowed to rest? Captain White Tiger shouted. Stop with the drama. If the plague breaks out here, do you know what the consequences will be? A young man panicked. Boss, look over there. The captain was surprised. What? What am I looking at? The young man stuttered. The bodies of the manipulator tribe. They're gone. The whole team was stunned, and the captain couldn't believe it. What? The bodies grew legs and ran off?
Other teams reported similar observations, their faces filled with fear at this unprecedented phenomenon. In Sushin's consciousness space, the female corpse suddenly opened her eyes and murmured, "Huh." She turned her head to sense a familiar aura and muttered, "This feeling.
It's the one I've been waiting for." She was overjoyed. Finally. I've been waiting for this, and it's here at last.
But as she tried to sense it more clearly, she clicked her tongue. The distance is too far, I can't pinpoint the location.
I'll have to rely on Sushin.
At this moment, Bai Shang, acting as the obedient maid, gently poured wine for Sushin.
He thought to himself, is this Duan Naya's doing? What is she planning now? Looking at Bai Shang's shy demeanor, Sushin nodded. But the embarrassment was actually quite amusing. Bai Shang awkwardly followed Duan Naya's script, saying, "Master, you can do whatever you want with me."
The words almost made Sushin choke on his drink.
Bai Shang panicked. What's wrong with you?
Sushin coughed and hurriedly explained, "It's nothing, just the alcohol."
Before he could finish, Bai Shang grabbed the glass and shook it. Could it be the alcohol is bad? Let me try.
She downed the entire glass, leaving Sushin stunned. Looking at the bottle, he noticed the alcohol content was 64%. Bai Shang's cheeks flushed, and she smacked her lips, so spicy.
Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've ever had alcohol. After the drink, Bai Shang suddenly became confident.
She slammed her hand down on the table and knocked everything over like a drunken warrior. Closing her eyes, she screamed out enthusiastically.
Sushin sighed, already drunk, huh?
Bai Shang, with a bewitching gaze, placed her high heel on the chair in front of Sushin, surprising him. She smiled, her voice sweet, "How could I be drunk?
I still want to help you lift the taboo."
She leaned in, gently caressing Sushin's face, but he coldly pushed her hand away.
Oh, really?
Even though there's no reason to refuse a piece of meat served on a silver platter, I don't like the feeling of being in a reversed position. He looked at her with a sharp gaze. Then you'd better understand the nature of our relationship.
Bai Shang was stunned and confused. The nature of our relationship?
Sushin activated his extraordinary abilities, releasing an overwhelming pressure that caused her to panic. He gritted his teeth, his voice sharp, "That's right.
It seems you've forgotten who the master is."
The wave of pressure hit Bai Shang's consciousness directly, nearly causing her to topple over.
She quickly understood, obediently kneeling down, her gaze filled with trepidation. "Master, I was wrong." Sushin bared his teeth in a satisfied grin. "Good."
Just as he was about to continue, a familiar pressure in the space of his consciousness made him pause.
He muttered, is this the sensation of spatial consciousness?"
Before he could finish his sentence, Sushin was pulled into his subconscious space. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he sighed, his expression weary.
"I was having fun, so why drag me in here?"
The female corpse, as usual, suddenly sprang forward, spreading her arms and rushing toward him to hug Sushin.
"Sushin, it's here. Finally, it has appeared." Sushin was bewildered, unable to comprehend. What do you mean?"
Before he could react, he was overwhelmed by the female corpse, as if a tidal wave of flesh had crashed into him. She was laughing and crying at the same time, her eyes pleading.
"Sushin, you have to help me this time." Sushin frowned in confusion. "What are you talking about?" She said, "Look closely." The female corpse shouted excitedly, her voice ringing loudly next to his ear. the body that suits me has appeared. She bounced around as if trying to drag Sushin into the muck to enhance her sensing ability. He helplessly followed her movements, asking, "Is this the body you asked me to find last time?" "It's appeared, so why pull me into this?" Female corpse's eyes glowed brightly as she shouted, "I can't sense its location, so I need to borrow your power." Immediately, she created a cocoon, enclosing them both in a cramped space. Sushin sighed in resignation, trapped in the cocoon like a fish caught in a net. "What do you mean by that? Do you see me as a signal amplifier?" Female corpse laughed wickedly, "Kind of, yes." She swiftly climbed onto Sushin's body, and threads from the cocoon shot out, binding him like a puppet in a strange dance. Sushin cried out, "No way! Wait, is this the method you were talking about?" Female corpse's eyes gleamed with cunning as she nodded, "Exactly." With that, the cocoon shot up into the sky and suddenly plummeted back down, crashing hard into the ground. Sushin was dazed, while female corpse looked blissful, her face satisfied as though she had just completed a masterpiece. "I can feel it now. Let's bring our spirits there." Following the spiritual force of female corpse, Sushin looked toward the strange blue light, where an enigmatic woman stood. Her hair was as billowy as clouds, and her entire body emitted a strange, eerie green aura as she controlled the gathering undead. Sushin murmured, "Is this the corpse tide?" The female corpse nodded. "That's right, it's summoning the corpse tide." Sushin was surprised. "I thought only the corpse king could summon the corpse tide." "Then is that person the physical form of the female corpse king? Is it safe to be this close?" The female corpse smiled. "Don't worry, in this spiritual state, as long as there are no strong disturbances." Before we could finish speaking, a mental shock made both of us flinch. "What's going on?" the female corpse asked in panic. Sushin suddenly remembered Bai Shu in real life. At that moment, Bai Shan, drunk, swayed unsteadily, and upon seeing Sushin motionless, muttered, "As expected, the curse has been cast. Master, let me help you break it." Without another word, she leapt onto Sushin, riding him like a drunken knight. This sudden, forceful action caused Sushin's brain to jolt, and his and the female corpse's spiritual energy flared outward. The female corpse king immediately sensed it, glaring and shouting, "Who's there? Show yourself!" Sushin and the female corpse were both startled. The female corpse panicked. "Have we been discovered? What is that woman doing?" Bai Shan continued with her actions, as though playing with a doll, causing the female corpse king to erupt with energy. She shot towards them with terrifying speed. Both of them yelled in unison, "She's coming, run damn it!" But looking at the situation, they both exclaimed, "It's too late now." At that moment, the female corpse king charged forward with a savage smile, her face haunting like a demon. Sushin jolted awake, panting heavily, his heart thumping, his head pounding as if struck by a hammer. He rubbed his temples, wondering, "What's going on? Why does my head hurt so much?" The female corpse's voice rang out, "It's just a little mental energy being drained. With your strength, you'll recover quickly." Sushin was surprised, "Aren't you affected?" The female corpse turned around, her tattered backside swaying as she answered, "Who said I wasn't? I almost had a chunk bitten off just now." Sushin sighed, saying, "You saw it yourself, the female corpse king isn't easy to deal with. Furthermore, she controls the entire corpse tide. The more corpses there are, the stronger she becomes. I can't risk provoking such a terrifying entity just to help you, unless you offer something worthwhile to make it worth my while." The female corpse gritted her teeth, understanding his meaning, and reluctantly accepted, "If you help me, after we succeed, I will agree to become your servant, to obey you in whatever you command as repayment." She knelt on one knee, bowing before Sushin. But Sushin was not easily convinced, he gave a cold smile. "Are you kidding? You're just spouting nonsense. How could I risk my life?" The female corpse was anxious. "So, what do I need to do for you to believe me?" Sushin extended his hand, his voice cold. "Unless you hand over your core to me." The female corpse was taken aback. What? Hand over my core? Isn't that the same as handing over my life?
Sushin turned his face away, indifferent. It was up to her, the choice was hers. The female corpse gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hesitation, but in the end, she made her decision. She opened her hand and handed over the core.
I understand now.
I hope you keep your word. Sushin took the core, his eyes flashing with satisfaction.
Don't worry.
From now on, you're mine, and I'll help you achieve your goal. The female corpse bowed her head in frustration and performed a ritual salute.
I hope so. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way.
Sushin furrowed his brow.
Hey, is this how you act as a servant? You haven't even called me master, and you want to leave already?
The female corpse vanished instantly, leaving Sushin stunned. He scratched his head and chuckled.
Forget it, I've got the core now, no need to argue anymore.
He recalled his past life, when the female corpse king led the invasion and devastation of Shangdu, plunging everyone into darkness. If the world was to be saved from the sea of corpses, she had to be dealt with. It seemed the time had come. As he left, Sushin raised the core. Grinning with an eerie smile, 2 days later, Sushin left the sanctuary of divine light. Bai Shang stood, watching the carriage slowly disappear, her heart filled with a slight sense of regret.
Xiaofeng was surprised. Bai Shang, aren't you going with Sushin?
She closed her eyes and shook her head.
Why should I go?
There are still many things at the base that need my attention. In her heart, she told herself, right now, I am too weak to help him, but one day, I will catch up to his pace. At the same time, outside the sanctuary of divine light, the rain poured heavily.
Duan Naya and Yen Yen were taking shelter at a gas station after their mission.
They had lit a fire to warm themselves. Yen Yen watched the rainfall and anxiously asked, Sister Duan Naya, even though it's this time, it's forbidden to have fire at the gas station.
Is this okay?
Duan Naya, with a melancholic look, replied curtly, if you're worried, go out and face the rain.
Yen Yen forced a smile. Heh, my body just recovered, I'm not daring to go out. She hesitated for a moment, then asked, Sister Duan Naya, where did Sushin go? With this weather, I'm a bit scared.
Duan Naya, as Sushin had told her, could only share the details with Yen Yen right there. Since he couldn't purchase a large amount of fuel, he hasn't been able to stockpile enough supplies. So now, Sushin is tirelessly searching for the remaining gasoline.
Hearing that, Yen Yen was startled and exclaimed in astonishment, Huh? So when will he come back then? I'm so hungry I feel like I'm going to die.
While the two girls were chatting animatedly, a sudden sound of quiet footsteps from an uninvited guest reached their ears.
This person's approach immediately raised a sense of alert in both Yen Yen and Duan Naya. Who's that?
A small man, trembling from the cold, appeared. His body was covered in patches of ice, and he was shaking violently as he walked, muttering to himself, so cold, it's so cold, I'm freezing.
Yen Yen was taken aback and asked, Uncle, why are you covered in ice like that?
Without hesitation, the man suddenly dashed straight into the blazing fire, his face contorted as if he were about to lose his mind.
I'm so cold. Duan Naya and Yen Yen stood frozen in shock at this strange sight, hurriedly shouting, Is this guy crazy?
Why is he charging straight into the fire like that?
The smoke is so thick.
But it seemed that the cold on his body, when coming into contact with the flames, produced a thick, toxic smoke, causing both girls to quickly cover their noses and cough violently.
This smoke is suspicious, quickly cover your nose.
A moment later, several figures appeared, grinning maliciously, and one of them let out a low, hoarse laugh, hee 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 hee.
This move from the boss is truly 100 shots 100 hits. Yet they are two young girls.
If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let this old man release the poison. A group of strangers suddenly appeared in front of Duan Naya and Yen Yen. By this time, both of them seemed to have inhaled a large amount of toxic smoke, causing their bodies to become limp and weak, drained of all strength. The group moved closer, eyeing the two girls lying helplessly on the ground, still appearing attractive, and licked their lips.
Little sisters, you have such a nice figure. Once I'm done with you, I'll sell you to the New World base. I promise you'll have a very pleasurable time there.
At that moment, Duan Naya, despite her legs losing all strength and unable to stand or run, still managed to lift her gun, desperately trying to warn the people in front of her, "Don't come any closer." The leader of the group seemed to be a person with special abilities, and seeing the gun, he showed no fear, instead sneering, "A gun? In front of special abilities, what good is a toy like this?" Without hesitation, Duan Naya pulled the trigger, but to her horror, she realized the gun couldn't fire any bullets.
Panicked, she exclaimed, "Has the gun been frozen?"
Yen Yen huddled close to Duan Naya, her voice full of caution, threatening the group, "I suggest you leave now.
If Sushin returns, you'll regret it." With a smug expression on her face, she let out a loud laugh. "That man who just went outside? He's already been targeted by someone else. Moreover, he's been marked by a crazy DCOS woman, so he might not even survive the night."
The one after Sushin was a madwoman with special abilities, holding a chain as she slid through, searching for him.
"Little treasure, I'm here."
Before that, she had created a vast sealed space. After saying goodbye to everyone at the base, Sushin quickly took the initiative to enter this area to confront this new wife. The madwoman didn't know where Sushin was hiding, but now, the one hunting was her. Dragging the chain behind her, she called out into the space, "Who would have thought that Xiao Gang would enter my sealed space alone? Let me warn you, this is a very dangerous move, but for me, it fits just perfectly." The madwoman puffed her cheeks, blowing a cloud of toxic mist that quickly spread and enveloped the area in front of her, forming a dense layer of fog that filled the room. She then gently stepped forward, smiling wickedly as she sweetly called out to Sushin, "Little handsome guy, where are you?
Come out now.
This whole place is filled with toxic gas. All you need is to inhale just a little, and it will make the rigid desire fire sacrificing body irresistible." As she was walking down a hallway, the crazy woman suddenly noticed a tall dark figure in a hidden corner and widened her eyes, exclaiming, "Oh, so you're here? Come to me quickly, so I can help you." As she spoke, she struck a provocative pose, her figure looking just right, and slowly moved toward the shadow, extending her hand. But as she got closer, she was unexpectedly hit with a sharp, painful realization. The dark figure was just a mannequin set up by Sushin, cleverly placed in this corner to lure her into a trap. Staring at the grotesque mannequin in front of her, the crazy woman exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is this?" While she was still confused, Sushin silently appeared from behind, his cold voice causing the crazy woman to widen her eyes in surprise. "Who are you?" The crazy woman, who possessed the power of summon fire, fearless and reckless, was now being toyed with by another. Her face turned purple with anger, and she swung a steel chain toward Sushin with full force. "You bastard, you dare to mess with me?" But her strength seemed nothing more than child's play before Sushin. With a single hand, he gripped the chain tightly, then casually pulled her closer, no matter how much she struggled to break free. After carefully examining the chain, Sushin calmly asked, "Is this a weapon made by a blacksmith?" As he spoke, Sushin yanked the chain hard, pulling the madwoman closer to him, and then grabbed her cheek, squeezing it tightly, causing her to shift from one shock to another in panic. With just one hand, Sushin lifted her up, bringing her face close to his, coldly asking, "Tell me quickly, where is this blacksmith?" The madwoman, confused and not understanding what Sushin was asking, fearfully responded, I don't know what you're talking about." Suddenly, the female corpse appeared in Sushin's subconscious, turned to look at him, and asked, "Is this blacksmith really that important?" Sushin clicked his tongue and replied, "The power of the female corpse king is too strong. If we can find the blacksmith, our chances of winning will increase significantly." Upon hearing this, the female corpse immediately took action, "Then let me infiltrate her consciousness and find the answer." The female corpse's fingers quickly grew long like lightning and stabbed straight into the madwoman's forehead, causing her to pale. What are you doing?" After embedding herself in the madwoman's subconscious, the female corpse spoke, "I've got it. The blacksmith is located in a base called New World." Although the exact situation is still unclear, this is what was in her mind. The crazy person collapsed to the ground, screaming desperately, please don't kill me. I know you've already touched my brain.
From now on, as long as you have a thought, my brain will be torn into pieces. Sushin was confused and turned to the female corpse. The female corpse was equally confused and replied, I didn't do anything. But the crazy person was already kneeling with their back arched, pleading miserably, I can feel my brain being bound by something. As long as the master spares my life, I am willing to be the most loyal dog to the master. Sushin understood the situation and smiled coldly, oh, this is very interesting. Then let me see how you can be such a loyal dog. The scene shifted back to the old gas station, where Duan Naya and Yen Yen were facing a critical situation. Suddenly, both of them felt like they were hit by a spell, their bodies burning with an unusual heat. Yen Yen panicked and asked, Sister Duan Naya, what's happening? Why do I feel so hot? Duan Naya also felt the strange heat and nodded in agreement, I feel it too. Could there be something else in the smoke? The young man leading the trio of people laughed loudly upon hearing this and confirmed, of course, it's something that makes people feel good. He turned around, smirking at his two lackeys. Hee guys, wait for me to finish playing, then it's your turn. The two lackeys looked like excited puppies seeing their master. But just then, Duan Naya and Yen Yen suddenly stopped their act. They both stood up, clicking their tongues in apparent boredom. Yeah, Sister Duan Naya was right, there really is something like that. Duan Naya waved her hand dismissively and replied calmly, that wasn't hard to guess. This action startled the ringleader, his face full of shock. Aren't you too poisoned? Yen Yen replied seriously, sorry, but your poison doesn't work on people with special abilities. Hearing Yen Yen confirm they were people with special abilities, the group was struck with panic, quickly pulling out their equipment. What? People with special abilities? Damn, you two, get your gear out. The two lackeys immediately drew out two guns, looking like water pistols. They quickly separated, forming a triangle around the two girls to trap them. Number 1, done. Number 2, done. Yen Yen looked at the toys in their hands, recognizing them, and exclaimed, oh, water guns? The boss, grinning widely, confirmed with his teeth showing that these were high-pressure water guns. With these, and my special ability, I can attack you from all three directions. He spoke as he raised his hand, channeling a stream of cold air that enveloped his body, then shouted loudly, spit out, scatter, you guys. As ordered, the two subordinates immediately pulled the trigger. With the boss's ability, the jets of water quickly transformed into sharp, ice arrows, flying at breakneck speed. But as fast as they were, they didn't strike Duan Naya or Yen Yen. Instead, they unexpectedly pierced the boss's chest, causing him to panic and cry out, ah. The boss had the ability to turn water into ice, but he couldn't transform ice back into water. He could only watch in shock as two ice arrows lodged into his chest, then frowned and asked his two subordinates, what the hell did you two do? But when he looked ahead, he was horrified to realize that his two subordinates had been completely controlled by Duan Naya, being shoved out as human shields. Damn it, these two useless fools were actually controlled by that woman, the boss muttered bitterly as he held his chest and stepped back. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps approached from behind. Realizing it was one of his teammates, he hurriedly called out, Mr. Dugu, thank goodness, you're back. He joyfully pointed toward Duan Naya and Yen Yen. It seems like your man is already dead. But his joy was short-lived, the game is about to truly turn around now. Dugu stepped forward, grinding his teeth with a screech, delivering a devastating blow that left his subordinate's jaw askew. The man stood dazed, filled with frustration, and turned back. Mr. Dugu, are you? Dugu coldly advanced, his eyes sharp as knives, and growled, shut your filthy mouth immediately. The man fell silent, clutching his face in anguish. Dugu turned abruptly, ignoring his subordinate sprawled on the ground, and walked over to Sushin, bowing deeply. Master, this person just offended your men. May I ask how you would like to deal with him? The subordinate, seeing his leader's sudden change of demeanor, was drenched in sweat, each word sinking in. He looked at Sushin, who was gently patting Du Ji's head, his own leader. Sushin stepped closer, gently ruffling Du Ji's hair, and smirked coldly. Indeed, a good little dog.
This one, you have full authority to handle. In the blink of an eye, 3 of Du Ge's underlings hurriedly carried several barrels of gasoline outside. Du Ge shot a cold glance at his men. Warning, quickly move all these gasoline barrels outside. I want to gift them to the master. The 3 of them quickly fell silent and continued working, not daring to complain. But in a secluded corner, the bald man grimaced and whispered, "Boss, Du Ge is now a dog for someone else, but we can't be like that." The boss, his face full of veins, wiped his sweat and nodded in agreement. That's right. Summoning all his courage, he stepped forward and shouted at Du Ge, "Du Ge, this is gasoline we worked hard to find, how could you just give it away like that?" Du Ge glanced briefly at Sushin, her eyes filled with fear, before turning back and lashing out with the whip toward the thug, shouting, "Do you want to die?" Fast as lightning, all 3 thugs were whipped, their hearts nearly stopping from the pain, their eyes wide in agony, crying out in pain. Duanya and Yan Yan watched, briefly hesitant. Sushin slowly walked up behind Du Ge and reminded her, "Don't kill them just yet." Hearing Sushin's command, the 3 thugs angrily yelled, "Damn, that bored-looking guy. Whatever you do with Du Ge is your business, but we're from New World. If you let us go, I'll pretend today never happened." But Sushin didn't pay their words any mind. He raised his hand and used Xiao Master's power, coldly saying, "Xiao Master is the female corpse. Brothers, I apologize, I don't believe in leaving loose ends." From Sushin's hands, a surge of power shot forward like tree roots, splitting into 3 directions, stabbing directly into the foreheads of the 3 men. Blood vessels bulged across their faces, and all 3 widened their eyes in horror. Suddenly, the head of the boss exploded, leaving everyone stunned. The other 2 met the same fate. Du Ge, once the leader of the group, turned pale and stammered, "Their brains exploded?" Sushin pondered deeply, surprised that it had exploded so directly. He recalled Xiao Master's words, there had been a parasitic monster in Du Geng's brain, a brain-eating worm, but it was already dead. Thanks to his toxic abilities, Du Ge was immune to it. He had just killed the 3 brain-eating worms in these men's heads, causing their deaths. Someone had been trying to use the brain-eating worms to control all of New World. He thought he needed to find a way to help Yan Yan and Duanya become immune to the brain-eating worms. Turning to the 2 girls, he saw the mix of worry and fear on their faces. Sushin called out to Du Ge. She immediately knelt down, raising her buttocks, and bowed her head. "Please, Master, feel free to give me your orders." Sushin opened the spatial rift and asked, "Do you know how to drive?" Du Ge hesitated before answering, "I do, yes." Sushin took out a truck and said, "Good, then you drive." The magic trick startled Du Ge. "What? Where did this truck come from?" But she quickly obeyed the order, driving the modified truck straight to Su Guang's base. Du Ge thought to herself, "I am the small leader of New World, but now the current of life has turned me into a puppet of someone else. However, as long as I can survive, whether I have to gnaw on tree bark or eat mutated substances, I'll do it." But frustration surged when she saw Sushin, Yan Yan, and Duanya in the back of the truck, hosting a hot pot feast with delicious dishes, raising their glasses to toast. Du Ge gritted her teeth, saliva dripping from the smell of the hot pot, but where would they get hot pot from? The broth had long since gone bad. "Hoo-hoo, the scent is drifting over here." She glanced back, about to take action, but immediately dismissed the thought. "Stay calm. I can't risk my life for food, food is nothing but trash." Suddenly, a pop sound rang out, and the cap of a Coca-Cola bottle flew off. Du Ge's ears seemed to amplify the sound 100 times, her face turning red. "Coca-Cola? They have Coca-Cola." She peeked, her mouth hanging open in disbelief. Yan Yan stepped forward, offering a can of Coca-Cola. "It's been a long time since you had Coca-Cola, hasn't it?" Du Ge hesitated, "For me? Really?" She thought to herself, why the sudden kindness? What does she want? Yan Yan grinned, flashing a knife-like smile. "Don't worry, Sushin loves it when women call him master. Go ahead, drink it." Du Ge was stunned. "Huh? Is that really true?"
Sushin looked at Yen Yen, momentarily confused, not knowing what to say.
This girl, Yen Yen, actually dared to speak ill of her. Upon hearing this, Duan Naya gently raised her hand to cover her mouth, giving a subtle smile, her lips pressed tightly as if trying to suppress her joy. Yen Yen maintained her calm demeanor, speaking slowly to introduce herself. "Oh, right, my name is Yen Yen.
From now on, we'll be teammates."
Hearing this, Dugu felt a bit embarrassed and responded softly, hello." The word teammates made her pause for a moment.
Doubts filled her mind. Teammates? Could she be implying that I was forced into this just like her? Well, that makes sense. In this apocalyptic world, isn't it only natural for women to rely on men to survive?
Moreover, no woman would be strong enough to resist the allure of a steaming hot pot or sweet words. Dugu thought to herself, but immediately reminded herself, unfortunately, those sugary words have no effect on me. Sooner or later, I'll. While she was distracted, fiddling with the Coca-Cola can in her hand, Yen Yen suddenly picked up a fragrant piece of lamb and held it right in front of Du Ji's face, smiling brightly as she said, "Here's some lamb, come on, open your mouth." For a moment, all her thoughts vanished. The hot pot meat, something she hadn't been able to enjoy for a long time, made her lose control. Her face lit up with satisfaction, and she gently opened her mouth, letting out a soft "ah," but unexpectedly, a wisp of greenish poisonous gas escaped her mouth. If it weren't for the apocalypse, one would surely say it was the foul-smelling breath, wouldn't they? Yen Yen frowned slightly, surprised, and exclaimed, "Is there poison gas coming out of your mouth too? Is this your special ability?" Dugu puffed her cheeks, chewing the piece of meat slowly, savoring the sweet flavor of the hot pot broth, then happily replied, "My poison gas can make men faint or even die, and for women, it feels like a flame of desire is burning inside their bodies, but for people with special abilities, the effect is slightly weaker." Upon hearing this, Sushin immediately came up with an idea. "I've got it. If we make use of Du Ji's ability, we might be able to help Duan Naya and Yen Yen become immune to the brainworms." While lost in thought, Yen Yen suddenly approached, her gaze dreamy, as if under the influence of that poison gas. She swayed slightly, looking at Sushin with an enchanting look, whispering, "Sushin, I'm so hot, can you help me?" Her words made Dugu jump in shock, and she hurriedly called out, "Wait a minute, I didn't mean to." Sushin stepped closer, pulling Yen Yen toward him, his gaze flickering briefly toward Dugu as he sternly reminded, "Focus on driving." Dugu stood frozen, dumbfounded by the scene, stammering in confusion, unsure how to react. At that moment, Duan Naya stepped out, placing her foot on the dashboard, reclining in the seat, and letting out a sigh as if surrendering. "Looks like I'll have to make room for them." Hearing this, Dugu was taken aback and blurted out in surprise, "Huh?" Duan Naya turned to her with a smile, gently asking, "Oh, by the way, could you tell me about New World?" After tasting the delicious hot pot, Du Ji's face relaxed, her eyes showing a hint of frustration mixed with a touch of sadness. Her voice trembled slightly as she replied, "Is there anything to eat after I tell you? I'm starving to death here." Duan Naya smiled softly and answered, "Of course." Dugu gently pressed the accelerator, driving while asking, "So, what do you want to know?" Duan Naya stared ahead, her gaze distant, and slowly asked, "How did you join New World?" Dugu gave a faint smile and answered immediately, "I joined through a beauty contest." Looking up at the towering, dilapidated building, Dugu nodded slightly at the three of them. Indeed, New World may not be vast, but it was the treasure trove of the MT world. It housed a slave auction house and a black market trade, the beauty pageant, the arena, and countless other things. Yen Yen marveled, her eyes sparkling as she gazed up at the towering skyscraper. But then she suddenly tilted her head, curious, and asked, "Why are there so many people standing in front of the gate? What are they doing?" Dugu explained in a monotone voice, "They are the nameless ones in the eyes of the world. New World is like a radiant beacon to them amidst the apocalypse storm. Everyone longs to join, but the harsh conditions leave many standing outside, helplessly watching from afar." After hearing the introduction, Sushin felt it was enough and spoke decisively, "Let's go. Let's see what it's like over there." At that moment, a hand was raised, holding up a shiny identification card. A small old man's voice rang out loudly, there is only one way to join New World. Possessing this card means escaping all dangers and hunger, but to get it, you must participate in the challenge and prove you are worthy. The old man pointed toward the challenge registration desk on the other side, and the crowd began to murmur. A challenge? It seems no relocation center accepts the useless, not even New World. The old man shouted, his voice firm and stern, the number is limited, first come, first served. Hearing this, the crowd immediately erupted into chaos. What? There's a limit? I want to sign up, don't even think about competing with me. Damn it, I want to join too. Wait, why can't women participate? Dugu spoke up, his voice respectful, Master, the identification cards are managed by the City Lord's Guard. This matter is beyond my capability, I'm afraid you must first take the challenge. Yen Yen pouted, showing her displeasure, such a hassle. Why not just barge in and find the blacksmith? Dugu shook his head, answering seriously, too dangerous. The City Lord's Guards are all individuals with special abilities. Duan Naya interjected, her tone thoughtful, according to Dugu, the blacksmith must be a cautious and secretive person. If he knows we're planning an attack, they'll likely kill him right away. Sushin nodded and started walking, his voice calm, so first, we need to be a bit more humble. I'll go see what this challenge is about. Dugu, who was responsible for guiding the two of them in through a different entrance, immediately replied loudly, full of determination, understood, Master. Suddenly, a man pointed at Sushin, calling out, hey, newbie, you make the perfect addition to the last team, the challenge is about to start. Lately, more and more mutations have gathered on the mountain behind. This challenge requires hunting spiders, but I advise you to stay in the outer area, don't be foolish and venture too deep into the mountains. Anyone who brings back 5 spider corpses or a spider egg before nightfall will pass the challenge. A loudmouth yelled out in protest, wait, what? 5 spiders? One is already tough enough, let alone 5. Besides, spider eggs are in the nest. You want us to crawl into a coffin? The leader smiled coldly, if you can't get the eggs, just bring back the spider corpses. If you don't want to, try stepping over that iron mesh. But I warn you, anyone who goes alone will become prey for the mutated spiders. Good luck. The loudmouth raised his machete and called out to Sushin, kiddo, the other teams have already set off. Are you coming with us? Sushin replied coldly, are you asking me to do the heavy lifting for you? No need, he smirked. I'll be fine on my own. Heard there's a spider nest on the mountain, so I'm going to check it out. The group sneered, and one of them spat, a clueless idiot. The boss chuckled maliciously, let him be. People like him will die out there sooner or later. We just need to stay here, wait for the other teams to bring in the bait, and then steal it from them. After a while, deep in the forest, Sushin whispered softly, his voice as gentle as if he were comforting a child. Little spider? Where are you? Come out here. As soon as the words were spoken, a horde of mutated spiders appeared from all directions, swarming like a broken beehive. Sushin muttered, quite a lot of them. He wasn't sure if they had mutated crystal cores, but considering how ugly they looked, he doubted it. Anyway, he was looking for the white bone spirit. He rotated his wrist, muttering to himself to check how many crystal cores he could get. In the blink of an eye, Sushin disappeared like a shadow. With a single strike, he crushed the head of a mutated spider, its severed head falling neatly into his hand. He sped through like a whirlwind, sweeping through the area, heading straight into the spider's lair. TSK, not a single crystal core. Really disappointing. But from behind, a giant mutated spider with 8 eyes glowing brightly like cameras stared at him menacingly. Meanwhile, the group of women was busy with something else. A loud voice rang out, come and join the Rose Beauty Contest. The top 3 will receive a lifetime free ID card, Yen Yen said, curious. A beauty contest? Not far away, a delivery guy stood. This was the 7th beauty, the runner-up from last week's beauty contest. With just 3 packs of instant noodles, she'd belong to the highest bidder tonight. The crowd shouted eagerly, 4 packs.
5 packs. Dugu sighed, if they don't make it into the top 3, the only way to stay in New World is to become tools for men. But with 2 beauties like you, there shouldn't be any problems. The 3 of them entered the competition area, and Yen Yen shook her head with a sigh, it's truly pitiful for that girl. Duan Naya curiously asked, is there a weekly beauty contest here? Dugu answered, her tone even but laden with meaning, yes, the winner of each week will continue competing for the monthly championship. But not everyone chooses this path. Some women opt for the arena to survive. In the end, New World opens narrow paths where each person must make the most of their value. For most women, securing food and safety without risking their lives is more precious than gold. She paused, glancing at the 2 of them before continuing, hurry up and change. I'll wait for you outside. As soon as the door closed, Dugu sighed again, her voice growing somber, you only have this life, like a paradise, because you're following a master. Suddenly, a rough voice rang out, Dugu, this time you've brought 2 goods. I've seen the 2 girls outside. Bring them into my room right away. Hearing that lecherous tone, Dugu coldly replied, City Lord's Guard, you're one-eyed. He laughed smugly, his voice full of self-satisfaction. I have to taste their flavor a little. If they serve well, I'll grant them 2 identity cards. Dugu hesitated, her voice trembling slightly. But. He interrupted her, clasping his hands behind his back in a posture that radiated authority. No but or however what I say here goes. He sneered, a malicious grin spreading across his face. That's right, poisoning them like this is what makes it fun. Dugu cursed inwardly, thinking, damn, if I offend him, the identity cards will never come into my hands. With no other choice, she quietly opened the door and stepped into the room. A faint toxic breath escaped her lips, making the air in the room grow thick and suffocating. Yen Yen and Duan Naya began to feel their bodies burning, as if they were being scorched by an invisible flame. The 2 women clung to each other, their voices trembling as they questioned, why? Why poison us? Their bodies reacted more violently with each passing moment, shaking so badly they couldn't stand, relying solely on each other for support, letting out weak cries for help. Sister Duan Naya, Yen Yen, don't. From outside, the sound of clinking wine glasses rang out, followed by the crude laughter of the 2 men. The ringleader spoke, still, the boss is quick and decisive. The important thing is that whenever there's a beauty around, he never shares with me. The one-eyed man laughed lecherously. Who said we're blood brothers? Let alone a beauty like this, a woman with such a face is as rare as a gem in stone. A million might have one. The other man replied, his voice full of excitement. Just talking about it gets me worked up. Why haven't those 2 girls arrived yet? Don't rush, Dugu still has to poison them first. The door to the room swung open, and 2 alluring figures entered, like brilliant flowers amidst desolation. Seeing the perfect selection he had made, the one-eyed man grinned in delight, his voice dripping with sleaze. Looking at this expression, it seems the poison's already taking effect. I can't wait for the wonderful time ahead. The underling chimed in, eyes gleaming. They're all top tier. Just looking at their smooth curves makes my mouth water. Boss, you go first. Respect your elders. The one-eyed man scanned them, his gaze settling on Duan Naya. Then I'll take this long-haired beauty. He brought the iron hook close to her chin. This is the kind of girl I absolutely love. When the underling saw Yen Yen seemingly fall into his embrace, he was thrilled. Boss, this is the first time I've ever had a top-tier beauty fall into my arms like this. The one-eyed man laughed loudly. Of course, it's all thanks to Dugu. After the job's done, we'll have to reward her properly. The 2 men looked at each other, their eyes glowing like car taillights. In unison, they laughed, now, let's enjoy ourselves, brother. Both were excited, hugging and kissing each other with a smacking sound. It felt like a fleeting moment of spring worth 1,000 gold, but something seemed off. Suddenly, from behind, 3 figures Duan Naya, Yen Yen, and Dugu appeared. The scene before them was completely opposite of what had just happened.
The two men, in their happiness, were completely trapped in an illusion. Duan Naya smiled coldly, her voice unfeeling. These two beasts are easier to control than I thought. Du Gu was impressed, her powers were already so brutal, making these two young men forget their own swords. Yen Yen, still under the influence of the poison, trembled as he questioned, "You poisoned us for these two? You've made us endure this feeling up to now." Du Gu, looking innocent, explained with a hurt expression, "Of course not. My master said my poison could help resist brain intrusion. I was afraid that if you two came into contact with the city lord's guard, you would be deeply infected with brainwashing." Duan Naya absent-mindedly touched her body, nodding. "You did the right thing. To prevent brainwashing from taking over, we must maintain this state while in New World. But I can handle it, while Yen Yen is close to losing it." Yen Yen groaned. "What? But that's too difficult. Then we need to quickly get the ID card." Du Gu asked anxiously. "And what about them?" Duan Naya replied coldly. "They'll take care of each other. If you want, stay and watch." Du Gu glanced at the two men, hearing their nauseating intimate sounds. "Oh, darling, you're really too strong." She couldn't stand it, quickly ran outside and called after them. "Wait for me." Ignoring the two brothers fighting each other, the scene shifted to the forest. One man muttered, "Is that the lamp tower?" "It's just a trick. We came here for the Spider King's essence." "But where's the spider's nest?" The subordinates behind him whispered. "Did the boss get lost?" He snapped. "Up is for the doctor, down is for the man, and the rest is." "What again?" Suddenly, the whole group was stunned. Why are there so many dead spiders? And each one's head is missing." One of the subordinates exclaimed, his voice pale, "Boss, looks like someone got ahead of us." In the distance, sounds of fighting rang out. Sushin charged forward alone, dodging every attack from the mutated spiders as if dancing the waltz. Suddenly, a spider silk shot out from the darkness, sticking tightly to his hand. Sushin frowned. "Careless." From above, a gigantic spider appeared, as large as a cart, with 8 eyes glowing brightly like headlights. He exclaimed, "I didn't expect there to be such a huge spider hiding here. It's probably about to reach the second level, but whether it's second or third, it's only worth Suvlog giving it a tap." On the sidelines, a few young men were hiding, observing. One of them asked, "Who is that guy? He's going into the spider's lair alone?" Another whispered, "Boss, that guy doesn't look weak. What should we do now?" He smirked maliciously, "What should we do? Obviously, watch the show. A fool like him who doesn't know his own limits, I just want to see his body hanging in the spider's web." But Sushin's face was full of murderous intent. He effortlessly tore the sticky web off his hand, his gaze as sharp as a blade. With a powerful tug, the giant spider was left in a daze. Sushin leapt up and threw a punch like a thunderstrike, instantly smashing the spider's head off. Witnessing this terrifying power, the young men turned pale with fear. One of them exclaimed, "A disciple of Saitama?" A single punch, and the Spider King was dead. The subordinates immediately drew their weapons, their eyes flashing with cunning, preparing to snatch the spirit core. But right after the command, the situation suddenly flipped. The boss was now being held at sword point by his own close subordinates. The gaze was full of malice. "Ready, boss." The two henchmen replied in unison. The boss, without a hint of fear, burst out laughing. "Ha, very good, very good. Your blades are sharp, you guys didn't follow me in vain. You've mastered this skill already." The two henchmen smirked. "Boss, how many times have we used this move? How could we not be proficient? We've hit the mark hundreds of times." One of them glanced at Sushin and growled. "Kiddo, you just wait. I'll show you what we're really capable of." On the other side, Sushin was still engrossed in admiring the sparkling essence crystal, completely unaware of the filthy plot unfolding behind him.
Ah, found it, the essence crystal is right here, he murmured, his voice filled with satisfaction. At that moment, the boss shouted the incantation for his spatial manipulation ability. In just a few seconds, Sushin was startled as the surroundings warped. Two cold blades were pressed against his neck, while two iron chains tightened around his waist. The boss, holding the essence crystal, laughed with delight. Finally, the essence crystal is mine. What a great catch! Sushin remained calm, his gaze icy. Changing positions, huh? This ability is impressive. You even prepared iron chains in advance. Looks like you guys have used this trick to trap people quite a few times, huh? The boss sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. Ha, you worthless piece of trash sure talk a lot, don't you? Don't even know how to write the word death yet? Sushin smirked, his voice low and dangerously threatening. Trash, huh? So, do you think of yourself as a hunter? Even seasoned hunters can sometimes be brought down by their prey. His words oozed with a cold, sharp intent that made the boss shiver. He yelled, "Oh, let's see how you're going to kill me. You dare run your mouth like that? Kill him." The underlings immediately drew their knives and shouted, "You think you can kill us? We're the ones who will make you die." But the moment the sharp blades came down, they unexpectedly snapped in half upon touching Sushin's body, as if they had struck a steel wall. The group stared in shock, their spirits nearly flying out of their bodies. All the blades were broken. They looked at the shattered metal fragments in their hands, unable to believe their eyes, wondering what kind of godly being this guy really was. Just a few minutes ago, the boss had been arrogant, but now sweat poured from him like a shower, muttering, "His skin is as hard as steel." Could he be a level 2 ability user? The underlings gasped in fear, exclaiming, "What? He's level 2? The boss nodded, his voice trembling, "It can't be wrong. He had a body as tough as a second-tier monster." At that moment, a cracking sound rang out, and the chains shattered into pieces. The boss screamed in horror, "Shit, the chains are broken. Quickly, break apart and run." The group panicked, scrambling in every direction, murmuring, "Damn, how can someone level up so fast?" Sushin smiled wickedly, snapping the remaining chains, and began the hunt. The other's eyes flashed with fear, like prey targeted by a fierce beast. "Think you can run? Not so easy." The murderous intent radiated from him, filling the air like it could swallow the entire forest. The boss used every ounce of his strength to run, still shouting, "So what if you're level 2? I'll get a few more crystal cores, and I'll level up to 2 eventually." But his face twisted when he sensed the murderous aura right behind him. Sushin was like the embodiment of death itself, shouting, "Give me back the crystal cores." His fist shot forward, just inches from the boss's face. The boss knew that if the punch landed, it would mean his end. In a flash, he yelled, "Swap position." Immediately, one of his subordinates, who had been running behind, appeared in his place, bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. The boss managed to escape death, falling flat on the ground, gasping for breath. "Mouth! You almost killed me, but luckily I have the ability to keep my life intact. Today, I remember, sooner or later I will kill you." On the other side, the unfortunate lackey's eyes widened, his face twisted in pain. A large hole appeared in his chest, blood gushing out. Sushin pulled his hand out coldly and said, "Using your companions as substitutes for the dead?" He gave a wicked smile. "If that's the case, all I need is to find you alone." His eyes gleamed like headlights, his psychic ability activated, sweeping through the forest like a predator. 4 figures running in all directions appeared clearly before him. The boss panted heavily, running on fumes, but dared not stop. "Damn, how did it find me?" He was frantic, his eyes darting left and right, not knowing which way to run to escape. It didn't matter, just pick a direction and run as fast as possible, but Sushin, like a hunting beast, pounced swiftly. "As long as I chase you, I'll catch the whole group." His eyes widened in fear when he saw Sushin still chasing him, and he screamed, "No way?" His eyes bulged out when Sushin's sharp, knife-like gaze locked onto him. "How is he so fast? How did he find me?"
He quickly chanted a spell, hocus pocus, cast the charm, shift, and swap. Immediately, another lackey was summoned.
Right into the coffin's closing position.
The boss's name managed to escape once again, but sweat poured down, and he could barely catch his breath.
Damn, how did it find me? I need to get out of here immediately.
On the other side, Sushin lightly searched the subordinate's body, bringing a tragic end to the unfortunate soul. The second substitute demon, he scoffed lightly, activating his night vision mode, muttering, letting it escape would be bad. Suddenly, he turned around, his eyes lighting up when he saw the familiar figure running towards him.
Oh, walking right into the trap.
The boss cursed as he ran, damn it, the food this bastard cooked, every time I get ambushed from behind. This time, I'll watch my back to see how you try to sneak attack me. But before he could finish his rant, something felt off. Looking ahead, his eyes bulged in shock.
How? How did you find me?
Sushin simply smiled, his murderous intent clear as he spoke. You probably won't believe it, but this time, you came to me on your own.
Facing Sushin, the boss's face drained of color, trembling as he asked, You walked right into the trap?
He refused to accept it, shouting, Damn it, even so, don't think you can kill me. The body switching spell was incomplete, but before he could finish the incantation, Sushin delivered a light punch, causing him to vanish in the truest sense. He flicked his hand to shake off the dust and coldly said, Too slow. The scene shifted to another place, where Huang Jin crawled out of the backpack, meowing a few times. A voice echoed, This is the backstage of the beauty contest, this is the backstage of the beauty contest. Du Gu led the way, lifting the curtain to signal them to go inside. The two of them were taken by surprise, and all three of them stopped, stunned, muttering, Huh? Before them were not just themselves, but dozens of other girls. Their gazes were unfriendly, yet they were ready to tear them apart. Du Gu couldn't help but say, Compared to these ugly girls, you two could win with your eyes closed.
Yen Yen whispered, Why do I feel like their gazes are anything but kind? Duan Naya calmly reminded, It's always better to be careful.
Suddenly, a girl stepped forward, her tone haughty, Stop right there.
Du Gu glared, What do you want?
From afar, the sound of high heels echoed, followed by a cold, sharp voice. A woman appeared, her delicate face and scorching figure like the summer sun, exuding an air of elegance that could rival any beauty. She spoke loudly, I just wanted to see who dares to cause a scene here. Yen Yen was stunned and immediately recognized her, she was none other than big star Lin Mi and I. Lin Mi and I, unconcerned, arrogantly continued, No one in this competition is worthy to be my opponent, so all of you can leave. Before anyone could respond, Duan Naya interrupted with a voice full of tension, I thought it was someone else, turns out it's the famous big star, known for sleeping with the director.
Lin Mi and I, surprised by the attack, replied in a sharp tone, Isn't this my best friend?
She was only a blur, zipping past Du Gu and Yen Yen with lightning speed. Her long, slender legs shot out, delivering a lethal kick aimed directly at Duan Naya. But Su Brother's wife was no ordinary person.
Though still hazy from the poison, Duan Naya only had to lean slightly to avoid the attack. Lin Mi and I wasn't one to give up easily, she spun around and launched another kick. Duan Naya took it head-on, the collision intense.
The two old friends no longer held back, as if they were wild animals locked in a fierce battle.
Lin Mi and I hissed, I never thought you'd still be alive. Duan Naya's face darkened, responding coldly, How embarrassing.
Sorry to disappoint you.
Yen Yen, curious, interrupted, Sister Duan Naya, do you two know each other? Du Gu naively added, Aren't you best friends?
Duan Naya snapped, her voice filled with frustration, Have you ever seen a best friend who puts hair removal cream and shampoo, laxatives in water, or stuffs a dead rat in the wardrobe? Lin Mi and I shot back, her tone sharp, You're the one who always pretends to be so pure, but secretly wants to steal all the spotlight. You knew my dream was to be an actress, yet you still fought me for the lead role.
Duan Naya calmly replied, I just went with my friend to the audition. I never intended to be an actress. Lin Mi and I shouted angrily, Moreover, didn't you get into bed with that director afterwards?
Shut up. It's all your fault, you vixen. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't need to sleep with that old man.
Duan Naya laughed, teasing further, being beautiful is also my fault, huh?
Yen Yen whispered, this is the first time I've seen you like this, Duan Naya. Lin Mi and I gritted her teeth, her gaze sharp as a knife, are you still convinced you're right?
Now, I'm a famous star, everyone knows my face. Is there any man who isn't captivated by me? Duan Naya mocked, but now it's the World Wide Web, who still recognizes you. All I see is your friend, Miss Lin, trying to provoke. How about we see who's more charming? Duan Naya wasn't afraid, ready to face off.
Anyone could tell who the real champion was. At that moment, the host's voice rang out, full of excitement, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. The New World Beauty Contest is about to begin. The crowd cheered, applause booming like thunder.
It's starting. How exciting. This is the life we've been dreaming of. We risk everything for the city lord, isn't it for moments like this? I've been starving myself for a month just to bring a beauty home today. The host continued, in addition, the champion today will be personally welcomed by his city lord. Hearing this, everyone looked up at the blazing red window, exclaiming in surprise. What? His city lord is coming too?
On the other side, Duan Naya whispered, so we can meet the city lord, no wonder every woman wants to win the championship. Yen Yen nodded in agreement, if we ask the city lord to help us find a blacksmith, it will surely be done quickly.
Duan Naya nodded firmly, so we absolutely cannot let her win the championship.
Yen Yen, still uncomfortable from the poison, groaned, we need to hurry and ask Sushin to detoxify me, I feel awful. On the other side, Lin Mini's eyes were filled with malice. This entire competition, from the host to the judges, has been bought off by me.
Do you really think you can compete with me?
But just to be safe, if any of you try to run away, I'll make sure the rewards for my minions are plenty. Soon after, the judges appeared, and one of them, sitting in the center, spoke up, why don't you two take a seat? The two young men, brothers with sharp features, said in unison, we don't know why, but after waking up, our backs hurt so much we can't sit down. That's right, if Mu and Xiao hadn't woken us up, we would have missed the competition. Mu and Xiao, who had just been mentioned, simply smiled, it was the right thing to do. He thought to himself, before this, I only knew these two brothers were lustful. When I found them, both were naked and dueling with swords. It's a wonder their butts aren't sore. Looks like I've discovered some earth-shattering secret, I wonder if they'll silence me? The announcer shouted, let's see who will win the championship and enter the elite class of the new world.
Come on out.
Cheers erupted, and the three Sushin sisters, determined to win, stepped onto the stage.
Let's go.
Of course, we weren't here for this silly title. Suddenly, Lin Mini's lackeys pulled out their weapons and charged forward recklessly.
You think this is a fair competition?
Kill these three women first.
Duan Naya whispered, and the actions unfolded just as expected. The lackeys laughed in delight.
Ha, this is the real world. The bigger the fist, the bigger the authority.
Yen Yen snorted coldly. These mixed breeds? Leave them to me. Provoked, the lackeys charged at her. You're asking for death.
Yen Yen smirked, her smile dangerous, her eyes glowing red. Her body swelled to giant proportions. With a powerful uppercut, a heavy-set woman among the lackeys was sent flying, crashing into a nearby house. The others were horrified, screaming out in disbelief.
What? She can grow bigger?
Yen Yen bent forward, her gaze sharp and cold.
Now, it's your turn to soar into the sky.
Outside, the cheers were deafening. Lin Mi and I stepped forward, her graceful stride sending the audience into a frenzy.
Ah, it's the big star Lin Mi and I.
Just from her dramatic entrance, the judges scored her a solid 3.9.
This is the first time I've seen a female star like her. Champion, champion. Reveling in the applause, Lin Mi and I arrogantly thought to herself, Duan Naya, do you think I look down on you? This is reality.
But then the announcement came, and the next person appeared.
Lin Mi's expression changed in shock. What? What's going on?
From behind, a figure slowly emerged. The sky was brilliant, with explosive sounds like fireworks, but it was eerie.
My God, what's exploding in the sky?
On the stage, Duan Naya appeared in a magnificent outfit, her white wings resembling an angel descending from the heavens.
The audience gasped, this person is even more beautiful.
Lin Mi and I was horrified, her mouth hanging open as she realized that what was falling from the sky wasn't fireworks, but the blood and limbs of those people. They fell right next to her feet, creating a gruesome scene.
Her face paled and trembled. Are those their limbs? What on earth happened?
The judges spoke up. The backstage competition is truly brutal. Unfortunately, it seems all the women have been wiped out.
So who will be the winner? Yen Yen whispered, is it okay to show up now?
Du Gu replied, those people have already been punched flying into the sky, and your move was way too ruthless. On Lin Ming's side, she screamed, Duan Naya, you forced me into this. She reached into the gap of her clothes, tore them apart, and revealed her bare body before the crowd. The men below spurted nosebleeds and shouted, a perfect 10, I'm the real winner.
Duan Naya laughed scornfully and walked away, leaving behind a curse, that woman's gone completely mad.
From the highest floor, the city lord gave his order, his deep voice echoing, bring down the identity cards. The white rabbit girl respectfully answered and came down carrying 3 identity cards.
Mu and Xiao was surprised, the city lord already sent the cards down so quickly?
The white rabbit girl explained, these are the identity cards granted by the city lord, 3 of them, exactly matching the number of people left on stage.
Lin Ming's eyes lit up as she asked, so I can finally meet the city lord?
Yen Yen hurried over, shouting, there's me too, just enough for 1 card per person on the top floor. The old man pointed in a direction.
Mu and Xiao understood and announced, the city lord has given instructions.
You have defeated Lin Mi and I, congratulations to her. Not only will she enter the new world, but she has also been selected by the city lord to live on the top floor.
Lin Mi and I exclaimed in surprise, can I finally go up to the top floor and become someone above others?
The white rabbit girl leading the way suddenly asked, does she like fish?
Lin Mi and I was confused, not understanding, and Yen Yen turned to Duan Naya, disappointed. Sister Duan Naya lost? We won't meet the city lord?
Duan Naya replied coldly, anyway, the ID card is in hand. The other matters can be dealt with later.
After a moment, they entered the inner hall.
The white rabbit girl respectfully reported to the city lord, Miss Lin is ready. The old city lord Shang Ming, appearing youthful despite his age, sighed, youth is truly wonderful.
Too bad I'm old.
That desire has long faded.
For an old man like me, it's meaningless.
He looked at Lin Mi and I, now transformed into a mermaid, or more precisely, a strange sea monster. He smiled sinisterly. No wonder Big Star was indeed very beautiful.
But don't look at me with those eyes anymore.
You should be grateful to become a fish. The maid stepped forward, City Lord, the boy has arrived. He was checked, and his body is very healthy. The old man glanced over, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Very good. Turning to the boy, he asked, so, kid, are you afraid? The boy answered, his voice trembling, I'm not afraid, sir. If it weren't for the city lord adopting us, we'd have starved to death by now.
Shang Ming held a handful of wriggling centipedes, his eyes full of malice, don't be so polite.
After all, you children are the future. His special ability activated, slowly draining the boy's life force. Lin Mi and I panicked, screaming uncontrollably. Shang Ming relished in the moment, whispering, the jealousy that only children can feel.
It's a pity that each absorption doesn't last long.
The maid bowed respectfully, you have control over all the women here, my lord.
You can have as many children as you wish.
The old man nodded in approval but was still not satisfied.
He needed enough energy cores to level up his ability.
A rotten creature like me is the only one who can become the eternal city lord of this place.
This will be the beginning of my immortal life. Quickly deal with the women below.
Downstairs, Duan Naya cried out in pain, Du Ji's poison feels so uncomfortable. The two sisters clung to each other. Yen Yen groaned, it hurts so much. Du Gu reassured them in a calm voice, to resist the brainworm, you must endure a little. The identification cards are ready. I'll take you both into the city. Suddenly, two figures rushed forward. Duan Naya questioned, what do you want? The two bald-headed brothers grinned slyly, it's rare to meet a beauty like you. We've decided to sell our blood again to buy the two of you. Mu and Xiao, standing nearby, marveled, that's really generous. Duan Naya was annoyed. What did he mean by that? Du Gu explained, do you remember I told you that women here are just commodities? Even with identification, they're no different. The value of each person is a spirit crystal. Everyone knows how precious spirit crystals are, so no one. The two bald-headed men cut him off, laughing lecherously, but were both very strong. The most important thing is, your taste is truly addictive. Yen Yen snorted coldly, but is it possible that this desire isn't directed at us? Let me help you recall your memories. Duan Naya used her psychic ability, and the two men froze. Their painful memories came flooding back, recalling when they had once fought swords with each other. On the other side, a young man stood before the corpse of the mutated spider, sighing as he took a slow step forward. The spider's dead, and the spirit crystal's gone. But he smiled, luckily, the goal was never the spirit crystal. He swung his sword lightly, chopping at a few spots, then slung a spider leg over his shoulder. These legs will do. Suddenly, he became alert when Sushin appeared and threw a punch. The young man wasn't someone to back down, he countered with a strike, but to his surprise, this person was incredibly strong. He quickly spoke up, wait, I'm not here to steal the spirit core, nor do I want to fight you. Sushin furrowed his brows, why should I believe you? The young man replied, whether you believe me or not is up to you, but this is the truth. I know you're very strong, but if you force me to use all my strength, you might not come out on top. My goal is just to get some spider legs, so why not stop and make friends? He smiled, I'm Wang Tong, and I would be truly grateful. Sushin was taken aback. Wang Tong, a powerful figure from the He Dao in his previous life, why was he here? Was he also looking for a blacksmith? He nodded, if that's the case, I'll be friends with you. Take the spider legs. Wang Tong thanked him and asked, are you here to join New World too? What's your name? Sushin replied, my name is Sushin. I heard New World is not bad, so I came to check it out. What do you need the spider legs for? Wang Tong smiled, it's just for a friend who asked me to find them. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. By the way, Sushin, let me give you a piece of advice, never, under any circumstances, touch the ID card of New World. Sushin was confused. Why is that? Wang Tong only replied, listen to me, just don't touch it. Seeing Wang Tong leave, Sushin mumbled, what secret does this ID card hide? Never mind, I'll just follow him for now. Maybe I can find the blacksmith. On the other side, a young man holding a knife threatened, hey kid, hand over the mutated creature you caught. Another one chimed in, big brother is right, looks like someone brought a spider back, but on closer inspection, this guy is just carrying a spider's leg. Wang Tong took only a few seconds. Several slashes from his knife flashed and sliced the group into pieces. He snorted, feeling it was such a hassle. Sushin observed from a distance, thinking to himself, no wonder he's a powerhouse from a previous life, having reached the peak of level 2, not inferior to me. But after absorbing this core, I can reach level 3. A while later, at the city gate, Sushin handed over the ID card. The gatekeeper was surprised, this is the first time I've seen someone put their ID card in the box like this. Another one whispered, what a strange person. Both widened their eyes. The Spider Queen was taken down so quickly. Fortunately, the captain left an ID card before leaving. Congratulations, you're now a member of New World. Sushin took the card, still suspicious. Is there something strange about this card?
Wang Tong said, "Don't touch it."
Suddenly, a stream of black smoke rose from the card.
What was this black smoke? A soft pinkish aura appeared around it.
Xiao Minair, as though just emerging from a storm of emotions, rushed forward to question.
What did you do, suddenly allowing brainworms to invade here?
Thankfully, I was quick enough to kill them all.
Su Xin was surprised. Brainworms invading?
I just held the identity card, and it started emitting black smoke.
Xiao Minair nodded.
So, the identity card was a medium for spreading the brainworms.
Was it dangerous for Duan Naya and the others who were holding this card? At the main building, Xiang Ming suddenly exclaimed in shock. The maid asked, "My lord, what happened?" He replied coldly, "Someone is trying to infiltrate the inner city. Those 3 women are definitely accomplices."
Yan Yan was trembling all over, trying hard to calm herself to face the dangerous situation.
She exclaimed, "Why is this feeling so intense all of a sudden? I can barely stand it anymore."
Du Gu encouraged her firmly, "Come on, it might be the poison that's killing the brainworms."
Look at how calm Duan Naya is. Have you remembered yet?
The 2 guys who had been stripped of their manhood screamed as if they were having a fit.
No way, this can't be real. Bitch, you think you can mess with us? But the feeling of pain in the ass is real, right? Whether it's real or not, you know in your hearts, you're being provoked.
Enraged, the 2 ruthless men charged forward like 2 sharp arrows, aiming straight at Yan Yan. She swiftly dodged, causing their attacks to miss their target. A deafening explosion shattered the wall behind her, sending debris flying in all directions. The crowd cheered, exhilarated as if watching a thrilling play, but quickly panicked and fled when they realized the danger was imminent.
They scrambled, shouting, "Move aside, move aside." Du Gu was stunned by the chaotic scene, exclaiming, "Shaolin Temple? Is this the invincible Iron Head technique? The building's collapsing."
The 2 men with shaved heads proudly boasted, their voices full of arrogance, "Our skulls are sharper and tougher than steel now. The people who used to mock us have had their heads smashed to pieces by us. Nothing can withstand a blow from us now, we're stronger than steel." They laughed heartily, but Yan Yan remained unfazed. She coldly replied, "Enough with the useless chatter, all you need to do is charge with your heads, right?" At that moment, the 2 men attacked again, faster than lightning.
Yan Yan shouted, "They're coming, dodge quickly." Muan Shao, with a dangerous smile, suddenly made his move. Duan Naya's hand emitted an invisible force, tightening around the enemy. Yan Yan was completely suppressed, crying out, someone is holding me tight, but why can't I see them?
They've even neutralized my ability." Duan Naya, her eyes sharp as a blade, detected the person behind the screen. The bald-headed man above laughed sinisterly, "So you've noticed, but it's a bit late now." He lunged forward, exuding a terrifying murderous intent. In that critical moment, Duan Naya activated all her powers, but a massive, invisible hand suddenly appeared and stopped him.
Yan Yan broke free from the restraint, transformed, and roared, "Gotcha, where do you think you're running?" Muan Shao exclaimed in astonishment, "What?"
Duan Naya, her gaze as sharp as a knife, replied, "Luckily, I had already controlled a few insignificant pawns to act as shields." 3 spectators, controlled by her, were forced to hide under the stage, held in place like puppets. The senior brother gritted his teeth in fury, cursing, "You bitch, let go of my brother." He charged forward like a missile, but Yan Yan smirked maliciously, "Guess whose head is harder between the 2 of you?"
The man screamed in horror, "What do you want to do?"
"Bitch, stop."
"Don't."
In an instant, Yan Yan made the senior brother's head collide with his younger brother's lower body, causing a catastrophic impact, the most painful crash in history. The older brother became the remedy for the younger brother's constipation, and his face contorted in agony. After dealing with the 2 bald-headed men, Yan Yan casually tossed them aside like trash and coldly said, "Hey, you there, it's your turn to join the scoreboard."
Muan Shao arrogantly responded, "You're not worth me getting involved."
He was about to deliver a decisive blow when, unexpectedly, an invisible force clamped down on Yan Yan's legs, preventing her from moving, even though she had reverted to her normal form.
she exclaimed in astonishment, my ability is being forced under control? Du-gu quickly replied, let me help you. Invisible strikes came one after another, locking the two sisters in place. They screamed, stop, you damn bastard. Many of the viewers must have wanted to possess Mu Zhao's abilities, right? Well, we're just like that. Duan Naya shouted loudly upon seeing Yan Yan fall into a disadvantageous position. Yan Yan? But she immediately became alert, realizing a new threat. Using her ability, she controlled several small fry-as human shields, forcing them to exit the game in terror. Mu Zhao exuded an air of danger, sneering. The moment he sensed the danger, did she not hesitate to sacrifice the shields? Truly, one could never underestimate the scheming nature of women. At this point, Yan Yan and Du-gu were bound tightly from head to toe, and the more they struggled, the tighter the restraints became. Yan Yan cried out, let us go. I let my guard down again. Mu Zhao was surprised. Are you really planning to use those wings as weapons? Duan Naya removed her wings, holding two sharp weapons in her hands, and coldly said, this is enough to deal with you. Provoked, he grinned, his face twisted in a smile, interesting, quite a big mouth, huh? Fine, I'll play along. The scene shifted to another place, at the entrance of New World, where they casually stepped into the desolate area, the air thick with a graveyard-like atmosphere. Xiao Min-er asked doubtfully, is this the inner city? Although the environment was still bearable, the people here looked like walking ghosts. She continued, why is she walking so fast? Wait for me. Meanwhile, Wang Tong cautiously entered an area filled with broken-down buildings. He spoke up, Fu Su Su, I've brought what you wanted. A beautiful woman with a captivating figure was focused on forging a weapon and replied, excellent. With this Spider King's leg, we can go rescue my grandfather. Wang Tong responded, once we rescue the deputy master, we'll leave here quickly. Looking at the spider legs, she reassured him, don't worry, as long as you help rescue my grandfather, I'll make sure to help you craft the strongest weapon. She glanced up at the towering building, her eyes filled with determination. A moment later, both of them used climbing equipment. Wang Tong asked, is this the equipment you made? Susu nodded, yes, the Spider King's claws provide enough grip to ensure we can safely climb onto the roof. The grandfather is trapped by the city lord at the highest point. He wondered, then why don't we just go up from inside the building? She responded immediately, that's not possible, we absolutely cannot go inside the building. From below, Sushin observed the two, wondering, is that person a blacksmith? Are we also going up? But he didn't choose the same path as them, he directly climbed into the building, and it seems there's no one inside. Xiao Min-er was suspicious, thinking that entering seemed easy enough, so why did they have to climb the wall? But as they walked down the corridor, a strange shadow appeared, and a giant insect suddenly dropped down from behind. Sushin quickly dodged, both of them stunned by the scene before them. Xiao Min-er screamed, Sushin, look ahead. Now I know why they didn't enter from inside. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from below. Wang Tong asked in confusion, Sushin, you're here too? Sushin replied seriously, you're the blacksmith, right? I've finally found you. But before they could greet each other, both turned pale when they saw a nest of mutated creatures behind Sushin. They shouted loudly. Hey, don't come over here. The swarm of maggots charged like a storm. Wang Tong sped up and shouted. How disgusting. I hate insects the most in this world. Fu Su Su was left behind, panicking and yelling. Hey, why are you running so fast? She tried to chase after him, but suddenly a pair of strong hands grabbed her waist. Sushin appeared in a flash, pulling her out of danger. With incredible speed, he caught up with Wang Tong and kicked off his friend's shoulder. Sushin soared into the air, shouting, Brother Wang Tong, can you deal with those maggots down there for me? Wang Tong, dissatisfied, yelled. Hey, what's the meaning of this? But before he could say more, the swarm was already closing in, and murderous intent flared.
He unleashed hundreds of punches like a pirate king, smashing the mutated maggots. Fu Su was still in shock, questioning. "Hey, who are you really? What do you want from me?"
Sushin calmly responded. "My name is Sushin.
I hope you can help me forge a sword."
Su was taken aback and asked. "Forge a sword? Why should I help you?" He smiled. "I can fulfill one request of yours in return." Sushin lifted her onto the rooftop. Su nodded. Just then, an old voice rang out. "Su."
An old man, holding a photograph in his hand, said sadly, "As long as you're okay, no matter how much suffering I endure, Grandpa can take it." Suddenly, a loud explosion made the old man startle, almost having a stroke. Through the smoke and dust, Sushin appeared, carrying Su, breaking through the wall.
She shouted, "Grandpa, I'm here to save you." The old man trembled. "Is it really you?" Su replied, Hey, enough already, let me down." The old man hurriedly stopped her. "Wait a minute, little girl, didn't I tell you this place was very dangerous? I told you not to come." She wiped the stubborn dust off and replied, "Grandpa, didn't I already find some backup?
And all the skills I have are thanks to your teachings. So, this old man here is the blacksmith you were looking for. If you want to create the world's best, top-tier weapons, we need to rescue him first." Sushin stepped forward and said, "If that's the case, then Grandpa, let me check out these shackles first." The old man, politely, responded, "No need for formalities, just call me Vice Old Man." Sushin tried to break the shackles, but failed, surprised. The old man laughed proudly, "It's useless. Young man, this foot chain may seem ordinary, but it's made of a mutated material. What's more, I personally crafted it, so it's extremely sturdy. No one can break it." Su tapped his head and scolded, "Old man, what's there to be proud of when you're trapped by your own creation?" The old man shouted, If the city lord uses your life to threaten me, what can I do about it?" Sushin pondered, "So that's how it is. What would happen if we used a harder material like this to forge a weapon?" The old man replied, "A harder material? Well, of course, that's not a problem. But this is the hardest material you can find in the New World. Where could I possibly find something more durable?" Sushin smiled, taking out a massive crystal core that radiated mysterious power. Su was astonished, "Is this a rock? Where did you get this from?" The old man was stunned. "This stone contains a power unlike anything I've ever seen." "Where did you get it?" Sushin asked, "Do you think a blade made from it could cut through the vacuum of space?" The old man answered loudly, "Of course, there's no problem with that. But the level of refinement needed for this rough material is quite difficult, and that still depends on you." Sushin was surprised. "Oh, really?" The old man continued, "The city lord locked me on top of the building and forced me to create mutated materials. The tools I used were also special." Su pushed a large wooden beam and exclaimed, "Is this a bellows? This thing can't possibly push anything." The old man explained, "This large thing usually requires 10 strong people to move, but they've all gone to watch the beauty contest. Today, I can only rely on you." Sushin confidently took off his shirt, saying, "It's fine, old man, leave it to me. As for these things, if it's a child's task, I'll handle it in one go." Seeing his bulging muscles, Su exclaimed, "Like this? That's more than enough, really." The old man observed him, hoping he wasn't just a display piece. The crystal core radiated a terrifying heat. Even though Su was dressed lightly, she still complained, "It's so hot." The old man grumbled, "Stop dawdling, just push the stone down already." The grandfather and granddaughter worked together to push the stone into the furnace. Su cried out, "It's too hot, it's unbearable." The old man replied, "It's not finished yet. Next, we need to wait." Suddenly, a figure appeared, the city lord, with a female secretary by his side, his voice commanding, "Who dares to break into my building like this?" The old man was startled. That was the city lord. Su brandished her sword and rushed forward, shouting, "Are you the one who locked my grandfather here?
She struck fiercely, but the female secretary countered swiftly, knocking Susu away. Susu braced herself, defending against the barrage of violent skills, while her grandfather anxiously called, "Susu." The female secretary held her blade close to Susu's neck, shouting, "Still daring to disrespect the city lord? You will die for this." She swung her blade, her eyes glowing with fury, delivering a decisive strike. The grandfather and granddaughter were both horrified. The old man begged, "Please don't." Susu was terrified beyond measure, tightly closing her eyes and crying out in panic. Just as the situation seemed hopeless, a powerful punch landed squarely on the face of the female secretary, contorting her entire face. Wang Tong appeared like a hero saving a damsel in distress, striking her so fiercely that she couldn't lift her head, yet she still refused to surrender. With an angry expression, the female secretary sprang to her feet, executing a graceful 360-degree spin, aiming directly at Wang Tong. However, every one of her attacks was effortlessly dodged by him, as if he were a breeze gliding through the leaves. Wang Tong wouldn't allow her to continue wreaking havoc. He swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, squeezing tightly without letting go. He growled, his muscles bulging as his strength surged, causing her to tremble in pain. There was a loud crack, and with his immense power, Wang Tong tore her in half as easily as ripping a sheet of paper. Witnessing this terrifying display of strength, the old deputy and Sushin were stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. Susu looked at the upper half of the female secretary's body, wondering, is she dead? Wang Tong stood before her with imposing grace, his voice deep as he asked, "Are you all right?" In that moment, Susu was moved, her heart racing as if it might leap out of her chest. She whispered, "You're so handsome." He turned back, a little surprised. "Huh, what did you just say?" But suddenly, something moved on his shoulder, and his face darkened. The hero, who hadn't been able to act cool for more than 3 seconds, panicked at the sight of a small centipede, shouting, "Ah, there's a bug." Immediately, a sharp sword strike chopped the centipede in half. Susu shyly said, "Well, the bug has been dealt with by me. Thank you for saving me earlier." Wang Tong was startled. Being thanked by a girl for the first time made him a little flustered, and he awkwardly replied, "Ahem, you were very brave as well." Susu, delighted, smiled brightly. She was happy to be complimented but didn't let the conversation continue. The old city lord bellowed, his voice filled with authority, "You little brat dare to harm my people? Do you know what the consequences will be?" Without any fear, Wang Tong stepped forward, looked at the old man in the wheelchair with mockery. "Are you the city lord? You look pretty weak." The old city lord gave a cold smile, his body suddenly trembling. From his flesh and blood, hundreds of horrific centipede legs emerged, and his body transformed into a gigantic centipede, ferocious like a monster from a nightmare. He roared, "So what now? Now that I've revealed my true form, I can only kill everyone here. Get out. All of you." Suddenly, tens of thousands of centipedes, hidden throughout the building, rose up and surged toward the rooftop like a tsunami. Below, Mu and Xiao laughed gleefully. "That's how we do it. Since the city lord has given the order, there's no more time to dance around with you. It's time for you to die." His opponent at this moment was Duan Naya. Hearing these arrogant words, she clenched her fists, her face grim, ready for a life or death battle with the sinister-faced man. Mu and Xiao was ecstatic, shouting loudly. Duan Naya was suddenly attacked by an invisible force, being struck relentlessly from left to right, as powerful as Sushin's punches. She cried out in pain, her voice faltering. Du Gu and Yen Yen were tightly bound, unable to do anything but curse helplessly. "Damn it, Sister Duan Naya is surrounded." The audience below, who had been gleefully watching the show, now shouted, "Hey, you bastard, don't damage her, we're still waiting for the fun." After a brutal beating, Duan Naya was exhausted, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth like red strawberry juice. Mu and Xiao sneered, "You can't even see your opponent, so you can't dodge an attack from an invisible person. Even someone with mental powers can't sense where the attack is coming from. Doesn't that feel pretty helpless?" Then, he continued, "If you're so skilled, then kill me with one strike."
Suddenly, a stream of power shot towards Duan Naya at an astonishing speed.
Yen Yen anxiously shouted, "Sister Duan Naya, be careful." But the invisible attacks all missed. It was as if Duan Naya's sixth sense warned her, allowing her to dodge with agility.
Her body moved gracefully, like Lin Ming in a dance, escaping the encirclement of the three shadowy figures. Muan Shao was stunned, unable to believe his eyes.
"You dodged that?" he screamed. "How did you do it? You clearly can't sense them."
But he froze when he saw, through the gap between Duan Naya's legs, the three shadowy figures stained with red marks.
He stammered, "You wore wings to splash some blood essence from the ground on them to reveal their invisibility?" It was too late to realize.
Duan Naya delivered a powerful kick to his face, shouting, "Stop whining and shut your filthy mouth." His breath made her grimace. The strong kick made Muan Shao stagger, his front teeth shaking.
Du Gu and Yen Yen cheered. "Sister Duan Naya is the best."
Du Gu shouted, "Just like a gourd, quick, kick him out for me." Suddenly, a loud explosion from the building startled the three sisters.
Duan Naya glanced over, wondering what happened.
A giant swarm of centipedes poured down like a tidal wave, causing Yen Yen and Du Gu to pale, their skin crawling. "Where did all these bugs come from?" Yen Yen exclaimed in panic. The crowd that had been shouting just moments ago was now running for their lives, screaming, "Help! The bugs are biting me, it hurts so much, hurry, run away."
Muan Shao laughed maniacally.
"Ha, the insects are activated now, everyone here will become food, you're all going to die a miserable death." Duan Naya wouldn't let him continue with his nonsense and kicked him hard, making him choke as if he was suffocating. He tried to call for help, but three dark figures charged from behind, attacking.
Duan Naya coldly asked, "Do you want to die?"
She crouched down and delivered a powerful kick, like a penalty shot from 7 camels, sending Muan Shao flying as though he were a ball. The three dark figures collapsed, unable to resist any longer.
Du Gu was surprised. "So the invisible person is just a stuffed rabbit?"
From Muan Zhao's bag, a game controller fell out. Duan Naya picked it up out of curiosity, fiddling with it as if reminiscing about the time she used to play games and have breakfast with friends.
A game controller?
When she infused it with her mental energy, the mutated plush toys stood up, their eyes glowing with a sinister gleam.
Duan Naya immediately understood and used the controller to command them.
Instead of attacking, she turned them into servants, one acting as a chair, the others providing professional massages. She chuckled, "Not bad, not bad. These two puppets work quite well, just the right amount of strength, easier to control than I thought." Suddenly, Yen Yen screamed in panic, "Help!" A grotesque swarm of centipedes charged forward like a storm. Duan Naya was startled, realizing her two younger sisters were still in danger. The stuffed animals immediately stepped in front of Du Gu and Yen Yen, while the others lifted large stones and hurled them, knocking the centipedes away. Thanks to that, a stone wall was built, protecting the three sisters.
They exhaled in relief, temporarily safe.
Yen Yen, still in shock, asked, "The outside is full of insects, what should we do now?"
Duan Naya reassured her, "Don't move, I'll untie you all." Wang Tong rushed forward, using his body to shield Su Su from the fierce attack.
The blow was so powerful that it made his body tremble from intense pain. Su Su was horrified, her mouth agape, her legs weak and buckling to the ground as she looked up at him. In a trembling voice, she screamed, "Wang Tong, you fell, your body is motionless."
Su Su quickly ran over and hugged Wang Tong tightly, anxiously asking, "What's wrong with you?"
He gritted his teeth, his pupils narrowing, his cold gaze fixed on the monster.
"This monster isn't easy to deal with," she thought. "I need to figure out a way to get everyone out of here."
Suddenly, sharp legs emerged from the ground, surrounding them both in a deadly encirclement.
The savage, chilling laughter of the monster echoed, "None of you will leave. Stay here and be my food. Become my descendants."
Wang Tong felt hope gradually fading away, his eyes flashing with the last trace of anxiety.
"It's over."
Su Su was still trembling with fear, instinctively letting out a scream, her eyes squeezed shut as if trying to escape reality. Just as both of them were sinking into despair, a familiar figure suddenly appeared, pulling them out of danger. Su jolted, her eyes wide open, and Wang Tong also recognized the figure, murmuring, that monster with the sharp, squinted eyes looks really uncomfortable," scrutinizing the newcomer.
A strong hand gently moved away from Su's waist, and Sushin's calm voice rang out, "Are you okay?
You two go over and help the old deputy first. I'll handle this big insect."
He slammed his hand onto the wooden plank, his voice full of provocation. "Still not done?"
Suddenly, the old deputy appeared, his body slightly swaying as a blaze of red fire erupted nearby. He trembled, his panicked eyes staring down at his hands.
Strange, why isn't this black stone showing any sign of melting? Could it be the fire's so intense, yet it still won't melt? Hearing this, Sushin furrowed his brow in suspicion and turned to ask, "Is there something wrong with this black stone?"
The old deputy immediately shook his head, his voice firm. "Perhaps it's fair to say that this black stone is too perfect. I'm afraid the only way to refine it is through that method, but it comes at a cost. Therefore, you must agree to one condition of mine." Sushin responded coldly, his eyes piercing.
"What condition?"
"As long as it's possible, I will do my best," he replied. At this moment, the old deputy no longer looked flustered, his sharp eyes gleaming with a dominant aura.
"Take my granddaughter to the Free City."
Upon hearing Free City, Sushin involuntarily repeated the phrase in surprise. According to legend, it was the only doomsday fortress built by the government, known as humanity's last paradise. Even in my previous life, I had only heard of it.
Without hesitation, Sushin nodded. "This is no problem, but does the Free City really exist? Do you know where it is?"
The old deputy waved his hand, his gaze solemn.
"You've heard of the Free City? Then you've agreed.
You can safely hand this black stone over to me, and we will discuss the rest after we leave here. Also, have Su come here to help." Sushin returned to reality, lost in thought.
"Free City, huh? If it really exists, it would definitely be worth a visit.
But first, I must get the sword, and everything else can wait." Your body hung in mid-air, surrounded by a brilliant red light.
"First, let's deal with this annoying insect." Hearing those arrogant words, the monster let out a low growl.
"Hoof." It opened its huge mouth wide, its enormous eyes and mouth blazing with light as it charged directly at Sushin.
"Seeking death. Watch as I swallow you whole in one bite."
Before it could say more, Sushin charged forward, delivering a powerful punch. But he froze, his eyes wide in shock when he saw that the monster was completely unharmed.
Sure enough, this armor was made by the old deputy.
I gave it my all, yet it still didn't even flinch. The monster's red eyes drew closer as it opened its mouth wide again and lunged. The two clashed fiercely, destroying the building piece by piece.
Outside, Wang Tong and Su, witnessing the scene, were stunned and exclaimed, "Are they trying to collapse this entire building?" Su supported Wang Tong, urging him urgently, "We need to quickly remove the chains from Grandpa's legs and get out of here." Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air.
They turned toward the red flames, where the old deputy was.
It was Grandpa.
They rushed over and found the old deputy sitting on the ground, one of his legs severed, with a bloodied knife still in his hand.
Wang Tong's mouth dropped open in horror. What happened? Old deputy? Tears welled up from fear as she trembled and asked, "Grandfather, what happened to your leg?" Her gaze flashed with hatred and suspicion. Could it have been Sushin's doing? Should I kill him?
But the old man scolded sharply, his voice hoarse and suppressed, "Come back here, you should know that top-tier materials are not cold, lifeless objects, but existences full of spirit. Only with the blood and flesh of a blacksmith can their true power be unleashed." Su gritted her teeth, trying to hold back her tears, but the old man placed the sword down with his trembling leg, his tone calm, "It's just a leg. What's so tragic about losing a life for an emperor? As a blacksmith, having the opportunity to forge weapons of this level is undoubtedly the greatest achievement of one's life." Wang Tong knelt down, quickly bandaging the wound for him. "Old man, you can't die, you still owe me a weapon." The old man looked at them seriously. This place won't last much longer.
You two need to help me. Both answered in unison, yes. In another corner, a small shadow appeared. A black cat, glowing with fiery light, stepped into the laboratory where the mermaids were imprisoned. They were girls trapped in test tubes, their eyes reduced to mere whites, with strange marks around their mouths. Suddenly, the cat sensed something unusual. The girls' eyes were bright, and strange insects crawled out of their mouths. At the forge, smoke was rising thickly. The old deputy nodded. The method of forging the sword had indeed proven effective. It was time to move on to the next step. Wang Tong used a large pair of tongs to lift the black stone. Old deputy, with such a large piece of material, do you think you could make another sword for me? The old deputy shook his head, his voice playful. Dream on. After forging this, there'll barely be enough left for one sword. What a shame, this stone always gives me a strangely familiar feeling. Wang Tong returned to his work. You old man, you rest for a while. Leave the current task to me. Su Su, holding a stick, took a deep breath and struck down repeatedly with force. On Su Shin's side, the monster had pierced through the building and was advancing toward him. You're strong. But I've met someone even stronger. The armor I'm wearing was originally prepared for him, but now I'll use you to consecrate my flag. Su Shin, undisturbed, asked, who's the stronger person you're talking about? The monster sneered, either way, you're going to die today, so there's no need for you to know too much. Su Shin remained calm and replied confidently, just because of you? The monster laughed savagely. I know you're having that old man help you forge your weapon, but I've already made my preparations. Su Shin's gaze flickered slightly. On the side with the cat, the zombie in the test tube stopped moving, blood leaking out. As it tried to leave, a swarm of poisonous insects erupted, shattering the test tube. The cat panicked, let out a sharp meow, and rushed straight towards the forge. Su Su noticed and hurried over. Where did this little cat come from? Little cat, get out of here, it's dangerous. But the surrounding walls collapsed, and the poisonous insects closed in. We're surrounded by bugs. Ugh, where did this stinky cat come from, dragging all these bugs along? The voice of old Master Fu echoed, attracting Su Shin's attention, but his distraction caused him to be attacked. The monster growled. You'd better focus on saving yourself first. Su Shin managed to block the attack, holding firm as the poisonous insects swarmed across the entire building. In the sky, a giant foot descended from the body of the creature, landing on the forge. We're going to be crushed. Suddenly, Yen Yen appeared, raising her hand to shield them, but the poisonous insects drilled into her hand, causing her pain. It hurts so much. She still protected Duan Naya and Du Gu. Du Gu, worried, said, this is bad. The bugs are drilling into Yen Yan's arm. Damn it, I'm too far away, my poison isn't strong enough. Duan Naya furrowed her brow, resolute, if it continues like this, it's not going to work. Let me try. These insects are living creatures, so I can influence them. She raised her hand, a pink force pushing the poisonous insects back. Yen Yan's body, which had been burning with pain, relaxed, surrounded by a pink glow. Du Gu was astonished, there's something like an air barrier separating her from the insects. Could it be that Duan Naya has advanced to the second tier of humanity? The pink streaks of light extended from Duan Naya's body, and Du Gu couldn't help but exclaim, psychic ability, mental shock. Yen Yen, go! Yen Yen grinned smugly, charging forward, her eyes blazing red, kicking away the poisonous insects that had been tormenting Duan Naya for so long. Protected by Duan Naya's second-tier psychic ability, her fury flowed into a series of rapid kicks, striking each insectoid without missing a beat. But just as she was about to deliver a finishing blow, her arm suddenly throbbed with pain, eaten away by the larvae. She trembled, crying out, ah, it hurts so much. Can't we wipe out these insects? The two older women signaled, and Yen Yen immediately lifted both of them to a high, strategic position. Du Gu quickly spoke up. There are pests on my arm, let me eliminate them. However, due to the treacherous mountain roads,
she nearly fell into a ravine. After steadying herself, Dugu activated her supernatural ability and shouted loudly, "Get out, you pests!" Suddenly, a tremor shook the sky, causing the group to look up in astonishment.
What's happening?
Yen Yen was stunned, seeing the Centipede City Lord charge toward them like a wild beast, moving at a terrifying speed. She realized that Sushin was being overwhelmed, struggling to block the fatal blow, which made her sisters extremely worried. Unexpectedly, the Centipede City Lord's enormous claws grew several sharp fangs, catching Sushin off guard with the dirty move from the insectoid. As expected, Sushin was pierced by several fangs, his blood spilling everywhere as he screamed in agony. Seeing her husband grievously injured, Yen Yen was horrified, her face pale as she screamed, "Sushin!" Dugu quickly shouted, "Yen Yen, it's about to charge, dodge quickly!" But before she could regain her composure, the insectoid's hand grabbed her arm.
Realizing the danger too late, the insectoid squeezed Yen Yen tightly, smiling wickedly. She panicked, "This is bad, I can't move."
The Centipede City Lord, receiving the signal from its allies, charged toward them, intending to quickly eliminate the group. Yen Yen struggled helplessly. It seemed like they were about to be crushed, but at the very moment when everything was hanging by a thread, Sushin unleashed her special ability to charm. The tentacles rooted themselves into the ground, causing the strike from the Centipede City Lord to narrowly miss. Yen Yen barely escaped, her eyes wide with astonishment.
Sushin was fine.
She turned to her sisters, her voice firm, "Everyone hold on tight, I'm counterattacking now."
Dugu, panic-stricken, asked, "Huh? What are you doing?"
Without answering, Yen Yen kicked hard at the insectoid, performing an elegant flip, and changed the course of the battle. With a powerful kick, she sent the insectoid flying across the room. The Centipede City Lord, unable to take down the beauty, growled in frustration, "Damn it, you have this ability?" He sensed the incoming force, and with a loud crash, he was about to turn around when the insectoid slammed into him, causing him intense pain and frustration. Sushin crawled out from the debris, blood covering her body, her gaze cold as she stared at the king centipede. This bastard was indeed tough to deal with. Yen Yen anxiously asked, "Is everyone okay?" Duan Naya replied, her voice calm, "I'm fine, still good." Sushin was surprised and exclaimed, "Duan Naya, you've leveled up to 2? Truly, my woman." He stood up, cracked his neck, and muttered, "Why do I feel a bit dizzy?" King Centipede, despite the collision, remained unharmed and roared, "You ants and worms, do you want to die? Let me oblige." The body of King Centipede suddenly changed, its power skyrocketing. Yen Yen was astonished, "These bugs are merging, it's getting bigger." Sushin furrowed his brow, his voice low, "This is bad, I hope the old man arrives in time." On Wang Tong's side, he said proudly, "I am the heir of traditional martial arts, combined with mutant abilities, creating a unique strength." He threw a punch, pushing back the insectoids, unlocking new skills and unleashing his mutant power. Just some bugs, what's there to fear? But his punches felt like hitting air, and Wang Tong yelped, "This isn't working, I can't kill them all." Fu Susu spoke up, "I'll go help." "Old man, stop causing trouble." The old fake leg master stepped forward, responding tersely, "I'm not useless yet, don't worry, little girl." His eyes glowed, muscles bulging and swelling like a superhero transformation. He roared, his back erupting like cream, his body burning with momentum, "It's been a long time since I've used all my strength, let's see what weapon I forge." The old man lifted the forge hammer, swinging it with a force that could suppress heaven and earth. Each swing created a storm, sweeping away the swarm of insects. The immense power almost swept Wang Tong and Fu Susu away. From the rooftop of the building, a tremendous force erupted, sweeping away the mutated insects. The Centipede City Lord, locked in a life and death struggle with Sushin, was stunned by the vibrations. What is this power? Is that old man still alive? Worried about the long night ahead, he rushed towards Fu Susu and Old Vice, roaring, "I must personally take your life." But before he could move far, the Centipede City Lord was stunned as his speed was suddenly restrained. Yen Yen, having transformed into her giant form, mounted his neck and held him tightly, shouting with a firm voice, "Whatever you plan to do, I will stop you. If you're so capable,
step over my dead body. The Centipede City Lord growled in frustration, damn it, another woman in my way. Suddenly, he easily broke free from her restraint. The Centipede City Lord charged forward at full speed, surrounding Yen Yen. Duan Naya noticed something was wrong and yelled, Yen Yen, be careful. With a mental surge, she used her special ability to create a protective shield for her sister, but the Centipede City Lord tightly coiled around Yen Yen, trapping her in a suffocating position. The disparity in strength was overwhelming, and Duan Naya's shield shattered. She collapsed and fell from the height. On the ground, the Centipede City Lord opened its mouth full of sharp fangs and roared, let me eat this beggar first, then I'll take that little girl. Yen Yen, helpless, could only shout, my love, save me. Sushin rushed forward, reassuring her, don't be afraid, I'm here. He used his special ability to pull Yen Yen out of the monster's mouth. In one fluid motion, he pushed her up, using the force to propel himself downward, landing a powerful punch that caved in the Centipede City Lord's skull. The sheer force of the blow cracked the ground beneath them, shattering the terrain. Still furious that this creature dared to target his wife, Sushin unleashed a series of devastating punches, making it impossible for the Centipede City Lord to even lift its head. The monster clutched its skull, its body on the verge of disintegration, its brain heavily shaken. In a burst of speed, Sushin appeared in a flash, looking incredibly cool as he caught Duan Naya, who was falling through the air. He gently asked, are you all right? Duan Naya, touched, replied with a trembling voice, I'm fine. Just as they thought the battle was over, suddenly, a massive mouth appeared from the tail of the Centipede City Lord and lunged at them, swallowing both Sushin and Duan Naya. Yen Yen was horrified, her face turning pale. What? Sushin and Duan Naya. The Centipede City Lord sneered with satisfaction, huh, didn't expect that, did you? My tail has a mouth too. In one more second, you'll be digested into nutrients. The noise from the building caught his attention. He swung his tail, delivering a few blows, causing the building to collapse in a cloud of dust. He laughed loudly, looking at Yen Yen. Suddenly, from the rubble, a shadow blinked across at an incredibly fast speed. Huang Jin bore the majestic form of a mythical beast, but meowed like a kitten. The Centipede City Lord was stunned, and yet the fish slipped through the net. He grinned maliciously, turn into food, let's stir-fry the cat with some pennywort. But Huang Jin retaliated, delivering a fatal scratch, a single arm piercing through the Centipede City Lord's body, holding him tightly. Sushin carried Duan Naya, riding on Huang Jin's back, their movements in perfect sync. Huang Jin spat out a blade. Sushin was astonished, the blade was forged by the old master. Duan Naya nodded, seems special, doesn't it? Sushin's gaze was cold as ice. Let's test the blade on this insect. Huang Jin shot forward. Sushin swung the blade, his aura like that of a war god. The Centipede City Lord panicked, soiling himself, and screamed, hey, wait a minute, don't come over. With a single swing, the Centipede City Lord was sliced in half, his body exploding into fragments. Even though he was reincarnated with great strength, the sturdy armor was no match for Sushin's blade, and he was reduced to nothing but weeds. Yen Yen was stunned, is it over? But she suddenly gasped, noticing something unusual. In the sky, the Centipede City Lord had transformed into a fly. Before he could feel any triumph, Yen Yen suddenly grew to an enormous size, her eyes glowing red with murderous intent. She thought flying high would be safe, but from the cloud of mist, her massive hand appeared, delivering a powerful slap that sent the Centipede City Lord spitting blood in pain. His fate was no different from the flies and mosquitoes that were instantly destroyed in the blink of an eye. Yen Yen unleashed a devastating Lycian palm, causing the ground to explode. The Centipede City Lord screamed in agony, lying flat on the ground, too scared to even make a sound. Yen Yen cursed loudly, her voice firm, get down here. She gradually shrank back to her original size, letting out a relieved breath. Sushin, Huang Jin, and the group of sisters ran over. Upon seeing her loved ones, Yen Yen didn't hold back and collapsed into Duan Naya's arms. Duan Naya anxiously asked, how did you get so big? Did you forget my body couldn't handle it? Yen Yen smiled weakly. It was just for a moment. It's fine. Besides, we couldn't let that disgusting bug escape. Sushin and Huang Jin approached to inspect the Centipede City Lord. Huang Jin was so excited that his brittle skeleton seemed ready to fall apart, but Sushin stopped him from eating it. It was just too disgusting. He looked at Huang Jin and muttered, "How about I get you some cat food when we get back?" Suddenly, there was movement from the pile of rubble. Wang Tong crawled out, panting heavily, and with all his strength, threw a stone to block the way, shielding Old Fu and Su Su. Su Su, worried, asked, "Old man, are you okay?" Old Fu responded, his voice calm, "I'm not dead yet." Suddenly, the sky began to lightly snow. Su Su was surprised, a bit confused. Is it really snowing? The group of Sushin reunited with Old Fu. Duan Naya looked up, and indeed, there was snow. But had winter arrived so quickly? Even with the chaotic weather, snowfall was not too unusual. Sushin suddenly noticed, his gaze sharp and cold. Wang Tong pointed and exclaimed in panic, "Everyone, look at that dark cloud." It was pitch black, covering the sun, much like the bleak future of his golden prospects today. Sushin realized, his voice low, "That's not a cloud. It's volcanic ash drifting in." Everyone was stunned. The volcano had erupted, and ash covering the earth was just a matter of time. Huang Jin didn't care and kept rolling around in the snow. Duan Naya raised her hand to catch the snow, muttering, "There's a volcano in the snow, will the snow stop, or will it melt?" Sushin replied confidently, "No, the earth is about to face the end of winter, the extreme cold is coming, and the entire planet will freeze." Suddenly, a strange and ominous aura erupted. Sushin gasped, his eyes sharp. The Centipede City Lord had revived, laughing loudly, "Huh, do you think you can kill me? I'll summon the swarm of insects and regenerate endlessly." Everyone was horrified. Su Su exclaimed, "He's not dead yet." Duan Naya shouted, "Sushin, be careful." Wang Tong turned pale, cursing, "This disgusting thing." Sushin acted immediately. He raised his hand, his voice calm, "No need for the Centipede City Lord to taunt, but I'm confident. Leave this to me." The brilliance of spatial energy surged. The Centipede City Lord panicked, screaming, "Huh, why can't I move? The space is distorted, what are you doing? It hurts, stop." He screamed in agony before disappearing without a trace. Sushin withdrew his energy, muttering, as expected, "He's much weaker than last time. Just pulling him into space did the trick. But I really didn't want to send this thing into space at all." The entire group, Su Su, Wang Tong, and the old deputy, stood there with their mouths agape, shocked. "What did you just do?" Sushin turned around, and the old deputy, with heavy snow falling, postponed the journey to freedom. The old deputy nodded, "Right now, we have no warm clothes, no food, and we're all injured. I'm afraid we won't survive for more than a few days." Su Su comforted him, "Old man, I won't let you die." Sushin took out a thick down jacket and said casually, "With me here, it won't be that easy to die. Put this on. I'll go get more food, a tent, and medicine. Rest for now." Su Su cheered, "Perfect, there's medicine too." She looked at Sushin and muttered, "Does this guy have a magic bag like a robot cat or something?" Sushin smiled, "Let's just find a place to rest." Inside the pickup truck, Duan Naya was worried. Yen Yen had undergone a drastic transformation, and cracks were appearing on her body. This isn't looking good. Sushin took out the Spider King's crystal core. "I haven't eaten it because I was afraid of the side effects." "Give it to Yen Yen." Duan Naya was surprised, "Give it to Yen Yen?" Sushin put the crystal core into her mouth, his voice deep, "Soon, the female corpse king will sweep across the continent. I need you all to be stronger." The cracks on Yen Yan's body healed, and she lunged towards Sushin. He looked at her, confused. "Huh, what's going on?" Duan Naya, feeling shy, forgot to mention, "The poison in our bodies hasn't been fully detoxified." Yen Yen laughed, her eyes sparkling. Yen Yen shivered, sweat dripping from her brow,
her hand gently touching the firm muscles of Sushin, her voice pleading, "Sushin, please help me detoxify, I can't bear it much longer." Suddenly, Duan Naya stroked her cheek, drew closer, and said in a low voice, "Wait, the crystal core I just swallowed needs to be absorbed properly, but detoxify me first." Yen Yen struggled, her voice whiny, "The crystal core? I don't feel anything. Sis, please let me go, I can't take it anymore, let me detoxify first." Sushin muttered thoughtfully, "No sensation." The crystal core was supposed to help Yen Yen level up in addition to healing the cracks. Her talent must be exceptionally high, needing to accumulate more power than ordinary people, but once she leveled up, it would be a huge breakthrough. He frowned, thinking he needed to find more crystal cores. The two sisters were tangled on the bed, arguing fiercely. Duan Naya shouted, "I'm the older sister, you have to listen to me." Yen Yen retorted, "Why don't you let me go first?" Duan Naya, tense, screamed, "Are you kidding? Who am I supposed to let go of this for?" Yen Yen refused to back down, retorting sharply, "Sushin just went through a fierce battle, how can he handle both of us?" Duan Naya interrupted, "Then you solve it first." Yen Yen shouted back, "No, you go first." Sushin felt overlooked and cut in. "Hey, do you two doubt my strength? What was that battle just now?" Yen Yen quickly explained, "Oh, we didn't mean that." Sushin moved closer, his tone firm. "If that's the case, I'll help both of you get rid of the jealousy." He started to take action. The two sisters hugged tightly, crying out in pain. "Sushin, what are you doing? Thank goodness you're here, we were about to be killed by Du Ji's poison." Sushin suddenly remembered and asked, "Hey, where's Du Gu?" But the vehicle shook violently, and anyone outside would have thought there was an earthquake. In the forest, a stick poked Du Ji's cheek. Two curious refugees asked, "Is she dead?" Du Gu was unconscious, hanging limply from a tree branch, when she suddenly opened her eyes in confusion. Everything seemed reversed, and she screamed in shock. "Who are you two?" The two refugees jumped in surprise, astonished. "She's still alive." Du Gu fell hard, her head hitting the ground with a sharp pain. She shouted, "Don't come near, what do you want?" "Don't blame me." The couple hurried to explain, "We mean no harm." Seeing her hanging from the tree, Du Gu suddenly remembered and muttered, "Hanging from a tree, that's right, during the battle with the Centipede City Lord, it flew into the sky, can't let it escape." She recalled how Yen Yen had transformed into a giant so quickly that it startled her and caused her to fall. "Wait, I fell from such a height, luckily I got caught in the tree, otherwise, I would have been shattered." The man spoke, "If you're fine, we'll leave now. It's cold, you should find a coat." Du Gu looked at the falling snow and muttered, "Why is there snow? I need to find the master, or I'll freeze to death." She was lost in the forest, unable to figure out which direction to go. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. She saw the couple running back and asked in surprise, "Huh, why did you come back? Lost your way?" They ran past without answering, leaving her confused. "Hey, why are you running so fast like you're being chased by a ghost?" Suddenly, two female ghosts charged at her, their wide eyes glaring, talismans pasted all over their faces. One ghost threw a punch, hitting Du Gu in the back of her neck. A sharp sound of impact echoed. The couple ran desperately, the husband muttering, "We've doomed her." The wife, worried, replied, "Are you stupid? If we don't wake her up, we're done for." Suddenly, a rope swooshed past and wrapped around a tree branch. Du Gu, propelled by the shockwave, zipped through the air, overtaking the two with a horrified expression. They froze, shivering, stammering, "That's the girl from earlier. She's not dead?" Looking back, the two female demons were right on their heels, and they panicked, "Help!" Du Gu grimaced, pressing on the bleeding wound on her stomach, and shouted, "Hey, don't follow me." She muttered, "Damn it, those two demons aren't easy to deal with. I need to think of something." In the distance, she saw a familiar car. The master's car, thank goodness. She sprinted toward it, yanked open the door, and spoke urgently, as long as the master acts, I'll be saved. Just then, things took a more intense turn than ever. Dugu stepped into the car, her face flushed red, gasping. The scene inside was chaotic, with Sushin desperately detoxifying Duan Naya and Yen Yen. Outside, the panicked couple ran up, shouting, "There's a car ahead."
"Uncle, go in."
Dugu noticed them and mumbled. She couldn't let them disturb the master. She shouted loudly, "Wait a moment, no one is allowed to enter, quickly get out of the way." Seeing that they were still trying to rush forward, she swung her whip, her voice cold, "I told you not to, take one more step and you'll die." She thought to herself, if she fought with all her strength, she might be able to delay them. The two refugees turned pale with fear, stammering, "This is bad, we're definitely going to die." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and Dugu was astonished.
"Is it an earthquake?"
But her expression turned horrified when she saw a mysterious woman riding a giant mammoth charging toward them.
She muttered, "No, it's a mammoth carcass." One of the mammoth's legs swung violently, knocking everyone, including Dugu, away.
Realizing the unfavorable situation, she muttered, "We can't fight against this." The power disparity was too great, there was no way. She grabbed the car door handle, dashed inside, and yelled, "Master, there's a mammoth, a giant one."
Sushin, who was detoxifying, was startled. Duan Naya and Yen Yen were confused. "Ha? A mammoth?" Sushin, interrupted, exuded a terrifying aura and coldly said, "What are you talking about?" Dugu, in a panic, without realizing, blurted out, "There's a mammoth outside." The mammoth revved its engine, roaring loudly to assert its dominance, its massive feet causing the entire area to shake. The vehicle shook violently.
Sushin relaxed her face muscles, muttering, "It really is a mammoth." Yen Yen stepped down, her voice firm, "You two keep going, I'll handle this."
Duan Naya was surprised, "Wait, weren't you the one fighting so fiercely earlier?"
Yen Yen smiled faintly, her gaze gentle, "Don't worry, I was just a little hot-headed before, but this time, I'll let you take the lead." Duan Naya turned to Sushin, confused, "I'm really worried about her going out there alone." Outside the vehicle, Yen Yen faced the mammoth in awe. "This elephant is huge." "Dugu, where did you pull this from?"
Dugu replied, "Ask them." The young man stuttered, "I don't know anything." Dugu cracked the whip, tying it around his neck, threatening, "What do you know?"
Terrified, he stammered, "Wait, I'll tell you."
He explained, his voice trembling, "We're refugees, hiding in the zoo.
Recently, a strange group of people infiltrated. They weren't looking for food, but for animal bones. They resurrected the dead animals. It was a terrifying scene. We ran and hid, but we were still targeted." The mammoth charged forward, intending to stomp Yen Yen into mush, she murmured calmly.
Reviving bones from the zoo, could this be a mutant apocalypse?
No matter, she turned giant, freezing the mammoth in place. Looking up at the mysterious woman and the two civilians, their mouths dropped in shock. Yen Yen reached out and grabbed them all, her voice soft, "Let's catch it and study it. Come here, little elephant." She grabbed the elephant's trunk, lifting and spinning it like a toy, singing as she spun.
"Big elephant, huh? Big elephant? Why is the elephant's trunk so long?" The scene resembled Yen Yen playing with a plastic toy. The two civilians were pale with fear, murmuring, "Is this really research?" Sushin and Duan Naya stepped forward.
He spoke in a deep voice, "No need for research, that's a mutated beast soldier, the last army of the female corpse king." The young man, stunned, recognized him. "Oh, you're Sushin!" he shouted excitedly. "Sushin, it's really you, I can't believe you survived in this world. Your kid looks pretty damn strong." Sushin furrowed his brow, still not recalling him. "But who are you?" Shang Ming laughed heartily. "Hey, don't remember me? It's Shang Ming. We were in the same university class." Duan Naya shot a cold glance, as if to say, "You don't recognize him?" Sushin muttered, "Seems like this classmate really does exist." Shang Ming gave an awkward laugh, "Of course. If you weren't my classmate,
how would I recognize you? He thought to himself, good thing Sushin remembered. Back in school I rarely showed up to class, otherwise I'd have no chance of using that to build some connections now. His eyes shifted to Yen Yen, and he proactively asked, right, aren't you going to introduce this beautiful lady? And also, what about that towering girl? He glanced at Yen Yen, who was playing around with the mammoth, secretly thinking she was the true leader of this group. If she accepts me, I might really be in luck. Suddenly, Yen Yen swung the mammoth too forcefully, and its trunk tore in half. She blinked in surprise, huh? I was being gentle, but it snapped. The severed part of the mammoth's body flew toward the group. They screamed in terror as the massive beast's remains hurtled at them. We're dead. Duan Naya raised her hand, her powers erupting in an instant, blasting the mammoth's remains into fragments. Her movement was light, yet the force was overwhelming, leaving Shang Ming and his companion wide-eyed in shock. She stopped it. Duan Naya's voice was stern as she called out, Yen Yen, be more careful when you're playing around. Her commanding presence and terrifying strength filled Shang Ming with jealousy. Sushin is being protected by two powerful beauties. What luck does he have? Just a bit of charm and that's it. He silently thought to himself, if he could replace Sushin, everything would be different. Yen Yen shrank back, panting, Sushin, I'm so hungry, prepare some food. Sushin smiled easily, alright, let me make some delicious dishes. Shang Ming smirked, thinking to himself, so Sushin is just a cook, replacing him would be easy. His friend asked, what are you planning to do? Shang Ming took out some dried meat and approached Yen Yen. Yen Yen, miss, this is some dried meat I've been hiding. If you're hungry, you can try it. Yen Yen looked at the blackened piece of meat and shuddered. What is that? It's so burnt. Shang Ming laughed loudly. Smoked meat from the chimpanzees at the zoo, a secret recipe. Once you try it, you'll be hooked. Yen Yen shrieked, chimpanzee meat, disgusting, get away. She ran into the house. Sushin spoke up, Shang Ming, just eat it yourself. Yen Yen nodded, that's right, I only eat food cooked by Sushin. Shang Ming muttered in dissatisfaction, what has Sushin cooked? There's not even any meat. Inside the house, before Yen Yen was a lavish banquet, a hot pot with beef, a whole roasted chicken, ramen noodles, and seafood. She happily cheered, now, this is real food. Through the window, Shang Ming and his friend stared in awe. The chicken hot pot looked so extravagant. Where did Sushin get all this delicious food? They turned to each other. If they're classmates, share some food. Shang Ming called out. Sushin sneered, classmates, sounds nice, huh? He coldly recalled the times he had been scorned and betrayed by his friends. If you want to eat, you have to fulfill a condition for mutual help. Shang Ming quickly nodded, great. Thanks, old classmate. He rushed in. But Sushin raised his hand to stop him, wait, the condition first. Shang Ming smiled, alright, I want to join the group. I'm also someone with special abilities. Sushin smirked, oh, special abilities, good. The two eagerly jumped in. If there are no problems, then let us have the hot pot. But they were disappointed. Yen Yen had already devoured the entire feast, sighing, I'm so hungry. Shang Ming questioned, how could you finish it so quickly? There's some leftover food, don't fight over it. They rushed to grab whatever was left, even sucking on the bones was delicious. Duan Naya asked Sushin, are you really letting them join? He replied, a person must keep their word. Yen Yen handed the core to Sushin. I found it in the brain of a mammoth. You should absorb it. Sushin shook his head. Keep it and use it. After all, you found it. He thought to himself, is the probability of the core dropping from the undead soldiers of the female corpse king really that high? I should pay attention. Shang Ming was washing the dishes with leftovers and asked Sushin, what should we do next?